Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Xu Wang found himself transported to the enchanting world of Harry Potter in the year 1991. Embodying the persona of a fallen pure-blood aristocrat, Lenox Thorne. In his ancestral home, only an elderly butler remained, yet he awakened a legendary wizarding system. Beginning his journey with the maximum proficiency of the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, and boundless magical energy. Faced with financial destitution, what was his recourse? A direct heist at Gringotts. What if his sole skill was the killing curse, devoid of any other dark arts? Surely, you wouldn't wish for Professor Dumbledore to become aware of your existence, Mr. Riddle. Thus, let Professor Quirrell impart a modicum of dark magic to me. Voldemort regarded the individual capable of emitting a familiar, fearsome green light from his fingertips. How could he refuse? What manner of being was this? What dark magic do you seek to learn from me? Of course, nothing particularly sinister, just some minor spells. The other two unforgivable curses will suffice. Thus began a new chapter in the wizarding world. Dumbledore remarked, "He is the most brilliant individual I have ever encountered, the most gifted. He also represents an unknown variable." Voldemort added, "He is a terrifying presence, more formidable than I was in my prime, and indeed, even more so than I am now." Chapter 1, Transmigration, Maximum Level Avada Kedavra, and Infinite Magic. A splitting headache assailed him. Xu Wang abruptly opened his eyes, greeted not by the yellowed ceiling of his rented abode, but by the intricately carved dark oak beams adorned with a slightly dusty, yet exquisite crystal chandelier. Beneath him lay a sumptuous velvet mattress, covered by a heavy silk duvet, imbued with a faint scent reminiscent of old books mingled with pine. Where am I? Propping himself up, he surveyed his surroundings. The quintessential English classical bedroom bore witness to high-backed wooden chairs draped with finely tailored dark robes, while a tall silver-framed mirror stood in the corner, and a solitary tin candlestick rested on an ornately carved vanity. The air was thick with an indescribable sense of nostalgia, as if he had stepped into the castle of a medieval noble. At that moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Lenox Thorne, the sole heir of the pure-blood wizarding family, born in 1980. His parents mysteriously vanished after his birth, and the family estate has been eroded by distant relatives and other pure-blood families. All that remains is a dilapidated manor in the outskirts of London, shared with an elderly butler. Current time, July 1991, location, master bedroom of Thorne's Manor. World, the magical realm of Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Xu Wang no, he must now be called Reno rubbed his throbbing temples, grappling with this absurd reality. Transmigration? Had he truly entered the very world of Harry Potter he had grown up adoring? Moreover, it was the very year Harry was set to enroll at Hogwarts. The Thorne's family. Sounds vaguely familiar, as if it were a once prominent pure-blood family now on the verge of being forgotten. Reno murmured, his knowledge of the family scant, merely recalling its former glory, now reduced to a hollow shell. As he attempted to gather his thoughts, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Host soul fusion completed. Supreme Wizard System activated successfully. Newbie gift package has been issued, please check. Reno's eyes sparkled with excitement. A system. The essential golden finger for any transmigrator had indeed arrived. Skill acquired. Avada Kedavra 100100. Skill description. One of the unforgivable curses, unleashing pure death energy. At maximum proficiency, it allows for instantaneous, silent, and precise control over its potency capable of intimidation or lethality, requiring no wand core guidance. Characteristic acquired. Infinite magic. Characteristic description. The host possesses an inexhaustible reserve of magical energy, free from depletion, allowing for the unrestricted casting of any spell, with the purity of magic adjustable at the host's will. Reno was momentarily stunned. If the system's emergence was a delightful surprise, then this newbie gift package was nothing short of astonishing. Avada Kedavra? At maximum level? That was the most forbidden and powerful killing curse in the Harry Potter universe, the signature skill of Voldemort. What did maximum level imply? It suggested that with a mere flick of his finger, he could bestow upon his target the purest form of death, making even Dumbledore think twice before intervening. And infinite magic. Instinctively, Reno summoned the power within him. A torrent of unimaginable energy surged through his limbs, as if he possessed the entirety of the cosmos as his backing, warm and overwhelming, capable of effortlessly toppling the manor and perhaps even leveling half of London. Damn, he muttered under his breath, not out of anger, but sheer exhilaration. Wasn't this starting configuration a tad bit overpowered? While others struggled to master Lumos upon entering the magical world, He held the nuclear button, and it was an infinite supply. Xu Wang no. Reno inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. As someone well-versed in web literature in the original Harry Potter series, he understood precisely what this power signified in a perilous magical realm. He stood at the pinnacle of the food chain. What Voldemort, what Dumbledore, what prophecy child Harry? With this maximum Avada and infinite magic, he could strut boldly, and who could possibly stand in his way? Accept reality, then. Let's create some mischief. A playful smile crept across Reno's lips, infused with a roguish charm that was particularly alluring due to the foundation of this body. He rose and approached the silver-framed mirror. Reflected in the glass was a youth of around 11 or 12, with soft black hair cascading over his forehead, well-defined brow bones, a prominent nose, and lips that formed a naturally alluring curve. Despite his youthful countenance, his gaze bore the depth of someone with over 20 years of life experience. Clad in a somewhat worn yet meticulously laundered black aristocratic nightgown, crafted from exquisite velvet, even with its wear, it could not conceal an inherent air of nobility. Goodness, with this face, it would be a shame not to pursue a career as an idol. Reno raised an eyebrow at his reflection, narcissistically whistling. He was far from ordinary, he was truly remarkable. The juxtaposition of his fallen aristocrat status with such a visage and latent power was strikingly pronounced. At that moment, the system's notification rang out once more. Main quest triggered, Restoration of Glory. Quest description: the Thorne's family was once a prominent pure-blood aristocracy in the magical realm, now in decline. The host must utilize his own strength to restore the family's prestige, ensuring that the name Thorne's resonates once more throughout the magical world. Quest rewards: unknown based on completion level. Reno's expression sharpened. Restoration of Glory? He gazed out the window. The manor's courtyard appeared somewhat overgrown, with weeds rampant, and the distant outbuildings showed signs of a damaged roof. This was the current state of the Thorne's family. Parents missing, the family in decline, with only an elderly butler left. Reno stroked his chin, a radiant smile illuminating his reflection, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he could seize control of all. Restoration of Glory? Sounds rather intriguing. Perfect, he had an abundance of power to unleash. As for how to restore it, he slightly moved his fingertip, a fleeting wisp of black energy flickered at his fingertip, imbued with a chilling aura of death, before vanishing instantaneously. With the full mastery of the Avada Kedavra and boundless magical energy at his disposal, one could easily assert that revitalizing a fallen family, or even stirring the entire magical realm into upheaval, would not pose a significant challenge. A soft knock echoed, followed by an aged yet respectful voice. "Young master, are you awake? It is time for breakfast." It was the venerable housekeeper, Evan Derrick. Leno adjusted his robe, casting a final smile at his reflection, his eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. "I am coming, Evan." A new chapter of life was about to commence, and it seemed that the magical world would inevitably be altered by his presence. Chapter 2. Penniless to the core? "I am coming," Leno responded, casually fastening the ties of his robe. The youth in the mirror stood tall, and even this simple act exuded an innate nobility that starkly contrasted with the dilapidated estate surrounding him. He opened the door to find an elderly man, hair white and posture slightly hunched, clad in a meticulously pressed dark tailcoat, though the collar showed signs of wear. His face was etched with lines, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, reflecting a deep respect and concern for his master. This was Evan Derrick, the last remaining steward of the Thorne's family. "You appear quite well today, young master," Evan said, inclining slightly, his voice carrying the characteristic rasp of age. "Breakfast is prepared, your favorite whole grain bread accompanied by pumpkin juice." Leno nodded as he descended the creaking wooden staircase, stealing glances at the old housekeeper. In the original owner's memories, Evan had been a constant presence since his earliest recollections, displaying an unwavering loyalty that seemed almost excessive, even as the family faced dire straits. Yet Leno understood that he was not the original Leno. He accepted this loyalty but would not allow himself to be overly bound by it after all. He wielded the power to reshape the very fabric of the world and had no need to indulge in sentimental theatrics. "How long can the household finances last?" Leno inquired casually, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Evan's stride faltered momentarily, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he replied in a hushed tone, "Young master, the family treasury holds less than 50 galleons. The costs of maintaining the estate and daily expenses may not endure beyond this month." 50 galleons? Leno raised an eyebrow. He recalled that in the original narrative, the Weasley family was considered impoverished, yet Ron's wand had endured for several years, and they were not destitute to this extent. It appeared the Thorne's family had truly sunk to the depths of despair. Had he been the original owner, he might have felt anxious. However, for Leno, this was simply a minor inconvenience. "Oh, understood," he replied nonchalantly, as if commenting on the weather. Evan blinked in surprise, evidently unprepared for such a reaction from his master. In the past, discussions of finances had left Leno in contemplative silence, his gaze clouded with youthful confusion and helplessness. "Young master?" "Nothing to worry about." Leno reached the dining room and pulled out an ornate chair, settling in. "Let us eat first. I will devise a solution for the financial situation." His tone was overly casual, as if he were merely saying, "I will fetch a loaf of bread." Yet Evan, gazing into the depths of Leno's eyes, felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, as if the very utterance of "I have a plan" could withstand the collapse of the heavens. The breakfast was meager, with the whole grain bread being tough and the pumpkin juice rather bland. Nevertheless, Leno consumed it with an unhurried grace befitting his noble upbringing. Halfway through the meal, Evan seemed to recall something and produced a wax-sealed envelope from his pocket, presenting it to Leno with both hands. "Ah, young master, we received this morning via owl. It bears the emblem of Hogwarts." Leno accepted the envelope. The heavy parchment bore a line inscribed in emerald ink. "London Suburbs, Thorne's Manor, Leno Thorne's recipient." The reverse side displayed a heraldic crest, with a capital H surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. The acceptance letter from Hogwarts had indeed arrived. Leno's heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. As a scion of a pure-blood wizarding family, as long as his magical aptitude had not faltered, receiving an acceptance letter was a foregone conclusion. Even though the Thorne's family had fallen from grace, Hogwarts would not overlook a pure-blood heir. Anticipated, he placed the envelope on the table, delaying its opening. Evan, however, appeared quite animated, a glimmer igniting in his murky eyes. "Wonderful, young master. You shall finally attend Hogwarts. The heir of the Thorne's family deserves the finest magical education." Leno cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. The finest magical education. With his mastery of the ultimate Avada Kedavra and an infinite well of magical prowess, was he truly destined to be merely a student at Hogwarts? No, he was there to experience life, and perhaps discover some amusement along the way. Ding! Detection of the host's impending entry into the core stage of the magical realm. Side quest issued, the Galleon Gala. Quest requirement: earn 10,000 galleons within 2 months before September 1st. Quest hint: money is the cornerstone of the magical world. Without galleons, one cannot move an inch. The host is encouraged to amass wealth swiftly in their own manner. Quest reward: unlock the system function manifestation of magic capable of transforming magic into tangible objects. Specific rules to be unlocked. Leno's eyes sparkled with intrigue. 10,000 galleons. That was no trifling sum. To put it into perspective, in the original narrative, Harry's parents had left him only a few thousand galleons. Earning 1,000 in 2 months? For an ordinary wizard, that would be an impossible dream. But for Leno, a flicker of magic surged at his fingertips, a swirling black current coiling within a space the size of a fingernail, emanating an unspoken intimidation. Quite interesting, Leno smirked, a playful grin gracing his lips. Earning money? I seem to have conceived a few intriguing ideas. These ideas would certainly diverge from the typical methods of working, undertaking tasks, or inheriting estates. Since it was a gala, one must play grandly, perhaps even entertain thoughts others would dare not imagine. Evan, unable to discern the young master's murmurs, merely noted his good spirits and inquired, "Young master, shall we venture to Diagon Alley for your school supplies? Do you need me to?" "No need," Leno interrupted, rising from his seat. "I will go myself. By the way, how does one reach Diagon Alley?" Though aware of Diagon Alley's existence, the original owner's memories did not provide a specific route, for the Thorne's family had become so impoverished that they seldom ventured beyond their walls. Evan promptly replied, "The manor's fireplace connects to the flue network, allowing direct access to the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley. However, the fireplace ash requires regular cleaning, and it might be a bit smoky lately." The flue network? Leno recalled scenes from the original narrative where wizards traversed through fireplace ashes, feeling a sense of indignity. Yet, eager to explore the magical world and initiate his money-making plan, he dismissed such concerns. "Lead the way." Evan guided him through the kitchen to a stone fireplace, larger than the one in the bedroom, filled with dry ashes. "Young master, simply grasp this pouch of flue powder, clearly articulate Diagon Alley, and step into the flames," Evan instructed, handing him a small bag of shimmering powder. Leno took the flue powder, Feeling the chilling touch against his fingertips, he cast a glance at the dimly lit fireplace, and the thought of the 10,000 galleons from the system task sharpened his gaze gradually. Diagon Alley. Ah, it is a veritable treasure trove. For instance, could there be some forgotten wealth hidden within the confines of a bank guarded by a certain goblin? Or perhaps, do some nefarious merchants possess items that, while shrouded in secrecy, could fetch an exorbitant price? Leno tightened his grip on the flue powder and turned to Evan, waving his hand. I am off. Keep an eye on the house. Without waiting for Evan's response, he cast the flue powder into the fireplace, which instantly ignited into a vibrant emerald flame. Brewed Potions Tavern. The boy's voice rang clear, imbued with an undeniable certainty. In the next moment, he stepped boldly into the flickering green fire. Why choose the Brewed Potions Tavern instead of heading directly to the corner of the alley? Primarily, Leno had never been there before. He yearned to experience the complete enrollment process. The sensation of weightlessness lasted but a fleeting moment, accompanied by the roaring wind at his ears. When his feet once again met solid ground, Leno found himself within a bustling, raucous tavern. The air was thick with the pungent scents of alcohol and mildew, and several scruffy wizards sat at the bar, eyeing the suddenly appeared, well-dressed yet unfamiliar youth with wary glances. This was the Brewed Potions Tavern. And just beyond the tavern lay his destination, Diagon Alley. Leno adjusted the collar of his slightly singed robe, disregarding the stares around him as he made his way straight to the back door of the tavern. At the moment he recalled the method from the original text to open the concealed wall, sunlight poured over him, revealing a breathtaking scene. Lined along the cobblestone street were an array of peculiar shops, Ollivanders selling wands, an apothecary marked with a skull emblem, and a blacksmith with cauldrons displayed at the entrance. Wizards in flowing robes navigated the streets, while owls circled overhead, and the air was thick with the essence of magic. Standing at the street corner, Leno's dark hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, his exquisite noble robe contrasting sharply with the surroundings, yet curiously blending into the atmosphere. His gaze drifted toward the towering white edifice of Gringotts at the end of the street. A smile began to curl at the corners of his lips, one potent enough to quicken the heartbeat of anyone who beheld it. 10,000 galleons? Too simple. Today, let this financial epicenter of the wizarding world witness what a galleon revelry truly entails. Chapter 3. The Gringotts Vault. The grand entrance of Gringotts was awe-inspiring, with towering bronze doors flanked by 2 goblin sentinels clad in scarlet and gold uniforms, brandishing long spears and possessing hawk-like gazes. Leno strode confidently inside, the expansive hall echoing with every step. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of the school season, only a few goblins were busily attending to tasks behind the counters, the sound of abacuses clicking resonating in the air, mingling with the metallic scent of ancient magic. He approached the nearest counter and rapped lightly on the smooth black stone surface. The goblin behind the counter, adorned with small round spectacles, lifted its head, its pointed nose almost brushing against Leno's face, and inquired sharply, "Name? Which vault do you wish to access?" Leno tilted his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he fabricated a name, Alistair Black. "I've come to retrieve something." He recalled that the Black family was a prominent pure-blood lineage, thriving with members. Concocting a name would likely not elicit immediate verification from a goblin. The goblin squinted, slender fingers gliding rapidly over the parchment before it, its pointed ears twitching. After a few moments, it raised its head, its tone devoid of emotion. "No such person found. This name does not appear on the Black family's vault access list." "Oh." Leno feigned surprise, his smile unwavering. "You must surely be mistaken. I had made an appointment." The goblin's expression darkened, its voice sharp. "Sir, the records of Gringotts are infallible. If it is not there, then it is not there. If you have no other business, please leave and do not disturb our work." Its demeanor was far from amicable, exuding the characteristic haughtiness and rigidity of goblins. Leno shrugged, still wearing that relaxed smile, as if discussing the weather. "Very well. It seems there has been a communication issue. Since you refuse to assist, I shall retrieve it myself." "Retrieve it yourself?" The goblin's voice rose, as if it had heard the most ludicrous jest. "Do you comprehend what you are suggesting? The vaults of Gringotts are protected by the most formidable magic." It could not finish its sentence. Leno did not even raise his hand. His gaze sharpened, and a dark green luminescence flickered at his fingertips, swift as an illusion. Avada Kedavra. The 5 words, uttered nonchalantly, carried a hint of mockery. The emerald light struck the goblin squarely in the chest, its expression of shock and derision freezing instantaneously, eyes widening in disbelief as its body slumped lifelessly behind the counter. Devoid of sound, the nearby goblins, previously absorbed in their tasks, abruptly looked up, plunged into a profound silence at the sight. Moments later, screams and frantic cries erupted. Murder! It's the unforgivable curse. Sound the alarm. Leno leisurely stepped over the counter, advancing to the center of the hall, observing the panicked goblins with an expression of feigned innocence. I had intended to grant you an opportunity. You forced my hand. His initial plan had been to eliminate the unfriendly goblin, casting Obliviate on the rest to ensure their forgetfulness. Yet he suddenly realized that apart from the killing curse, he seemed to possess no other spells. Lumos? Levitation charm? All utterly foreign to him. Leno touched his nose, exhaling a sigh, his tone tinged with resignation. I had intended to be gentle, but alas, I have yet to learn any magic beyond this. He glanced at the trembling fairies, attempting to flee towards the back door, a playful smile gracing his lips. In that case, it seems you shall have to meet Merlin. After all, he was incapable of the Obliviate charm. Before his words faded, dark green light erupted from his fingertips, akin to the scythe of death. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! There are no screams, no struggles. Each fairy struck by the green light succumbed instantly, collapsing onto the frigid floor. Leno's movements were swift and precise, his boundless magic rendering him breathless. In a mere span of seconds, the entire Gringotts hall fell eerily silent. He dusted off his hands as if brushing away non-existent dust, surveying his surroundings, much quieter now. With an air of nonchalance, he strode toward the passage leading to the underground vaults. Along the way, he encountered several fairy guards, who were effortlessly dispatched with a few casual Avada Kedavras. Settling into the cart destined for the deeper vaults, Leno observed the rapidly retreating stone walls, suddenly recalling the Ukrainian iron belly that guarded a certain vault in the original tale. It appears that Behemoth has yet to take up its post. He mused with a chuckle, saving me a great deal of trouble. He had no intention of pilfering from the modest vaults of ordinary wizards. As a benevolent individual, how could he ever bully the impoverished? His aim was clear: those vacant vaults, or those belonging to malevolent individuals. For instance, a certain fugitive Death Eater. With the system's faint sensing of magical fluctuations, or so he surmised, Leno swiftly located the vault marked with the name Lestrange. The vault door was sealed with formidable dark magic, yet before Leno's boundless power, these seals crumbled as if made of paper. He did not even exert effort to unravel them. Instead, he unleashed a surge of overwhelming magic, forcefully breaching the heavy iron door. With a resounding crash, he beheld the interior, brimming with glimmering gold coins, silver sickles, bronze nuts, and an array of jewelry alongside a collection of sinister dark artifacts exuding an ominous aura. Bellatrix Lestrange's little vault, Leno whistled, producing a palm-sized black suitcase from his pocket, one he had discovered in the drawer of the original owner's room that morning. It was a specially designed, seamless expandable suitcase from the Thorne's family, boasting considerable capacity. He began swiftly filling the suitcase with galleons, the sound of clattering coins resonating delightfully. After a considerable time, he estimated around 200,000 galleons within the suitcase, the remaining space occupied largely by the dark artifacts. Such a poor financial planner, Leno scoffed. With so many useless dark trinkets, it's no wonder the galleons are so few. If they were all converted to coins, surely it would amount to 500,000. At least? His hand casually grasped a gold cup adorned with snake engravings, weighing it thoughtfully. A Hufflepuff's cup? This object possesses a certain collectible value. He recalled that it was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, quite fortuitously acquired. After stuffing the golden cup into his box, Leno rummaged through a few seemingly valuable jewels before contentedly closing the case. That should suffice. 200,000, ample enough for a spell of indulgence. Before departing from Lestrange's vault, he generously plundered a few other vaults belonging to affluent Death Eater families, amassing a grand total of 300,000 galleons. Upon returning to Gringotts Grand Hall, Leno surveyed the corpses of the goblins strewn across the floor, feeling a twinge of regret. With such poor service, it was no wonder they were robbed. He shook his head and raised his hand towards the lofty ceiling, inscribing a line of text with the energy of the killing curse. The dark green letters stood out starkly against the white marble ceiling. Remember to enhance security measures. Having completed this task, He grasped the heavy suitcase and exited Gringotts as casually as one would stroll through their own garden. Upon reaching Thorne's manor, Leno concealed most of the treasures within the secret chamber of his room, one that resided within the memories of the original owner, leaving aside 10,000 galleons. He sought out Evan, who was busy tidying the sitting room. "Evan, take this," Leno said, placing a small bag of galleons on the table, producing a delightful clink. Evan's eyes widened at the sight of the bag. "Master, this is 10,000 galleons," Leno replied nonchalantly. "For household expenses, save the rest." 10,000. Evan's voice trembled. Where did this money come from? Leno maintained a composed demeanor, fabricating a tale. "I took a stroll through Nocturne Alley this morning, unearthed some unwanted dark artifacts, and sold them to a black market dealer. Luck was on my side. I got a good price." Evan's complexion turned pale. "Master, how could you venture into Nocturne Alley and handle those dark artifacts? That is perilous." Leno shrugged. "No choice. The household was running low on supplies. I couldn't just wait for the winds to blow. Rest assured, I am prudent." Evan gazed at the bag of galleons, sufficient to restore much of the manor's vitality. His lips quivered, yet he refrained from uttering more. He simply regarded Leno with a profound look, as if seeing this master for the first time. Watching the old steward depart with the bag, Leno chuckled inwardly. "Dark artifacts? In comparison to my mastery of Avada Kedavra, those trinkets are trivial." Meanwhile, the Daily Prophet was in an uproar. Chapter 4. Supreme Talent. Leno sat in the ornately carved armchair of his bedroom, his fingertips revolving around a heavy golden cup. The cup, entirely crafted from gold, bore intricate badger engravings, the emblem of Hufflepuff. This was indeed one of the spoils he had nonchalantly acquired from Gringotts, a Horcrux of Voldemort. He gazed down at the cup, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The Hufflepuff cup, reputed to keep food perpetually fresh? That functionality does sound rather practical. Regrettably, it has been transformed into a Horcrux by that tasteless individual. Otherwise, it would have made an exquisite vessel for soup. He absently stroked the cool surface of the cup with his fingertip, contemplating that keeping it might prove advantageous, perhaps as a gift for a future encounter. As for the destruction of the Horcrux, Leno had no such intentions at present. An object that Voldemort had gone to great lengths to conceal surely possessed significant value. In any case, with his current prowess, he was untroubled by the remnants of the soul contained within the Horcrux causing any mischief. He carelessly tossed the golden cup into his unmarked, expandable suitcase and was just about to rise and stretch when the system notification chimed at his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has exceeded the side quest, the Revelry of Galleons. Task completion assessment, exceeded by 20 times, target 10,000, actual obtained 300,000. Completion time surpassed the stipulated duration by 60 times, original limit 2 months, actual time spent 1 hour. Task rating, reward upgrade. Reward 1. Supreme Spellcasting Talent. Reward description. The host's speed of learning and comprehending any spell is elevated to its theoretical limit, enabling instant mastery upon mere observation or auditory reception, with a chance to innovate new spells. Reward 2. Manifestation of Magical Power. Unlocked. Reward description. The host can transmute their boundless magical energy into any form according to their will, ranging from the minutiae of a single hair to substantial creations, embodying both shape and corresponding traits, for instance, akin to Grindelwald's ability to transform fiendfire into shields, claws, etc., with the specific effects enhancing as the host's imagination and control improve. Leno's eyebrows shot up, his eyes instantly alight with excitement. Supreme Spellcasting Talent? This was tailor-made for him. Previously, he had lamented his singular reliance on the killing curse, which limited his capacity for robbery. Now, however, regardless of the spell, a mere glance or a single utterance would suffice for him to wield it. What did this signify? It meant that the Hogwarts curriculum would be nothing but a jest to him, that he could master all known magics of this world in an astonishingly brief period, and potentially even create new ones. This reward was indeed generous. Unable to contain his delight, Leno snapped his fingers, his spirits soaring. As for the manifestation of magical power, he attempted to summon his internal magic, envisioning it coalescing at his fingertips into a flower. In the blink of an eye, a black rose, composed entirely of pure magical energy and glimmering with a soft luminescence, blossomed at his fingertips. The petals were vividly lifelike, and he could even discern a hint of its chilling texture. Intriguing. Leno crushed the magical rose deep in thought. However, at present, it did not seem to possess any urgent utility compared to the immediate enhancement offered by the spell-casting talent. The manifestation of magical power appeared more like a card of immense potential. Perhaps it could prove useful against formidable foes in the future, but for now, it would be more practical to solidify his grasp on the foundational spells. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated at the door. "Young master, today's daily prophet has arrived," came Evan's voice. Leno replied, "Please leave it at the door." A soft sound of paper being set down drifted from outside, followed by Evan's departing footsteps, his murmurs barely audible. "The world is indeed tumultuous. Even Gringotts has not escaped the grasp of audacious thieves. I hear many a fairy has perished." Lena raised an eyebrow, rising to the door to pick up the freshly inked newspaper. The bold, black headline screamed for attention. Shocking. Gringotts robbed by mysterious intruder. All fairies tragically slain. Beneath it, a subheading proclaimed, "The Lestrange family vault completely plundered. Unforgivable curse evidence found. The attacker left a brazen message." He read on with keen interest. The article meticulously detailed the devastation at Gringotts, describing the assailants' brutal methods, having employed the killing curse to eliminate all present fairies, precisely targeting and looting the Lestrange vault, absconding with copious amounts of galleons and dark magical artifacts. Notably, it highlighted the ominous green message scrawled across the Grand Hall's ceiling. "Remember to enhance security measures," dripping with a challenge to the order of the magical realm. Nearby, several related articles caught his eye. The fairy realm in fury, pressuring the Ministry of Magic for severe punishment of the culprits. And Minister Fudge calls emergency meeting. Gringotts to implement level 8 magical protections, or forces fully deployed. As Laner continued reading, amusement swelled within him, and he could not suppress a chuckle by the end. "Well, it appears I possess quite the potential for stardom," he mused with self-deprecating humor, shaking the newspaper. "I've barely begun my journey, and already I'm making headlines. No less on the front page." He regarded the ministry's level 8 protections and Auror presence with disdain. A group that could not even contend with Voldemort. Seeking to trace him? They would find no clues, and even if they did, what of it? For everyone they sent, he would dispatch them to meet Merlin with a killing curse. Laner tossed the newspaper onto the table and stretched lazily. With wealth now at his disposal and a natural talent for magic, it was time to prepare for a visit to Hogwarts. He recalled the boy with round glasses and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, the old man with a white beard, and the so-called pure-blood aristocrats. A playful smile curving his lips. What expressions would they wear upon encountering a newcomer adept in all forms of magic, wielding boundless power and mastery of the killing curse? The new term of Hogwarts would undoubtedly be far more eventful than in the original tale. Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. As September approached, Diagon Alley buzzed with life. Far more vibrant than during Laner's last visit. Young witches and wizards clad in an array of robes meandered the streets alongside their parents, the air thick with excitement and anticipation. Following closely behind Evan, Laner donned a well-tailored dark robe, the fabric of far superior quality than before, for his family's coffers were now overflowing. Passing Gringotts, Laner cast a deliberate glance, in stark contrast to his previous experience of desolate silence. The entrance to Gringotts now resembled an impenetrable fortress. A dozen or so Aurors, clad in uniforms and bearing stern expressions, stood guard at the entrance. Each individual entering or exiting was subjected to a rigorous identity verification process, with even wands temporarily entrusted to designated personnel for safekeeping, to be returned upon departure. It seemed the Ministry of Magic was genuinely apprehensive this time. Leno whispered to Evan with a hint of mockery in his tone, "It appears they are truly frightened." Evan's expression shifted, and he quickly tugged at Leno's sleeve, murmuring, "Master, tread carefully. Aurors are everywhere. Let us not court trouble." Leno shrugged and fell silent. He held no interest in these Aurors, a group incapable of capturing even Voldemort, yet they aspired to identify him as the true culprit of the Gringotts heist. How naive! They skillfully circumvented Gringotts and proceeded directly to Flourish and Blots. The bookstore was teeming with people, primarily parents procuring textbooks for their children. Leno maneuvered through the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the titles on the shelves. Standard spells, beginners, history of magic, Potions and Elixirs, Where to Find Magical Creatures. He murmured the titles while enlisting Evan's assistance in retrieving the books. As he picked up standard spells, beginners, Leno casually flipped it open, his eyes swiftly scanning a page detailing the incantation for the Lumos spell, including pronunciation, wand movements, and key points for channeling magical energy. Almost the instant his gaze left the page, the entire process of casting the spell crystallized in his mind, as if he had rehearsed it countless times. He instinctively raised his hand toward a nearby extinguished oil lamp, silently reciting the incantation and executing a remarkably precise flick of his wrist, despite lacking a wand. In the next heartbeat, the lamp's wick flickered to life with a faint white glow, albeit fleeting, yet sufficient to demonstrate his complete mastery of the spell. Master? Evan, having witnessed this spectacle, widened his eyes in astonishment. What did you just do? Leno nonchalantly withdrew his hand, passing the book to Evan with an air of casualness. Nothing much. I merely thought this spell looked simple and decided to give it a try. Only he understood that this seemingly casual attempt stemmed from his formidable aptitude for supreme-level spell casting. Any knowledge related to spells was as effortless for him as 1 + 1 = 2. However, this gift appeared to be confined solely to the realm of incantations. When he picked up potions and elixirs, gazing at the intricate ratios of ingredients, brewing times, and temperature requirements, he felt utterly overwhelmed, finding it no different from the experience of an average person. Indeed, talent has its nuances. Leno mused to himself. It seemed that to navigate the realm of potion-making, one must rely heavily on rote memorization. As for history of magic and transfiguration basics, they failed to pique his interest, and after flipping through a few pages, he handed them off to Evan. Having purchased all the necessary textbooks for their first year, the two of them, laden with heavy bags, made their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Welcome, a short, plump which greeted them with a beaming smile. It was Madame Malkin herself. Are you here to have Hogwarts robes fitted? Yes, for a first-year student, Evan replied. Madame Malkin expertly produced a measuring tape and began to take Leno's measurements. The young man was indeed strikingly handsome. Which family do you belong to? She casually inquired. Sons, Leno replied with a hint of indifference. Madame Malkin paused momentarily, clearly unfamiliar with that surname, and refrained from further questioning, focusing instead on taking measurements. Does a Hogwarts uniform require a robe, cloak, and hat, all embroidered with initials? No need, Leno declined. After measuring, Madame Malkin assured him, rest assured, it will be ready before the term begins, and it will be delivered directly to your residence. Upon leaving the robe shop, Leno glanced at his shopping list, which contained only one final item, a wand. He lifted his gaze, scanning the bustling crowd until it alighted upon a somewhat dilapidated shop, not far off. Above the door hung a peeling sign that read, Ollivander, established in 382 BC, crafting exquisite wands. The door was tightly shut, and the window displayed an emptiness, save for a solitary lamp flickering in the dim interior. Leno halted before Ollivander's store, aware that this was the most renowned wand shop in all of Britain, indeed throughout Europe, and the very place where every wizard truly embarks upon their magical journey. It is time to select a companion, Leno murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Although he wielded the invincible Avada and boundless magical power, a well-suited wand seemed to imbue the spells he had recently learned with a greater sense of ritual. He pushed the shop door open. A cheerful chime echoed from the bell atop the door, heralding the arrival of this unique customer. Chapter 6. Ollivander's Wand Shop. As Leno entered Ollivander's wand shop, he was enveloped by a laying of dust, wood, and an indescribable ancient aura. The light was dim, and countless slender wand boxes towered from the floor to the ceiling, reminiscent of densely packed bookshelves in a library. Tiny shafts of light floated in the air, giving the impression that time flowed particularly slowly in this place. No sooner had Leno stepped inside than he heard a somewhat youthful voice. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? The speaker was a boy with black hair and green eyes, a lightning-shaped scar faintly visible on his forehead in the dim light. He wore ill-fitting clothes and tightly clutched a wand, his face a mixture of excitement and bewilderment at having found the right wand. Beside him stood an exceptionally tall man, his thick beard framing a face of gentleness, holding a cage in which a snowy white owl tilted its head curiously. Without needing to ask, Leno recognized them, Harry Potter and Rubeus Hagrid. From the looks of it, Harry had evidently selected the 11-inch holly wand, the same core as that of Voldemort, and the owl was, of course, Hedwig. Leno's gaze lingered for a moment on the scar upon Harry's forehead before breaking into a perfectly timed smile. Of course, Harry Potter. Harry appeared momentarily taken aback, confusion filling his green eyes. You know me? The entire wizarding world is aware of you. Leno chuckled lightly, his tone laced with playful mockery, yet retaining an air of politeness. The infamous boy who lived, Harry Potter. Even a mute residing in the Shell Cottage must have heard tales of your exploits. His words were half true, clearly highlighting Harry's renown while also teasing the swift dissemination of information within a magical community. After all, for someone who could storm Gringotts and emerge unscathed, the title of the boy who lived hardly seemed like a monumental legend. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment at Leno's remarks, scratching his head, eager to respond, but was interrupted by Hagrid's booming voice. "All right, Harry, we must be off. We still have other things to procure." His voice rumbled like distant thunder, stirring the dust in the air, causing the owl cage in his hands to sway slightly. "Yes, all right, Hagrid," Harry nodded, flashing a smile at Leno. "See you at Hogwarts?" "See you at Hogwarts." Leno waved goodbye. Hagrid, gripping the owl cage, hurriedly led Harry away, and as they passed Leno, the towering half-giant offered him a friendly nod. His eyes filled with warmth for all the young witches and wizards about to embark on their studies. The door jingled shut, restoring silence to the shop. In that moment, a tall, slender figure emerged from behind the towering stacks of wand boxes. Mr. Ollivander appeared, even more aged than he had moments before, his silvery hair resembling a tangled mass, and his large, bright eyes, akin to two curious hawks, were now keenly surveying Leno. "Ah, it seems we have a new guest," he remarked, his voice high-pitched and somewhat ethereal. "Let me think. You're a new face? Perhaps it is my advancing years that have dulled my memory. You must be from a pure-blood wizarding family, yet I do not recall anyone from your lineage purchasing wands from me." He paused, waving his hand dismissively. "But that hardly matters. Perhaps your family acquired their wand from my father or grandfather, or even from other wand makers, such as the capable Gregorovic from Eastern Europe." Leno remained silent, quietly observing him. To an old craftsman who had lived a considerable life and witnessed countless wizards grow, excessive explanations would seem contrived. Ollivander appeared unperturbed by Leno's silence, quickly straightening up, his gaze sharpening again. "So, young man, what is your name?" "Leno Sorens." Ollivander repeated the surname, shaking his head slightly. "No recollection. But that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the bond." He extended his slender finger, gently tapping a nearby wand box. "You understand, don't you? It is the wand that chooses the wizard." Leno raised an eyebrow. "I have heard a little. A little is not enough," Ollivander chuckled, a smile that appeared somewhat enigmatic in the dim light. "Come, extend your hand, and let us see which wand awaits you." Leno complied, extending his right hand. Ollivander swiftly maneuvered into the maze of wand boxes, his movements surprisingly nimble for an elderly man. In no time, he emerged with a stack of wand boxes, placing them upon the counter. "Try this one." He opened the first box, revealing a wand crafted from hawthorn wood, with a unicorn hair core measuring 10 inches in length, exhibiting a moderate degree of flexibility. It was suitable for a patient wizard. Leno grasped the wand, but as soon as his fingertips made contact with its surface, it unexpectedly leapt from his hand, as if scalded, crashing against the opposite shelf and shattering into two pieces. Ollivander let out a small gasp, his expression not one of anger, but rather one of intrigue. "Interesting. Let's try this one." He produced another wand, made of walnut wood, featuring a phoenix feather core, 9¼ inches long and notably rigid. Leno reached out once more, this time, as his fingertips brushed against the walnut wand. It seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, snapping with a sharp crack into several segments, with shavings cascading onto the counter. Ollivander's breath quickened slightly. He rubbed his hands together, as if he had stumbled upon a great delight. "Oh, this is exceedingly rare. It appears your magical essence is quite extraordinary. Let us continue." The ensuing minutes transformed into a peculiar display of destruction. An olive wood wand disintegrated into dust upon contact with Leno's hand. A black ebony wand emitted a piercing shriek and broke of its own accord as soon as it was lifted. A yew wand attempted to emit a faint red light, but, upon touching Leno's palm, the light backfired, scorching the wand's length. The counter soon became a chaotic heap of shattered, fragmented, and charred wand remnants. Rather than displaying any dissatisfaction, Ollivander grew increasingly exhilarated, his cheeks flushed with excitement, akin to a child who had discovered a new toy. "Incredible, truly incredible," he murmured, his eyes sparkling as they fixed on Leno. "I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Your magic resembles an indomitable blade, far too potent for ordinary wands to endure." Leno understood within himself. With boundless magical energy, combined with the deathly auras stemming from his mastery of the killing curse, it was likely that ordinary wand cores would be obliterated upon contact with his overwhelming and unique power. "It appears that conventional wands are indeed unsuitable for you." Ollivander paused, his brow furrowed, as if recalling something from a distant past. "Perhaps I should seek out that particular item." As he spoke, he turned and made his way to the deepest recesses of the shop, where a cabinet loomed higher and more concealed than the others, thick with layers of dust, indicating it had not been disturbed for quite some time. Ollivander procured a high stool, unsteadily climbed onto it, and after a prolonged search atop the cabinet, finally retrieved a heavy box. Descending from the stool, he was covered in dust, with strands of cobwebs adorning his hair, yet he paid it no mind, carefully cradling the box as he approached Leno. This box was distinctly different from the others that housed wands. The object was entirely cloaked in ebony, its material indiscernible, neither wood nor metal. Its surface gleamed with a mirror-like smoothness, yet exuded an ancient matte quality. The box bore no embellishments or markings. It inexplicably instilled a heavy sense of oppression, as if it concealed not merely a wand, but a slumbering history. Ollivander inhaled deeply, wiping the dust from the box with his sleeve before slowly unveiling it. A soft yet sharp black light spilled forth from within, illuminating his aged visage. Rena's gaze fell upon the wand. Measuring approximately 15 inches, the wand's body was as dark as ink, yet subtle golden veins coursed through it under the light, resembling a creation of the purest obsidian entwined with solidified strands of gold. The tip bore no superfluous adornments, merely a gentle curvature that radiated an innate nobility and authority. The section grasped by the hand was polished to an extraordinary smoothness, as if caressed by countless hands, yet it bore an otherworldly chill. Ollivander's voice trembled imperceptibly as he declared, 15 inches. He paused, his expression complex as he regarded the wand, as if recounting a long-buried secret. Its core is crafted from the tail feather of a thestral. You are aware of thestrals, are you not? They are wondrous creatures visible only to those who have witnessed death. Wands with their tail feathers as cores are exceedingly rare and extremely finicky. When I took over this shop, it lay in that very cabinet. Ollivander gently caressed the edge of the wand box, musing, "I know not when it was made, nor the wood from which it was fashioned. Its texture and grain often evoke the memory of elder. Yet, you see, elder wands do not prosper. The entire magical community knows that only one elder wand exists, belonging to Professor Dumbledore, and there shall never be another. It bears a resemblance to the elder wand, yet I am certain it is not." He shook his head, his fingertips gliding over the wand's body. "Perhaps it is you? Though Yu's grain is coarser, lacking this profundity that seems to absorb light." He chuckled softly, tinged with self-deprecation. "In truth, I do not know whence it came. From the day I became a wand maker, it has been here. Yet, according to the customs of previous years regarding extraordinary wands, it was likely acquired by my grandfather during his travels around the world. It has lingered with me for nearly a century, during which countless wizards have visited. I have endeavored to introduce it to those who appeared promising, yet remained as unresponsive as a lifeless branch." Ollivander lifted his gaze to Rena, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "I once believed it would remain forever dormant. But perhaps, at last, the one it has awaited has arrived." Rena extended his hand. This time, his approach was not casual. Instead, it bore an inexplicable gravity as his fingertips inched toward the obsidian wand. The moment his skin made contact with the wand's surface, a hum erupted, an indescribable force surging violently from within the wand. It was not the resistance or destruction of the previous wands, but rather a resonance of a long-awaited reunion. The dark golden patterns ignited instantaneously, akin to a living golden dragon, coursing and galloping along the wand's surface. An overwhelming yet gentle surge of magic flowed from the wand into Renaud, merging flawlessly with his own boundless magical essence, devoid of any rejection. Simultaneously, Renaud sensed that the spells he had recently learned, such as Lumos and Expelliarmus, had found their most optimal outlet. poised to spring forth. The air within the shop began to tremble, and the stacked wand boxes emitted a subtle hum, as if paying homage to the awakening of this ancient wand. In the dim light, a faint black halo, composed solely of pure magic, encircled Renault's hand that gripped the wand, exuding an aura of mystery and power. Ollivander's eyes widened, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a word for a long moment. His face etched with astonishment and elation, even more so than when he had witnessed Harry resonate with the Phoenix Feather Wand. "It has chosen you," his voice quivered. "My heavens, after a century, it has finally awaited its master." As Renault held the wand, feeling its chilling touch and the ceaseless resonance emanating through his palm, a smile graced his lips. This wand was indeed to his liking. It possessed the enigma of the night mare's tail feather, coupled with an air of authority that matched his own power and status, an exquisite match. It seemed that this was the one. Renault gently waved the wand. Without consciously casting any spell, the dust in the air suddenly coalesced into a small black vortex, only to disperse quietly, noiselessly filled with a sense of mastery. Ollivander exhaled deeply, a relieved and utterly satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Mr. Thorne's congratulations. 11 galleons is its price, though I believe its true value far exceeds this." Renault had Evan settle the payment, carefully placing the black wand into the empty box he had brought. Exiting Ollivander's wand shop, the sunlight outside was just right, and the bustling sounds of Diagon Alley surged like a tide. Young wizards in robes of various colors frolicked excitedly, while parents chuckled and offered guidance from the sidelines. The air scented with the sweetness of roasted pumpkin pastries and the bittersweet aroma of wandwood. Evan trailed behind him, glancing at the wand box in Renault's hand, and quietly inquired, "Master, have we acquired everything?" Renault weighed the box in his hand, sensing the faint resonance from within, and chuckled softly, indeed. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window frames, casting long shadows on the cobblestone path. "Let us proceed, Evan." Renault turned towards the direction of the manor, his steps unhurried, for it was time to prepare. In a few days, he would be heading off to Hogwarts. He glanced down at the wand box, his smile deepening. With this wand in hand, the spells he had just mastered would surely be executed with greater finesse. One can only wonder what expressions the professors at Hogwarts would wear upon witnessing a first-year student wielding spells rivaling those of seasoned wizards. The thought alone is quite amusing. Chapter 7. The ancient wand departing from Ollivander's shop. Leno followed Evan along the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley, observing the little wizards bustling about with their pet cages. Suddenly, he recalled the pristine white owl perched upon Harry's arm. "Pets," he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Hogwarts acceptance letter indeed stated that students could bring a pet, be it an owl, a cat, or a toad. Just moments ago, within Ollivander's Hedwig's round, expressive eyes had been rather endearing. Should he procure one too? Stealing a glance at the nearby owl shop, he was met with a chorus of coos from within. Yet, after some contemplation, he shook his head. Perhaps not. He chuckled softly. Owls were notoriously slow messengers. Cats were overly affectionate, and toads were best left alone. Given his current prowess, a single spell would suffice for delivering messages. There was no need to keep an owl as a postman. Moreover, since he had the opportunity to choose, why not select something more extraordinary? Perhaps a phoenix as a pet in the future, or tame a thestral, or even play with a dragon. The notion of riding a dragon one day, becoming a dragon rider, brought a broader smile to his face. Ordinary pets simply could not match his formidable abilities. Endowed with infinite power, capable of casting the Avada Kedavra, it would be wiser to reserve this opportunity for something grander. "Let us go, Evan." Leno quickened his pace back to the manor. Upon returning to Thorne's manor, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon the slightly aged structure. Leno placed his newly acquired textbooks and wand on the table, eager to sit down for a cup of pumpkin juice when suddenly a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired the first wand of their wizarding career, triggering item information analysis. Leno raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He picked up the sleek black wand box, opened it, and grasped the 15-inch wand. Item name: Elder Wand, true. Material: Elder, having lived and solidified for over 1,500 years. Core: Thestral tail feather, taken from a naturally deceased millennium-old thestral. Length: 15 inches. Characteristics: absolute magical conductivity efficiency, a 300 amplification effect on all spells, including the Unforgivable Curses, capable of perfectly channeling and guiding infinite magic. Remarks, it is older than you can imagine. Perhaps a gift from death itself. Leno stared at the information displayed on the system panel, frozen for a full half-minute. The Elder Wand? Truly? The legendary wand. Said to be incapable of flourishing, universally acknowledged within the magical community as belonging solely to Dumbledore? And this one, aged 1,500 years? Ollivander had mentioned that it had existed since his grandfather's time, suggesting even the man's ancestor would have to address it as a senior. Leno held his wand up, scrutinizing the light carefully. He then flicked the wand with his finger, producing a soft, hollow sound reminiscent of solid wood. A 1,500-year-old stick indeed bore the signs of age. He stroked his chin, his tone laced with mockery. He had initially intended to procure Dumbledore's wand upon their meeting, envisioning a pair of elderberries to serve as chopsticks for a hot pot. Yet, it now appeared that this plan had faltered. After all, one could hardly expect a 1,500-year-old ancestor to be paired with a younger counterpart as mere utensils. How scandalous that would be if word got out. He even imagined the absurdity of biting down on the wand, shuddering at the thought. Never mind that. He hastily stowed the wand away. It would surely be dry and hard, possibly harboring medieval bacteria. He could ill afford an upset stomach. As for the Reaper's gift noted in the system, Leno was rather indifferent. The Reaper? Did such a being truly exist? Even if it did, could it possibly restrain someone wielding infinite magical power and the highest level of Avada? Whether it was a gift from the Reaper or a toss from Merlin, it was now his. Leno patted the wand box, deciding henceforth to call it Old Black, a simple and memorable name, bestowing such a casual moniker upon a millennium-old wand. Leno felt quite pleased as he rose to delve into the textbooks he had just acquired. With the supreme level talent for spells, the standard spell, beginner was child's play for him. He casually flipped open a page, glancing at the incantation for the levitation charm and the corresponding wand movement. Grasping Old Black, he waved it. The ink pot at the corner of the desk soared into the air, spinning gracefully before landing steadily in his palm. Perfect. Leno raised an eyebrow and turned to the page for disarming charm. With a mere glance, he tested it on a decorative sword hanging on the wall, causing the blade to detach from the hilt and glide to his feet with precision. Not bad. Perhaps he could try something more challenging. Avada, on second thoughts, might create too much commotion. After a brief period of experimentation, he felt satisfied. At last, he was not merely proficient in Avada. He nodded in approval. Even though he deemed these spells significantly less powerful than Avada, their versatility at least allowed him to appear as a typical wizard. However, when it came to potions and elixirs and history of magic, Leno felt a headache brewing after just a few pages. Indeed, his supreme talent was solely in spellcasting. The potion recipes requiring 7 clockwise stirs, followed by 3 counterclockwise ones, left him utterly bewildered, while the convoluted names and dates in magical history threatened to lull him to sleep. It seemed that to excel in all subjects, he would have to invest considerable effort into rote memorization. Stifling a yawn, Leno cast aside these daunting challenges, deciding to sharpen his skills closer to the start of term. In the days that followed, Leno enjoyed a remarkably leisurely existence. During the daylight hours, he would practice various spells in the garden of the estate, wielding his wand with skill. From the simplest flickers of blue sparks to the more complex petrification incantations, and even the advanced spell of Alohomora, which was typically reserved for upperclassmen, he mastered them all with remarkable ease. In no time, his proficiency rivaled that of seasoned wizards. Evan often witnessed his young master effortlessly commanding a hoe to weed the garden or uttering a spell that rejuvenated withered roses. Although astonished, he merely took mental notes, refraining from asking too many questions. Ever since the young master had revealed a sum of 10,000 galleons, Evan had sensed that his master harbored many secrets. And as a loyal butler, he understood that his duty was to remain faithful. As night fell, Leno would delve into the dark magical artifacts procured from Bella's vault. While he held little interest in dark magic itself, occasionally perusing the twisted spells and peculiar artifacts served as a form of entertainment. He particularly scrutinized the gold cup from Hufflepuff, examining it from every angle but finding nothing extraordinary. Eventually, he carelessly tossed it into the corner of his undetectable suitcase, muttering to himself that he would find an opportunity to dispose of it once school commenced. as it was merely taking up space and could attract the attention of Voldemort's minions. Days passed, and the weeds in the estate were magically cleared, while the damaged roof was largely restored using the repairing charm. Thorne's manor began to resemble its former glory. On the eve of September 1st, Evan entered Leno's room, holding a freshly pressed Hogwarts uniform. "My lord, tomorrow marks the start of the school year. The uniform is ready." Leno was outside practicing the fire shield charm with Old Black, not through incantation, but by attempting to manifest his magical energy into a corporeal flame. Although his control was still developing, the flames flickered unpredictably, much to his delight. Upon hearing Evan's words, he dissipated his magical energy and clapped his hands together. Understood. He glanced at the sky, envisioning that by this time tomorrow, he would be seated on the Hogwarts Express. A smile crossed Leno's face, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, hoping that his fellow students would not render his time there too dull. He picked up the wand box resting on the stone table and turned to head inside. "Old Black, tomorrow you shall witness the world." The wand box seemed to emit a faint hum, as if in response. Chapter 8. King's Cross Station on September 1st. King's Cross Station was bustling with activity. Leno stood near the entrance to Platform 9, carrying an unassuming black suitcase. Indeed, the undetectable expandable kind, successfully attracting the attention of 80% of those present. "Goodness, who is that child?" exclaimed a witch, covering her mouth as she stared at him intently. "Which pure blood family does he belong to? Such poise." A nearby wizard remarked in admiration. "Look at that hair and those eyes, more handsome than the princes in paintings." Several young witches blushed and whispered amongst themselves. Leno had long since grown accustomed to this. Ever since he first gazed into a mirror after his arrival, he understood that this visage was destined to attract attention. He could almost feel the searing gazes from behind, as if they were toasting him by the fire. Ah, the burden of excessive beauty. He mused internally while maintaining an impassive demeanor, his eyes scanning the platform until they settled upon a bewildered boy with dark hair, standing before a seemingly unremarkable wall. Harry was staring blankly at the wall, clutching the note Hagrid had given him, his brows knitted in confusion, evidently still grappling with how to pass through. Leno approached him and gently tapped his shoulder. "Hey, Harry." Startled, Harry turned to see him, his eyes lighting up. "It's you." "Leno, do you know how?" "It's quite simple." Leno gestured towards the wall, his tone casual. "Just aim well and run straight through." Without waiting for Harry to respond, he grasped his suitcase and briskly dashed towards the barrier. There was no hesitation, as his body passed through the brick wall. It felt akin to traversing a thin veil of mist. Upon steadying himself at Platform 9 3/4, a soft thud echoed behind him as Harry tumbled through, his face betraying a mixture of astonishment and exhilaration. "We really made it," Harry exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the vibrant red steam engine and the bustling throng of wizards on the platform. Leno cast a glance at the flurry of students and parents maneuvering carts laden with luggage, and weighed his own small suitcase in his hand. A sense of superiority washing over him. "See, I told you it was simple." He waved his suitcase lightly, reveling in the virtues of traveling light. Inside were his robes, textbooks, wand, treasures borrowed from Bella, mostly, the Hufflepuff cup, and a few miscellaneous items. Essentially everything he required for his time at Hogwarts resided within that modest case. Such a seamless expandable suitcase was considered a luxury in the magical realm, unaffordable for the average wizard, and a remnant of the Thorne's family's dignity. Harry glanced at Leno's suitcase and then at his own pile of luggage at his feet, scratching his head in silence. Leno chose not to linger on conversation, turning towards the Hogwarts Express to seek a compartment. However, the train was utterly packed for the start of the school year. He traversed from one end to the other, finding nearly every compartment filled with either chattering young wizards or parents exchanging emotional farewells. "Is it really this crowded?" Leno pondered, clicking his tongue, and was about to settle for a corner when his peripheral vision caught sight of a partially open compartment door. Inside sat two familiar faces, Harry and a red-haired boy, undoubtedly Ron Weasley. The table was heaped with an assortment of snacks, wrappers strewn about, indicating they had been engaged in conversation for some time. The classic duo, with Hermione yet to arrive. Leno raised an eyebrow and knocked lightly on the door. "Excuse me, is there room available?" Upon seeing him, Harry's face brightened, and a delighted smile spread across his features. "Leno, come in. There's still space." The boy with red hair turned his head, and upon his gaze landing on Leno, He noticeably hesitated, evidently dazzled by his exceptionally handsome face. He then scratched his head, revealing a somewhat bashful smile. As Leno entered the booth, Harry immediately introduced him with enthusiasm. "Leno, this is Ron Weasley. Ron, this is Leno Sorens, the friend I mentioned who helped me in Diagon Alley." "Hello, Sorens." Ron grinned, showing a hint of his little canine teeth. "I'm Ron Weasley." He scrutinized Leno from head to toe, unable to suppress his thoughts. This guy is truly handsome, far more presentable than Fred and George. "Hello, Ron," Leno replied as he settled into the empty seat across from them, his demeanor relaxed. "It seems you've already polished off the snack cart." Harry scratched his head in slight embarrassment. "It's the first time I've seen so many magical snacks. I couldn't help myself." Leno, unperturbed, had just picked up a pie when Ron mysteriously pulled a scruffy old mouse from his pocket. The mouse, emaciated and lackluster, curled up lethargically. "By the way, Leno," Ron's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, "my brother Fred taught me a spell that can turn things yellow. Would you like to see?" He waved the mouse in front of him. "This is Scabbers, my pet." Leno gazed at the creature, feeling a barely perceptible stiffness at the corners of his mouth. "Scabbers? Peter Pettigrew?" He inwardly scoffed. "Well, look at that, encountering the living version so soon. Sooner or later, I'll send you off with an Avada to reunite you with your master." Yet, he feigned curiosity, saying, "Oh, there's such a spell. Quite interesting. Shall we give it a try?" Encouraged by his compliment, Ron cleared his throat, raised his wand towards Scabbers, and with a serious expression recited, "Sunshine, Daisy, Sweet Cream. Turn this silly fat mouse yellow." As he finished the incantation, silence enveloped the booth. Scabbers remained a dull gray mass, even yawning. Ron's face flushed crimson, scratching his head in embarrassment. Maybe I mispronounced it? Let's try again." Just then, a clear and slightly urgent voice called from the doorway. "Have you seen a toad?" The booth doors swung open, revealing a girl with a mass of curly hair, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Clearly having searched for quite some time, it was Hermione Granger. Her gaze swept across the booth, landing on Ron with his wand and the mouse in hand, and her brow furrowed immediately. "Are you planning to cast a spell?" Ron, caught like a mischief maker, blushed even deeper, and with a stiff demeanor nodded. Yes. "Sunshine, Daisy. Sweet Cream, turn this silly fat mouse yellow," he repeated, but the result was the same. Scabbers didn't even lift his eyelids. Hermione couldn't help but purse her lips, her tone slightly pedantic. "Are you sure that essay spell? It sounds more like a nursery rhyme. I think I know a few proper spells myself." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Harry's glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Before Harry could respond, she had already raised her wand and pronounced clearly, "Restoration." A faint golden light flickered, and in an instant, Harry's glasses appeared as if brand new. Harry blinked in astonishment, quickly donning the glasses, his vision instantly sharpening. "Wow, thank you," he exclaimed. "You're welcome," Hermione replied, her expression softening slightly as she introduced herself. "I am Hermione Granger. And you?" "I am Harry Potter. Ron Weasley. Reno Sorens." As Reno's name left his lips, Hermione's gaze instinctively lingered on his face for a couple of seconds, not for any particular reason, but simply because his features were striking, radiating a soft glow even in the dimly lit compartment, compelling her to steal another glance before she bashfully averted her eyes. "I must go find my toad. I'll take my leave now," Hermione said, reminding them, "By the way, we're nearing Hogwarts, so you'd best change into your school uniforms." With that, she turned briskly and departed to continue her search for her toad. The compartment fell silent once more. Ron watched Hermione's retreating figure and murmured, "She seems a bit fierce." "Doesn't she?" Harry remained silent, thoughtfully touching his freshly repaired glasses. Reno picked up a chocolate frog, unwrapped it, and chuckled inwardly, the classic first encounter. Unchanged as ever. Outside, the sky darkened gradually, and a distant glimmer of lights emerged. Hogwarts was drawing ever closer. Chapter 9. The sorting ceremony. The Hogwarts Express came to a gentle halt at the pitch-black platform. The doors swung open, and young wizards poured out like sardines, the air thick with excitement and a hint of trepidation for the unknown. Reno, carrying his discreet carry-on, ambled down the steps leisurely. The night breeze, laden with the moisture from the Black Lake, greeted him, while the distant castle shimmered warmly in the twilight, its spires piercing the clouds like a slumbering giant. "First-year students, over here." A booming voice pierced through the crowd. It was Hagrid. He held aloft a lantern, his immense figure standing out starkly in the darkness. Reno followed the throng towards him, garnering numerous covert glances and hushed exclamations along the way. Evidently, his allure was further amplified by the night. "Follow me," Hagrid called, waving cheerfully, leading a group of bewildered first-years toward the lakeside. Moored at the water's edge were a dozen small boats, each capable of seating 4 or 5 students. Reno chose a less crowded boat and settled in. Just as he got comfortable, the vessel gently swayed and began to drift automatically toward the castle. The surface of the black lake lay as tranquil as a mirror, reflecting the stars above and the lights of the castle. Reno, feeling somewhat bored, gazed into the depths of the water, where he could vaguely discern massive shadows swimming below. "I've heard there's 8 giant squid in this lake." He stroked his chin, a ludicrous thought emerging in his mind, pondering the quality of the meat and whether it would be suitable for braising or boiling. A bespectacled young wizard nearby, overhearing his mutterings, nearly toppled into the water in fright. What did you say? A giant squid?" Leno raised an eyebrow. "What? Is it forbidden to speak of such things?" The young wizard hastily shook his head and retreated to the corner of the boat, regarding him as though he were mad. Leno shrugged, choosing silence. It seemed that in the realm of magic, discussing culinary methods for protecting animals was deemed rather impolite. As the small boat docked, the newcomers followed Hagrid through a tunnel, arriving before the grand entrance of the castle's great hall. Professor McGonagall awaited them, clad in a flowing emerald robe, her expression grave as she elucidated the rules of the sorting ceremony. Suddenly, Neville's toad leapt from his grasp. Quick as a flash, Neville jumped forward to retrieve it. McGonagall cast a brief glance at him, but said nothing before turning away. Once McGonagall had departed, Leno noticed Harry was being confronted by a blond boy who was undoubtedly Malfoy. The rumors from the train were true. The Chosen One had indeed arrived at Hogwarts. "I am Draco Malfoy," the arrogant boy declared, extending his hand. "You must be Harry Potter. My father mentioned you. You are quite famous." Malfoy's haughty manner elicited an involuntary chuckle from Ron, standing nearby. Draco shot a disdainful glance at Ron, wrinkling his nose as he remarked, "That red hair and shabby robes must signify you are Weasley." He then turned his attention back to Harry. "You will soon realize that certain wizarding families are of a higher status. It would be wise to avoid mingling with impoverished folk like the Weasleys. I will be a far better friend for you." As he spoke, Draco extended his hand to Harry. Furrowing his brow, Harry declined to shake it. "I can discern good from bad. I can choose my own friends. Thank you." At that moment, Professor McGonagall returned, giving Draco a sharp reprimand. Malfoy's face turned pale with anger, and with a huff, he turned away. Leno watched with keen interest, marveling inwardly. Is this the classic case of no fight, no acquaintance, though it was a one-sided rejection? Soon, McGonagall led the newcomers into the Hogwarts Great Hall. The sight within surpassed Leno's imagination, for long tables corresponding to the 4 houses, laden with an abundance of food, while the ceiling, bewitched, mirrored the starry night sky. The professors occupied the elevated platform at the front, and Leno quickly spotted the elderly bearded figure of Dumbledore, alongside the dark-robed, sullen-faced Snape. The old bee and the old bat are both present," Leno mused to himself. Dumbledore rose, his gentle voice welcoming the new students. And he took the opportunity to issue a caution. "The corridor on the 3rd floor is off-limits, and the Forbidden Forest is not to be entered lightly, unless you wish to become a pile of bones." As Leno pondered these thoughts, he soon found himself distracted, for the sorting ceremony was about to commence. An old, tattered hat was placed upon a stool, and to everyone's astonishment, it began to sing, boasting of its own prowess and the merits of the 4 houses. Once the song concluded, Professor McGonagall picked up a list and began to call out names. Hannah Abbott, a young girl, stepped forward and donned a sorting hat. Hufflepuff, the hat declared almost instantaneously. Susan Bones, heir to the Iron Hat. Terry Boot, heir to the Iron Hat. Ron Weasley. Ron nervously approached the stool, and without a moment's hesitation, the hat proclaimed Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. Hermione nearly sprinted forward, and the hat lingered upon her head for a brief moment before announcing Gryffindor. Finally, the most anticipated name was called. Harry Potter. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on the dark-haired boy. Harry took a deep breath and placed the hat upon his head. It remained there for an extended period, and Leno could see Harry's brow furrowing in apparent contention with the hat. On the high platform, Snape's grip tightened around his goblet, his knuckles turning white. After what felt like an eternity, The hat finally bellowed, "Gryffindor!" The long table of Gryffindor erupted in thunderous applause, Ron enthusiastically banging on the table, and Hermione smiling as she clapped. At last, it was Leno's turn. Leno Sorens. As he stepped forward, he could distinctly hear gasps from the various houses, particularly from the girls, their eyes sparkling like stars, and had the occasion permitted, they might have leaped forward in excitement. Leno maintained his composure as he sat upon the stool, and Professor McGonagall gently placed the sorting hat upon his head. The moment the hat made contact with his hair, a startlingly loud exclamation erupted from within, startling everyone in attendance. "Wow!" Leno exclaimed. Immediately, a voice resonated in his mind with astonishment. "My heavens! What is this? This magic, this soul, who are you?" Confused, Leno replied, "I am Leno Sorens. Are you blind?" "No, this is impossible. No wizard has ever been like this. You are simply a monster." "No, even more extraordinary than a monster." The sorting hat shouted excitedly in his mind. "Wait, this power and this wand, goodness. You actually—" It abruptly fell silent, caught in a peculiar hush. Growing impatient, Leno prompted, "Hey, hat, are you going to make a decision or not? If not, I'll switch to another." The sorting hat seemed to awaken suddenly, exclaiming, "Do you need another hat?" Leno replied, "Huh? Is this hat mad?" The sorting hat, realizing its previous folly, cleared its throat twice and adopted a more solemn tone, albeit with a barely perceptible tremor. "Ahem, let me contemplate. You possess great intellect, and Slytherin would embrace you. Yet, your audacity is commendable, and Gryffindor has its merits too. The loyalty of Hufflepuff, the wisdom of Ravenclaw." It rambled on for quite a while before abruptly interjecting with two nonsensical phrases. "Ah, that seems unfeasible." "Then what about new?" "That appears even less feasible." Leno was utterly perplexed. What is new? Has this hat not only gone mad, but also begun to babble incoherently? Just as he felt on the verge of discarding the hat, it finally made a resolute decision and exclaimed with all its might, "Slytherin." The long table of Slytherin erupted in applause, particularly from the girls, whose eyes brimmed with adoration. However, the fervor was not as exuberant as that of other houses. Malfoy, seated at the center of the Slytherin table, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Leno sorted into his house, only to subsequently display a look of disdain. To him, this boy emerging from some dilapidated family must have stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. Leno removed the hat and casually handed it to Professor McGonagall before making his way to the Slytherin table, choosing an empty seat. The surrounding students hesitated to engage him in conversation, creating a rather delicate atmosphere. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore rose and raised his goblet. "Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. Fool, crybaby, scum, twist." Having uttered these bizarre exclamations, he promptly sat down as if nothing had transpired. Leno nearly spewed the pumpkin juice he had just swallowed. Is this the legendary headmaster's address? Truly, it is the eccentric style of Old B, whimsical and erratic. The banquet officially commenced, and an array of culinary delights materialized on the table. Leno unabashedly seized his knife and fork, indulging heartily. He noticed that Dumbledore, from his elevated platform, was secretly observing him with a gaze that conveyed curiosity and intrigue. "What are you staring at, Old B?" Leno thought to himself. "Even if you look, I shan't share a piece of my steak with you." As he savored his meal, a brave Slytherin girl beside him mustered the courage to softly inquire, "Thorns, have you studied magic anywhere before?" With his mouth full of roasted chicken, Leno mumbled, "Not anywhere. Self-taught at home." The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Self-taught, and yet so impressive? Though she was unsure what exactly was impressive, it was evident that good looks were indeed justice. Leno dismissed her astonishment, feeling rather bewildered. After all, which wizard learns magic before the age of 11 when their powers are uncontrollable? He continued to devour his meal, determined not to slight his appetite after having pilfered so many galleons from Gringotts. The feast concluded amidst a cacophony of chatter, and the heads of houses began leading the new students back to their dormitories. The head of Slytherin was an upperclassman, who led them through the dungeons with an air of arrogance, guiding them toward the common room located at the bottom of the lake. Leno trailed behind the group, observing the eerie stone walls and flickering torches, muttering to himself, "This place is as oppressive as Old Bat's office. No wonder the Slytherins are so gloomy." I wonder what peculiarities my roommate will possess. He felt a twinge of anticipation. Chapter 10. New roommate. The Slytherin common room was far more understated, or rather, somber than Leno had envisioned. The walls were of damp gray stone, adorned with portraits of medieval wizards, and a green flame flickered in the fireplace, casting an emerald hue upon everyone's faces. Pure-blood wizards gathered in small clusters on the sofas, deliberately lowering their voices, exuding an air of innate superiority. The prefect stood before a stone door, clearing his throat. The first-year dormitories are this way. The password is pureblood. Leno echoed the password along with the others, rolling his eyes inwardly. What a juvenile password, as if they were afraid others wouldn't recognize their bloodline discrimination. The stone door creaked open, and the prefect led them through an even more humid corridor, droplets of condensation visible on the walls. Leno ran his fingers along the slick moss covering the stones, pondering how the founder of Slytherin could have chosen to establish the dormitory at the bottom of the Black Lake. With this level of dampness, I doubt even socks could dry here. Glimpsing the swaying aquatic plants and the occasional school of fish outside the window, a sudden clarity washed over him. Oh, so they fashioned the dormitory into an aquarium? Will I grow gills if I stay here too long? The dormitory door was made of oak, etched with serpentine patterns. Leno took a deep breath and pushed it open. Inside, he found three familiar figures. Draco Malfoy, with his golden hair and pale face, wore an expression of arrogance. Flanking him were two tall, burly henchmen, Goyle and Crabbe, their eyes vacant. Leno thought, is this what fate has in store for me, running into him? Draco, startled to see Leno, momentarily froze, his boasting about his family's greatness abruptly silenced, as if he had swallowed a fly. His voice turned sharp. What are you doing here? At the feast, Leno's striking appearance and the commotion he caused during sorting had nearly eclipsed Harry Potter. After all, the first years had not lived through the Voldemort era, and their knowledge of Harry was limited to rumors. It was a time that valued appearances. Consequently, even Draco, the heir of the Malfoy family, found himself overshadowed, and he had been seething with frustration. Leno set down his suitcase, brushed off the dust, and replied leisurely, is that not permissible? The sorting hat arranged this. I didn't sneak in through the back door. He shot a glance at Draco. What is the matter? Is Slytherin your family's domain? Are you barring others from residing here? Draco was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing. I never said that. It's just I didn't expect someone from an unknown family like yours to make it into Slytherin. What being unknown? Leno raised an eyebrow, walking to the vacant bed by the window. At least I do not rely on my family's name to command respect. He placed his modest, unassuming suitcase at the bedside, which appeared particularly meager compared to the mountain of luggage piled next to Draco. Goyle and Crabbe opened their mouths, seemingly about to speak, but were silenced by a mere glance from Draco. With a disdainful huff, Draco turned to his followers and gestured dismissively, instructing them to ignore the two. Let us converse amongst ourselves. Thus, the ensuing moments were filled with the resonant timbre of Draco's voice echoing through the dormitory. My father has declared that once I establish my footing at Hogwarts, I shall be inducted into the Slytherin Quidditch team. Those impoverished Weasleys dare to oppose me. They truly do not know their place. Harry Potter? Merely a fortunate fool. Once I show him the prowess of a pure-blood wizard reclining against the headboard. Leno supported his chin with one hand, listening to Draco's grandiloquent monologue, internally scoffing. Is this lad capable of anything beyond boasting? He sounds like an immature child. He opened his suitcase, which contained not only a change of clothes and textbooks, but also the Elder Wand and a small box filled with Bella's treasures. He casually placed the wand beneath his pillow, muttering to himself, Old Black, it seems I must endure the company of these peculiar individuals as roommates. I apologize for your plight. The wand emitted a soft hum, as if expressing its disdain. As night deepened, the flickering candlelight in the dormitory waned. Goyle and Crabbe had long since succumbed to slumber, their snores rivaling that of a giant. Draco furrowed his brow and turned over, likely disturbed by the cacophony, mumbling incoherently about the Weasley paupers. Leno lay in bed, listening to the alternating sounds of snores and murmurs, utterly unable to drift into sleep. He pondered the sorting hat's reaction earlier that day. What had so astonished that old hat? Was it his boundless magical potential? Or perhaps the ancient Elder Wand? Or his soul as a time traveler? What did it matter? Leno yawned. Being sorted into Slytherin was not so bad. At least it placed him closer to the old bat, facilitating future emotional exchanges. He envisioned Severus Snape's expression upon witnessing him wielding the full might of Avada Kedavra, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle. Draco, stirred from slumber by the laughter, groggily inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Leno, eyes still closed, replied in a dreamy tone, "I dreamt you had transformed into a house elf, polishing my shoes." Draco, infuriated, nearly leaped from his bed, yet the remnants of sleep held him back, compelling him to glare resentfully at Leno's bed before burying his head under the covers once more. Silence reclaimed the dormitory, save for the gentle lapping of the lake against the stone walls and Goyle's distant snores. After an indeterminate time, as the rhythmic breathing of the occupants settled into a tranquil cadence, Leno quietly opened his eyes. His gaze shimmered with a startling brightness in the darkness, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. He listened intently to the sounds beyond the dormitory, his fingertips lightly tapping against the bed frame as if calculating something. The dormitory beneath the Black Lake, though damp, offered a singular advantage: tranquility and seclusion. Tonight seemed an opportune moment to explore the depths of the aquarium. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips as he slowly sat up. Chapter 11. Nocturnal stroll at the castle as Reno stealthily slipped out of the dormitory. The Slytherin common room was left with only the flickering green flames of the fireplace and the soft breaths of the sleeping wizards in the portraits. He moved like a nimble cat along the stone walls of the dungeons, his footsteps nearly soundless. With boundless magical prowess, he effortlessly evaded the rudimentary anti-intrusion spells, easily shaking off the wandering Filch and Mrs. Norris with a simple disillusionment charm. A nocturnal exploration of Hogwarts was a fitting tribute to his identity as a traveler from another realm. Gently stroking his chin, Reno strolled through the deserted corridors as if meandering in his own garden. He compared his route with the notes he had meticulously recorded on the map during the day, deliberately circling the entrances of various classrooms. The door to the Transfiguration classroom was crafted from oak, adorned with serpent engravings. The potions classroom lay in the basement, and even from a distance, the acrid scent wafted towards him, undoubtedly the lair of the old bat. The charms classroom, however, was spacious, with a view of the Quidditch pitch beyond the window. Satisfied with his reconnaissance, Reno nodded approvingly, confident that he wouldn't navigate the castle like Harry and Ron, lost in a labyrinthine maze come morning. He even conjured a small daisy in a flower pot outside the herbology classroom, a whimsical token of his visit. After wandering the castle for over half an hour, Reno began to feel a twinge of boredom. The old bee's castle, it seemed, lacked the charm of his own dilapidated estate. Yawning, he turned towards the castle's exterior, seeking the fresh breeze by the Black Lake, perhaps hoping for a serendipitous midnight snack. The night at the Black Lake was imbued with an eerie allure. The water appeared dark and murky, resembling a vast slab of obsidian, occasionally disrupted by schools of fish creating ripples. The reeds along the shore rustled in the nocturnal breeze, while the silhouette of the forbidden forest loomed in the distance like a slumbering behemoth. As Reno approached the lake's edge, he spotted a massive shadow lying motionless in the shallows. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a giant squid. The creature seemed stranded, its tentacles weakly flapping against the surface, appearing to be on the brink of death, even its usually formidable eyes half closed, radiating a sense of hopelessness. Crouching down, Reno stared at the giant squid for a long moment before suddenly adopting a pained expression, his tone heavy with sorrow. Alas, isn't this the magnificent creature that swam so joyfully in the lake during the day? How unfortunate to be stranded. Such a pity. He pretended to wipe away non-existent tears and reached out to touch the squid's tentacle. Fear not, I shall assist you in returning to the lake. However, it is too dark here. I can hardly see the way. Pausing for a moment, he spoke earnestly. Let us conjure some light. It would facilitate our task. No sooner had he spoken, a ghostly green light suddenly flickered from his fingertips, tracing a blinding arc along the dark lakeside, an unmistakable manifestation of the dreaded killing curse. The green light zipped past the giant squid's head, splashing into the distant waters with a resounding crash. Reno watched the unresponsive surface of the lake, scratching his head in feigned innocence as he muttered, "Oh, my apologies, I slipped. I used the wrong spell. Initially, I had intended to showcase a flickering glow. However, the once feeble giant squid, upon catching sight of that verdant luminescence, appeared as though it had been enchanted by a spell to rapidly enlarge, its eyes widening in alarm. It unmistakably recognized that this light heralded its imminent demise, capable of transforming it into a mere puddle of squid sauce. In the next instant, this colossal creature erupted with an astonishing will to survive. Its previously listless tentacles suddenly brimmed with strength, and without a moment's hesitation, it forcefully tore away a tentacle ensnared within a crevice of stone. Harnessing this raw power, its massive form leapt into the depths with a resounding splash, its tail nearly leaving a phantom in its wake, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the obsidian waters, not even a bubble remaining in its departure. Leno watched the giant squid's hasty retreat, casting a glance at the tentacle still twitching on the ground, which was thicker than his entire body. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, "I truly wish to assist you. Why do you flee?" He approached, grasping the tentacle, still reeking of the lake's brine, weighing it in his hands. Such a robust specimen would indeed be a waste to discard. After all, it was the giant squid that had severed it. He could not be accused of theft. Leno nonchalantly stowed the tentacle into his inconspicuous expandable briefcase, which audibly clicked as it effortlessly consumed this prize, which was several times larger than itself. The night's haul was rather satisfactory. He patted the briefcase and turned toward the castle, eager to return and contemplate the culinary potential of the giant squid's tentacle. By the time he reached the Slytherin dormitory, dawn was fast approaching. Leno quietly pushed the door open, and just as he reached his bedside, he heard Draco's groggy voice from behind, laced with palpable impatience. "Where have you been? Returning at such a late hour?" Clearly, he had been roused by the door's creaking. Leno turned, wearing a playful smile that invited speculation, and replied earnestly, "I went fishing. Do you believe me?" Draco rubbed his eyes and sat up, catching sight of the unremarkable briefcase in Leno's hand, scoffing derisively. "Fishing? In the Black Lake? Do you think I would buy such nonsense?" He rolled his eyes, convinced Leno was up to some nefarious business. Leno shrugged, unwilling to elaborate. "Believe it or not, it's your choice." He returned to his bed, shoving the briefcase beneath it. Draco opened his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by the thunderous snores of Goyle nearby, casting a resentful glare at Leno's back before muttering "madman" and flopping back to sleep. The dormitory fell silent once more. Leno closed his eyes, yet a subtle smile played upon his lips. He could sense the faint moisture emanating from the giant squid's tentacle within the briefcase beneath his bed. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the first class. He pondered to himself, uncertain if the potions lesson with the old bat would prove more intriguing than handling the giant squid's appendage. Outside the window, the sky began to brighten with the soft glow of dawn. A new day was about to commence. Chapter 12. Transfiguration. The morning sun streamed through the stained glass windows of Hogwarts, casting dappled patterns of light upon the floor of the Transfiguration classroom. Leno, arms crossed, was the first student to step into the room. The podium stood desolate, save for a plump tabby cat perched atop the lesson plans, its emerald eyes vigilantly scanning the classroom. Without a doubt, Leno deduced with the mere tip of his toes that Professor McGonagall was on duty. Our feline guardian is quite diligent today," he mused, selecting a seat by the window and casually placing his elderberry wand upon the desk. The dark wand shimmered with subtle golden patterns in the sunlight, capturing the attention of several passing Slytherin students. No sooner had he settled in than a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Side quest activated. Master Transfiguration. Quest requirement: be the first student to successfully transfigure a matchstick into a needle during this lesson. Quest reward: Master-level Transfiguration talent. Leno raised an eyebrow. This task arrived rather opportune. He cast a glance at the tabby cat on the podium, ready to showcase his skills to the esteemed professor. Before long, the classroom filled with students. Most Slytherins sat upright, while the Gryffindors were in a cacophony of chatter. Just as the class bell was about to ring, the classroom door burst open, and Harry and Ron dashed in, breathless, their hair tousled and buttons askew. "We're not late, are we?" Ron panted, leaning against the doorframe. Their eyes swept the room, and upon seeing only the cat at the podium, they exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet. Harry was about to speak when the tabby cat suddenly shimmered with silver light, spinning in place before transforming into Professor McGonagall. Clad in a flowing emerald robe, her expression stern. Harry and Ron were taken aback. With arms crossed, McGonagall's gaze pierced through them like icicles. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, it appears you are not well versed in the concept of punctuality in transfiguration. Perhaps I should transfigure you into a pocket watch or a map to better illustrate the importance of timeliness. After a brief pause, her attention shifted to Leno, her tone softening slightly. Look at Mr. Thorne's, who arrived 10 minutes early. Slytherin earns a point for his punctuality. Leno exchanged a knowing wink with Harry and Ron, whose faces paled. The transfiguration lesson commenced in earnest. McGonagall elucidated the fundamental principles of transfiguration, transitioning from the transformation of objects to the precise control of magical energy. Her words flowing rapidly like a machine gun. The students below scribbled fervently, while Leno listened with a lackadaisical demeanor. After all, a master-level talent awaited him as a reward, rendering these foundational theories akin to nursery rhymes. All right, that concludes our theoretical discussion. McGonagall picked up a matchstick. Now, take your wands and attempt to transfigure it into a needle. Remember, concentrate and softly articulate. No, that is incorrect. The incantation for transfiguration is a simplified reference to the general incantation, and your movements must be steady. Instantly, the students grasped their matchsticks and wands, and a cacophony of uneven incantations filled the classroom. Reno's matchstick transformed into a bent piece of iron wire, still flickering with embers. Hermione's match trembled slightly, its tip sharpening just a tad, yet it was far from resembling a needle, while Harry's match exploded into sawdust. Reno languidly picked up a match, casting a glance at his Elder Wand. With boundless magical energy amplified by 300 spells, it should be child's play, right? He gently waved his wand, exerting minimal effort, merely whispering a phrase. Under the watchful eyes of all, the ordinary match first glimmered faintly, then elongated at a visible pace, narrowing until its tip became razor-sharp, transforming into a standard, glimmering silver sewing needle, which settled securely in his palm. The entire process flowed as naturally as a breath. Reno raised an eyebrow, about to set it down when a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Master Transfiguration. Reward. Master-level Transfiguration talent. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge regarding transfiguration surged into Reno's mind, from the basics of object transformation to the intricacies of complex animal metamorphosis. Even the principles of animagy became strikingly clear, as though he had practiced for decades. Of course, it was limited to theory. How timely this talent had arrived, he mused, feeling a surge of joy. Professor McGonagall on the podium had evidently witnessed the spectacle as well. She adjusted her glasses, her tone imbued with a hint of astonishment. Well done, Mr. Thorne. A perfect transformation. Slytherin gains 5 points. A murmur of admiration rippled through the classroom, with Hermione agape in surprise and Ron wide-eyed. How did he do that? While basking in the praise, Reno felt a twinge of boredom at merely transforming needle. Fixating on the needle in his palm, a whimsical idea struck him. With a subtle twist of his wrist, a glimmer danced at the tip of his Elder Wand. In an instant, the tiny needle elongated and thickened, its tip sharpening significantly until it morphed into a gleaming silver axe, the blade reflecting a chilling light under the sun. The entire class gasped in shock. Professor McGonagall nearly spat out the tea she had just sipped. Reno, still unsatisfied, twisted his wrist once more. The axe instantaneously transformed into a comb, which he playfully used to comb his hair. It then morphed into a small teacup, steam wafting from it. Finally, with a snap, it reverted back to the needle, then leisurely transformed back into a match. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, adorned with a casual smile, as if he were merely playing with the simplest of toys. The classroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. The Gryffindor students were left slack-jawed, while the Slytherin students wore expressions of pride, mixed with disbelief at the extravagance of his display. Professor McGonagall set down her teacup, gazing at the matchstick that had reverted to its original form in Reno's hand. Her expression complex. As a seasoned educator with decades of experience, she had encountered gifted students, yet she had never witnessed such astonishing precision and stability in transfiguration, even surpassing many upperclassmen. She inhaled deeply, her tone infused with a barely perceptible awe. Goodness, Mr. Thorne, it appears your talent surpasses my expectations. After a brief pause, her demeanor became more serious, but perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from further demonstrations, unless you wish to cleave the classroom in two with that axe. Leno shrugged and obediently placed the matchsticks on the table, murmuring to himself, I had hoped to conjure a dragon for amusement, but it seems that will not come pass. As the remaining minutes of the lesson unfolded, the atmosphere shifted to one of subtle tension. All eyes turned to Leno with a hint of reverence. Even Hermione could not resist sketching a diminutive axe in her notebook. When the bell rang, Professor McGonagall specifically called out, Mr. Thorns, please visit my office after class. Leno raised an eyebrow. Is this to present me with a certificate for being a budding transformation prodigy? He gathered his belongings and exited the classroom, the weight of various, complex gazes upon him. Already contemplating the next lesson in defense against the dark arts, curious if that instructor might prove more engaging than the old bat. Chapter 13. The dual genius of transfiguration and potions. Upon leaving the transfiguration classroom, Leno strolled leisurely towards Professor McGonagall's office. He encountered several first-year students clutching their books in the corridor. Upon seeing him, their eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing them to collide with the wall. Being exceptionally handsome is indeed a burden, he mused, stroking his chin with insincerity. Professor McGonagall's office was cluttered with papers and quills, the air infused with the sense of ink and catnip. She sat behind her desk, grading assignments, and, upon noticing Leno's entrance, gestured to the chair opposite her. Please take a seat, Mr. Thorns. Are you calling me in to award me a certificate for my transformation prowess? Leno replied with a grin, his tone slightly cheeky. Professor McGonagall set down her quill and adjusted her glasses. I am merely curious if you have ever studied transfiguration in a systematic manner. Not at all, Leno replied. Raising his hands, it's all purely instinctive, I assure you. Professor McGonagall, clearly skeptical, chose not to press further. Instead, she retrieved a tin from her drawer. Let's test your abilities. She poured out a button and attempted to transform it into a living beetle. This task was significantly more challenging than transforming a needle, as it required imbuing the object with life. However, for Leno, who had recently acquired mastery over transfiguration, it was akin to childish play. He grasped his elder wand and lightly tapped the button, softly uttering the transformation incantation. In a flash of silver light, the button crumpled and instantaneously metamorphosed into a glossy black beetle, which waved its antennae and scuttled towards the edge of the desk. Professor McGonagall's eyelids flickered, and she produced a sheet of parchment. Now let us see if you can turn this into a dove, one that can fly. With a flick of his wand, the parchment transformed into a beam of white light, and a pure white dove flapped its wings, soaring from the desk, circling the office twice before alighting on Professor McGonagall's inkpot, leaving a small droppings behind. As she gazed at the droppings, the corners of Professor McGonagall's mouth twitched, though she did not express anger. Instead, a genuine spark of astonishment flickered in her eyes. In all my years of teaching, even in my youth, I have never encountered a student as adept as you. She paused for a moment, her tone turning serious. While talent is indeed a virtue, one must exercise caution with transfiguration. Excessive flamboyance may lead to chaos. Slytherin earns 3 points, a reward for your restraint. Only 3 points? Lennox thought, though he felt that his display was worth far more than that. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, knowing that such opportunities would arise again. Professor McGonagall, you may leave now, but do not be tardy for the next lesson. Suppressing a laugh, Lennox exited the office. As he reached the doorway, he noticed an elderly man with a white beard leaning against the corridor wall, clutching a lemon sherbet. Old B, eavesdropping is not a commendable habit, Lennox mused inwardly. Dumbledore winked at him. Ah, to be young again, Mr. Thorne. Professor McGonagall has spoken highly of you. It seems she was not mistaken. Lennox shrugged, choosing not to engage further, and turned to head towards the potions classroom. Conversing with the old wizard was too mentally taxing. It was far more intriguing to engage with the old bat. The potions classroom, located in the chilly dungeon, resembled a frigid cellar. Glass jars lining the walls contained various distorted animal specimens, including a winged lizard and writhing purple tentacles, which made Ron's face pale. As Lennox settled into his seat, he spotted Harry and Ron huddled in a corner of Gryffindor, fretting over the cauldron on their table. He waved to Harry and, seizing the opportunity before Snape's arrival, hurried over. Allow me to impart some extracurricular knowledge, Lennox whispered, his voice low and rapid. Remember these 3 questions. The powdered daffodil root combined with wormwood extract constitutes the elixir of life. The bezoar is found in a goat's stomach. The aconite and wolfsbane refer to the same plant, collectively known as aconitum. Harry, bewildered, replied, "What are you telling me this for?" "Trust me. Old Bat will pose questions shortly." Lennox reassured him with a pat on the shoulder before returning to his Slytherin seat, leaving Harry and Ron exchanging puzzled glances. Just as he settled down, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Host detected alteration of the original plot, assisting Harry in facing Snape's inquiries. Reward: mastery in potions. Effect: comprehensive understanding of all known potion theories. Mastery in brewing techniques, with a probability of developing new potions. Additionally, significantly enhances the efficacy and speed of potion making. Lennox raised an eyebrow, tapping his nose. A reward for this? It seems the Old Bat's class holds substantial value. At that moment, the classroom door creaked open. Snape, clad in his black robes, glided in like a massive bat, his cold gaze sweeping over the room, instantly silencing the previously boisterous classroom to a point where one could hear a pin drop. He approached the podium, picked up the attendance sheet, and paused momentarily as his finger traced the name Harry Potter. Oh, indeed, his voice rasped, akin to sandpaper against stone. Harry Potter, the illustrious figure. Malfoy snickered beside him, while Goyle and Crabbe followed suit with foolish laughter, only to be silenced instantly by Snape's withering glare. Setting down the attendance sheet, Snape commenced his scathing opening remarks, expounding on the precise science of potions and their role in averting death, concluding with a disdainful remark that they must not be imbeciles, which elicited an eye roll from Ron. Potter. Suddenly, Snape spoke, his dark robe sweeping across the floor. If I were to add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion, what would be the result? All eyes in the class turned to Harry, with Hermione's hand raised high. Taking a deep breath and recalling Luna's earlier words, Harry mustered the courage to respond. It's the elixir of life, sir. A potent sleeping draught. Snape's brow furrowed instantly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, clearly taken aback by Harry's response. He smirked slightly, his tone growing colder. It appears you are not quite as hopelessly dim as I presumed. He ignored Hermione and continued. Now, if I wish to locate a bezoar, where might I find one? In a goat's stomach, sir, Harry replied, his voice steadier, silently thanking Luna 100 times over. Snape's expression darkened further, the edges of his robe quivering slightly. He fixed his gaze on Harry for 3 seconds before abruptly shifting to the third question. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? There is no difference, sir. They are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite, Harry answered, exhaling quietly afterward. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Even Hermione was momentarily stunned, slowly lowering her raised hand, her eyes filled with astonishment as they fixed on Harry. Malfoy's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an egg. Snape's face was so dark it seemed capable of dripping water, his eyes boring into Harry as if attempting to pierce through him. After a long pause, he finally forced out, "Don't presume that merely reading a couple of lines makes you exceptional. In my class, you will adhere to my instructions. Sit down." Harry promptly complied, feeling beads of sweat form on his back. Just as Snape was about to commence his lecture on brewing methods, an unusual aroma wafted through the classroom. Not the acrid stench of potions, but a rich scent reminiscent of seafood stew. Everyone turned towards the source of the fragrance, noticing Luna seated at the Slytherin table. A small cauldron before her, heated by blue flames. She held a small knife, leisurely slicing something that was white and tender, revealing a segment of a giant squid's tentacle. Luna! Snape's furious shout nearly uprooted the classroom's ceiling as he stormed to her desk, his robe sweeping the ground, causing the cauldron to wobble. What are you doing? Luna looked up innocently. Making soup, Professor. I caught it last night. It's still fresh, such a waste to throw it away. Making soup. Snape's nostrils flared in indignation, pointing at the tentacle, his voice hissing like a crushed serpent. You dare use such dubious material in my potion class? Do you think this is the kitchen of the leaky cauldron, or has your brain been trampled by a troll? Luna shrugged, just processing some catch and practicing a bit. Practicing? Snape scoffed, his eyes sharp as poisoned daggers. It seems Slytherin has produced another arrogant fool. Do you believe you comprehend potions? He suddenly raised his voice, posing a challenging question. Tell me, Luna, how would you purify the toxin of sneezewort without destroying its volatility? This was a technique reserved for advanced students. leaving even Hermione momentarily speechless. Leno's actions with the tentacles remained unceasing as he casually remarked, "Soak them in the dew of a full moon night for 3 days." During which time, continuously infuse a faint magical power through the tip of a beach wand and filter using a silver mesh while avoiding copper vessels. "It's quite elementary, Professor." Snape's pupils constricted as he inquired further. "Then tell me, how much fire lizard blood must be added to the modified enthusiasm potion to counteract its hyperactive side effects?" 3¼ ounces, Leno replied without lifting his gaze, tossing the chopped tentacles into the cauldron. "And it must be the blood of an adult male fire lizard. The female's blood would introduce manic factors. It's detailed in Chapter 3 of Advanced Potion Making, Professor." He even added, "However, I believe that adding ½ an ounce of phoenix tail feather ash would yield better results, promoting emotional stability, just a little enhancement of my own." The underground classroom was eerily silent, with even the sound of breathing becoming audible. All present were astonished by the strikingly handsome Slytherin freshman, who not only excelled in transfiguration, but also possessed a profound understanding of potions, even to the point of casually enhancing formulas. Snape's face fluctuated between shades of green and white as he stared at Leno for a full 10 seconds, his hands clenched tightly beneath his robes. He clearly did not anticipate that this newcomer, who had stolen Draco's thunder, was genuinely knowledgeable about potions, to the extent of being able to improve recipes on the fly. Yet, the nature of his sharp tongue forbade him from offering any praise. He scoffed coldly, his tone as biting as ice shards. "So you dare to disrupt the class just because you understand a bit of theory? Even if you do comprehend, you must abide by my rules." After a brief pause, his gaze swept over the Slytherin crest with a complex expression, as if he had made a significant decision, and he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "Slytherin loses 1 point." Deductions from his own house's points were perhaps the most humiliating moment of Snape's teaching career. Leno, puzzled, asked, "Just 1 point off?" Snape's expression darkened further as he turned to leave, throwing back a remark. "Keep a close watch on your cauldron. Anyone who disrupts again will face writing magical potions and bruise 100 times." Leno watched his retreating figure, amused, thinking, "The old bat is so furious. His tail is nearly standing on end." He sprinkled some spices into the cauldron, enhancing the aroma further, which caused the surrounding Slytherin students to swallow discreetly. The potion class continued in this peculiar atmosphere, with Snape watching Leno closely, as if guarding against a thief, yet refraining from further inquiries, likely fearing another rebuttal. When the bell rang, Leno's squid tentacle soup was ready, steaming invitingly. He even transformed the soup into small, delicate dumplings with his wand, neatly arranging them on a silver platter. As Snape left, he shot Leno a fierce glare, which seemed to convey a silent warning. Leno picked up a dumpling, blew on it, and mused to himself, "The old bat's class is rather interesting, albeit with a bit of a temper." He glanced out the window, realizing there was still some time before Charms class. Next, he would meet Professor Flitwick. "I wonder if the Charms professor will appreciate my Lumos spell?" He tucked the silver platter into his pocket and strolled leisurely out of the underground classroom, followed by a gaggle of students discreetly sniffing the air, for the soup did indeed smell delightful. Chapter 14. The green light in Charms class. The Charms classroom was considerably brighter than that of Potions, with sunlight streaming through the windows and casting a warm glow on the floor. A delicate scent of lavender wafted through the air, likely a magical aroma added by Professor Flitwick to help ease the students' minds. The diminutive professor stood atop a stack of books that towered above him, his voice ringing out like a wind chime. "Good morning, children. Today we shall learn a fundamental yet practical spell, the levitation charm. Remember, the pronunciation must be smooth, and the wand movement should trace a graceful arc." Leno lounged lazily against the back of his chair, twirling his elder wand between his fingers. Possessing an exceptional talent for charms, he could master not only the levitation charm, but even more complex defensive spells with just a glance. Indeed, when Professor Flitwick completed his demonstration and encouraged the students to practice, Leno merely waved his wand nonchalantly at the feather resting on the table, softly uttering the incantation. The feather soared into the air, performing a waltz that was more extravagant than the professor's own display, twirling, diving, and aligning itself in a dazzling formation. The surrounding students were unfazed. After all, this was the same boy who had transformed a matchstick into an axe just that morning in Transfiguration class. The Slytherin students wore expressions of pride, while the Gryffindor side bore looks of resignation. Only Hermione remained engrossed in her practice, muttering to herself as she corrected her pronunciation. "Excellent, Mr. Thorne's." Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a child discovering sweets. He scampered over, stepping gingerly on the books. "Have you studied the levitation charm before? It's simply perfect." Leno paused, allowing the feather to drift gently into his palm, smiling as he replied, "I've learned just a bit. Merely the basics." "Just a bit? This is far more than just a bit," Flitwick exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could you demonstrate the Lumos spell? "I wish to observe your control of magic." Leno raised an eyebrow and lifted his wand towards the ceiling. A blinding white light erupted from the tip of his wand, instantly filling the entire classroom, bright enough to rival the midday sun and overshadowing even the sunlight streaming in from outside. Several students, caught off guard, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "Ouch!" exclaimed Professor Flitwick, stepping back while shielding his eyes, though his tone was filled with admiration. "It's so bright. It's as if you've captured the entire day within this classroom." Leno chuckled softly, retracting his magical energy. "If you desire such an effect, one could simply try a Muggle light bulb. It's energy efficient and environmentally friendly." "A light bulb?" Flitwick tilted his head, clearly unfamiliar with the term, yet he clapped his hands joyfully. "Regardless of what it is, your control is astounding." Inspired, Leno raised his wand once more. This time, the light that emanated from the tip was not white, but a haunting green, reminiscent of the prelude to an unforgivable curse, casting eerie shadows across the classroom. The smile vanished from Professor Flitwick's face, his little mustache twitching slightly as a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Mr. Thorne's, perhaps we can forego this color demonstration. It's quite impressive, truly." He quickly waved his hands. "Slytherin gains 5 points. Please, let us return to practicing the levitation charm." Leno observed the anxious demeanor of the elderly professor, secretly amused. It seems that the bald man devoid of a nose has left quite an impression on him. He shrugged, dispelling the green glow. The afternoon flying lesson was set to take place at the Quidditch pitch, where the sun shone brilliantly and the grass resembled a lush carpet. The first-year students stood at the edge of the field, gazing at the array of seemingly worn-out broomsticks, their wooden handles marred with cracks, some even half-balled to bristles. Can such shabby brooms truly be called flying brooms? Draco, arms crossed, glanced disdainfully at the broom beneath him, his tone dripping with arrogance. "My father has already ordered me the latest model, the Nimbus 2000, which is 100 times superior to this heap of rubbish." Goyle and Crabbe chuckled foolishly beside him. Leno stroked his chin, pondering, "I wonder if the system might grant me a flying master talent? After all, with my boundless magical power, it would be a pity not to become a Quidditch star." He waited for a while, but his mind remained silent, devoid of any system notifications. "TSK, it seems there is indeed a disparity in treatment." Feeling somewhat dejected, Leno kicked the broom beneath him. It appeared that flying would depend on his own efforts. Madame Hooch, clad in a wine-red flying robe, strode over with great authority, her voice booming louder than Hagrid's. "Everyone stand at attention. For your first flying lesson, no one is allowed to show off. First, practice summoning your brooms." She demonstrated with a shout, and her broom immediately soared into the air, landing steadily in her palm. "Now give it a try." The students immediately began to call out to their brooms, resulting in a cacophony of outcomes. Ron's broom tumbled on the ground, nearly poking his eye. Harry's broom trembled and barely lifted off. Hermione's broom remained motionless, causing her face to flush with frustration. Leno joined in the fray, and to his astonishment, the rickety broom beneath him seemed to awaken, soaring into the air with a whoosh, performing a graceful spin before gently nudging his palm with its bristles before obediently descending. Its demeanor was as endearing as a dog seeking a treat. Leno looked down at the broom in his hand, realizing the truth. It was not that the broom possessed a spirit, but rather that his boundless magical power had exuberantly activated the latent magical sensitivity of this ordinary broom. "Well, that is a pleasant surprise." He caressed the broomstick, feeling a rare sense of satisfaction. Just as Madame Hooch instructed everyone to attempt flying off the ground, an unexpected incident occurred. Neville, unsure of what transpired, had barely lifted his feet from the ground when his broom suddenly shot upwards like a mad creature, sending him spiraling through the air while screaming, gripping the broomstick tightly, his face turning pale. "Neville, Hold on. Madame Hooch shouted in alarm, ready to rush over to rescue him. According to the original narrative, Neville would subsequently fall and break his wrist. However, Leno, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, subtly moved his fingers in a wandless spell, casting a silent and precise charm that landed squarely on Neville. The once wildly ascending broomstick abruptly slowed, as if grasped by an invisible hand, swaying gently before it descended, finally landing with a soft thud that placed Neville safely upon the grass. Lying on the ground, Neville took a moment to regain his composure. Though his arm bore a minor scrape, he had sustained no serious injuries. Mrs. Hooch rushed over, inspecting him with a furrowed brow, perplexed. How curious that it suddenly decelerated. Neville, did you manage to stabilize it on your own? Neville, still dazed, shook his head in confusion. I don't know, madam. Leno stood nearby, feigning indifference to the incident, inwardly mused, no need for gratitude. After all, I am a benevolent classmate. During the subsequent flying practice, Leno adhered to a rather standard performance, which, of course, was commendable relative to his own previous efforts. He effortlessly soared at a height of 2 meters, executing a few simple dives, his prowess surpassing that of Harry and Ron, yet not reaching a level of remarkable distinction. Draco, observing Leno's steadiness in flight, felt a surge of anger that turned his face a shade of green. In a fit of spite, he deliberately collided with Leno as he flew past, only to find his own broom wobbling dangerously, nearly sending him tumbling. Pathetic, Leno shot him a glance before accelerating away. Later that evening, upon returning to the dormitory, and just as Leno had removed his flying cloak, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, to his astonishment, he found Severus Snape standing there. The dark figure, clad in his ever-constant black robe, bore an expression as grim as a stormy sky, his tone frigid. Sorns, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence. Leno raised an eyebrow. The old beseeks me? What for? Snape's lip twitched, clearly displeased by the moniker, yet he refrained from elaborating. With a curt statement that the headmaster awaited him, he turned and departed, the hem of his robe whispering against the stone walls of the corridor. Leno stroked his chin, curiosity piqued, summoned by the headmaster so soon after the term commenced. What an impressive standing I must possess. He donned a fresh robe and strolled leisurely toward the main castle. At last, he found himself before the stone door leading to the headmaster's office, clearly anticipating the famed password that required intellect to decipher, a secret not known to all. Leno regarded the door knocker, a playful smile curving his lips. What might this password be? Lemon sherbet or cockroach cluster, perhaps? Chapter 15. Bribing the headmaster, Leno gazed at the eagle-headed door knocker, pondering whether to guess lemon sherbet or chilled lemonade, when suddenly, with a soft click, the door swung open on its own. How remarkably intelligent. He raised an eyebrow and stepped inside. A spiral staircase ascended slowly, culminating an ornately carved wooden door that opened with a gentle push. The headmaster's office was even more chaotic than he had envisioned. Silverware spun autonomously upon shelves, while countless portraits of wizards adorned the walls, all casting him curious glances. At the center of the room stood a large pen sieve, flanked by towering mounds of candy. Most striking of all was a golden phoenix, perched languidly on the windowsill, preening its feathers and barely lifting its eyelids at his entrance. The sorting hat lay carelessly in the corner of the desk, its brim drooping like an old man basking in the sun. Dumbledore was absent. Leno's gaze fell upon the grand chair of the headmaster, upholstered in soft velvet, exuding an inviting comfort. He glanced around cautiously before tiptoeing over and plopping down into the seat. Ah, quite comfortable indeed. Leaning back against the chair, he even swayed slightly. Old Bumblebee certainly lived well, far superior to the rickety chairs of my estate. Just as he contemplated reaching for the silverware on the desk, a gentle voice suddenly interrupted from behind him. Quite comfortable, isn't it? I think so too. Leno jumped up as if a cat had its tail stepped on, turning to see Dumbledore standing behind him, a steaming cup in hand, wearing his signature smile. Principal, Leno stammered, clearing his throat in an effort to appear less guilty. When did you arrive? Just as you remarked on how well old Bumblebee enjoys life, Dumbledore replied, strolling to the desk and nonchalantly taking a seat, even propping his legs up on the tabletop, adopting the demeanor of a sunbathing elder. Fear not, Mr. Sorns, I am not Severus Snape. You needn't be so tense. Leno rolled his eyes internally. It's not every day that old Dumble pops up unexpectedly behind you. Who wouldn't feel anxious? Moreover, Comparing a headmaster to a potions professor seems rather unfair. He maintained a serious facade, inquiring, "So, headmaster, what brings you to summon me?" "Oh, nothing of great significance," Dumbledore replied, swinging his legs casually. "The professors have been speaking quite highly of you lately. McGonagall mentioned your remarkable talent in transfiguration. Flitwick praised your exceptional control over spells. And even Severus, well, at least he didn't call you foolish." Leno raised an eyebrow. "So, you're here to award me a certificate of excellence?" Dumbledore chuckled lightly, straightening up, his gaze peering through his half-moon spectacles with a hint of curiosity. "I am merely intrigued. Did you truly study magic systematically before?" "Ah, here it comes." The question he anticipated. Leno donned a knowing expression, his tone laced with shameless pride. "I have dabbled a bit, but not extensively. I suppose it's my exceptional talent." Dumbledore, likely inwardly critiquing Leno's audacity countless times, maintained a smiling demeanor reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. "I see. Indeed, a rare genius." As he spoke, he retrieved a transparent bag from his drawer, filled with dark, cockroach-like creatures, the infamous cockroach clusters of the magical world. "Care for some?" Dumbledore held up the bag as if offering a delicacy. "They're made of chocolate and taste rather good." Leno gazed at the pile of cockroaches, his stomach churning, and quickly waved his hand. No thanks. Do you honestly believe I would enjoy chocolate that resembles cockroaches?" "Oh." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, retracting the bag. What a pity. Just as Leno believed that the amicable discussion was drawing to a close, Dumbledore unexpectedly shifted the conversation, posing a question that left him momentarily taken aback. "How is Derek's health?" Leno was stunned. "Derek? Are you referring to Evan Derek? That is the name of the old housekeeper. How could Olby possibly know Evan?" Dumbledore nodded, his smile slightly diminished. "I encountered him many years ago. He is a remarkably reliable individual." He offered no further explanation, merely taking a gentle sip of his drink, casually stating, "Just a simple inquiry." Leno mused internally. Olby truly knows everything. Yet, he was disinclined to delve deeper. After all, Evan was merely a loyal old steward, with nothing to conceal. "He should be well. Just yesterday he was reminding me that the roof of the manor needs repairs," Leno replied nonchalantly. "That is good to hear." Dumbledore set down his cup and rose, declaring, "There is nothing more. You may take your leave." As Leno reached the threshold, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to halt. It was a rare visit to the headmaster's office. He simply couldn't depart without leaving some form of memento. He retrieved a small paper pouch from his pocket, containing 2 round morsels made from the giant squid's tentacle soup during potions class. "Headmaster, please accept this," Leno offered sincerely. "Perhaps you might consider trying this rather ordinary-looking fare." Dumbledore regarded the morsels, then glanced at Leno and chuckled softly. "Is this a bribe for the headmaster?" "Let it be so." Leno shrugged and turned to leave, adding, "Enjoy at your leisure. I shall take my leave now." As he opened the door and had yet to descend the staircase, he heard Dumbledore's voice behind him. "Mr. Thorne's. Where are these morsels made from?" Without turning back, Leno waved his hand dismissively. A secret. Observing Leno vanish at the stairwell, Dumbledore picked up one of the round morsels, bringing it to his nose to catch a hint of the delicate seafood flavor mingled with herbal aromas. Surprisingly pleasant. He held the morsel up to the window, where Fawkes the Phoenix sat, giving it a gentle shake. "What do you think? Should I sample it?" Fawkes elegantly tilted his head, emitting a clear trill, leaving Dumbledore uncertain whether it was an endorsement or a disapproval. With a light chuckle, Dumbledore placed the morsel in his mouth, slowly chewing. The taste is quite agreeable, far more inventive than a heap of cockroaches." He approached his desk, gazing at the chair that Leno had recently occupied, his expression gradually deepening in contemplation. The Thorne's family, Evan Derek and this Leno Thorne's. He caressed the silverware atop his desk. "An intriguing young man. I hope you do not bring too many surprises to Hogwarts." The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated the half-eaten squid morsel on the desk, casting light on the complex glimmer that briefly flickered in the old headmaster's eyes. Chapter 16. Potions and Defense Against the Dark Arts. As Leno arrived at the dormitory door, he was met with Draco's piercing voice from within, akin to a canary whose tail had been stepped on. "What is so impressive about being adept at transfiguration and charms? Surely, he must have practiced secretly at home for several years. Yet he has the audacity to claim extraordinary talent. In my eyes, he is merely a pretender, a charlatan." Goyle echoed in a deep, resonant voice. Indeed, a fraud. Crabbe was more direct, emitting a silly chuckle, perhaps mistaking the term fraud for some kind of snack. Leno raised an eyebrow, pausing momentarily at the door. Quite impressive, this golden-haired peacock, adept at speaking ill of others behind their backs. He gently pushed the door open, and the sounds within the room abruptly ceased. Draco straightened up like a thief caught in the act, feigning to tidy his bed. Goyle and Crabbe swiftly turned their heads, their eyes darting around like two large dogs that had committed a transgression. "Oh, what are we discussing that is so lively?" Leno entered with a cheerful smile, seemingly oblivious to the previous conversation, and walked straight to his bedside. "I thought you were debating whether the moon would be full tonight." Draco snorted dismissively, turning his head. "What does it matter to you?" Leno said nothing in reply. As he lay down, his hand discreetly reached beneath the bed, where a black and yellow spherical potion bottle was hidden, affixed with a note in his scrawled handwriting proclaiming it to be his exclusive concoction of Stink Potion, version 10. This new creation had been devised during potions class while Snape was distracted writing on the board, mixing squid ink with various fermented herbs. Aimed at being silent yet soul-piercingly foul. Initially intended for the old bat, it seemed fitting to allow his three roommates a taste of it first. Leno feigned to roll over, his fingers subtly moving as a faint magical force nudged the potion bottle to the center of the dormitory. The cork loosening with a soft pop. He closed his eyes, a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his lips. In the next moment, an indescribable stench began to permeate the dormitory, reminiscent of rotting eggs mingled with the muck of a sewer, laced with the sour odor of spoiled sauerkraut, its potency overwhelming, swiftly filling the entire space. "Cough! What is that horrendous smell?" Draco was the first to leap up, covering his nose, his face turning a sickly green. "Goyle, is it you again, not washing your feet?" Goyle quickly shook his head, his face flushed. "No, it's not me." He pointed toward the center of the dormitory, where a faint black and yellow mist was drifting. Crabbe fared the worst, perhaps inhaling too deeply, as he covered his mouth and rushed to the doorframe, retching violently. Nearly in tears, Leno lay in bed, his head covered by the blanket, his shoulders trembling, not from suppressed laughter, but from the sheer assault of the odor. TSK. It seems the concentration was too high. He mused to himself. Next time I must dilute it tenfold, or it could be deadly. That night, the Slytherin dormitory became the most invigorating spot in the entire castle. Draco changed beds thrice, yet the stench pursued him relentlessly. Goyle and Crabbe opted to huddle in the corridor, preferring to be scolded by the prefect rather than enter the room. Only Leno, fortified by the protective charm he had cast, was able to somewhat mitigate the odor, sleeping soundly and even dreaming of feasting on barbecued delicacies. The following morning, Leno was awakened by Draco's death glare, framed by dark circles under his eyes. With golden hair styled in a chaotic mess, the young peacock bore a striking resemblance to one that had been unceremoniously plucked from a stinking ditch, his eyes rimmed with red. The sight of him stirred a vexation in others, yet he lacked the strength to utter a curse, likely due to having inhaled too much noxious gas the previous night, leaving his voice as hoarse as a broken bell. Leno stretched lazily, feigning surprise. "Oh, did you all not sleep well last night? Did you have a nightmare?" Draco, however, harbored a singular desire to plunge Leno's head into a bottle of foul-smelling potion. The classroom for defense against the dark arts was located on the third floor of the castle. Upon entering, a pungent aroma of garlic assaulted the senses, nearly causing Leno to regurgitate the breakfast he had consumed the previous day. Standing at the lectern was a man shrouded in layers of fabric, his head wrapped tightly with only his terrified eyes visible, stuttering as he spoke. It was Professor Quirrell, host to Voldemort's presence. "Good morning, students." Quirrell's voice trembled like a sieve, his hands unsteady with the textbook. "Today, we will cover the basic theories of defense against the dark arts." Leno raised an eyebrow, contemplating. Has this man draped himself in the entirety of Albania's garlic harvest? Surely he has been pursued by vampires in the forest. He chose a seat at the back, observing Quirrell as he stumbled through the textbook, delivering disjointed facts about werewolves' aversion to silver, vampires' distaste for garlic, and the necessity of fire to repel ghouls, causing the students below to succumb to drowsiness. Ron rested his head on the desk, obscuring his face with the textbook, presumably catching up on sleep. Hermione furrowed her brow as her quill danced swiftly across the parchment. Whether taking notes or offering sarcastic commentary was unclear, while Harry fixated on Quirrell's turban, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Leno yawned, finding the lesson exceedingly dull. Defense against the dark arts? For someone who could wield the killing curse as a mere greeting and clutched a millennium-old elder wand, did he truly require protection from dark magic? To speak candidly, he himself was a walking source of dark magic. Any so-called dark creatures encountering him would likely kneel and call him father. He mused that he could deliver a far more captivating lecture than this garlic-infused professor. Amused, Leno discreetly cast a fresh air charm, effectively blocking out much of the garlic stench. As Quirrell continued his lecture, his gaze inadvertently swept across the back of the classroom and halted upon seeing Leno, momentarily pausing. A fleeting sharpness flickered in his exposed eyes, an intensity not characteristic of Quirrell, but rather a remnant of Voldemort lurking beneath the turban. In recent days, the professors at Hogwarts have been discussing the newcomer, Lenox Thorne, in hushed tones. McGonagall praised his extraordinary talent in transfiguration, Flitwick lauded his remarkable spell control, and even Snape, rarely one to withhold scorn, merely remarked that Leno was overly flamboyant, a scion of a once noble pure-blood family, yet possessing magical prowess rivaling that of seasoned wizards. This piqued Voldemort's interest, who had long lurked in the shadows. Quirrell's voice suddenly steadied, even becoming clearer. Thornis, what do you believe is the best method for dealing with the ghoul? Chilo's eyes were fixed intently upon him, and from beneath his turban, a faint sound of breath seemed to escape. Leno stroked his chin and, with a serious demeanor, began a jest. It's simple. Just offer him a mug of butterbeer. Who knows, you might end up as friends. He paused, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, and in a whisper that only Chilo could hear, he added, if that fails, then simply resort to Avada Kedavra. A swift resolution. Chilo's body stiffened abruptly, and a glimmer of shock and excitement flickered in his exposed eyes. He opened his mouth, as if to articulate a response, but ultimately managed only a dry, or perhaps. He gestured, please, have a seat. Leno shrugged and settled back down. He could sense a cold gaze piercing through the fabric of Chilo's turban, affixed upon him with an air of scrutiny and a hint of barely concealed avarice. Ah, it seems I've caught the attention of old Voldemort. Leno mused inwardly, feeling no stir of concern, even finding it somewhat amusing. What, does he covet my elder wand? Or is he eager to test whether my Avada has expired? He subtly curled his lips in the direction of Chilo. It appeared that this semester's defense against the dark arts class would not be as monotonous as anticipated. After all, engaging with the former host of Voldemort was far more intriguing than enduring the garlic-scented theories. Chapter 17. The teaching assistant and the three-headed dog the bell, signaling the end of the defense against the dark arts class, had just rung when Leno was about to slip away with his wand in hand, only to be halted by a voice reeking of garlic. Mr. Thorns, please wait a moment. Professor Chilo blocked the doorway, the odor of garlic nearly permeating the frame. Leno raised an eyebrow. Is there something you need? His peripheral vision swept toward the office, and he noticed an unusual distortion in the air surrounding that area, as if it had been enchanted with a silencing charm. Is old Voldemort worried about eavesdroppers? He pondered, following Chilo into the office that was suffused with a blend of garlic and low-grade perfume. The office was messier than he had anticipated, cluttered with an array of texts on dark magical creatures, and in one corner stood a crucifix, which seemed somewhat ironic. Please have a seat. Chilo gestured towards the chair opposite him, his voice suddenly more fluid. Welcome to my office, Leno. As soon as Leno settled into the chair, he heard Chilo adopt a tone of feigned gentleness. I noticed you possess considerable talent in defense against the dark arts, particularly regarding zombies and vampires. Leno rolled his eyes internally. Was there really such a thing as talent in this? Perhaps the ability to concoct excuses was more of a gift. He feigned ignorance. Oh, it's nothing special, just perusing some books. Chilo's eyes brightened, and it seemed something shifted beneath his turban. So, I was wondering if you would be willing to serve as my teaching assistant, help me organize materials, and occasionally demonstrate defensive techniques to the students. Leno paused for a moment, then burst into a grin. Hey, this aligns perfectly with my interests. Just last class, I was contemplating taking the lead, and now this opportunity presents itself. Yet he still feigned contemplation, furrowing his brow and elongating his response. A teaching assistant, you say? What if I were to decline? No sooner had the words left his lips than Chilo's expression froze, and a flicker of crimson light ignited in his once timid gaze, resembling two clusters of burning ghostly flames, causing the temperature in the office to drop several degrees. Yet that crimson light flickered and vanished in an instant, and he reverted to his usual submissive demeanor, rubbing his hands as he stammered, "And no, it's quite all right. Refusal is perfectly normal." Inside, Leno was fully aware of the underlying tension. Enough of this. Old Voldemort is likely on the verge of casting an Avada Kedavra on me. A smile crept across his lips as he seized the opportunity. However, being a teaching assistant does sound rather intriguing. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze unabashedly hinting at his desire for benefits. "Is there any advanced magic tutoring available? I can't be relegated to teaching first years about flickering lights indefinitely, can I?" Quirrell fell silent. The only sound in the office was the faintest breath escaping from beneath his headscarf as Voldemort weighed his options. A few seconds later, Quirrell nodded, his voice somewhat ethereal. "Why, yes, that could be arranged. Every Friday evening, come to my office, and I shall teach you some advanced magic." It was settled. Leno rose and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, he heard Quirrell's muffled voice from within the office, as if conversing with someone, perhaps aside from Malfoy. "He might not be so bad." Leno paused, a light chuckle escaping him. "Trying to recruit me?" Old Voldemort's judgment appeared superior to his choice of hosts. He stroked his chin, lamenting, "What a pity. I have no interest in becoming a Death Eater. However, I am quite curious about his tome, the Compendium of Dark Magic." Upon exiting Quirrell's office, the corridor erupted with commotion. "Have you heard? Harry Potter has been selected by Professor McGonagall for the Quidditch team as a seeker. Is that true? He is only a first year." Professor McGonagall witnessed it herself, claiming his flying talent is extraordinary. Leno maneuvered through the throng, catching sight of Harry, surrounded by a group of Gryffindor students, his face flushed like a ripe tomato. Ron stood beside him, clapping him on the shoulder with a goofy grin, while Hermione held a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, earnestly explaining the rules to Harry. It seems that even without the flying lessons subplot from the original narrative, Harry's talents would still be unearthed, Leno mused to himself, opting not to join the fray and instead meandering deeper into the castle. As he ascended the spiral staircase, it suddenly creaked and, without warning, turned sideways, halting at a corridor on the third floor marked with a no-entry sign. Leno raised an eyebrow. "Ah, an automatic navigation to the Forbidden Zone? This staircase is rather considerate." Just as he steadied himself, three familiar figures tumbled down the staircase: Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Clearly, they had just emerged from the crowd. "What is the hold-up?" Ron groaned, rubbing his backside, and upon noticing the no-entry sign, his face turned pale. "This is the third floor's forbidden area?" Hermione adjusted her glasses, about to suggest they leave quickly, when they heard a distinct meow behind them. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was arching her back, her green eyes fixated on them, her tail held high. "Oh no, it's Filch's cat," Harry exclaimed, seizing Ron's hand as they bolted. The trio dashed into the forbidden corridor, Mrs. Norris hot on their heels. Leno, stroking his chin, found the scene oddly familiar and decided to tread lightly, stealthily following them. Suddenly, Hermione halted before a door, drawing upon her wits. She raised her wand, exclaiming, "Alohomora!" The door clicked open, and three figures tumbled in with a frantic rush. Leno squeezed in just before the door swung shut. The interior was shrouded in darkness, permeated by the scent of hay and the unmistakable odor of animals. With the faint light filtering through the crack of the door, they discerned a massive creature in the center of the room, a gigantic three-headed hound, snoring soundly, with drool pooling on the floor beneath it. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were so frightened that they dared not even breathe, covering their mouths and widening their eyes in terror. At that moment, Leno suddenly reached out, gently patting the backs of the trio, and spoke in a normal tone. "Hey, I believe you've stumbled into a forbidden area." A collective gasp erupted, echoing piercingly in the silence of the room. The three-headed beast jolted awake, its 6 crimson eyes snapping open, nostrils flaring as it sensed the commotion. The central head let out a thunderous roar, drool cascading down like a waterfall. "Run!" Harry was the first to react, seizing Ron and darting towards the door. Hermione fumbled with the lock, while Leno, trailing behind, glanced back at the beast and waved, "Good night. See you next time." Or rather, good morning. With a resounding bang, the door was locked just as the hound's paw slammed against it, causing the entire structure to tremble. The four of them scrambled down the spiral staircase until the echoes of the beast's roar faded, collapsing in the hallway corner, breathless and clutching their chests. Leno, what are you doing here? Harry, still shaken, stared at him, his hair standing on end. Leno raised an eyebrow in response. I was about to ask the same. This place is a restricted zone. Professor Dumbledore warned us on the first day that entering would turn us into a pile of bones. I knew someone would ignore the warning. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. You followed us. What else? I couldn't resist the curiosity of seeing you being chased by Mrs. Norris like rabbits, Leno shrugged. But I didn't expect you to waltz right into the Houndess den. Quite bold, bolder than Ron's appetite. Ron interjected, now is not the time for this. Hermione, supporting herself against the wall, looked pale. We need to hurry back to the dormitory. If Filch catches us. No one disagreed, and the four of them slinked back to their respective common rooms like weasels that had pilfered a hen. Upon returning to the Slytherin dormitory, Leno found Draco boasting to Crabbe about the speed of his Nimbus 2000. As Leno entered, Draco was poised to mock him. But the look Leno shot him, a warning that he would toss him to the three-headed hound if he continued, silenced him. Ah, the Forbidden Zone is quite entertaining, Leno mused. Reclining on his bed, stroking his chin, the Houndess breath had a stench more potent than Quidditch gear. Next time, he would bring a bottle of air freshener. He recalled the startled beast, a smile creeping across his face. It seemed that Hogwarts' extracurricular activities were far more thrilling than the lessons themselves. Chapter 18. Shadows and nightmares in the stillness of the Slytherin dormitory. The only sound was the gentle lapping of the lake against the stone walls. Leno was in a deep slumber, having just braided Draco's golden hair into a delicate twist in his dreams, when a chilling call yanked him into a deeper darkness. Before him stood a figure cloaked in black. Its face was obscured, and the voluminous robe billowed as if filled with the wind, floating in the void. Strangely, its hands were not merely a metaphor. They resembled withered branches, knuckles protruding, skin taut against bone, as though unearthed from millennia-old tomb. Sorns, the voice emerged, as if squeezed from a rusty pipe, sticky and clinging to his eardrums. Leno furrowed his brow. Just as he intended to raise his hand and cast an Avada to awaken the shadow, the figure suddenly expanded, its robe swelling like a small mountain, obscuring the light. In the next moment, it collapsed into a swirling mass of black mist before condensing back into a humanoid shape, now adorned with a pair of delicate black wings. Thin as parchment, their edges glowing with a ghostly light. The wings flapped twice, reminiscent of a creature from a shadow play, before it awkwardly took flight. Leno jolted awake, his chest still heaving, a trickle of cold sweat upon his brow. The candlelight in the dormitory flickered, casting shadows on Draco's furrowed brow, while Goyle's snores rumbled like distant thunder. What on earth was that? He wiped his face, perplexed, musing that even dreaming of old Voldemort would be more reasonable. He had experienced his fair share of bizarre dreams, such as transforming Snape's dark robes into a cheap-how embroidered with bats, or braiding Dumbledore's beard into twists adorned with wind chimes. He even dreamt of grooming the three-headed dog, concocting potions from its saliva, but never anything so peculiar. Could it be that his prolonged conversation with Quirrell during the day, infused with the garlic scent from his turban, had induced this hallucination? Leno clicked his tongue and turned over, attempting to return to sleep. Yet the image of the gnarled hand and black wings danced before his eyes, denying him rest. He reached for the elderberry wand beneath his pillow, suddenly seized by the whim to wander the night. Since sleep eluded him, he might as well indulge in a midnight snack by the Black Lake. As Leno slipped out of the dormitory, the castle was eerily silent, save for the ghosts drifting about. He nearly collided with nearly headless Nick, who was practicing a bow while holding his own head, nearly startling Leno into illuminating the head with a flickering light. The night by the Black Lake was even quieter than before, the water gleaming with phosphorescence, resembling a carpet of shattered diamonds. Leno found a smooth stone to sit upon, watching the schools of fish swim gracefully, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Tonight, he decided to try something different and experiment with grilling fish. He raised his wand, aiming at a plump silver-scaled fish in the water, and declared, Petri ficus totalis. A flash of silver passed, and the fish instantly froze in place, allowing him to fish it out with his spell. Leno found a sturdy branch and strung the fish onto it, just as he was about to conjure a roaring flame when a voice, sharp as ice, pierced through the night. What are you doing? Leno's hand froze in midair. the fish skewer nearly slipping into the lake. He stiffly turned around to find a familiar figure in black robes, Snape, standing 3 paces away, his robe hem dusted with grass. His expression colder than the waters of the Black Lake. Leno rolled his eyes inwardly. Wasn't he at Filch's duty to catch nocturnal wanderers? Has the old bat taken on the role of a part-time patrol captain? Yet, with an innocent smile adorning his face, he raised the fish skewer in his hand, his tone laced with a hint of awkward humor. "Professor, what a coincidence. I just caught these. They're incredibly fresh. Would you like to have one?" A sprinkle of salt makes them absolutely delightful. Snape scrutinized the skewer of fish, then glanced at the wand in Raynor's hand, which still shimmered faintly. His narrow eyes narrowed further, and his lips pressed into a straight line. Here, one could imagine Snape's internal monologue, a torrent of silent sarcasm. Soreness, he spoke, his voice as sharp as ice chiseling through stone, at 3 in the morning, by the edge of the Forbidden Forest dark lake. "You find amusement in using magic to roast fish?" I'm just unable to sleep and wanted to try something new." Raynor scratched his head, concealing the fish skewer behind him, vowing to amend his ways next time. Snape advanced 2 steps, his black robe sweeping over the grass, stirring a chill in the air. Hogwarts regulations explicitly prohibit night wandering and the use of offensive magic in non-designated areas. "Do you think these rules are written in jest?" "Of course not." Raynor lowered his head in a sincere apology, resembling a bear caught after pilfering honey. "I'll head back to sleep now. I assure you I won Tito's off in class tomorrow." Snape fixed his gaze on him for a long moment. The depths of his eyes betrayed no emotion. Raynor braced himself for a deduction of points, as it was common for the old bat to penalize students. However, Snape merely huffed, "Go back. If I catch you again, it won't be a simple reprimand." Raynor blinked in surprise. "No points deducted?" Snape's expression darkened further as he turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. "Utter another word, and 50 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Even though Raynor was aware that the old bat would never deduct even 5 points from Slytherin, let alone 50, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Professor, I'm in Slytherin." Seeming to grasp the situation, Snape retorted, "Then 1 point will be deducted from Slytherin." Wait, I'm leaving." Raynor quickly grabbed the fish skewer and dashed away, his laughter echoing by the lake long after he had vanished into the castle shadows. Watching Raynor's figure disappear into the gloom, Snape remained rooted to the spot. He lowered his gaze to the ground. Observing the skewer of fish left abandoned on a stone, the silver-scaled fish awkwardly skewered, with a few fish scales clinging to the branches, evidence of a novice's handiwork. Silently, he bent down to retrieve the skewer. The fish still bore the chilling touch of the lake, and the rough branches pricked at his fingers. His black robe fluttered gently in the night breeze, and Snape's voice, soft as a sigh, could only be heard by the ripples of the dark lake. "Your courage is certainly more commendable than that of young Malfoy." With the skewer in hand, he turned ahead toward his office. The hem of his robe swept across the grass, startling a few fireflies, which traced delicate paths of light behind him. No one knew what the ever-serious potions master did upon returning to his office. All that was known was that the following morning, a faint aroma of roasted fish wafted from his office, startling a passing house elf, nearly causing it to drop the tray it was carrying. As Raynor slipped back to the dormitory, Draco was still mumbling in his sleep, likely engaged in a dream argument with Harry. He casually tossed the uncooked fish into his suitcase, pondering it might serve as a keepsake in the future. Lying back on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, suddenly recalling the shadowy figure in his dream clad in black robes. The voice of Sans seemed to linger in his ears. Was it Old V? No. Old V's voice lacked such dryness. What could it be? Leno yawned, too lazy to contemplate further. Regardless of what it was, if it dared to provoke him, it would soon taste the formidable power of his elderberry wand. After all, if the sky were to fall, Old V would bear the brunt. He turned over, and soon, the sound of even breathing filled the room. Outside the dark lake, a silver-scaled fish flicked its tail, as if rejoicing for not being part of last night's feast. The night was still young. The tale of Hogwarts was just beginning. Chapter 19. The Ministry of Magic state of emergency and the library within the depths of the Ministry of Magic, in an underground structure far off in the White Hall. An oppressive atmosphere, more stifling than Dolores Umbridge's pink ensemble, permeated the air. Inside the minister's office, Cornelius Fudge anxiously clutched his top hat, his plump face marred with worry. A pile of documents loomed on his desk, the topmost sheet glaringly titled Follow-Up Report on the Thefts from Gringotts, Lestrange, and Related Family Vaults. Yet, aside from the standard phrases regarding the absence of survivors and the lack of substantive leads suggesting the involvement of a dark wizarding gang, the report contained little of real significance. Knock, knock, knock. A forceful rapping echoed through the room. Before Fudge could respond, a sharply dressed man with meticulously combed hair entered uninvited. It was Barty Crouch, the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department. Old Crouch's face bore little expression, but the taut corners of his mouth and the glint of malice in his eyes betrayed his simmering rage. Fudge, his voice was cold as ice. Have you seen the letters of protest from those families? Fudge sighed, removing his hat to fan himself. Barty, of course I've seen them. But there were no witnesses at the scene. All the goblins. I do not care whether there were witnesses. Old Crouch interrupted sharply. Though my son's vault primarily contained his personal belongings, what about the family's lost galleons and antiques? The Lestranges, the Yaxleys, the Rosiers, these families are pressing me for an explanation. Fudge cursed inwardly. An explanation? If I could capture the ruthless individual who wreaked havoc at Gringotts and escaped unscathed, I would have handed him over to the Dementors long ago, rather than endure your lecturing here. But he dared not voice such thoughts. Old Crouch's influence within the ministry ran deep, representing the interests of those pure-blood families, and Fudge could not afford to offend him. I've already dispatched Aurors to conduct searches. Fudge attempted to soothe him. I believe we shall have results soon. How soon is soon? Old Crouch pressed, his tone relentless. That thief was able to rob Gringotts in broad daylight, slaughter all the goblins, and even leave mocking inscriptions on the ceiling. This implies he possesses the capability to challenge the very order of the wizarding world. And you dare speak of soon? He paused, his gaze as sharp as a blade. I demand the issuance of a national alert to scrutinize all suspicious individuals, particularly at Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Fudge was taken aback. After all, it was a school filled with students. There may very well be dangerous elements among the students. Old Crouch replied coldly. Do not forget, the Dark Lord himself graduated from Hogwarts. Moreover, as far as I am aware, that institution is a melting pot with students from all walks of life. Fudge hesitated. He recognized that Old Crouch was leveraging the situation to exert pressure, yet he was genuinely fearful of someone capable of effortlessly dismantling Gringotts. If they turned their attention to Hogwarts, it would spell significant trouble. Very well, Fudge ultimately capitulated, wiping the sweat from his brow. I shall sign the alert and reinforce the presence of Aurors around Hogwarts. But, Barty, you must ensure that those Aurors do not disrupt the school's normal educational activities. Old Crouch snorted disdainfully before turning on his heel and departing, leaving Fudge alone with a stack of documents, sighing heavily. What a troublesome time, Fudge murmured to himself, adjusting his top hat, hoping that the thief would refrain from causing further mischief. Meanwhile, within the library of Hogwarts Castle, a different scene unfolded. The afternoon sun streamed through the grand, stained glass windows, casting warm patches of light upon the floor. The air was rich with the scent of old book pages and parchment, and Madame Pants glided through the shelves like a vigilant hawk, ever ready to swoop down on any student daring to speak above a whisper. Leno was sprawled across a massive oak table. A tome on history of magic spread before him, though his eyelids had long begun to droop. The causes of the medieval wizarding trials and the fairy rebellions had, in his eyes, transformed into a hypnotic incantation, the letters twisting like a troupe of dancing sprites. A faint snoring emanated from him. Ahem! Madame Pants, unbeknownst to him, had materialized before him, her bony fingers tapping sharply on the table, her gaze piercing like icicles. This is a library, Mr. Thorne's, not your bedroom. Leno jolted awake, abruptly lifting his head, a trace of suspicious drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. Rubbing his eyes, he offered an innocent smile. I apologize, Madame Pants. This book is simply too captivating. I cannot help but lose myself in it. Madame Pants clearly did not believe him, casting a skeptical glance before drifting away to another part of the library. Leno watched her retreating figure, pouting slightly. Reading is far more delightful than sleeping. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the section marked as the restricted area deeper within the library. The shelves there towered higher, the light dimmer, and Madame Pants rarely patrolled that corner. Ah, that appears to be an excellent place for a quick nap. Quietly, Leno closed History of Magic. like a cat stealthily sneaking off with a prize, and slipped into the restricted area. Indeed, the restricted area was far quieter, the air tinged with dust and the scent of ancient magic. He found a corner piled high with neglected tomes, settled onto the floor, leaned against the shelves, and soon drifted back into slumber. This time, he was undisturbed. He even dreamt of swimming in the vault of Gringotts, surrounded by shimmering galleons. He could not tell how long he had slept when a muffled conversation roused him from his slumber. "Are you certain that dog is guarding something?" A voice, tinged with uncertainty, belonged to Harry. "What else could it be?" Hermione replied, her tone lowered yet still clear. "Who would keep a three-headed dog at school? It must be guarding something of great importance. But we have scoured every book we could find, and none mention a three-headed dog in relation to Hogwarts." Ron's voice was laden with frustration. "Perhaps it is a pet the headmaster keeps?" "Ron, don't be foolish." Hermione's voice carried a hint of exasperation. "We need to think this through." It seems like it was hypnotized by music. With his eyes still shut, Leno muttered to himself, "I almost forgot. I should have brought my harmonica last night." He had no intention of greeting these three troublemakers too closely. It could only lead to mischief. Thus, he continued to feign sleep, listening as they flipped through books at the edge of the restricted section, discussing and occasionally engaging in hushed arguments. After about half an hour, it appeared they had found no clues, and their footsteps gradually faded away. Leno yawned, stretched, and prepared to return to the dormitory. Just as he reached the library's entrance, he collided with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were on their way out. The trio seemed taken aback by his presence, momentarily frozen in surprise. "Leno?" Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Ron reacted quicker, hastily grabbing a book from the shelf behind him and holding it in front of him, stammering, "We came to borrow a book." "Yes, borrow a book." Leno cast a glance at the colorful cover of the book in Ron's hands, which appeared to be a children's tale, utterly unrelated to their previous discussion about the three-headed dog. "Oh, borrowing a book, is it?" Leno nodded, maintaining a neutral expression. "Did you manage to find one?" "Of course." Ron quickly hid the book behind him, his face slightly flushed. Hermione's gaze held a note of suspicion, as if questioning whether Leno had overheard their conversation. Leno paid no mind to their subtle gestures and turned to leave. As he passed by them, he seemingly remembered something and called over his shoulder, "By the way, if you're interested in the three-headed dog, you might want to look into the legend of the Philosopher's Stone. It is said to grant immortality, certainly worth guarding by a three-headed dog." With that, he waved and walked away. The Philosopher's Stone? Immortality? Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged astonished and excited glances. "How would he know?" Ron murmured. "Never mind." Hermione seized Harry's arm. "We must investigate the Philosopher's Stone." Quickly, the trio, disregarding their book-borrowing plans, hurried off. Leno strolled back to the Slytherin common room, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Philosopher's Stone, he mused, stroking his chin. It seemed to be something concocted by old Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Surely, Voldemort must also have designs on it. He recalled the vividly colored book that Ron had been holding earlier, suddenly remembering the title emblazoned on its cover, which seemed to read the tales of Beetle the Bard. Ah, could one truly solve mysteries by perusing fairy tales? Leno chuckled softly and quickened his pace. Whether those three little ones might venture forth on an escapade due to his words was of no concern to him. After all, life at Hogwarts was rather dull. Indulging in a bit of extracurricular drama was quite welcome. Chapter 20. The Commissioner in the Astronomy Tower in the headmaster's office. Sunlight streamed through the birdcage-like windows, casting a warm glow upon the disarray of silverware on Dumbledore's desk. Professor McGonagall stood before the desk, her expression serious as a slab of butter just removed from the refrigerator. The Ministry of Magic had issued a notification that a commissioner would be dispatched to Hogwarts today. Her voice carried a hint of exasperation as she relayed that Fudge had claimed this was a measure against potential dark wizard threats, particularly highlighting the complex makeup of Hogwarts personnel. Dumbledore was playfully teasing the Phoenix Fox with a quill when he heard her words. He merely chuckled softly, tossing the quill into the ink pot. That old fellow Fudge always tends to make a mountain out of a molehill. Truly, he has become rather befuddled. Nonetheless, it may be beneficial to have those Aurors around. Perhaps they can assist Filch in catching a few nocturnal students. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. But, Headmaster, this will disrupt the normal order of teaching. She paused, adding, I can't shake the feeling that their true objective is not merely to address dark wizards, but rather the aftermath of the Gringotts incident. Am I right? Dumbledore articulated the latter part of her thought, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Let them come. Does Hogwarts truly fear a handful of Aurors? He waved dismissively. Now, Minerva, do not fret. Go prepare for your transfiguration class. We certainly wouldn't want those little rascals turning cauldrons into hedgehogs. With a sigh, Professor McGonagall turned and exited the office. Fawkes emitted a sharp trill behind her, as if mocking her concerns. In the dimly lit dungeon classroom for potions, murky green fumes wafted through the air as an unidentifiable liquid bubbled in the cauldron, emitting a foul stench reminiscent of rotten eggs mixed with spoiled cabbage. Leno rested his head on one hand, gazing vacantly at the bubbling concoction. He was to attend a tutoring session in Quirrell's office that evening. What, after all, did that garlic-scented professor's old Voldemort desire? Was he attempting to win him over, or merely probing his depths? Sonus. A frigid voice pierced through his reverie like an icicle. Snape had somehow appeared before his cauldron, the hem of his dark robe sweeping the ground, conjuring a chill in the air. He fixed his gaze upon Leno, his narrow eyes brimming with derision. It seems you believe your potion-making talents are so advanced that you can afford to daydream in class. Or perhaps you deem these fundamental potions too simplistic to match your extraordinary gifts. Leno snapped back to the present, shrugging nonchalantly. Professor, I was merely contemplating a modified formula for the shrinking solution, wondering if a spoonful of sugar might enhance its sweetness. Snape's lip twitched, as though he had heard something profoundly absurd. Put away your little cleverness. He let out a disdainful snort and tapped on Leno's cauldron, instructing him to transcribe the standard potion formulas 100 times. With that, he turned to approach the next cauldron, leaving Leno stifling a laugh behind him. The old bat still possessed no sense of humor, he mused. What of adding a spoonful of sugar? Only the unpalatable concoctions required a touch of sweetness to temper their flavor. After class, Leno wandered through the castle, sunlight streaming through the corridor windows, casting dappled patterns upon the stone floor. As he passed by the entrance to the Great Hall, he spotted Professor McGonagall standing on the steps, gazing intently toward the Quidditch pitch, her brow furrowed in concentration. Professor, admiring the view? Leno approached, a teasing tone in his voice. Or are you simply awaiting some tardy student? McGonagall turned her head, her expression softening slightly. Sorns? I am waiting for the official sent by the Ministry of Magic. No sooner had she spoken than a rush of air heralded the arrival of a broomstick soaring through the sky. A man riding the broom descended gracefully, landing adeptly in the space before the Great Hall, his movements precise and assured. Dismounting, he removed his goggles, revealing a shock of brilliant blonde hair and a youthful, somewhat haughty visage. Clad in a crisp Auror uniform, with a wand secured at his waist, he extended a hand toward Professor McGonagall. Arrow Anderson, Ministry of Magic Special Commissioner, and also an Auror. His voice rang clear, akin to the chime of a glass cup. It was then that McGonagall elaborated to Leno. This is the commissioner dispatched by the ministry, responsible for the safety perimeter surrounding Hogwarts. Leno raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the underlying reason. It was due to the chaos he had caused at Gringotts that the ministry feared this ticking time bomb might create further disturbances at Hogwarts, thus sending a watchful eye to monitor him. Anderson clearly regarded the seemingly student-like boy with little concern. After shaking McGonagall's hand, he prepared to follow her indoors. Hey, lad. Leno suddenly called out, his tone laced with mockery. There is still someone here. Why not shake my hand? He thought to himself, daring to disregard me? Beware. Or I might just perform a rather theatrical transformation of the killing curse into a blooming rose. Anderson paused momentarily, turning back to scrutinize Leno with interest. The boy exuded an indescribable aura. Though clad in Slytherin robes, his gaze was sharper than the emblem of his house. He raised an eyebrow and extended his hand. It appears Hogwarts students are more spirited than I had anticipated. As Leno clasped Anderson's hand, he felt an icy chill, not the sort born of frigid weather, but akin to grasping a stone just retrieved from icy waters. He discreetly withdrew his hand, watching as Anderson followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall, inwardly scoffing. What an illustrious character, with a hand colder than the old bat's countenance. With little desire to delve deeper, he turned and sauntered toward the library. An Auror commissioner was nothing compared to the troubles Voldemort posed. The astronomy class that evening took place in the highest tower of the castle, with cold winds seeping through the window cracks, causing students' noses to redden. They formed a line, taking turns to observe the stars above through telescopes. Leno pressed his eyes to the lens, the stars within appearing like diamonds scattered upon a black velvet backdrop, distant and frigid. He gazed into the distance, his thoughts drifting momentarily to Ron's vividly illustrated tales of Beetle the Bard, before recalling that peculiar dream. Leno found himself perplexed. Why was he fixated on that shadowy figure? And why did the storybook come to mind? The cloaked silhouette, with hands resembling gnarled branches and wings reminiscent of shadow puppetry, suddenly flashed through his mind again, leaving him momentarily stunned. Leno, what are you looking at? Harry's voice broke through from beside him, having just finished using the telescope and rubbing his eyes. Leno snapped back to reality, set down the telescope, and smiled. Oh, nothing. Just stargazing. I must say, the stars in the sky are far more captivating than Snape's potions. Harry chuckled at his remark, and, just as he was about to respond, the astronomy professor announced the end of class. As students began to leave the tower, Leno trailed behind Harry, his mind still replaying that eerie shadow. What could it possibly mean? He stroked his chin, sensing that it was no ordinary dream. Upon reaching the staircase, he reunited with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were laughing and chatting as they made their way to the Gryffindor common room. Leno, however, turned and headed in the opposite direction toward Professor Quirrell's office. As night deepened, the torches in the corridor flickered, casting elongated shadows. Eventually, he stood before the familiar door, where muffled coughs and a strong scent of garlic wafted through, detectable even through the door. Leno adjusted his collar and wore a teasing smile. Old Voldy, what advanced spells do you plan to teach me tonight? Don't disappoint me. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Chapter 21. The teaching moment. Leno pushed open the door to Quirrell's office, just as he caught a murmur of indistinct mutterings. Quirrell faced away from the entrance, his headscarf wrapped even tighter than usual, his shoulders trembling slightly as if he were in a heated argument. Just wait a bit longer, he asked too young. I can control it. Leaning against the doorframe, Leno couldn't suppress a subtle smirk. Truly, it echoed the old adage. It's difficult not to develop a split personality when one harbors an ancient entity in the back of their mind. Ahem. Leno deliberately cleared his throat twice. Quirrell turned around abruptly, as startled as a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face instantly adopting a rigid smile, the earlier sinister demeanor vanishing without a trace. Ah, Mr. Sorns, you've arrived. Please come in. His voice returned to its usual stammering timidity, as if the self-muttering individual was someone else entirely. Leno stepped into the center of the room, glancing around. The garlic smell was even stronger than before, and the cross in the corner was askew, as if someone had knocked into it. Professor Quirrell, what do you intend to teach me tonight? Surely it isn't just the rudimentary knowledge that vampires fear garlic? Quirrell chuckled nervously, his eyes flickering. And no, of course not. I have prepared something more advanced. As he spoke, he straightened his back. His previously trembling fingers grew steadier. His speech flowed more smoothly, and even his eyes gleamed a sinister shade of crimson. What would you like to learn? Reno raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the fact that the Dark Lord himself had taken the initiative. Naturally, it involved some rather arcane magic. A sly smile crept across his face, his tone laced with a hint of provocation, hoping to elicit a reaction. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, curled his lips into a chilling smile. Can you replicate this? The complexity of these spells far exceeds the trivial tricks you learned in class. Why not give it a try? Reno spread his hands. I may not possess many talents, but I do have a knack for learning swiftly. Very well, Quirrell nodded, turning to the innermost chair of the office. He raised his wand and gestured towards the wall. With a click, the stone wall began to shift, revealing an empty chamber behind it, save for a humanoid wooden figure standing in the center, seemingly a target for spell practice. Follow me. Quirrell stepped into the chamber, with Reno close behind. As they settled, Reno noticed Quirrell's eyes resembling two flickering will-o'-the-wisps, particularly striking in the dim light of the chamber. It begins, Quirrell declared, without preamble, raising his wand towards the wooden figure. The tip of his wand erupted in a fierce blaze. The flames did not scatter. Instead, they coalesced into a massive fire serpent, its scales distinctly visible, exhaling searing heat that nearly filled the entire room. Incendio. Quirrell turned his head, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with barely concealed arrogance. How's that? Lad, is this sufficiently advanced for you? Before Reno could respond, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully learned spell. Incendio. Not bad. Reno remarked nonchalantly, as if the fire serpent capable of incinerating a person to ashes were merely a matchstick. Could you teach something more potent? This level of flame barely suffices for toasting giant squid tentacles. The atmosphere in the chamber grew palpably tense. The crimson glow in Quirrell's eyes intensified, a chilling aura of menace enveloping the space. He fixed his gaze on Reno, as if scrutinizing a fool oblivious to his impending doom. Something stronger? Such as? Reno chuckled lightly, deliberately pausing to savor Quirrell's growing impatience, before leisurely uttering a few words. Perhaps the killing curse. No sooner had he spoken than his elder wand blazed with a blinding green light, hurtling towards Quirrell's face. Blimey! Quirrell, Voldemort, was evidently caught off guard by the sudden assault, and even more so by the use of an unforgivable curse. In a flurry, he raised his wand, unleashing his own green light that collided with Reno's spell midair. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce duel. Ding! Detected target using Avada Kedavra, proficiency, 95-100. The two green beams clashed in the center of the chamber, locked in a stalemate, hissing like two serpents entwined in battle. For the first time in many years, a look of shock crossed Voldemort's features. He was once again confronted with the killing curse being wielded against him. The last time, it was his own spell that rebounded, transforming him into this ghastly form. And this time, the one assailing him was none other than a boy who appeared to be merely 11 years of age. How can this be? His voice trembled with disbelief. Leno paid him no heed, instead amplifying his magical output. The boundless magic, coupled with the 300-fold enhancement of the Elder Wand, caused his green light to blaze ever brighter, gradually overpowering Voldemort's own. Taste this. Leno chuckled, unleashing another beam of green light. Voldemort was compelled to once again raise his wand in defense. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded within a hidden chamber of Hogwarts Castle. A boy and a possessed professor hurled death curses at one another, as if engaged in a game. Green lights exploding in the dimly lit room, illuminating their contrasting expressions. Leno appeared relaxed and at ease, while Voldemort's demeanor grew increasingly grave. After all, he was merely a fragment of a soul possessing another, lacking in magical prowess and skill compared to Leno, whose mastery of the Avada Kedavra curse was at the peak level. The system panel indicated Leno's proficiency was a staggering 100,100. Not long after, Voldemort's green light began to wane, the tip of his wand trembling slightly. Sensing the moment was ripe, Leno abruptly withdrew his wand. The green light dissipated, leaving a faint scent of sulfur lingering in the chamber. Voldemort leaned heavily on his wand, gasping for breath. His face, if it could still be called a face, concealed beneath a hood, surely contorted in agony. He glared at Leno, his eyes brimming with fear, shock, and anger. His voice quaking with agitation. You, who are you truly? An 11-year-old boy. How could you possibly master the killing curse? How could you possess such immense magical power? How dare you attack me with this curse? Leno chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. That is perhaps too much to inquire about. Knowing too much can be detrimental to you. He strode leisurely towards Quirrell, his gaze playful. Professor Quirrell, or rather, Mr. Riddle. I am a peaceful individual, harboring no grand ambitions. He paused, his wand suddenly igniting with a glimmer of green light. You wouldn't want Dumbledore to discover your presence at Hogwarts, would you? Nor would you wish to relive the events of over a decade ago, correct? Voldemort's body stiffened abruptly. He was acutely aware of what Leno implied. If Dumbledore were to uncover his existence, this fragment of soul would likely find no escape. What do you want? He gritted through his teeth, his tone laced with reluctance, yet he knew he had to concede. Quite simple, Leno replied, grinning like a cunning fox that had pilfered a hen. I wish to learn the other two unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus Curse and the Imperius Curse. Teach me, and we shall consider today's encounter resolved. A flicker of humiliation crossed Voldemort's eyes, but under the looming threat of Leno's ever-ready green light, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Quirrell's eyes regained their natural hue, and his body began to tremble once more. He trembled as he raised his wand towards the puppet, his voice laced with a quiver of despair. Drill, drill, into the heart and bone. A blinding red light struck the puppet, which fell to the ground violently, yet did not convulse. Perhaps it was not a living being and lacked a soul, thus incapable of feeling pain. Ding! Successfully learned spell. Heart drill curse. Subsequently, he recited the incantation for the soul-snatching curse. but the puppet remained unresponsive. Indeed, it lacked a soul. Ding. Successfully learned spell. Soul, snatching curse. Leno nodded with satisfaction. This trip was not in vain, as he had unlocked 3 powerful spells at once. He turned to leave, but at the doorway, something suddenly came to mind, and he turned back to ask, by the way, Mr. Riddle, do you know the fire shield charm? I've been struggling to grasp it lately. Voldemort. Leno observed the defeated expression on his face and burst into laughter. Just kidding. Oh, by the way, you should consult that fellow from Numungard regarding the fire shield. After all, he has successfully blocked many spells with it in the past. Unlike you, it seems you will soon be a long-term resident of Azkaban. With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave, as if the recent harrowing exchange of Avada Kedavra was merely an ordinary practice of magic. In the chamber, Voldemort watched his departing figure, his chest heaving with agitation. Who on earth was this boy? His magical prowess, his mastery of spells, and his audacity were exceedingly abnormal. He must uncover the truth. Just as he pondered how to investigate, the door to the chamber was abruptly pushed open again. Voldemort was taken aback. Had that boy returned? Before he could utter a word, Leno's cheerful voice rang out. Almost forgot the main event. Avada Kedavra! A green light shot unannounced towards Quirrell's chest. Voldemort had no time to react and could only transform into a cloud of black mist, darting from Quirrell's body just a second before the curse struck, soaring through the chamber's window and disappearing into the night. Quirrell, on the other hand, collapsed straight down, his face frozen in terror, a charred hole now marking his chest. Leno gazed at the lifeless body and shrugged. Keeping you around would be a hassle. He clapped his hands, turned, and exited the office, casually closing the door behind him as if nothing had transpired. The corridor was deserted, save for the flickering torches dancing along the walls. Leno whistled cheerfully as he made his way to the Slytherin common room. The evening had proven fruitful. He patted the wand in his pocket, pondering whether old Voldemort would be so frightened upon their next encounter that he might lose his very soul. The night breeze wafted through the window, carrying the dampness of the Black Lake, as if whispering the secrets of the night. Chapter 22. The Polyjuice Potion, just a few steps out of the chamber. Leno suddenly halted. Oh no! He touched his chin, furrowing his brow. Quirrell was dead, and the defense against the dark arts professor had vanished without a trace. Old McGonagall, that sly fox, would surely grow suspicious. Should the investigation lead back to the chamber, it would spell trouble. Sighing, he turned and stealthily slipped back into the chamber. The lifeless body of Quirrell lay rigidly on the ground, the charred hole in his chest casting a disquieting sight. Leno knelt beside the corpse, fixating on it for an extended moment, before suddenly raising his wand and murmuring the incantation for soul extraction. Yet, the body remained unresponsive. Indeed, given the finality of death, where was the soul to be claimed? Leno frowned, contemplating the predicament. Surely, he could not abandon the body here without a care. He circled the corpse twice, his mind racing with countless dubious ideas. Perhaps he could pluck a few strands of hair to concoct a potion as a temporary measure. As he reached to grasp Quirrell's hair, he discovered that during Voldemort's possession, Quirrell's hair had long since fallen away, leaving his scalp as bare and shiny as a boiled egg. Leno awkwardly diverted his gaze, inadvertently catching sight of Quirrell's nostrils, from which a few dark strands of nasal hair were faintly visible. Better not. That's too disgusting. He hastily shook his head, expelling the ghastly thought from his mind. The chamber fell into an eerie silence. In the next moment, Leno was seen crouched beside Quirrell's corpse, extending his hand to fervently scrape at Quirrell's fingernails. The soft clicks echoed through the chamber as he muttered to himself, "Nails will do. Nail powder is still powder." After extracting the nails from all 10 fingers, he hesitated, his gaze drifting to Quirrell's toes. On second thought, toenails were even more off-putting than nasal hair. Leno rose, examining the unsightly collection of yellowed nails in his palm, grimacing in distaste as he stored them in a small plastic bag. Once he had dealt with the materials, he brandished his elderberry wand, its tip erupting in a fierce blaze, not an ordinary flame, but a malevolent fire laced with dark patterns, which promptly engulfed the entire chamber. The flames raged wildly, licking the walls and floor, distorting the very air itself. After completing this task, Leno turned to depart, the chamber behind him reduced to ashes by the inferno, leaving not a trace behind. Upon returning to the Slytherin dormitory, he found Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe already asleep, with only a small lamp still glowing beside his bed. Leno shut the door, placing the bag of nails on the table, and rummaged through his suitcase for a set of potion brewing tools, an unexpected treasure from his estate that now proved useful. He poured the nails into a mortar, grasped the pestle, and began to grind with fervor. The abrasive sound of nails being pulverized resonated harshly in the quiet dormitory. Leno stifled his nausea and quickened his pace. "What are you doing?" a drowsy voice suddenly inquired. Leno jumped and looked up to see Draco, rubbing his eyes and sitting up, a puzzled expression on his face as he regarded the powder on the table. Leno raised an eyebrow, lifting the small vial containing the nail powder and shaking it with a mischievous grin. "Nothing much, just making some garlic powder. Care for some? It pairs quite nicely with bread." Draco eyed the heap of grayish-white powder and sniffed it. Though it bore no distinct odor, something about it felt decidedly off. He quickly shook his head, retreated back to bed, muttering something incomprehensible, then turned over to continue sleeping. Leno rolled his eyes internally, reflecting that it was indeed he who had approached to inquire, only to now be labeled as perplexing. The mental circuitry of the golden-haired little peacock was truly unique. Despite his grievances, he promptly began to brew the compound potion. However, as he added ingredients to the cauldron according to the recipe, he suddenly realized that two crucial components were missing: the skin of an African tree snake and shrinking potion. TSK, I forgot to buy them. Leno ruffled his hair, pondering what to do next. Without these two ingredients, the compound potion could not be concocted. He gazed into the cauldron, lost in thought. A spark of inspiration struck him. The dungeons of Hogwarts Castle were even chillier than the dormitories beneath the Black Lake. Snape's private storeroom was adjacent to the potions classroom, the door crafted from ebony wood, engraved with intricate anti-intrusion spells. Like a nimble cat, Leno evaded the patrolling ghosts in the corridor and arrived at the storeroom's entrance. He raised his wand and whispered the incantation, Alohomora. The lock clicked open. Leno arched an eyebrow. The old bat's defensive spells were rather lackluster. He slipped inside, the storeroom brimming with a myriad of rare potion ingredients, the air thick with the scent of dragon blood and mandrake. Leno, lacking the luxury of time to admire, quickly sought out the African tree snake's skin and a small vial of shrinking potion. Just as he stuffed the materials into his pocket and prepared to make a swift exit, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Half-Blood Prince's storeroom. Achievement description: you are the first student to successfully infiltrate Snape's private storeroom, earning a 5-star audacity rating. Reward: spell Bat Bogey Hex 100100, which allows you to summon bats at will, consuming magical energy. Leno paused, then grinned. This was quite the score, stealing materials and gaining a spell. The Bat Bogey Hex? A perfect match for the old bat. With boundless magical energy, summoning a legion of bats would pose no challenge. As he neared the door, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps in the corridor, the rustling of robes against the floor. No one else but Snape. Leno's heart raced. There was no time to retreat back into the storeroom. Instead, he quickly darted beneath Snape's massive desk. Click! The office door swung open, and Snape entered. His gaze immediately fell upon the ajar storeroom door, and his expression darkened, the edges of his cloak trembling slightly. Who has been here? His voice was like a poisoned icicle, reverberating through the office. Snape strode swiftly into the storeroom, soon discovering that the African tree snake's skin and shrinking potion were missing. His countenance darkened further as he exited the storeroom, his eyes scanning every corner of the office like a radar. Leno, concealed beneath the desk, held his breath, acutely aware of Snape's every inhalation. Just then, Snape abruptly approached the desk. Leno, with a sudden resolve, seized the fleeting moment when Snape turned his back and dashed out from beneath the table with remarkable speed, rushing towards the door. Halt! Snape barked sternly, raising his wand in the process. Without glancing back, Leno swiftly retrieved the partially brewed polyjuice potion from his pocket and gulped it down. It contained the powdered nails of Quirrell and ingredients pilfered from Snape himself. Were it not for the infusion of magical energy, it would not have been completed so hastily. After all, he possessed not only the innate genius for potion making, but also an inexhaustible reservoir of magical power. A torrent of agonizing pain coursed through his body, his bones cracking audibly as his form rapidly contorted. By the time Snape arrived at the door, he was met not by Leno, but by a figure swathed in a headscarf, exuding the unmistakable odor of garlic, none other than Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, what are you doing here? Snape's brow furrowed deeper, his gaze laced with suspicion and wariness. Leno, as Quirrell, intentionally trembled his voice, mimicking Quirrell's tone. In nothing, Professor Snape. I happened to pass by and noticed your office door ajar, so I thought I would take a look. Snape scrutinized him in silence, as if weighing the truth of his words. The air in the office hung heavy, nearly stagnant. After a prolonged moment, Snape finally spoke. Have you seen any unusual individuals in this vicinity? My storeroom has been breached. Leno stifled a chuckle internally, feigning ignorance on his face. And no, I believe I saw a few students pass by earlier. Perhaps it was them? Snape's eyes flickered, evidently taking in this information. I see, he said, waving his hand dismissively. You may leave. Leno, as Quirrell, felt a wave of relief wash over him and hastily nodded before departing. Just a few steps out, he heard Snape's restrained roar echoing behind him. It must have been those students. I will find them. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Leno rolled his eyes internally. Indeed, no matter the circumstance, the old bat always managed to implicate Gryffindor. The spirit of point deduction seemed deeply ingrained in him. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace towards the dormitory. The moonlight streamed through the corridor windows, casting a long shadow behind him that gradually melded into the encroaching darkness. Chapter 23. Resignation. Having distanced himself from Snape's office, Leno absent-mindedly stroked his non-existent beard. Now, he bore Quirrell's visage, his skin imbued with the unmistakable stiffness of garlic. The effects of the polyjuice potion lingered, yet the acrid taste of nail powder mingled with the potion churned his stomach. He needed to swiftly dispose of this identity. Another sip of that concoction, and he feared he might vomit on the spot. He muttered to himself, redirecting his steps towards the headmaster's office. Given that Quirrell was deceased, it would be prudent to have him resign and flee, sparing himself the trouble of old bees investigating further. Arriving at the stone gargoyle, perched at the end of the corridor, Leno came to a halt. The last time I visited, I was directly escorted in by Dumbledore, leaving me no opportunity to test the password. I only recall that this old bee has a penchant for sweet passwords. Chilled lemon juice? He proposed tentatively. The stone beast remained utterly still, as if mocking his naivete. A pile of cockroaches? Still no response. Relying on his chin, Leno recalled the dark heap of candies on Dumbledore's desk and tried several more. Lemon snowball? Sour lollipop? Yet the stone guardian remained steadfast, not even lifting an eyelid. Perhaps it is toffee? Just as Leno was about to speak, a gentle voice suddenly emerged from behind him, as soothing as honeyed tea. Professor Quirrell, I presume you seek my counsel, do you not? At such a late hour. Leno's heart skipped a beat as he slowly turned, and indeed, there stood Dumbledore not far away, holding an empty candy bag, seemingly just returned from some corner where he had gathered sweets. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Leno quickly bowed his head, deliberately trembling his voice to mimic Quirrell's characteristic stutter. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Dumbledore smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together. Then do come in, stone beast, open the door. At his words, the stone guardian finally stirred, lazily shifting aside to reveal the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Following Dumbledore upstairs, Leno couldn't help but grumble internally. So this old bee doesn't require a password at all? After testing for so long, it seems I've been performing a monologue here. The scene in the headmaster's office was nearly unchanged from his previous visit. The starry ceiling continued to twinkle, silverware spun on the shelves, and the pile of cockroaches on the desk had grown taller, beside which lay a familiar old wand. Dumbledore settled into his chair behind the desk without the airs of Snape, instead gesturing toward the chair opposite him. Please sit, Quirrell. To visit me at such a late hour, have you encountered some trouble? As Leno, as Quirrell, sat down, he felt the scarf wrapped around his head grow stifling. To appear genuine, he had intentionally swaddled himself as tightly as the real Quirrell. He cleared his throat, striving to amplify his stutter. Headmaster, I have come to resign. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, a glimmer passing through his blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped glasses, yet he did not press for details, simply responding calmly. Oh, I recall you have only been teaching at Hogwarts for less than a week. The term has just commenced. What prompts your sudden departure? I have unfinished business in the forests of Albania. Leno had long prepared this excuse, deliberately emphasizing the words Albania and vampires. Teach the vampires there have been rather restless. I must return to keep an eye on them. As he spoke, he observed Dumbledore's expression, The Olby maintained that all-seeing smile, as if listening to a harmless fairy tale. "I see," Dumbledore replied, gently tapping the desk. "Vampires can indeed be troublesome, especially in the absence of sufficient garlic." He paused, his tone laced with a hint of playful mockery. "Surely you won't remain for a few more days? Hogwarts garlic reserves are quite ample." Leino felt a tightening in his chest. Was the Olby testing him? He quickly shook his head, adopting an appearance of impatience. No, headmaster. This matter is urgent. It would be best to depart this weekend." Dumbledore regarded him in silence for a few moments. The only sounds in the office were the gentle chime of silverware and the occasional whisper of a night breeze outside. Suddenly, he raised his ancient wand and lightly tapped the desk. A rolled parchment floated into existence, landing before Leino, inscribed with the words "Contract of Employment Termination" in golden script. "Sign this, and you may leave." Dumbledore's voice returned to its usual calm. "It is truly unfortunate. It took a great effort to recruit a defense against the dark arts professor, and now, after barely a week, you must depart." Leino internally rolled his eyes. The position of professor at Hogwarts was undoubtedly the most coveted job in all of Britain. Did he really need to feign regret? He picked up the quill on the desk, dipped it in ink, and with a wobbly signature that mimicked Quirrell's trembling hand, wrote Quirinus Quirrell. Having signed, the parchment automatically rolled itself up and flew back to Dumbledore. The Olby examined the contract, his gaze lingering on the signature for a moment, seeming momentarily taken aback, as if he had noticed something peculiar. "Headmaster, may I leave now?" Leino interjected, breaking the silence. Dumbledore snapped back to reality, smiled, and said, "Of course, Professor Quirrell. I wish you all the best in Albania." Leino felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hurriedly exited the headmaster's office, nearly fleeing. As he stepped out of the stone gargoyle's entrance, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Casting a glance back at the still watchful stone beast, he pondered, could the Olby have seen through anything? Never mind. It didn't matter, for Quirrell had already fled. Just as he reached the corner of the corridor, a familiar sharp pain surged through him as the effects of the polyjuice potion wore off. His bones cracked, and his skin rapidly shrank and contorted, until, as he steadied himself against the wall, he had returned to his true form. Finally, that felt better. Leino stretched his neck and turned towards the Slytherin common room. Meanwhile, in the depths of Malfoy Manor, a swirling mass of black mist roared with fury. "I will kill him. I must kill that little brat." Within the dark cloud, a blurred visage emerged. It was the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Driven to a desperate retreat by Leino's Avada Kedavra at Hogwarts, having lost even the possessed Quirrell, he was now unleashing all his wrath upon the stone walls of the chamber. The walls rattled under the impact of the black mist, dust cascading down. Lucius Malfoy stood before the swirling dark cloud, his head bowed low, scarcely daring to breathe. He had never witnessed his master in such a state. The Dark Lord, who could easily parry Dumbledore's maneuvers, now resembled a beast with its tail stepped on, consumed by pure rage and fear. "Damn it, I will kill him." The mist abruptly turned toward Lucius, its voice sharp as poisoned icicles. "Master, please calm your fury." Lucius's voice trembled. That boy was indeed peculiar. His magical prowess and incantations were far from those of an ordinary student. "I shall immediately dispatch someone to investigate his background. But by the time you uncover the truth, I will have already been discovered by Dumbledore." The dark mist interrupted him, its swirling motion slowing slightly, yet emanating a deeper malevolence. "Quirrell is dead. My plans have been disrupted. I require a new vessel, one that can temporarily harbor me without arousing suspicion." Lucius felt a tightening in his chest, suppressing his fear. He raised his head and said, "Rest assured, my master, I shall attend to it at once." "What manner of vessel do you desire? A muggle?" The dark mist fell silent for a moment, its voice deepening. "Find a clean, young wizard, preferably pure blood, who would not easily attract Dumbledore's attention. I trust you will handle this well, will you not, Lucius?" The final sentence carried an undeniable weight of authority, and Lucius's back instantly became drenched in cold sweat. He understood that this was both a command from his master and a warning. "Yes, my master." Lucius stiffly bowed his head. "I will make arrangements immediately. I shall not disappoint you." The dark mist slowly calmed, recoalescing into a mass that hovered at the center of the chamber. As quickly as possible, it left behind these two words, and the mist ceased all movement, seemingly slipping into slumber. with only the occasional flicker of red light betraying the suppressed fury and murderous intent within. Only then did Lucius dare to slowly lift his head, gazing at the mass of black mist with a complex expression. He sensed that the boy named Rhinothorns might prove to be a far more troublesome existence than Dumbledore and Harry Potter combined, and he could only follow his master's orders, step by step, toward the unknown abyss. Chapter 24. The Dream of the Dragon Rider on a Weekend at Hogwarts Castle. The usual clamor of the classroom was replaced by a languid serenity. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the corridors. Occasionally, laughter could be heard emanating from the Gryffindor common room or the hushed whispers of Slytherin students discussing Quidditch strategies. Yet, Rhinothorns found little joy in this tranquility. Ever since dealing with Quirrell's affairs last night and feigning innocence under the scrutiny of the old bat, he felt a peculiar emptiness within him, likely due to the absence of amusement. The defense against the dark arts class had lost its excitement without Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort. Snape remained his acerbic self, delivering scathing remarks with his usual flair, yet lacking a certain novelty. It was imperative to find something to occupy himself. Rhinothorns stroked his chin and stealthily slipped out of the Slytherin common room. He avoided the crowded areas, instead making his way around to the rear of the castle, heading toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. That area was typically Hagrid's domain. Perhaps he would encounter something intriguing. Having just passed through a dense thicket of bushes, he heard a familiar sound ahead, reminiscent of boulders rolling. Rhinothorns raised an eyebrow and concealed himself behind a tree, peeking out to confirm that it was indeed Hagrid. The towering guardian of the hunting grounds was crouched in the clearing before his modest wooden cabin, his back turned to Leno, cradling something in his hands with the utmost care, as if it were a rare treasure. His tattered hat sat askew upon his head, and a few leaves were entangled in his bushy beard, rendering him even more disheveled than when he was in Diagon Alley. Hagrid? Leno emerged from behind a tree, greeting him with a smile. Hagrid jumped, turning abruptly to see Leno and letting out a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a hearty grin. "Ah, it's you, Thorns. You startle me." He set down the object he was holding and rose to his full height, appearing like a moving hill before Leno. "Just taking a stroll since there are no classes this weekend," Leno replied, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the object Hagrid had just been holding. It was a dull, grayish egg, roughly the size of a football, with a coarse shell marked by dark streaks, emanating a subtle sheen under the sunlight. Leno's eyes sparkled instantly. A Norwegian ridgeback egg. He had seen images of such a creature in Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them. It was said that this fire-breathing dragon was exceedingly rare. Once matured, it could unleash searing flames, and its scales were resilient enough to withstand most spells. In the original narrative, Hagrid had won a dragon egg in a wager at the Hog's Head Inn, a trap set by Professor Quirrell to extract information about traversing the three-headed dog, Fluffy. However, Quirrell was no longer a concern, and this dragon egg appeared to be Norbert's. Feigning curiosity, Leno's mind was calculating. A dragon egg? Hagrid's face flushed, as if his secret had been exposed. Scratching his head, he mumbled a friend gave it to me, nothing to worry about. Leno stifled a chuckle. Hagrid's reaction practically screamed that he was secretly raising a dragon. "Are you going to raise it?" Leno inquired tentatively, his eyes glimmering with barely concealed anticipation. Hagrid's expression shifted to one of hesitation, rubbing his large hands together, his voice wavering. I'm not certain. Norwegian ridgebacks can be quite fierce, and raising a dragon at Hogwarts doesn't seem very proper." He sighed, glancing down at the egg, his eyes filled with reluctance. But it was still merely an egg. He couldn't just abandon it, could he? Perhaps, just perhaps, he could give it a try. Observing Hagrid's indecision, Leno's inner calculations grew louder. The opportunity had arisen. Suppressing his excitement, he endeavored to maintain a nonchalant tone. "Could I come by every day to check on it? I've never seen a dragon egg hatch before, and I'm quite curious." Hagrid paused, clearly taken aback by the request. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that permitting a student to take a glance shouldn't pose much of a problem. Despite Leno's previous antics in class, he had made a decent impression when they met at Ollivander's wand shop, unlike that insufferable group led by Malfoy. "All right then," Hagrid readily agreed, giving a hearty pat on Leno's shoulder, almost sending him tumbling to the ground. "You can come any time, just don't tell anyone, especially not Snape. He utterly despises such frivolities. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, Leno replied, his eyes crinkling with joy, his heart bursting with fireworks at the thought. Every day. This is truly a divine opportunity. He gazed at the dragon egg nestled quietly in the wooden crate, his mind already painting vivid scenes of the future. A Norwegian ridgeback hatching, recognizing him as its master. Docile as a kitten before him, envisioning himself soaring on the dragon's back over Hogwarts, his elder wand raised, unleashing a dazzling display of green light alongside the dragon's fiery breath. How imposing that would be. When confronting foes, he would need only to unleash a breath of fire, reducing them to mere ashes. Dragon Rider Lenox Thorne, he mused, the title resonating with grandeur. As he stroked his chin, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, nearly erupting into laughter. Hagrid, observing Leno's foolish grin, assumed he was genuinely interested in the dragon egg and simply chuckled. Once it hatches, I'll call you to see it. Baby dragons are quite amusing. They say they resemble tiny lizards when they first emerge. Absolutely. I'll come first thing tomorrow, Leno exclaimed, eager not to lose this chance. He could hardly wait to witness the progress of the dragon egg, even contemplating names for his future pet. Blaze? Skybreaker? Or perhaps Little Green? After all, his Avada was green, a fitting match. Hagrid continued to share tales of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, mentioning he had recently spotted a few unicorns, while cautioning him to steer clear of the forest's depths, where more perilous beings lurked. Leno nodded in agreement. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the image of the dragon egg. I shall take my leave now, Hagrid, he waved, his steps light and buoyant as he headed towards the castle. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, Thorns, Hagrid called after him, carefully cradling the dragon egg as he retreated into his modest hut. Leno hummed a carefree tune, his spirits soaring as if he had just triumphed in a Quidditch match. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, warming him with a gentle embrace, the very air tinged with sweetness. Dragon Rider, he whispered, brushing his fingers against the elder wand in his pocket, a radiant smile illuminating his face at the mere thought. He even began to scheme, contemplating how to surreptitiously feed it delightful treats, perhaps a blend of milk infused with infinite magic, which might ensure its rapid growth and strength. And what of Hogwarts regulations? Was raising a fire dragon permissible? Leno shrugged. Did it truly matter? Compared to his ultimate aspiration of becoming a dragon rider, such trivial inconveniences were insignificant. Quickening his pace, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of tomorrow, yearning to behold his future steed. The breeze at the edge of the Forbidden Forest wafted past, carrying the fragrant essence of flora, as if bestowing silent blessings upon his audacious dream. Chapter 25. The Milk Bath for the Dragon Egg at the Break of Dawn. A thin veil of mist enveloped the edge of the Forbidden Forest, glistening like scattered silver upon the grass blades. Leno, with a tin can in hand, trod lightly as if walking on cotton, humming an improvised lullaby for the dragon egg, the melody wild enough to shatter the eggshell. Little Green, oh little Green, Father has brought you a nourishing treat. He shook the can, producing a soft clinking sound of liquid within, a concentrated essence of the entire magical realm, promising to enhance one's fire-breathing capabilities all the way to Hogsmeade. Ahead, Hagrid's quaint wooden cabin stood, wisps of smoke curling from the chimney, mingling with the aroma of roasting sausages. As Leno approached the door, it creaked open, revealing Hagrid with his tousled hair resembling a giant, drowsy beaver. Sons, you finally made it, Hagrid exclaimed, instantly alert upon seeing him, his face breaking into a hearty smile as he ushered Leno inside. Come quick. The little one seemed to move last night. I wager it must be hungry. Inside the cabin, warmth enveloped him. The fire crackled in the hearth, while walls adorned with various animal pelts and feathers surrounded them. In one corner lay a stack of fantastic beasts, and where to find them. Its unicorn horn cover nearly worn off. The dull, gray dragon egg rested in the center of a wooden box, cushioned by soft hay. As Leno drew near, he noticed Hagrid nervously rubbing his hands, his gaze fixed on the dragon egg with more intensity than a parent watching over their child. Here you go, Hagrid. Leno presented the tin can with an innocent smile. I brought some fresh milk from home. I heard it's beneficial for the little one's development. Perhaps we could give it a, milk bath? He couldn't divulge that it was infused with boundless magical essence, so he settled for a feeble excuse. Hagrid's eyes lit up, nearly fumbling the can as he exclaimed, Oh, sons, you are truly thoughtful. I was at a loss for what to feed it. The dragon egg certainly requires more nourishment. A milk bath, what a splendid idea. Without hesitation, he procured a special ceramic bowl, carefully pouring the milk inside before placing both the egg and bowl into the wooden box, allowing the egg to soak half-submerged in the milk, akin to a dragon egg enjoying a spa treatment. While Leno appeared earnest, his mind raced with excitement. Drink up, drink up. This essence, compressed with magic, is a rare treasure. Initially, the dragon egg remained still, causing Leno to feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be lactose intolerant? Or perhaps the dosage is insufficient. I should have infused more magic. Just as his thoughts spiraled, the dragon egg suddenly quivered. Almost instantaneously, the dark patterns on its surface illuminated like a light bulb, glowing faintly red, spreading along the lines as if electrified. Even more astonishingly, the milk in the bowl diminished at a visible rate, as if an invisible straw was siphoning it away, the liquid level dropping precipitously. By Merlin's beard, Hagrid was nearly startled out of his wits, pointing at the dragon egg, his eyes wide as saucers. It's actually drinking, and at such a rapid pace. What brand of milk is this? The effects are astonishing. Leno feigned composure, yet inwardly reveled in delight. Haha, it's our exclusive infinite magic brand, the only one of its kind globally, no credit allowed. He cleared his throat, solemnly fabricating. Oh, this is freshly squeezed from our farm, completely natural with no additives. Perhaps it simply suits its palate? As soon as he finished speaking, an even more outrageous event unfolded. The dragon egg, having consumed the milk, not only glowed brighter, but suddenly began to sway rhythmically from side to side. The motion intensified, resembling a rock star activated by a switch, bouncing vigorously atop the haystack, even executing a 360-degree spin, nearly tumbling out of the wooden crate. "Watch out!" Hagrid exclaimed in a flurry, rushing forward with outstretched arms as if shielding a fragile vase, circling the dragon egg, attempting to stabilize it while fearing he might crack the shell. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his beard bristling in agitation. "Take it easy, little one. Don't throw a party and hurt yourself." Leno, observing the spectacle, struggled to contain his laughter, nearly suffering an internal injury. Goodness, is this effect truly remarkable? Is it too much magic that has sent it into a frenzy? Could my future steed be a rock and roll enthusiast? He had to maintain his composure, adding, Hagrid, don't panic. This indicates it's in high spirits. Perhaps it's expressing gratitude? Look how lively it is. Gratitude? Hagrid stared in bewilderment at the egg dancing away, suddenly gasping, my rock cakes. The dragon egg had tossed its head, nearly toppling the basket of rock cakes nearby, which were Hagrid's breakfast. Quick as a flash, Leno drew his elder wand and gently tapped the dragon egg, not uttering a spell, merely channeling a hint of magic, as if pressing the pause button on a wild party. A miracle occurred. The egg, still swaying madly, abruptly ceased its movements, the red glow softening, and the swaying became gentle, even affectionately brushing against Hagrid's finger, as if it were being playful. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that its rhythm resembled a waltz. Strikingly elegant. Hagrid stood transfixed, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Merlin's beard. How did you manage this, Thorns? It appears to comprehend your words. Leno shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Perhaps I have a natural affinity for magical creatures. Yet internally, he was exuberantly proclaiming, the Elder Wand is incredible. Infinite magic is phenomenal. I'm even more impressive. This subtle display of prowess deserves full marks. After gazing at the dragon egg for a considerable while, Hagrid suddenly furrowed his brow, a worried expression overtaking his face. Thorns, is this egg a bit too lively? Is such rapid development normal? My reading indicated that the incubation period for a Norwegian Ridgeback egg is 3 months. With all this commotion, could it hatch early? I'm not prepared for that. A thought struck Leno. Early hatching? That would suit my purposes perfectly. He patted Hagrid's arm, stretching awkwardly to reach, and reassured him. An early hatching is a good thing. It signifies health. As you wish, let us hatch the egg sooner, allowing us to teach it to breathe fire and soar high into the skies. Wouldn't it be delightful to witness its fluffy appearance at the earliest opportunity? Hagrid, slightly swayed by the suggestion, scratched his head and murmured, the fluffiness does indeed spark a sense of anticipation. Yet what if Dumbledore discovers it? He has stated that Hogwarts cannot harbor overly large magical creatures. Fear not, for I shall be here. Leno assured him, though secretly pondering. If discovered, we shall claim it flew here on its own. We are merely its temporary caretakers. Hagrid nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism, casting his gaze upon the now quiet dragon egg, softly muttering, "As long as it remains healthy, that is all that matters." Satisfied with the outcome, Leno took his leave. "I shall depart now, Hagrid, and I shall return tomorrow with specially sourced milk to ensure it grows splendidly." He almost blurted out plump and chubby, but caught himself just in time. Hagrid accompanied him to the door, watching his retreating figure before glancing back at the dragon egg nestled in the wooden crate, stroking his chin and murmuring, "This child, Leno, is truly becoming ever more remarkable." As Leno made his way back to the castle, his spirits soared, akin to a melody begging to be sung, his steps buoyant, as if he were treading on springs. He even began to hum a rock-inspired lullaby he had composed the previous night, the wild tune startling a few birds perched on the branches. "Tomorrow, I shall increase the dosage. Let's aim for it to break free and belt out heavy metal." He patted the wand nestled within his pocket, grinning like a child who had pilfered sweets. "Rock Dragon Knight, Lenox Thorne's. It has a rather splendid ring to it." Meanwhile, within Hagrid's humble wooden abode, the dragon egg lay quietly atop a pile of hay, the red glow emanating from its shell pulsing rhythmically like a breath light, as if resonating with a distant source of magic. None could fathom the extraordinary being that this egg, nourished by boundless magical energy, would one day bring forth. Chapter 26. The new professor on a Monday morning, the defense against the dark arts classroom was suffused with the scent of disinfectant, a lingering trace of garlic remaining, the sole legacy of Professor Quirrell. Leno slumped over the cold desk, his face pressed against the smooth wood, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the textbook before him, the words Vampire Defense Manual contorting into a grotesque representation of Monday morning drudgery. "By Merlin's foul socks," he internally lamented, wielding boundless magic capable of transforming the killing curse into fireworks. Yet here I am, forced to rise early for this rudimentary lesson. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Is this magic? I ought to be serenading Little Green, the dragon egg, in the Forbidden Forest, rather than revisiting the trivial knowledge that vampires shun garlic. Around him, most of his classmates sat upright, the first-year students still imbued with a sense of novelty for each lesson. Hermione had already opened her notebook, her quill poised in midair, ready to record. Ron yawned, struggling to keep his eyelids aloft, while Malfoy, preening his golden locks in a small mirror, occasionally glanced towards the door. No one was aware that Professor Quirrell had resigned, nor did they know who the new professor would be. Just then, the classroom door creaked open. A chilling aura surged into the room before the figure entered, as though someone had abruptly opened a refrigerator door, causing the room's temperature to plummet several degrees. The students instinctively straightened their backs. Even Ron stifled a yawn in his throat. Arrow Anderson strode in, clad in a sharply tailored Auror uniform, his golden hair meticulously groomed, and his gaze sharp as a hawk's. As he swept his eyes across the room, no one dared to meet his gaze. He held no textbook, merely a slender black wand, and upon stepping to the podium, he exuded an aura that commanded distance. "Good morning," he began, his voice devoid of warmth, reminiscent of ice striking metal. "I am Arrow Anderson, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. Effective immediately, I will be taking over Professor Quirrell's position as your defense against the dark arts instructor." A profound silence enveloped the classroom, which was soon punctuated by hushed whispers. "An Auror from the Ministry? Why is he here to teach? Isn't he the one who was stationed at the castle last time? He looks rather intimidating. What happened to Professor Quirrell? Where has he gone?" Ignoring the murmurs, Anderson continued, "At the invitation of Professor Dumbledore, I will be assuming this role while conducting security duties. Now, let us commence with the lesson." He offered no unnecessary explanations regarding Quirrell's absence and delved directly into the matter at hand. He picked up the attendance sheet, his fingers gliding over the paper until his gaze abruptly fixed on a name, and he looked up towards the Slytherin section. "I recall that Professor Quirrell had an assistant previously, Mr. Renaud Thorns? Please stand." Renaud slowly rose, rolling his eyes inwardly. Well, it was only a matter of time. He met Anderson's gaze with an impeccable innocent smile. Anderson scrutinized him, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. This was indeed the Slytherin first year who had provocatively greeted him at the entrance of the Great Hall. "It appears we are already acquainted." He emphasized the word acquainted with a meaningful tone. A collective gasp arose in the classroom, all eyes now fixated on Renaud. curious about the connection between the two. Hermione furrowed her brow. Ron gaped, and Malfoy displayed an expression that hinted at deeper intrigue. Renaud shrugged, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Yes, Professor. We met at the entrance of the Great Hall. Your landing on the broomstick was as impressive as a star player in the Quidditch World Cup. He deftly sidestepped the underlying tension with a compliment. Anderson's lips twitched slightly, as if momentarily taken aback. He chose not to dwell on the topic and simply nodded. Very well. I hope your experience as an assistant will be beneficial to this course. Please take your seat. As Renaud sat down, he sensed Anderson's gaze lingering on him for a few seconds, akin to a spotlight. It seems this new professor is quite intrigued by me, Renaud mused with a smirk. However, I hold little interest in this cold-faced auror. Anderson's teaching style mirrored his persona, efficient, unyielding, and steeped in practical application. The essence of defense against the dark arts lay not in theory, but in reaction and precision. He stood at the center of the classroom, raising his wand. Today, we shall practice two fundamental spells, the stunning spell and the counter spell for obstacles. He pointed towards the dummy in the corner of the room and waved his wand, uttering, "Stupefy." A brilliant red beam shot forth, striking the dummy squarely in the chest, causing it to fall with a dull thud. Observe closely, he instructed. Retract your wand swiftly, aim for the vital points, and articulate the incantation clearly. Now it's your turn. The students eagerly took their turns. Though most encountered difficulties, Neville's spell merely caused the dummy to sway, the red light flickering like a firefly. Ron shouted hoarsely, yet the dummy remained unmoved, almost provoking him to hurl his wand in frustration. It's definitely mocking me. Hermione's incantation produced a standard red light, but the dummy collapsed with a slight delay. When it was Lionel's turn, he lazily rose from his seat, hardly aiming, merely lifting his wand in a casual manner, even neglecting to utter the incantation. Draco seized the moment to mock him, questioning the utility of innate magical talent without proper spellcasting. Just as everyone anticipated a blunder, a blinding green light erupted from the tip of his wand, striking the dummy with lightning speed. There was no earth-shattering crash, but the dummy appeared to be struck by an invisible hammer, stiffening instantaneously before crashing to the ground, lacking even the grace of a falling arc. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, all eyes wide in disbelief, including Anderson S. Confusion etched across the students' faces. Wasn't the stunning spell supposed to be red? Why was it green? The color was unsettling to the core. Anderson S. body stiffened, his knuckles turning pale as he gripped his wand, his complexion visibly draining of color. He fixed his gaze on the dissipating green light, then at Lionel S.'s wand, his pupils constricting in shock, laced with a trace of barely perceptible fear. The magical fluctuation from that green light bore an uncanny resemblance to a spell that had been strictly forbidden, yet Lionel remained unfazed, contemplating the manifestation of magical energy with satisfaction. He retracted his wand, yawned, and offered Anderson a disarmingly innocent smile. "Professor, what do you think of this effect? I believe green might be more energy efficient. The red consumes too much magic, don't you agree?" He purposely employed mundane terms like energy efficient and magic consumption, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Anderson inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He scrutinized Lionel intently, his voice chillingly steady yet strained. The spell's effectiveness is adequate. The color is inconsequential. Next, however, his clenched fists and taut jawline betrayed the tumultuous storm brewing within. During the subsequent practice of the counterspell, it was evident that Anderson was somewhat distracted. He conjured several moving obstacle balls, instructing the students to evade while simultaneously hitting the targets with a counterspell. Neville was struck squarely by a bludger, landing unceremoniously on his back. Ron, in a frenzy, misfired a spell that nearly hit Hermione's target, earning him a fierce glare. When Leno took to the field, he maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. He effortlessly evaded all bludgers as if strolling with a mere flick of his wand, casting precise bludger curses that shattered the targets. His movements were fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a balletic display of magic. This bludger was considerably slower than the tentacles of the giant squid in the Black Lake, Leno mused. Anderson watched his performance, his brow furrowing deeper. This Leno Soren's possessed abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary first-year student, even eclipsing many upperclassmen. More perplexing was the green light, if it were not the stunning spell. What could it be? Who exactly was he? What had Professor Quirrell taught him? An array of questions swirled in his mind. As the bell rang, Anderson promptly declared, "Class dismissed. Mr. Sorens, please stay behind." Leno inwardly sighed. He had anticipated this. Turning around, he donned a standard good student smile. "Professor, is there something you need?" Anderson approached him, deliberately lowering his voice, his tone brimming with inquiry. "Your performance was quite remarkable, especially that spell's light." He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Did Professor Quirrell teach you something extraordinary?" Feigning ignorance, Leno shrugged. "The spell's light? Oh, you mean the color? Perhaps my magical energy is simply more vibrant? After all, everyone's magical fluctuations differ, don't they?" He winked playfully. "As for Professor Quirrell, he mainly teaches me how to stay alert amidst the scent of garlic. Believe it or not, that class is rather challenging." Anderson scrutinized him for several seconds, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. "Vibrant magical energy," he repeated coldly. "Remember, Sorens, power must be guided properly. The righteous path is the only way forward." The warning in his words was unmistakable. Leno's smile remained, but his gaze turned icy. "Of course, Professor. I have always been a benevolent student. Why would you think otherwise?" Anderson said nothing more, merely gesturing for him to leave. As Leno exited the classroom, he felt the chilling stare bore into his back like a needle. The righteous path? He scoffed inwardly, waiting for them to discern who he truly was before uttering such words. The moment the classroom door closed, Anderson rushed to the window, watching Leno's retreating figure. He retrieved a magical notepad and quill from his pocket. His hand trembled slightly as he wrote swiftly, "Leno Sorens, extremely dangerous. Mastery of the unknown green stunning spell. Effects far exceeding the standard. Exceptional control of magical power. Strength unfathomable. Unclear relationship with former Professor Quirrell. Suspected to have studied forbidden content. Highest priority to observe target. Closely monitor his movements, especially in relation to dark magic." Having finished, he closed the notepad, his expression dark as he gazed ominously towards the forbidden forest. The young boy resembled a bomb, ready to explode at any moment, concealed beneath the tranquility of Hogwarts. The eerie green light pierced his heart like a thorn. Meanwhile, Leno was rubbing his neck as he walked toward the forbidden forest. School was truly exhausting. Feeding Lil Green was far more relaxing. He kicked a small stone by the roadside, but his mood was shadowed by Anderson's peculiar attention. It seemed the days ahead would not be dull. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows at his feet. Yet it could not illuminate the fleeting chill that flickered in his eyes. Chapter 27. The professor's surveillance. Leno whistled as he strolled through the corridor. Having just finished a tedious history of magic class, pondering whether to visit Hagrid to see if Little Green had begun dancing again. Perched on his shoulder was an inconspicuous little black bat, summoned by a bat summoning charm. This creature was akin to a Hogwarts version of a drone, offering shared vision and exceptional surveillance capabilities. "Brother Bat, is there anything unusual around the left corner?" Leno mused to himself. In the next instant, a familiar figure materialized in the bat's view. Anderson, hiding behind a stone pillar, his robe's hem peeking out, looking like a mouse sneaking to steal cheese. "Ah, has Mr. Or taken up stalking?" Leno nearly burst into laughter. His skills were rather unrefined, not nearly as adept at hiding as Crabbe was from Filch. He deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for Anderson to catch up before suddenly accelerating into the adjacent corridor. Through the bat's perspective, Anderson hurriedly followed but failed to notice the steps beneath him, nearly tumbling over, flailing to steady himself against the wall. Leno couldn't contain his laughter. "Brother Bat, tonight you shall receive an extra leg of chicken. No, an extra dose of magic." As he reached the next corner, he paused, smiling as he turned around. Sure enough, Anderson peeked around the corner, locking eyes with Leno, and froze. "It seems the professor enjoys leisurely strolls behind others," Leno remarked casually, as if discussing the weather. Anderson's ears turned slightly red. He straightened up. "Try to maintain composure." "And no, nothing, just wandering about." "Oh, I see," Leno shrugged. "Please, continue your stroll. I must attend to some matters." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Anderson standing there, his face pale as he pulled out a small notebook, furiously scribbling. Target exhibits extremely high alertness. Strong counter-surveillance capabilities. Surveillance strategy requires adjustment. Having shed his shadow, Leno slipped into the library. Madame Pants was dozing at the counter, nearly drooling onto the regulations for access to restricted books. He deftly made his way to the restricted section, casting a silent disillusionment charm to render himself invisible, moving as quietly as a cat. The tomes in the restricted section exuded an ancient scent of ink, and Leno casually pulled out several volumes. Advanced Element Control and Constructing Mental Barriers. Treasures not encountered in the classroom. Indeed, this was a place of efficiency. As he flipped through Advanced Element Control, his eyes scanned the chapter on fire control, and his fingertips instantly conjured a small flickering flame, resembling a well-behaved little sprite. As he turned to water manipulation, the flickering flame transformed into a smooth little water sphere, rolling gently in the palm of his hand. The school's teaching of the standard spells felt slower than a snail's pace, he mused. Placing the book back on the shelf and picking up a tome titled Deciphering Ancient Runes, which he deemed a true crash course. Feeling fatigued, he leaned against the bookshelf, stretching his limbs, his gaze sweeping across the corner where he discovered a dust-laden volume titled The Tales of the Poet Beetle. Ah, isn't that Ron S. book? Curiosity piqued, he pulled it out, dusting it off, and casually flipped it open. The pages rustled, finally resting on the legend of the three brothers. An illustration depicted a figure in a black robe, its gaunt hands resembling twigs, standing in shadow, its face obscured. Leino's attention faltered. How peculiar that this black-robed figure with skeletal hands and an eerie aura bore such resemblance to the shadow with paper wings from his dreams. A sudden chill coursed through him. Could this grim Reaper illustration be linked to the one from his dreams? What could he want from him? To collect a debt? Surely, he owed no galleons to such a specter. Or perhaps he was drawn by Leino's striking allure, intending to recruit him as an apprentice? He turned to the description of the Elder Wand, furrowing his brow. Crafted from elder wood, could his own wand merely be a coincidence, or was there a deeper connection? The thoughts eluded him. Leino returned the book to the shelf, dismissing the notion of whether it was the Grim Reaper or merely the remnants of old Voldemort's spirit. Should they dare to provoke him, he would entertain them with an impressive display of Avada Kedavra fireworks. Just as he exited the restricted section, he collided with Hermione, who was clutching a stack of books. Noticing Leino's emergence from the forbidden area, she furrowed her brow but refrained from further inquiries, merely gesturing toward the library entrance. Thorne, there's a letter for you in the Ollery. That owl has been hooting incessantly, nearly losing its voice. Thank you, Miss Granger, Leino nodded, muttering under his breath. The overachievers are indeed serious, even when delivering messages. Hermione, internally exasperated, thought, with your demeanor, you hardly qualify as an overachiever. The Ollery was a chaotic scene, feathers swirling in the air as several elderly owls regarded a restless gray barn owl with disdain. That was his family's owl, the only one they had. A letter was affixed to its leg. Leino untied the envelope, and the owl immediately exhaled in relief, flapping its wings and soaring away as if liberated from a daunting task. The envelope bore the handwriting of the old butler, Derek. Upon opening it, Leino read, Young Master, I trust this finds you well. The repairs on the manor's roof are nearing completion. Do not worry. However, there have been suspicious figures lurking nearby, cloaked in black. Their movements stealthy, often prowling at night, seemingly probing the manor's layout. The old servant attempted to chase them away, but they were agile and vanished in an instant. They are likely not ordinary thieves. Please exercise caution while at Hogwarts and do not be overly careless. Derek. Leino raised an eyebrow upon finishing the letter. The writing exhibited an unexpected sophistication. Cloaked figures? Why did that sound so reminiscent of Death Eaters? Trouble had indeed come knocking at his door. He stroked his chin, pondering whether this was related to the incident at the Goblin Bank, or if it was the remnants of old Voldemort's defeated forces seeking revenge. Could it be sent by the Malfoy family? He casually crumpled the letter into a ball and incinerated it with a flick of a green flame spell, reducing it to ashes that the wind scattered outside the shed. Once the little green dragon hatched, it would be the perfect opportunity to test the power of dragonfire. With a cold smirk, Leno thought anyone daring to cause trouble at the estate would be roasted for dinner. The setting sun elongated his shadow as he brushed the ash from his hands and turned towards the forbidden forest. First, he would check on his rock and roll little green dragon. He hummed a cheerful tune, his steps light. Everything else could wait until he was well fed. A small black bat, summoned by the bat charm, circled overhead. as if reporting new surveillance footage, while in the distance, hidden in the castle shadows, Anderson was intently observing Leno's retreating figure, jotting down new notes in his little notebook. Chapter 28. Midnight delivery. The Slytherin dormitory area was so quiet in the dead of night that one could hear their own heartbeat. Leno was sound asleep, having just commanded his little green dragon, the dragon egg, to scorch Malfoy in his dream, when he was abruptly awakened by a gentle knocking at the door. Who could be at this hour? Rubbing his eyes, his hair a tousled mess, he spoke with a hint of irritation, wondering if Hagrid was really delivering supper at such a late hour. Groggily, he approached the door, still musing whether it was Goyle sleepwalking again. As soon as he opened the door a crack, a blinding green light shot in. Blimey! Leno instantly became alert, instinctively rolling aside as the green light zipped past his nightgown and struck the stone wall behind him, leaving a charred little crater. A scorching wave of heat rushed towards him, carrying the scent of death. As he rolled, he swiftly drew his elder wand from beneath his pillow and, without a second thought, shouted, "Soul extraction!" A ghostly green beam shot towards a shadow at the door, hitting its mark with precision. The cloaked assassin froze in place. As if a pause button had been pressed, their wand hand suspended in midair. Leno nimbly sprang to his feet and silently cast a muffling charm at the dormitory door. He couldn't let this commotion awaken Draco. He would likely be terrified enough to wet the bed. That old Voldemort. Leno brushed the ash from his nightgown, his gaze icy as he thought of sending dark forces to deliver an Avada Kedavra package in the dead of night. How unprofessional. He couldn't even aim properly for a surprise attack. He picked up the assassin's wand from the floor. The previous soul extraction spell had rendered them weak, and nudged the frozen assassin with his foot. "Let us move to a different place to chat." Under the control of the soul extraction spell, the assassin moved like a marionette, obediently following Leno through the corridor to an abandoned classroom. Moonlight streamed through the dust-covered windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Leno levitated the assassin onto a chair and bound them tightly with a rope charm, ensuring they couldn't escape. Once this was accomplished, he pulled back the assassin's hood. What lay beneath was a pale face, with disheveled brown hair clinging to their forehead. Eyes wide open yet devoid of any spirit, an effect of the soul extraction spell. "All right, wake up." Leno snapped his fingers, dispelling the soul-binding curse. The assassin trembled violently, panting heavily as cold sweat instantly soaked his black robe. Bewildered, he glanced around, recognizing himself bound to a chair, while Leno, seated comfortably with his legs crossed on the podium opposite, gazed at him with a smile that radiated an unsettling calmness. "Good evening, courier. Who sent you? Was it old Fu's command to eliminate me?" The assassin's initial terror gradually morphed into defiance. Gritting his teeth, he managed to stammer, "I won't say anything." Leno raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "Ah, quite the resilient one, aren't you? Serving the Dark Lord brings you such honor. Is your year-end bonus a gold ingot or a life-or-death voucher? What does it matter to you?" The assassin, now resolute, revealed a hint of madness in his eyes. "The Dark Lord will avenge me. You're doomed." Leno shrugged, leaping down from the podium to stand before him, his smile unwavering. "No need to be so agitated. Allow me to offer you a clear path. Become my undercover agent. Infiltrate the Death Eaters. As for your salary, I might consider granting you a pardon. Impossible. You must be dreaming." The assassin rejected the offer without a second thought, disdain evident in his gaze. With a sigh, Leno spread his hands. "Refusing a toast only leads to punishment. Let me demonstrate my self-developed tactic, Avada as the primary strike, followed by the heart-piercing curse, and then the soul-binding curse as a secondary measure. I call it my three-pronged approach." Before the assassin could react, Leno's wand was already aimed at him. Heart-piercing. A crimson beam struck the assassin's chest. "Aya!" The assassin let out a chilling scream, thankfully muffled by a soundproof charm, or the entire castle would have heard it. His body convulsed as if thrown into a high-voltage box. His eyes bulged, veins protruded, and sweat mingled with saliva streamed down his face, portraying sheer agony. Leno glanced at his watch, silently counting down, 10, 9, 8. Well, that should suffice. Any longer, and he might become a fool. And I need him capable for my purposes. He retracted his wand, the red light fading. The assassin slumped like a rag doll in the chair, gasping for breath. His gaze vacant, lips trembling, utterly speechless. Before he could regain his composure, Leno suddenly pressed his wand against the assassin's forehead. The tip glowed with a piercing green light, dense as unyielding ink, and the air thickened with the unmistakable aura of death that enveloped the entire classroom. Now, Leno's voice was as cold as ice. Tell me your choice. Will you be my undercover agent, or shall you meet your end now? The assassin's pupils dilated to pinpricks. He stared at the looming green light, feeling that familiar, suffocating presence of absolute mortality. The excruciating pain from the heart-piercing curse combined with the current terror of death shattered his mental defenses completely. I agree. He screamed, tears streaming down his face, all remnants of his earlier defiance evaporating. I will do whatever you say. Just don't kill me. Subduing the Death Eater. Devercair's age, 35, current loyalty, 15, born under duress. Leno raised an eyebrow, internally scoffing. 15? TSK. That S even lower than the appreciation a giant has for me. Nevertheless, the Avada Kedavra loyalty catalyst yields such an effect. I suppose I should not complain. He retracted his wand, the emerald light dissipating. Wasn't it better to do this sooner? With a flick of his wand, he untied the ropes binding Cares. Here. Leno tossed the wand he had just retrieved back to him. This is your identification. Trembling, Cares accepted the wand, still struggling to comprehend his sudden release. This lad did not even impose an unbreakable vow. Was he not concerned about the possibility of betrayal? Returning to inform the Dark Lord, Leno leaned against the podium. Hands in his pockets, the assassination attempt failed. I am quite vigilant. You will report to me regularly via owl. Understand what I mean? Remember, you belong to me now. He paused, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Oh, by the way, tonight counts as overtime. Your compensation is your very life. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you say? Cares gazed deeply at him, his eyes filled with awe and trepidation. He asked nothing, neither while Leno knew his name nor any other inquiries. Staggering to his feet, he nearly fled the classroom, quickly vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. Leno lifted the silencing charm from the empty classroom and stretched. I'm utterly fatigued. The Dark Lord truly has a knack for interrupting one's repose. He locked the classroom door and leisurely strolled back to his dormitory. As he passed the corridor's corner, the bats summoned by the bat bogey hex relayed an image of Anderson standing at a distant tower window with a telescope in hand. His brow furrowed in confusion as he evidently witnessed Cares making his escape but could not grasp the situation. Another addition to Mr. Auror's workload. Leno chuckled to himself, anticipating his little notebook would soon be filled. Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco and the others were soundly asleep, oblivious to the recent turmoil. Leno reclined back onto his bed and swiftly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he orchestrated the newly hatched little green creature, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Voldemort's dark mist, incinerating the shadow into a cacophony of shrieks. It was still tranquil in his dreams. He smacked his lips, turned over, and sank deeper into sleep. Meanwhile, outside the empty classroom, moonlight flowed quietly through the corridor, as if nothing had transpired. Only the charred little pit on the stone wall silently bore witness to the life and death moment that had just unfolded. Chapter 29. The Manor Crisis. The secret chamber of Malfoy Manor was as frigid as an ice cellar, illuminated only by the flickering green flames of the fireplace. Nagini coiled atop the stone altar in the chamber's center, her enormous serpent eyes glimmering with an eerie light, as Voldemort's residual soul resided within her. Lucius Malfoy stood beside, his head bowed low, breathing softly, fearful of inciting the wrath of this capricious Dark Lord. My lord, Cares has returned, he reported in a hushed tone, a hint of barely perceptible tension woven into his voice. The stone door creaked open, and Cares stumbled inside. His black robe was torn in several places, his face smeared with dust and blood, pallid as parchment, and his breath was erratic, presenting an image of utter disarray. With a thud, he knelt on one knee before Nagini, bowing deeply. My incompetence is evident. I beseech my master to impose punishment. Nagini's forked tongue flickered rapidly, producing a hissing sound, as a hoarse and chilling voice echoed through the chamber. Speak. The target, Lenox Thorne, displays exceptional vigilance, Cares stammered, his voice trembling, a blend of fear and feigned remorse. Following our plan, I launched a midnight assault. As soon as I opened the door, I cast Avada Kedavra, but he reacted with remarkable speed, evading the strike with a roll. He paused, cautiously glancing at Nagini, and upon noting no sign of impatience, he continued. He countered with a control spell, I was caught off guard and struck, yet I exerted all my strength to escape his grasp during a moment of his inattention. This account was a mix of truth and deceit, emphasizing Leno's prowess while providing a somewhat plausible justification for his own escape. "Humph," came Voldemort's voice, laced with derision. "Surely, one who can cause me harm is not so easily dealt with. You should have anticipated that the boy, skilled in the use of Avada and possessing unfathomable magical power, would not succumb so easily to an ordinary Death Eater." Quirrell hastily professed his loyalty. "I am indeed incompetent, willing to accept any punishment. I only ask for another opportunity. I assure you I will." "You return unscathed?" Voldemort abruptly interrupted, his gaze fixed coldly upon Quirrell's through Nagini's serpent eyes, radiating a frigid intensity. "He did not pursue you? Did he not strike you down? He allowed you to leave?" Quirrell's body stiffened, cold sweat erupting across his back. He had not anticipated such scrutiny from Voldemort. "Why, yes, my master." He forced himself to remain composed, bowing his head to conceal the panic in his eyes. "It seems he regarded me as inconsequential, perhaps believing that killing me would serve no purpose." The chamber fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the crackling of green flames. Quirrell's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. After what felt like an eternity, Voldemort finally spoke again, his voice devoid of emotion. "You may leave." "Yes, my master," Quirrell exclaimed, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, nearly tumbling out of the chamber. As the stone door closed behind him, he dared to take a deep breath, his black robe soaked with cold sweat. Once Quirrell had departed, Voldemort's voice resonated again, this time directed at Lucius. "Lucius." "At your service." Lucius stepped forward promptly. "Attend to the matter at Sorne's Manor." Voldemort's voice was icy. "Execute it with precision. Do not be as incompetent as Quirrell." "Yes, my master," Lucius replied, bowing, though inwardly he could not refrain from grumbling. "Once again, it is my task. Voldemort merely speaks, while Malfoy runs himself ragged. When will this end?" He dared not inquire further about the specifics, merely bowing his head and awaiting Voldemort's next command. Nagini coiled once more, a glint of malice flickering in her serpent eyes. To release Quirrell? Was it truly disdain? Or is there a deeper scheme at play? The enigmatic Lenox continues to elude comprehension. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the Hogwarts library, Leno, on tiptoe, extricates a hefty tome entitled The Deathly Hallows, Investigations and Mysteries from the highest shelf of the restricted section. The cover, adorned with gilded lettering, shows signs of age. Its edges worn. At last he found it. Dusting off the cover, Leno settled into a secluded nook, eagerly flipping open the pages. A notification chimed. Studying the Deathly Hallows, Investigations and Mysteries grants 50 knowledge points. Leno raised an eyebrow. This book appeared to hold significant value. The pages meticulously chronicled the legends surrounding the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. The illustrations of the Grim, draped in a black robe with skeletal hands and shadowy outlines, bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure with paper wings that haunted his dreams. Indeed, that figure from his dreams must be the Grim. Leno stroked his chin, his expression grave. If one were to possess all three Hallows, would they not become the master of death itself? Such a warranty seems rather formidable. Who would dare pursue it? As he perused the chapter on the Elder Wand, his heart skipped a beat upon reading the words Elderwood. The wand he possessed was also crafted from Elderwood. Had the Grim set its sights on him due to this wand? Or was it merely his striking good looks? An absurd thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. No use pondering the inscrutable. He would confront whatever came his way. He tucked the book into his concealed expandable pouch, recognizing its immense utility and resolved to study it further at home. Surely, Madame Pants would not mind the absence of one obscure volume, would she? Humming a cheerful tune, Leno exited the library, his spirits lifted. Although his quest for answers regarding the Deathly Hallows had yet to yield results, he now possessed a sense of direction, which was far superior to aimless speculation. Just as he rounded a corner in the corridor, a sudden gust of wind struck him. Blimey! Leno was momentarily engulfed in darkness as a great owl collided with his face like a cannonball. Achoo! Achoo! Feathers exploded upon impact, and he was compelled to sneeze repeatedly. Some downy tufts lodged in his mouth. Had this owl trained in the art of headbutting? Leno expelled the feathers from his mouth, rubbing his sore nose, casting an annoyed glance at the panting gray owl at his feet. It was the estate's owl, specifically assigned to Derek. The gray owl, upon noticing his gaze, hastily pushed a letter towards him with its talons before collapsing onto the ground, panting as if it had just sprinted an exhausting 800 meters. Very well. I shall commend your dedication. Leno unfastened the letter, retrieving a magical squid-shaped treat from his pocket, tossing it to the owl as a token of appreciation for its overtime work. The owl perked up instantly, swallowing the treat in one gulp before flapping its wings and darting away, likely eager to report back. Leno unfurled the letter, the scrawl nearly indecipherable, ink splattered everywhere. Indicative of frantic writing. Young master. Danger. The number of cloaked figures surrounding the estate has surged. At least dozens. They have encircled the manor, constantly watching, poised for an imminent assault. The old servant cannot hold them off alone. Return swiftly, or seek assistance. Urgent. The ink at the bottom of the letter bled into a large blot, exuding an air of despair. The smile on Leno's face vanished in an instant, his brow furrowed, and his gaze turned as cold as ice. That old Voldemort, after a failed assassination, was now laying siege to the dilapidated Thorne's manor, no less. He clenched the letter tightly, his knuckles turning white. How could one old house elf manage against dozens of Death Eaters? To return to the manor and confront a horde of Death Eaters alone? Although he possessed confidence in his own abilities, one pair of fists could hardly contend with four hands. What if something were to happen to Derek? Taking a deep breath, Leno directed his gaze towards the highest point of the castle, the headmaster's office. He turned and strode purposefully in that direction, the hem of his black robe billowing in the corridor. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to resolve the crisis at the manor expeditiously. Chapter 30. A meeting of strength. When Leno arrived at the stone beast at the dripping spout, the creature slid open without a word. Had Olby truly awakened his inner sight? He mused, his steps unceasing as he hurried up the spiral staircase. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office was somewhat tense. Dumbledore was not seated behind his desk, indulging in sweets as usual. Instead, he sat upright in his chair, his expression neutral, save for the depth in his blue eyes behind half-moon glasses. Upon Leno's entrance, he asked nothing but merely nudged a Hogwarts crest on the table. The emblem intricately engraved with the symbols of the four houses, lion, serpent, eagle, and badger, all vividly rendered. This crest, Dumbledore's voice was calm and unwavering, grants you permission to apparate within Hogwarts. I am unaware of the circumstances you are facing or their origins, yet I sense you have urgent matters to attend to. He paused, looking at Leno with a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Go, Leno. And I trust you have mastered apparition, have you not? Leno stood frozen. How did Olby know he intended to leave? How could he possibly be aware of his need to address the manor situation? Even the fact that he had mastered apparition was known to him. The weight of this revelation momentarily overwhelmed him. However, it was evidently not the time for inquiries. The crisis at the manor loomed large, and Derek awaited his rescue. Thank you, headmaster. Leno grasped the crest, feeling a gentle warmth at his fingertips. He spoke no further, focusing his thoughts to lock onto the location of the manor. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, having apparat. Dumbledore observed the empty seat, a faint, inscrutable smile gracing his lips. He rose and approached the perch where Fawkes rested, taking a handful of golden-red phoenix feed and some unknown grain-like substances, gently sprinkling them into the feeding bowl. Fawkes, are you hungry? He spoke softly, and the phoenix emitted a bright, melodic call, affectionately nuzzling his fingers. Meanwhile, Leno had apparat to the entrance of Thorne's manor. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated cries of battle and the clash of spells were absent. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the area, so profound that he could hear the rustle of the wind through the leaves. This is not good. A sudden chill of foreboding washed over Leno, filling him with an ominous premonition. He dashed towards the heart of the manor, his wand firmly clasped in hand. Upon turning the corner, he spotted the elderly butler, Derek, standing with his back to him in the courtyard, a cloth in hand, seemingly polishing something. Evan, Leno shouted as he rushed forward. Are you all right? When did they arrive? Were they? Derek turned around, a look of bewilderment on his face. Upon seeing Leno, he paused for a moment. Young master, what brings you back? Isn't it forbidden to leave Hogwarts at will? Did you not write to urge me to return post-haste? Leno exclaimed anxiously. You mentioned a throng of dark-robed figures encircling the manor. The situation is dire. Only then did Derek seemed to comprehend, pointing towards a corner of the courtyard where a dozen or so individuals in black robes lay sprawled haphazardly, resembling a heap of discarded dolls. "Oh, young master, are you referring to them?" Derek replied with apparent ease. "It's nothing to worry about. The crisis has long since been averted. Initially, I feared it was the mysterious one come to wreak havoc, which prompted me to hastily write to you, though I was unsure of the letter's efficacy." Leno's mind momentarily faltered. What? An elderly man single-handedly subdued Death Eaters? Is this some kind of jest? Derek, oblivious to Leno's astonishment, continued, "At first, I thought they were here to cause trouble, but upon witnessing their prowess, I realized it was merely a social visit. However, these young folks were rather peculiar. They launched a barrage of spells at me, red and green curses flying about. I pondered, is it now customary for young people to be so fervent in their greetings? Yet, I understand their struggles. It is quite a journey for them." Leno felt as though his very soul was on the verge of exploding. He hastened to the pile of black-robed figures, crouching down for a closer inspection. Fortunately, they were not dead, but merely in a deep stupor, some murmuring faintly, their bodies covered in dust and grass, appearing utterly disheveled. He abruptly turned to Derek, his voice trembling. "Evan, did you do this?" Derek, equally perplexed, scratched his head with sincerity. Wasn't it merely a friendly exchange? I just stretched my limbs a bit to show them that experience still prevails. What's wrong? Young master, did I err? Leno buried his face in his hands, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. What manner of otherworldly butler had he summoned? To Derek, Death Eaters dispatched by Voldemort were merely young people here for a friendly bout, and he, a septuagenarian, had effortlessly laid them low. At that moment, a golden red flash streaked across the sky, accompanied by a melodious phoenix call. Fawkes spread his wings gracefully, alighting in the center of the courtyard as the light dissipated, revealing the figure of Dumbledore beside the phoenix. He strode directly towards Derek, arms outstretched, a radiant smile adorning his face. "Evan, it has been far too long. Your prowess remains undiminished. How fares your health these days?" Derek chuckled, embracing Dumbledore warmly. "Albus, you have come as well. I am well, though I did engage in a bit of sparring with a few youngsters earlier, and my back is somewhat sore. How do you find your role as headmaster?" Accustomed to the peculiarities of life, Dumbledore blinked playfully, his tone laced with mischief. The daily tribulations of managing those mischievous youngsters were somewhat exhausting. Yet, the company of a mound of cockroaches provided solace, and sweet treats served as the finest remedy. "You remain unchanged," Derek chuckled heartily. Leno, standing nearby, was utterly petrified. "Are you two old fellows merely exchanging pleasantries here? There lies a heap of unconscious Death Eaters on the ground. Is no one going to attend to them?" After a brief exchange with Derek, Dumbledore turned to Leno, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "It seems the minor disturbances at the manor have been resolved. Leno, we must return to Hogwarts. Curfew is approaching." Without further ado, he grasped Leno's arm and initiated the journey. "Wait, Leno's protest was cut short as a flash enveloped him, and he vanished from the manor alongside Dumbledore. Only Derek remained in the courtyard, alongside the unconscious cloaked figures. The elderly man looked up at the ceiling, noting several new holes that had been created during their recent skirmish, a result of some wayward spell. He sighed and shook his head. Repairs await once more. Chapter 31. The Wrath of Voldemort upon the instant of their apparition back to Hogwarts. Leno barely steadied himself before seizing Dumbledore's arm, unable to contain the myriad questions that had built up during their journey. "Headmaster." His eyes gleamed with fervor, akin to a dog relentlessly pursuing a bone. "What is the nature of your relationship with Derek? How is it that you are so familiar? Furthermore, how could he possess such strength? He single-handedly took down a dozen Death Eaters." Dumbledore paused momentarily, turning to face him. The blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses sparkled briefly before he revealed his signature gentle smile. "Oh, Leno," he replied nonchalantly, "that is all in the past." He patted Leno's shoulder, his tone playful. "Everyone has their own history, do they not? Just as you possess your own little secrets." Leno rolled his eyes internally, thinking, "The past? What difference does that make?" The old wizard's evasive nature seemed akin to a master of Tai Chi, perhaps trained by Zhang Sanfeng himself. "And a secret of mine? Very well, you've got me there." He pursed his lips, refraining from further inquiry, knowing that no answers would be forthcoming. "Best get some rest," Dumbledore advised, turning to stride towards the headmaster's office, his white robes tracing an elegant arc in the corridor. Curfew is upon us, and lessons await us tomorrow. Leno watched his retreating figure, scratching his head, suddenly feeling a weight lift from his heart. What does it matter? The old caretaker is indeed formidable, which is a blessing. At least the manor is secure. He hummed an off-key tune as he made his way back to the dormitory, altering the lyrics too. In arms we find comradeship, hooray! The old caretaker truly knows how to fight. Meanwhile, within the depths of Malfoy Manor, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though it could condense into droplets of water. The green flames flickered in the alcove, casting a pallid glow upon Lucius's face. He knelt upon the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice quivering. Master, the individuals that Lord Cares brought back, they're all done for. Nagini coiled upon the stone pedestal, her enormous serpentine eyes fixated upon Lucius, as Voldemort's voice emanated from her maw, hoarse and chilling. Elucidate. The ancient housekeeper of the Thorne's family single-handedly incapacitated them all. Lucius swallowed hard, struggling to articulate, relaying the intelligence that those individuals remained unconscious, discarded like refuse in a corner of the estate. An oppressive silence enveloped the chamber. Suddenly, the green flames flickered violently, casting the room into darkness. The next moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the chamber. Incompetence! A wretched lot of incompetence! Nagini raised her head sharply, her serpent eyes igniting with crimson light. A powerful wave of magical energy causing the very walls of the chamber to tremble, spiderweb-like cracks forming upon the stone. The green flames danced wildly, as if striving to break free from their confines and incinerate everything in their path. With a resounding crack, a robust serpent tail lashed out, striking an antique vase, which shattered instantaneously, fragments scattering everywhere. Lucius's face twitched. That vase was a cherished artifact from the medieval era. Lucius, Voldemort's voice brimmed with fury. Is this the outcome of your intensified efforts? Dozens of elite wizards felled by an old man, as if chopping firewood. Were your resources, your intelligence, merely for show? Saliva from the serpent splattered upon the ground, corroding it and creating small pits. Lucius hastily lowered himself to the floor, burying his head deeper. Master, I beseech you to temper your wrath. I did not foresee that the old housekeeper would possess such strength. He appeared to be an ordinary Muggle caretaker. Ordinary? Voldemort sneered, his voice laced with an icy disdain. To single-handedly take down dozens of Death Eaters is hardly ordinary. His tone shifted to a sinister whisper. It must be Dumbledore. He is the only one with such formidable power. But the informants reported no signs of Dumbledore. It was indeed the old housekeeper alone. Lucius murmured defensively. Evandric, Voldemort intoned, the name igniting a flicker of confusion and deeper rage within his serpent eyes. Investigate. I demand a thorough excavation. I wish to uncover everything about him. Who is he? What is his background? What connection does he have to Dumbledore? And what did Lenox Thorne do upon his return to the estate? Yes, master. I shall employ all resources immediately. Lucius scrambled out of the chamber, cursing that unknown housekeeper 1,000 times in his mind, for not only ruining the mission, but also costing him a treasured antique vase. In the towers of Hogwarts, Anderson held a telescope, closely observing the direction of the Slytherin common room. As he saw Leno humming a tune while returning from the headmaster's office, his brow furrowed even deeper. He pulled out a small notebook he carried, swiftly jotting down. Target observed entering and exiting the headmaster's office late at night, exhibiting a sense of urgency. About half an hour later, he vanished alongside the headmaster, presumably employing a form of illusionary displacement, a serious breach of school regulations. Upon their return, he appeared relaxed, even humming an indistinct melody. Just as he finished writing, his owl swooped in, clutching an urgent missive from the Ministry of Magic. Anderson tore it open, and his pupils dilated sharply. The Sorns' estate had come under attack. Dozens of unidentified figures clad in dark robes had been subdued by the butler, Evandric, who remained unconscious. He swiftly connected this news with his earlier observations, a clear thread of reasoning flashing through his mind. Leno had sought an urgent late-night departure with the headmaster, coinciding perfectly with the assault, and the elderly butler had showcased remarkable prowess while Leno returned unscathed. The timeline was impeccably aligned. Anderson's fingers drummed anxiously on his notebook. the suspects potentially linked to or aware of the estate incident. The elderly butler, Evandrick, was exceedingly perilous, his abilities unfathomable, and he likely harbored clandestine ties to Dumbledore. In bold strokes, he inscribed, "Highest alert. Request access to all Ministry of Magic files concerning Evandrick." Meanwhile, in a secluded cellar of Hogwarts, Cares sat restlessly, cold sweat soaking his dark robe. He had just learned from his compatriots that the numerous individuals sent to the estate had all been incapacitated by that seemingly unremarkable old butler, now lying like lifeless swine in the estate. What manner of creature was that butler? A shiver coursed through Cares. The very thought of having previously contemplated assassinating Leno sent chills down his spine. Ding. Devo Cares' loyalty fluctuates. 18. Fear intensifies. At the moment Leno received the system notification, he was in his dormitory, shedding his sleeping robe. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. It seems he has been frightened. This is beneficial, as it may prevent future mischief. Cares remained conflicted. Voldemort would surely scrutinize Evandrick. Should he inform Leno of this? Yet if he did, would Leno perceive him as a nuisance? Conversely, if he remained silent, what if Voldemort uncovered something? Grasping his head, he fell into deep turmoil. As the night deepened, Hogwarts Castle settled into tranquility, the only sound being the occasional swoosh of owls gliding past the tower tops. Yet beneath the calm surface, many undercurrents surged. The enigmatic identity of Evandrick, Voldemort's frenzied investigations, and Anderson's relentless pursuit all heralded the approach of a far greater storm. Chapter 32. Halloween. The Halloween feast at Hogwarts has always been one of the most vibrant celebrations of the academic year. The Great Hall was ablaze with light. Hundreds of enchanted jack-o'-lanterns floated above, resembling a myriad of grinning little suns. The walls were adorned with flying bats, their wings flapping in a symphony with the clinking of cutlery, while the air was rich with the aromas of roasted turkey, pumpkin pie, and hot butterbeer. Leno was engrossed in tackling a turkey leg, juices trickling down his chin, which he carelessly wiped with his sleeve. It seemed that the original tale's Halloween lacked Quirrell's feast, as if he had vanished entirely. He mused to himself, deeming the thought trivial, yet could not help but recall how, at this time last year, Quirrell's garlicky scent still lingered in the banquet hall. Without the interference of garlic essence, this year I can finally enjoy a good meal in peace. Leno smacked his lips and forked a piece of Yorkshire pudding into his mouth. He pondered, since Quirrell was out of the picture, perhaps the giant troll incident from the original story would not occur. After all, it was Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, who had unleashed the troll. Just then, a pale first-year student burst into the Great Hall, stumbling and skidding to a halt before Dumbledore, his voice trembling like leaves in a storm. "Headmaster, there's a troll. A very large troll in the dungeons." A clatter echoed as someone's plate fell to the ground, producing a jarring sound. The hall fell silent in an instant, only to erupt into a cacophony of frightened screams. Leno froze mid-bite, his brow furrowing. What? Quirrell is gone. So where did the troll come from? Has Voldemort taken up beast taming? Or has the castle adopted a troll as a pet? Dumbledore rose abruptly, his resonant voice cutting through the chaos. "Everyone, remain calm. All head students, lead your houses back to the dormitories at once. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Order was swiftly restored as the head students shouted commands, organizing the students into orderly lines. Leno found himself among the Slytherin group, but out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Harry and Ron sneaking toward the staircase leading to the second floor, heading in the direction of the girls' bathroom. Ah, they were indeed off to rescue Hermione. Leno understood their intentions and, taking advantage of a moment's distraction, quietly slipped out of line, following them with the agility of a cat. He was curious to see how the troll had made its way to the girls' bathroom in Quirrell's absence. The corridor leading to the second floor was deserted, save for the portraits on the walls whispering amongst themselves. Leno tread lightly, and from a distance, he heard the resounding thuds from the girls' bathroom, accompanied by the troll's furious roars. Quickening his pace, he turned the corner and beheld a dramatic scene. The bathroom door was rattling violently, while Harry and Ron, wands drawn, were frantically casting spells. Ron's levitation charm had lifted a large wooden club belonging to the troll into the air, but he struggled to control it, nearly hitting himself. Meanwhile, Harry attempted to cast a petrifying spell, but the incantation merely made the troll sway, provoking it further. Hermione was huddled in the farthest stall, her complexion ashen, gripping the doorframe tightly, rendered speechless by fear. The novice wizards were floundering, a truly entertaining sight. Leno leaned against the corridor wall, arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle. The troll, evidently incensed, roared and shook off the spells binding it, raising the heavy club high above to strike down on Hermione's stall. Now was the moment. Leno, unwilling to wait any longer, raised his elder wand and simultaneously uttered 2 incantations. Petri Ficus Totalis. Reducto. The spells shot forth in quick succession, striking the troll with precision. The creature, towering at nearly 3 meters, suddenly froze, its skin hardening to the texture of stone, a testament to the effectiveness of the petrifying spell. However, before it could maintain this stance for more than a fleeting second, the shattering curse had already taken effect. With a resounding boom, the gargantuan stone statue erupted, disintegrating into countless fragments of varying sizes, cascading chaotically across the ground. Even the plumbing in the restroom was ruptured, with sewage mingling with the debris, creating a scene of utter disarray. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood agape, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, their wands having fallen to the floor. They had scarcely witnessed how Renaud had executed his feat. Had that once formidable giant truly been reduced to mere rubble? Renaud wrinkled his nose in distaste, covering it with his hand. This stench is more unbearable than that of the depths of the Black Lake. What on earth is happening? Professor Dumbledore, accompanied by a cadre of professors, rushed in, their expressions frozen in astonishment at the sight before them. Professor McGonagall's spectacles had slid to the tip of her nose as she pointed at the strewn debris, her voice trembling. Sorns, did you do this? Professor Flitwick clutched his chest, exclaiming, by Merlin's socks. I believed him to be merely an ordinary genius, not a genius among geniuses. Severus Snape's expression was as dark as a pot's bottom, his gaze complex as it settled upon Renaud, his intentions unclear. Was he angry or merely assessing the situation? Renaud shrugged nonchalantly. Yes, it was I. Just a bit of minor magic. He gestured towards the rubble. Surely the ministry should permit self-defense against such perilous creatures in appropriate circumstances. One cannot simply wait to be flattened into a pancake. Professor McGonagall nodded mechanically, evidently still reeling from the shock. Yes, it is permitted. Then you best hasten to address these stone fragments. Renaud added, the petrification spell's effects will soon wear off. If it revives and reassembles itself, it will become quite troublesome. With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave, leaving a group of professors and 3 bewildered young witches and wizards in his wake. Professor Flitwick was the first to regain his composure, with a flick of his wand. He uttered a cleaning charm, and in an instant, the debris and sewage vanished without a trace. The ladies' restroom returned to a relatively pristine condition, as if the giant and the explosion had never transpired. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Harry, Ron, and Hermione, a glint of amusement sparkling in his blue eyes as he leisurely remarked, I'm quite curious as to why you find yourselves here. However, I shan't inquire further. Snape interjected coldly, his tone laced with his customary sarcasm. Shouldn't this warrant a deduction of points? Our little Gryffindor heroes? No, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head with a benevolent smile. Your bravery is commendable. I shall award Gryffindor 10 points. He paused deliberately, adding, of course, I refer to each of you. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and exhilaration in the other's eyes. Snape's expression darkened further as he turned to Dumbledore, his voice stiff. And what of Sorns? Shouldn't Slytherin receive points as well? Dumbledore chuckled lightly, directing his gaze at Snape. That is only natural. However, I shall leave that to you. Severus. After all, Mr. Thorne is undoubtedly the true benefactor of this incident, is he not? He cast a glance towards Harry and his companions, urging them to return swiftly lest the prefects grow anxious. Awakened from their stupor, Harry and his friends hastily retrieved their wands from the ground and stumbled away, their minds still replaying the astonishing spectacle of Leno vanquishing the troll in an instant. The impact of that scene was so profound that it left them momentarily disoriented. Gradually, the other professors departed, leaving Severus Snape alone in the corridor. He stood in silence, gazing in the direction where Leno had vanished, lost in thought for several seconds. Then, with a tone that was both awkward and somewhat imitative, he leisurely proclaimed, Slytherin earns 50 points. After a brief pause, a nearly imperceptible smirk graced his lips as he added, "Of course, I refer to each hand." With that, he turned and strode away, his dark robes carving a stark arc through the empty corridor, leaving behind the portraits on the walls, exchanging confused glances, evidently baffled by the last remark of the potion's master. Chapter 33. The Mystery of Derek Within the Concealed Chamber of Malfoy Manor. Green flames flickered uneasily in the niche, casting a glimmer upon Nagini's cold scales. Lucius Malfoy lowered his head, cradling a worn parchment in his hands, his fingertips trembling slightly. "My lord, I have found the dossier on Evan Derek," he said cautiously, wary of provoking the entity that resided upon the stone pedestal. Nagini slowly raised her head, her serpent eyes glinting with a sinister crimson light. Voldemort's voice emerged from her mouth, hoarse and chilling. "Read." "Yes, my lord." Lucius cleared his throat and unfurled the parchment, revealing scant details. Evan Derek, born in 1925, had served in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic approximately between 1950 and 1980. Though his specific role remained unclear, he paused, swallowed hard, and continued. He later withdrew for reasons unknown and is currently residing at Thorne's Manor, where he serves as a steward. The remaining records are either missing or have been destroyed. The parchment was thin, its content pitifully sparse, with crucial information nearly obliterated, leaving only trivial timestamps. A profound silence enveloped the chamber. Suddenly, Nagini thrust her head upwards, emitting a sharp hiss. The green flames grew frantic, and the fissures in the stone walls widened further. The Department of Mysteries. Voldemort's voice held an almost imperceptible edge of unease. That den of filth. He was all too familiar with it, having once sought to steal prophecies concerning himself there. Unclear? Unknown reasons? Missing records? He repeated these phrases, his tone growing increasingly frigid. What an ordinary steward. "Lucius, is this the fruit of your exhaustive efforts?" Lucius hastily knelt, his forehead nearly touching the ground. "I am incompetent. This is the only record in the archives, as if someone has deliberately purged it. I have exhausted all my connections. I truly cannot uncover more." He cast a furtive glance at the empty pedestal beside him, where once lay the cherished antique that Voldemort had shattered in a fit of rage. Voldemort remained silent for a moment, the red light in his serpent eyes gradually waning as he continued to scrutinize Lucius. He finally spoke, his voice barely containing his simmering fury, along with the mention of Lenersons. "Report any of their unusual actions immediately." "Yes, master," Lucius replied, as if granted a reprieve. Scrambling out of the chamber, he wished to avoid enduring the Dark Lord's wrath once more, particularly after the recent loss of an antique vase. Meanwhile, in a temporary office within Hogwarts Castle, Arrow Anderson was seething over a response from the Ministry of Magic. His desk was cluttered with documents, accompanied by a half-eaten cold sandwich, which constituted both his lunch and dinner. An owl perched on the windowsill, head cocked as it regarded him. Privacy? Historical legacies? Anderson clenched the response, his knuckles turning white. "What does my request to access the file of a retired housekeeper have to do with privacy?" The letter stated, "Request to access the file of Evan Derek, non-active personnel, has been reviewed and denied due to personal privacy and historical legacy issues." A standard bureaucratic response, equivalent to saying nothing at all. Anderson furiously tossed the letter onto the desk and grabbed a small notebook, swiftly writing, "Request denied. Reason flimsy. Higher-ups are deliberately concealing Derek's identity. This individual is of high sensitivity." He took a bite of the cold sandwich, the taste reminiscent of chewing wax. If he could not investigate Derek, he would find a breakthrough through that student. He continued scribbling in his notebook. Initiate plan. 1. Intensify surveillance on Lenersons, documenting all unusual behaviors, night wanderings, entries into restricted sections, inappropriate contact with professors, etc. 2. Investigate professors frequently in contact with Leonard, particularly Snape and Flitwick. 3. Consider reaching out to Hagrid or Filch for internal information about the castle. Upon finishing, he closed the notebook, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "Lenersons, there must be a secret between you and Derek." As night fell, the trees at the edge of the forbidden forest cast long shadows in the moonlight, resembling ghostly claws reaching for the sky. The night breeze wafted in, carrying the scent of damp earth and the distant growls of beasts. Leaning against an ancient oak, Leonard toyed with his elder wand, its tip occasionally glimmering with a faint light. A small black bat took flight from his shoulder, vanishing into the darkness. Before long, a figure draped in black emerged stealthily from the woods. It was Divacairs. He glanced around warily, and upon spotting Lenor, he exhaled in relief. Hastening over with a slight bow, "Master." Lenor lifted his eyelids slightly, his tone unremarkable. "Has Voldemort acquired Derek's file?" Divacairs hesitated for a moment before nodding. "It is a rather brief file, merely stating that Derek once worked in the Department of Mysteries, with no details on his position or reasons for retirement, as if deliberately erased." "Department of Mysteries?" Lenor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The seemingly unremarkable old housekeeper had indeed spent time in the most enigmatic department of the ministry. "Listen, Divacairs," Lenor straightened, his eyes sharpening. "I need you to uncover a few things." Divacairs promptly perked up, attentive. "First, what specific projects does Derek oversee in the Department of Mysteries? Second, what prompted his sudden withdrawal? Third, who has erased his file records?" Leno's voice resonated distinctly in the night breeze. "You may utilize the channels of the Death Eaters, the eyes of the Ministry, or even the black market in Nocturne Alley. In short, exhaust all means to uncover the truth." He paused momentarily and added, "Remember, do not expose yourself. You must convince Voldemort while ensuring I am not disappointed." Cair's complexion paled slightly. Investigating the affairs of the Department of Mysteries? This is no trivial task. A moment's carelessness could ignite peril. Yet, as he gazed at the wand in Leno's hand, which emitted a faint glow, he recalled the last time he was met with that green light. His throat constricted, and he ultimately nodded, "Yes, Master. I shall do my utmost." Ding. Cair's loyalty level, 20, driven by survival instinct. Leno cast a glance at the system notification, a cold smirk forming within. Only 20? It seems this fellow is still gripped by fear. Just then, a bat flew down from the tree, colliding mindlessly with Cair's shoulder. Startled, Cair's nearly dropped his wand. Leno couldn't help but chuckle. "Relax, my bat does not feast on humans." Cair's awkwardly cleared his throat, his face alternating between crimson and pale. "If there is nothing else, you may leave." Leno waved his hand, signaling for immediate reports upon any news. "Yes." Cair's, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly turned and vanished into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, his retreat marked by a sense of disarray. Leno observed his departing figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What secrets does Derek of the Department of Mysteries conceal? He turned and strode towards the castle, the moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting elongated shadows upon him. The howls of wolves echoed from the Forbidden Forest, adding an air of enigma. Derek's file had been deliberately expunged, and both Voldemort and Anderson were pursuing the matter. Now even the Department of Mysteries was entangled. The situation seemed to grow increasingly intricate. A smirk danced upon Leno's lips. The more complex, the better. Simplicity offers little intrigue. He quickened his pace, his figure soon blending into the castle shadows. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, only the whispering of the wind through the leaves remained, as if recounting the secrets that lay concealed. Chapter 34. Quidditch. The Quidditch pitch was alive with fervor. The sunlight, so blinding it was difficult to keep one's eyes open. The banners of Gryffindor and Slytherin waved in the stands, resembling two tumultuous seas. Lee Jordan's commentary, amplified by magical speakers, reverberated throughout the arena, brimming with exuberance, as if inciting a cheer. "Look, Potter has once again breached Slytherin's defenses. He's like a bullet shot from a gun." Leno nestled in the corner of the Slytherin stands, languidly nibbling on a pumpkin pasty, with no Chilo lurking to sabotage. The match felt particularly mundane, at least to him. The absence of the pesky gnome diminished the excitement of the game. He mused inwardly, yet his eyes involuntarily tracked Harry Potter's movements. That boy, riding the Nimbus 2000, soared through the air with the agility of Swallow, leaving the Slytherin seeker spinning in circles. Indeed, it was not long before Harry suddenly dove, his arm thrusting forward as he seized the golden snitch. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, with the Gryffindor students nearly toppling the stands in their excitement. Ron and Hermione embraced joyfully, and even Professor McGonagall wore a rare smile. Leno clapped his hands, half-heartedly joining in the cheers. Not too shabby, certainly better than that Malfoy fellow. After the match concluded, Leno sidestepped the throng of spectators, intending to return to the dormitory for a much-needed nap. Upon reaching a secluded corridor leading to the castle, he spotted a shifty figure lurking in the corner. The individual, clad in tattered work overalls, was pushing an empty cart and wiping sweat from his brow. Leno raised an eyebrow and approached. Cares? Are you the Hogwarts Logistics Department's handyman? Quite dedicated, I must say, even sweating so profusely. Cares jumped in surprise, nearly bursting into tears upon recognizing Leno. He seized Leno's arm and, in a hushed, quivering voice, pleaded, Master, please help me. What's the matter? Leno withdrew his arm, brushing off the imagined dirt. Did Peeves snatch your wages? Far worse. Cares was on the verge of breaking down. Voldemort assigned me a new task. I was to disguise myself as a delivery worker and infiltrate the stadium to create some chaos, ideally causing Harry Potter to fall from his broom. He gestured to his shabby attire and the empty cart. I barely made it inside, and just as I reached the outskirts of the pitch, that old bat Snape caught me. He appeared as if he had materialized from the very walls. And then, Leno listened with interest. He interrogated me for ages. Cares lamented. He asked who I was, where I came from, what I was delivering, and if I had any credentials. How could I possibly tell the truth? I had to concoct a tale, claiming to be a temporary worker delivering pumpkin juice, which Peeves had snatched at the entrance. Did he believe you? Who knows? Cares tugged at his hair in distress. He scrutinized me with a gaze that felt like he was trying to peel my skin from my bones. In the end, he said nothing and allowed me to leave. But I can't shake the feeling that he suspects me. If the Dark Lord finds out, he will surely kill me. Ding. Cares' loyalty. 20. Fear intensified. Leno stifled a laugh at the sight of Cares' panicked demeanor. Caught by the old bat, eh? Not surprising. His nose is sharper than Filch's cat. He could sniff out your pathetic disguise, and even if you had a stale rock cake in your pocket, he would detect it. Cares remained despondent, and Leno suddenly remembered something. Asking, he didn't do anything to you? Just let you go? Not exactly. Cares hesitated. He deducted 50 points from Gryffindor. What? Leno was taken aback. You masqueraded as a delivery worker, and he deducted points from Gryffindor? I have no idea. Cares looked utterly bewildered. A flashback ensued. Trespassing on campus, disturbing the peace, 50 points deducted from Gryffindor, Snape coldly informed Cares. Sir, I'm not a student, am I? Cares felt a surge of uncertainty as he turned to Snape, who appeared to have grasped the underlying tension. Were you once a member of Gryffindor? The frigid gaze from within seemed to pierce through Cares, as if his very existence depended on uttering a compliant response. Yes, right? Is it so? Cares stammered, his eyes darting towards Snape, reminiscent of Quirrell's timid demeanor. Very well, then. Gryffindor shall be docked 50 points, Snape declared once more, a faint semblance of vitality returning to his countenance. As the flashback concluded, Cares was left in despair, unable to comprehend how this related to Gryffindor at all. Leno, it seems he has accepted Snape's authority. Deducting points from Gryffindor is instinctual for him, and even his excuses are refreshingly original. Enough of the tears, Leno said, patting Cares on the shoulder. It's merely a failed task. It's not the end of the world. Not the end of the world? Cares exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. That was a task from the Dark Lord. Failure means death. Death? Nonsense, Leno scoffed, rolling his eyes. Can't you fabricate a false report? A false report? Cares echoed, bewildered. Indeed, Leno replied lazily. Just claim you successfully infiltrated, but that Snape, that old bat, was far too vigilant, watching the pitch like a hawk, leaving you no opportunity to act. The chaos of the plan's failure was solely due to Snape's interference. He paused for a moment before adding, it would be wise to procure an old robe of Snape's, tear off a corner, and smudge it with some dirt, claiming it was torn during an interrogation. This would serve as proof that you indeed encountered him. When reporting, adopt an indignant tone, exclaiming, My lord, that old bat Snape is constantly undermining our efforts, deliberately sabotaging your plans. Care's eyes began to gleam with hope. Blame it on Snape? Can that truly work? Why not? Leno raised an eyebrow. Voldemort has never trusted Snape. Even if he doesn't fully believe you, he will at least suspect Snape's involvement. It will make him think that it's not your incompetence, but rather the cunning of the adversary. He winked at Cares. Besides, it would be delightful to annoy that old bat further. 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding. Cares' loyalty level. 22. Finding a way out, short-term reliance. Your wisdom is unparalleled. My lord, Cares exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, nearly bowing to Leno. I shall attend to it at once. Off you go, Leno waved his hand. If you linger any longer, Voldemort might suspect you of defection. Remember, your performance must be convincing. Do not slip up. Rest assured, my lord, Cares replied, pushing the empty cart away with a lightness in his step, as if the despairing individual from moments ago was a mere figment of imagination. Leno watched his departing figure, shaking his head with a smirk playing on his lips. The Death Eaters were truly losing their stature if they resorted to such petty maneuvers. He turned to walk back towards the castle, sunlight streaming through the corridor windows, warming his skin. In the distance, he could still hear the jubilant cheers of Gryffindor students, mingled with Lee Jordan's excited exclamations. Meanwhile, in the potions classroom's office, Snape was meticulously polishing his silver cauldron, his brow furrowed in concentration. Inadequate disguises and glaringly flawed excuses, he murmured to himself, his gaze profound. Was it truly necessary for a mere deliverman to be so petrified? He set down the cauldron, his eyes directed towards the Slytherin common room. What mischief are you concocting behind my back, Rhinoceros? The black robe behind him swayed gently, resembling a poised bat ready to pounce upon its prey. Chapter 35. Voldemort's Doubts in the Secret Chamber of Malfoy Manor. The flickering green flames cast a distorted shadow upon Nagini's cold scales. Cares stood before the stone pedestal, his face a mask of perfectly calibrated indignation and grievance. My master, you must believe me. He raised a piece of a dusty black robe, his voice quivering with agitation. That old bat, Snape, is deliberately sabotaging me. The moment I blended into the periphery of the pitch, he fixated on me like a wolf stalking its prey, interrogating me for a full quarter of an hour. He presented the black robe fragment before Nagini. Smell this. It is a piece of his robe. I pretended to panic and accidentally tore it off while he was watching me the whole time, disregarding even Peeve's theft of the goods. Clearly wishing for my mission to fail, Nagini's serpent eyes narrowed, its tongue flicking out to scent the fragment. Indeed, it bore the unique aroma of Snape, a blend of potions and a chilling essence. Voldemort's voice emerged from the serpent's mouth, hoarse yet laced with suppressed fury. I knew this coward was unreliable. He feigns obedience while secretly undermining my plans. He abruptly lifted his head, the serpent's tail striking violently against the nearby armor, which shattered into fragments. Lucius stood by, his eye twitching at the sight of the medieval antique's destruction. My master, please calm your fury. Cares bowed hastily. Snape is exceedingly cunning. It is my incompetence that has failed to circumvent him. It is not your concern, Voldemort interrupted, a sinister glint flickering in his serpent eyes. I underestimated him. Lucius, at your service. Lucius stepped forward promptly. Investigate. Voldemort's voice was as frigid as ice. Ascertain how much contact Snape has had with Dumbledore recently, and uncover what he is doing at Hogwarts each day. I demand to know his every movement. Yes, my master, Lucius replied, bowing, though inwardly lamenting the task of tracking Snape, a feat akin to seizing a lemon sorbet from Dumbledore himself. Cares observed Voldemort's ire directed at Snape, exhaling quietly in relief, yet maintaining an expression of indignation. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my master. Snape, that duplicitous character, has long deserved thorough scrutiny. Ding. Cares loyalty, 25, temporarily secure. Silently commending Renault's cunning. You have performed admirably. Continue to monitor Renault Sorens and that old caretaker. Voldemort's tone softened somewhat. Report any anomalies immediately. Yes, my master. Cares bowed and retreated, his back already drenched in cold sweat as he exited the chamber. Meanwhile, in the towers of Hogwarts Castle, Elro Anderson was peering through a telescope, fixated on the direction of the castle's entrance. His notebook was filled with records concerning the dubious merchant, Cares' disguise. At 10:17 a.m., the suspicious individual hastily departed from the castle with a package, presumably to convey information. Just as Cares' figure was on the verge of vanishing into the Forbidden Forest, Anderson was preparing to activate the magical tracker when a shadow suddenly darted out from the side, colliding with his telescope with a sharp thud. Damn it! Anderson stumbled, nearly losing his grip on the telescope. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a small black bat, flapping its wings and circling above his head as if mocking him. Get away! Anderson waved his hand in an attempt to shoo it away. But the bat was exceptionally agile, dodging left and right, occasionally diving down to peck at his hat. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to drive the bat away, only to find that Cares' figure had already disappeared deep within the Forbidden Forest. You bastard! Anderson cursed, crushing the plastic casing of his telescope. fragments scattering across the ground. Those damned flying creatures. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. The failure in tracking was inconsequential. He had contingencies. He noted in his notebook to enhance surveillance within the school, placing particular emphasis on Lenox Thorne's movements and documenting his interactions with any outsiders. He would request additional personnel from the Ministry of Magic and, if necessary, conduct a covert interrogation of the target. After finishing, he tucked the notebook into his cloak and cast a steely gaze towards the Slytherin common room. Lenox Thorne, you cannot escape. In Leno's dormitory, a small black bat perched on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Through the bat's shared vision, Leno witnessed Anderson's predicament and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Well done, my bat friend. He patted the bat's head, bestowing it with a touch of magic. Tonight's feast would feature not just chicken legs, but a sumptuous magical banquet. The bat emitted a delighted chirp, fluttering to the windowsill to groom its fur. At that moment, an owl swooped in through the window, dropping a small parchment scroll before hastily departing. Leno unrolled it to find a secret message from Cares, inscribed with encrypted ink. Old Voldemort has been informed, suspecting Snape. Instruct Lucius to investigate. Furthermore, it seems Voldemort is inquiring about Derek's old acquaintances, specifics unclear. Leno raised an eyebrow, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Derek's old acquaintances? It appeared that Voldemort had not abandoned his pursuit of Derek, redirecting his focus towards his past. The background of the Department of Mysteries, coupled with the investigation into the secrets surrounding this old steward, revealed more than he had anticipated. Intriguing. Leno picked up a quill and inscribed a response on a blank parchment. Ascertain which old acquaintances Voldemort is seeking in relation to Derek, with particular attention to names associated with the Department of Mysteries. Additionally, continue to play your role well, lest old Voldemort grow suspicious. He rolled the parchment and tied it to the leg of a new owl, watching as it vanished into the night. On one side, old Fudge is consumed by suspicion, directing his ire at Snape. On the other, Anderson finds himself ensnared in a web of intrigue spun by the bat, still intent on seeking my interrogation. Leaning against the back of his chair, Leno allows a teasing smile to grace his lips. This unfolding drama is far more captivating than a game of Quidditch. He gazes out the window towards the forbidden forest, shrouded in darkness, as if concealing countless secrets. Could Derek's old acquaintance hold the key to unraveling this enigma? A flicker of light dances at Leno's fingertips, his elder wand trembling slightly, as if in response to his anticipation. The situation grows ever more intriguing, he murmurs, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Within the hidden chamber of Malfoy Manor, Nagini coils upon the stone pedestal, green flames casting an eerie glow that illuminates the dangerous glint in her serpentine gaze. The voices of Snape, Derek, Leno, and Voldemort reverberate within the chamber, carrying a chilling resonance, leaving none unscathed. In the temporary office at Hogwarts, Anderson seals the report requesting an interrogation and hands it to an owl. He watches as the owl vanishes into the night, his eyes ablaze with determination. Meanwhile, in Leno's dormitory, the small black bat sleeps soundly. While Leno picks up the tome he borrowed from the restricted section, The Deathly Hallows, Exploration and Mysteries, his gaze deepening as he delves into the chapter concerning the Department of Mysteries. As night deepens, various factions silently gather their strength. A new storm brewing quietly in the shadows. Chapter 36. Christmas Gift. Hogwarts during Christmas is enveloped in a soft blanket of white snow. The castle corridors are adorned with holly and mistletoe, suits of armor draped in vibrant red Christmas scarves, and even the pines at the forest's edge seem dusted with sugar, exuding a fairy-tale sweetness. The Gryffindor common room is as warm as an oven, the crackling flames in the fireplace casting a golden glow upon the lion crest adorning the walls, while colorful sweaters knitted by the Weasley family pile upon the sofa like a vibrant, warming rainbow. Harry, come down quickly. There's a Christmas gift for you, Ron exclaims, hopping excitedly by the fireplace, a parcel wrapped in brown paper clutched in his hands. Harry, who has never received a Christmas gift before, feels his eyes shine like the embers in the hearth as he nearly tumbles down the stairs. He takes the parcel, his fingers trembling slightly as he unwraps it to reveal a letter and a weighty black cloak. The handwriting on the letter is bold and assured. Your father entrusted this to me while he was alive. I believe it should return to its rightful owner. Please take good care of it. No signature is provided. A cloak? Harry unfurls the garment, its thick fabric edged with intricate dark patterns, appearing rather ordinary. Ron and Hermione lean in closer, the three of them circling the cloak twice, unable to discern anything remarkable. It seems our Harry Potter is quite pleased with his Christmas gift. A voice laced with amusement suddenly emerges from the shadows by the fireplace. Leno leans against the wall, twirling his wand as if he has just stepped out of the hearth. Zorns! Ron exclaims, startled, instinctively positioning himself in front of Harry. How did you get in here? This is the Gryffindor common room. Slytherins aren't allowed. Hogwarts has more secret passages than the Weasley home has gnomes, does it not? Leno shrugged and sauntered over, his gaze landing on the cloak in Harry's hands, drawn by curiosity to observe the commotion. He inwardly criticized the system, thinking that had it not been for the task issued, Invisible Shadow, become the first to use the invisibility cloak this Christmas, he would have had no interest in traversing the secret passage from Slytherin to Gryffindor as an uninvited guest. Leno's eyes lingered on the cloak for a few moments before he turned to Harry with an innocent smile, remarking, "This cloak looks splendid. However, I have a small request. Perhaps it is a bit presumptuous, but might I try it on first? My curiosity is overwhelming, though of course. It is entirely up to you if you prefer not to." Harry hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ron and Hermione. Ron shook his head with a frown, while Hermione gestured for him to make his own decision. After a moment's reflection, Harry smiled and handed over the cloak, saying, "It's fine, give it a try. After all, you did save us on Halloween in the basement." "Thanks." Leno took the cloak and deftly draped it over himself. In the next instant, Ron and Hermione gasped in unison, and Harry's eyes widened in astonishment as Leno's figure vanished into thin air. Only the black cloak remained suspended in midair, resembling an empty shell. Notification: Task Invisible Shadow completed. Reward: 1 copy of Invisibility Cloak, stored in system space, retrievable at any time. Leno nearly burst into laughter within the cloak. A mere fitting yielded a replica? This system could easily be mistaken for Santa Claus. Suppressing his excitement, he lifted the cloak to reveal his face, exclaiming, "Isn't it marvelous? This is an invisibility cloak." Harry took the cloak back, donned it himself, and looked down to find his feet invisible, nearly bouncing with joy as he exclaimed, "This is amazing. Thank you for letting me discover its purpose." "Just a small matter." Leno waved his hand dismissively, suddenly recalling something. He retrieved a silver pocket watch from his pocket and handed it to Harry, saying, "By the way, this is for you. Consider it a token of gratitude for allowing me to try on your gift." Harry, puzzled, opened the watch to find the inner cover devoid of hands, instead housing a photograph. In the image, James and Lily Potter embraced, smiling in a sunlit living room, and nestled between them was a small infant whose image gradually sharpened until it morphed into the present-day Harry, nestled between his parents, their smiles gently swaying in the photograph. Harry's voice caught in his throat, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the photo, his eyes welling with tears. "My mom and dad and me?" Ron and Hermione leaned in to take a look, rendered speechless by the family portrait. The image of Harry appeared, as he does now, yet seamlessly blended with his parents from over a decade ago, as if this photograph had truly been taken in that moment. Exclusive technology from CERN's, Leno mused to himself. He had utilized a restoration spell, materializing the magic, piecing together the Potter's images from old newspapers and books. "Merry Christmas, Potter." Before Harry could utter his thanks, Leno had already turned and walked toward the hidden passageway by the fireplace, his figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows. In the Slytherin common room, the atmosphere was markedly more subdued than in Gryffindor. Silver and green ribbons coiled around the stone walls, and a solitary Christmas tree stood in the center of the common room, beneath which lay a few exquisitely wrapped gifts. Position the Christmas tree here, and one need not fear that the dampness of the Black Lake will cause it to mildew. Leno stroked his chin as he circled the tree, inwardly criticizing Slytherin's aesthetic, which seemed to exude an icy demeanor even during Christmas. His gaze fell upon a small gift box resting at the base of the tree, inscribed in silver paint with the name Lenox Thorne. "Someone has sent me a gift?" Leno raised an eyebrow and bent down to retrieve the box. It was quite light, containing what seemed to be a flat object along with a letter. He opened the envelope, revealing neatly trimmed paper, the handwriting immaculate and reminiscent of a typewriter. "Dear Master Lenox Thorne, I sincerely apologize for the delay in presenting this gift until Christmas. However, I believe this is the most opportune moment. This necklace was left to you by your father 11 years ago, shortly after your birth. Your father entrusted me with the task of delivering this necklace to you upon your enrollment. I was curious as to why he did not wish to present it to you himself in the future. He said nothing, and I assumed he merely feared forgetting. Little did I know, that was our final farewell. It is time for this necklace to be returned to you. Yours faithfully, Evandrick Leno tightened his grip on the letter, contemplating the relic of his father. He had scarcely any recollection of the man he had never met, and Evandrick had never spoken of him. He opened the gift box to reveal a necklace within. The chain was black, adorned with a black and gold metal emblem. A triangular shape with a circle embedded in the center, featuring a vertical line that resembled an eye or perhaps a mysterious symbol. The Deathly Hallows? Leno's pupils constricted. The design mirrored the symbol of the Deathly Hallows he had encountered in the tales of Beetle the Bard. Yet, while the Lovegood family's emblem was silver, this one radiated a more ancient and enigmatic aura in its black and gold hues. The moment his fingertips brushed against the pendant, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Ding! High concentration of death magic detected. Item identification. Deathly relic, Thorne's necklace. Description. Contains the power of an ancient pact. Resonating with the Elder Wand. Suspected to be a bloodline heirloom of the first wielder. Warning. Unknown power. Use with caution. Chapter 37. The Mirror of Eris Ding. High concentration of death magic detected. Item identification. Deathly relic, Thorne's necklace. Description. Contains the power of an ancient pact. Resonating with the Elder Wand. Suspected to be a bloodline heirloom of the first wielder. Warning. Unknown power. Use with caution. The system's cold notifications reverberated in his mind as Leno clutched the black and gold necklace, feeling a subtle, tingling sensation at his fingertips, as if something was quietly flowing through his veins. Death magic? His brow furrowed as the emblem of the Deathly Hallows shimmered with dark golden patterns under the dim light of the lounge. The Thorne's necklace, bearing the family name, evidently had a significant connection to him. At that moment, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Host has acquired the core component of the Deathly Relic. Current progress of collecting Deathly Relics. 34. A sudden jolt ran through Leno's heart. 34? Had he truly gathered 3 pieces? Instinctively, he touched the Elder Wand in his pocket, recalling the replica of the invisibility cloak in the system space, along with the necklace in his hand. 3 items in total. Thus, it dawned on him that the system classified the Elder Wand, the invisibility cloak, and this necklace as deathly relics. The final piece was undoubtedly the Resurrection Stone. He inquired in his mind, what will happen upon collecting all 4? Result unknown, but strongly advised to complete the collection. Another uncertainty. Leno scoffed, yet mentally calculated. Uncertainty typically implies complexity. Could it truly be, as the legend suggests, a means to summon death and become his master? This thought stirred a blend of excitement and caution within him. However, the more pressing concern was how to acquire the Resurrection Stone. He recalled that it would ultimately end up in Harry's possession, as Dumbledore extracted it from Marvolo Gaunt's ring, concealing it within the golden snitch that Harry caught during his first Quidditch match. Never mind, he thought. It would be 5 years before Dumbledore found the stone and hid it within the snitch during the Half-Blood Prince era of 1996. Sighing, Leno shook his head, carefully storing the necklace away. Acquiring the Resurrection Stone would take time, and he would devise a long-term plan. Perhaps he could seek it out later. The night within Hogwarts Castle was tranquil enough to hear the sound of armor joints creaking. Cloaked in the replica invisibility cloak, Leno slipped out of the Slytherin common room like a shadow, aiming for the vicinity of the restricted section on the 3rd floor, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary mirror of Ariste. Avoiding the patrolling Filch and his sharp-eyed cat, Mrs. Norris, Leno paused in an open space near the restricted section. He sensed that Harry might well come here tonight. Indeed, though the area appeared deserted, Leno, attuned to the fluctuations of magic, perceived a silhouette standing before the mirror. Without a doubt, it was Harry, cloaked in the authentic invisibility cloak. Leno refrained from approaching, opting instead to remain in the shadows, observing quietly. After a moment, the figure seemed to remove the invisibility cloak, revealing Harry's outline. He stood before the mirror, perfectly still, shoulders slightly relaxed, a faint, genuine smile gracing his lips. Leno could see clearly as Harry retrieved a silver pocket watch from his pocket. gently opening it to gaze at the photograph inside before looking up at the mirror, his smile deepening. It seemed he was beholding his parents within the mirror's reflection. Leno smiled softly, stepping out of the shadows and removing his own invisibility cloak. Harry appeared to sense something, abruptly catching sight of Leno's figure in the mirror's reflection, and turned in surprise. "Thorns? What are you doing here?" "Just a midnight stroll," Leno replied, moving beside him, his gaze resting upon the enormous mirror. "This is the mirror of Ariste, is it not?" Harry gazed at Leno, inquiring if this was the mirror of Ariste. Perhaps it was. Harry refrained from asking further questions and turned back to the mirror, his expression tender. Leno, too, focused on the mirror. Within its depths, he beheld only himself, clad in Slytherin robes, wand in hand, his demeanor tranquil, devoid of any superfluous illusions. Indeed, Leno chuckled softly, not surprised. What he desired had never resided in the realm of illusion. From a reflection of the mirror, Harry glanced at Leno and then at the solitary image of himself within the glass. He parted his lips, as if to voice a question, yet ultimately withheld his words. The two stood side by side, one contemplating the family within the mirror, the other reflecting upon his own visage, a silence stretching through the still corridor, yet devoid of awkwardness. "I shall not disturb your contemplation of family," Leno remarked after a moment, giving Harry a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Good night, Potter." He donned his invisibility cloak once more and turned, vanishing into the corridor's depths. When Harry turned back, he found himself alone. Clutching his pocket watch, he stole another glance at the reflections of his parents, his thoughts swirling complexly. Leno was indeed becoming increasingly enigmatic. As Leno made his way back to the common room, his fingers unconsciously caressed the black and gold relic necklace nestled in his pocket. A faint warmth radiated from it, subtly resonating with the magical pulses of the Elder Wand in his hand. Had the three relics begun to harmonize? Leno murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The Resurrection Stone, the final piece of the Deathly Hallows puzzle. He lifted his gaze to the starry sky above the castle, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The game was becoming ever more intriguing. Chapter 38. The Board of Governors representative early spring in Hogwarts still bore a hint of chill. The snow outside the castle had just begun to melt, revealing the damp grass beneath. That morning, a resplendent figure appeared at the castle gates, shattering the tranquility of the campus. Lucius Malfoy, clad in an exquisitely tailored dark green robe, his silver hair impeccably groomed, grasped his iconic serpent-headed wand, flanked by two assistants bearing documents, exuding an air of authority. "Mr. Malfoy, welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore greeted at the entrance, accompanied by several professors, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Lucius inclined his head slightly, his tone laced with habitual arrogance. "I have come on behalf of the Board of Governors to inquire about the quality of education and safety within the school." Leno stood amongst the ranks of Slytherin students, observing the scene with a sardonic smile. Concern for educational quality? More likely. He was using the guise of a board visit to probe on Voldemort's behalf. The inspection commenced. Lucius and his entourage toured the Great Hall, library, and greenhouse, scrutinizing each location with a critical eye, occasionally offering remarks tinged with subtle discontent. "The labels in the potion storage need updating, Professor Snape. The security of the restricted section in the library seems insufficient. The odor of fertilizers in the greenhouse is too overwhelming, detracting from a student's ability to concentrate." As Snape's countenance darkened and Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, only Dumbledore maintained his characteristic smile, responding at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the threshold of the defense against the dark arts classroom, Lucius abruptly halted, his gaze sweeping over the gathered students before finally resting on Leno. "Headmaster Dumbledore," he began, his tone laced with a feigned admiration, "I have heard whispers of a student by the name of Leno Thorne at your esteemed institution, whose talents are remarkable, particularly in the realm of defense against the dark arts. Might I have the pleasure of meeting him?" All eyes swiftly converged upon Leno. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Certainly. Leno, would you step forward?" Leno strode out of the line with poise, adorned with an appropriately measured smile that neither appeared sycophantic nor arrogant. "Mr. Malfoy." Lucius appraised him with a discerning glance, an imperceptible scrutiny flickering in his eyes. Indeed, a fine specimen. "Mr. Thorne, it is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance." He extended his hand. Leno grasped it lightly, his grip balanced, neither disrespectful nor yielding an opportunity for probing. You flatter me, Mr. Malfoy. Hogwarts boasts many exceptional students. For instance, Harry Potter excels in Quidditch. He deftly redirected the conversation. Lucius's smile faltered momentarily before returning to its natural guise. Potter? Perhaps. Yet, students of Mr. Thorne's academic caliber are a rare find. The shift in his tone carried a hint of significance. I have heard you particularly excel in Professor Anderson's class. Professor Anderson is quite adept, Leno replied with unwavering composure, then shifted the topic with casual ease. By the way, Mr. Malfoy, how is your guest faring at your estate? I trust you have not encountered any new troubles since the departure of the previous professor with a rather pungent aroma? The remark seemed innocuous, as if inquiring about the board member's private life. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick paid little heed, yet Snape's gaze flickered slightly. However, Lucius's fingers tightened around the serpent-headed wand, his pupils constricting. Your guest? He echoed, bewildered. Aside from that name, which cannot be mentioned, who else could it be? This audacious boy dares to allude to such matters in front of so many professors. Suppressing the tumult within, Lucius forced a rigid smile. I appreciate Mr. Thorne's concern. All is well. His voice had dipped in tone, and beads of sweat began to form on his back. Leno appeared oblivious to the tension, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. That is reassuring. After all, the safety of your estate pertains to the board member's peace of mind and, consequently, the quality of education at Hogwarts, does it not? He deliberately emphasized the phrase quality of education, echoing Lucius's earlier words. Lucius's expression darkened thoroughly, yet he could only grit his teeth and respond, of course. Dumbledore, sensing the delicate atmosphere, interjected at an opportune moment. Shall we continue our tour? Lucius inhaled deeply, nodding, though his gaze once more lingered on Leno, now imbued with a sliver of malice. After the inspection concluded, Lucius suddenly addressed Dumbledore, saying, Headmaster, I wish to converse privately with Mr. Thorne regarding certain educational philosophies. May I? Dumbledore glanced at Leno, who showed no objection, and with a smile, he replied, Of course, Mr. Malfoy. Leno took the initiative to lead the way. Mr. Malfoy, this way, please. There is an unoccupied classroom that is quite tranquil, suitable for discussion. He guided Lucius toward the dilapidated classroom where cars had previously been subdued. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust assaulted them, revealing a sparse room furnished only with a few worn desks and chairs. Lucius frowned, casting a cleaning charm with his wand, barely making the space tolerable. Your choice of location is rather unique. He couldn't shake the inexplicable sense of oppression that made him uncomfortable. It's quiet, ideal for discussions on education. Leno leaned against the podium, his smile unwavering. Lucius turned around, the insincere smile vanishing entirely, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on Leno. Mr. Thorne, I believe you understand why I sought you out. Leno raised an eyebrow, his tone casual. Of course I do. Lucius was taken aback by his direct admission. However, Leno shifted his tone, a hint of mockery evident. As a representative of the Board of Governors visiting Hogwarts, Mr. Malfoy is undoubtedly concerned about the safety and quality of education at the school. Am I mistaken, sir? Lucius clenched his fists, his face turning pale. This young man was clearly feigning ignorance. Suppressing his fury, he forced out a few words through gritted teeth, indeed. He felt that remaining any longer would only allow Leno to manipulate him further, and he turned to leave. Since we've clarified matters, I shall not intrude upon Mr. Thorne's studies any longer. Wait, Mr. Malfoy, Leno called after him. Lucius halted, turning back warily. Is there something else? Leno produced a palm-sized emerald green velvet box from his robes, extending it with a smile that bore a hint of mystery. A small token of appreciation. Please deliver it to your guest at your estate. He paused, deliberately emphasizing his next words. Just mention that it is from a friend at Hogwarts. Wishing him a pleasant day. Lucius scrutinized the box, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. What lay within? A trap? A provocation? Or something else entirely? After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately reached out to accept it. The box felt light, its contents a mystery. I shall ensure it is delivered, Lucius replied, gripping the box as if it were a scalding potato. He wished to spend not a second longer with Leno and swiftly exited the classroom. Leno watched his hasty retreat, the smile on his lips deepening. I hope your guest enjoys this gift, he murmured to himself, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Chapter 39. The mysterious gift within the secret chamber of Malfoy Manor. The green flames flickered with unnerving intensity, as if heralding an impending storm. Lucius bowed his head, placing the emerald green velvet box upon the stone altar, his voice tremulous with barely concealed emotion. "Master, this is the gift Mr. Thorne's asked me to deliver to you." Nagini coiled upon the stone pedestal, her serpentine gaze fixed intently upon the ornate box, while Voldemort's voice rasped with a mixture of suspicion and authority. "Thorns? What gift could he possibly deliver?" "Open it," he commanded, his icy stare sweeping towards a nearby Death Eater. The trembling subordinate advanced cautiously, tapping the box with his wand to dispel the concealed charm. Instantly, the box expanded slightly. He leaned in to peer inside, his complexion turning ashen, lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. "What lies within?" Voldemort's patience waned, his serpent tail agitatedly striking the stone surface. "A master," stammered one of the underlings, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. "Useless fool." Voldemort erupted in fury, and Nagini raised her head abruptly, a flash of green light illuminating the chamber. Avada Kedavra! The hapless minion collapsed instantly, lifeless. Silence enveloped the chamber, broken only by the crackling of green flames. Lucius and another subordinate trembled in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. "You! Bring it here!" Voldemort's voice was as frigid as ice, pointing at another underling. The quaking figure stepped forward, cradling the box as if it were a bomb poised to explode, slowly presenting it to Nagini, eyes tightly shut, afraid to look. Voldemort's serpent eyes drew near to the box, revealing its contents: a ludicrous black wig and an exaggerated rubber beak, lying quietly at the bottom. Beside them sat a small vial of crystalline liquid, the label reading Potter's silky scalp treatment, with a smaller line below stating, Potter shampoo. What enraged him most was a note, inscribed in Riddle's infuriating handwriting. Complimentary Potter's silky scalp treatment, i.e., Potter shampoo, wishing Mr. Riddle a delightful experience. If you cannot use it yourself, feel free to share it with your wig. The name Riddle pierced through his nerves like a needle. Silence. In the next moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the chamber. "Thorns! Avada Kedavra!" The green light flashed once more, and the subordinate fell lifeless as well. Nagini's form suddenly slackened, her tail drooping in exhaustion. The relentless casting of the killing curse had drained the remnants of this fractured soul's power. Unable to conjure any further spells, she lashed out with her tail, wreaking havoc upon everything in the chamber. Cracks spread across the stone walls, and Lucius's newly acquired antique vase shattered with a resounding crash, shards scattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Lucius had discreetly retreated to the door at the first sign of Voldemort's wrath. Sensing the impending chaos, he swiftly slipped out of the chamber. Leaning against the stone wall outside, he gasped for breath, his heart aching at the sound of the vases shattering. My vase. In the corridors of Hogwarts, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Riddle hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits buoyed. A wig paired with Potter shampoo, Mr. Riddle would surely be astonished. He chuckled inwardly. One might say he had rectified the grievances of his baldness and lack of a nose, proving to be quite generous indeed. At that moment, a heavy sound of running echoed from the end of the corridor, causing the very ground to tremble. Leno looked up to see Hagrid, his face flushed and his wild beard askew, sprinting towards him at an astonishing speed, quite uncharacteristic of his stature, shouting, "Leno! Leno!" He seized Leno's shoulders, shaking him vigorously with such force that it nearly dislocated his bones. "The dragon! It's hatched!" Snape returned to his office with a grim expression, having just dealt with Lucius, his fury simmering within. On his desk lay an inconspicuous dark green box, unmarked and silent. Furrowing his brow, Snape delicately tapped it with his wand for inspection, confirming its safety before cautiously opening it. Inside, he found a small vial of the familiar potion, Potter's smooth scalp treatment. Accompanying it was a note, scrawled in Leno's infuriating handwriting. "Professor, your hair is so greasy, it's time for a wash." Chapter 40. The rocking dragon. Hagrid's hut was more chaotic than usual. Fragments of eggshell littered the floor, some even gnawed and uneven, as if the newly hatched creature had mistaken them for a snack. The air was thick with a burnt scent, intermingled with smoky aromas. A bucket lay overturned in the corner, soaking half the floor, alongside a chewed wooden spoon. The instigator of this turmoil was energetically darting around the room. It was a freshly hatched dragon, about the size of a medium dog. Its scales a deep green with subtle golden edges that shimmered in the light of the fireplace. Its back was arched high, showcasing the characteristic folds of a Norwegian ridgeback, while its head was round and plump, resembling an unripe potato. At that moment, it was chasing Hagrid's dog Fong around the room, occasionally emitting puffs of black smoke that made Fong bark in distress. "Leno, you finally arrived." Hagrid, flushed and with his beard askew, looked at Leno as if he were a savior. "Look, it has hatched. So lively." Leno's attention was instantly captivated by the frenzied little dragon, his gaze ablaze with excitement. Ignoring the mess around him, he approached, crouching down to observe the energetic creature. The dragon seemed to sense his presence, suddenly halting its chase and tilting its head to scrutinize Leno, its round eyes sparkling with curiosity. Tentatively, it exhaled a puff of black smoke. When Leno did not react, it scurried over, wobbling on its short legs. How adorable! Hagrid watched with stars in his eyes, reaching out to pet the creature, only for the little dragon to turn away, letting out a disgruntled growl. "Hey, this little one is quite the temper." Leno couldn't help but laugh, gathering a small orb of light green magical energy at his fingertips, gently swaying it. In an instant, the little dragon's eyes sparkled with delight. Reminiscent of a child who has just spotted a confectionery treasure, it lunged forward, eagerly swallowing the magical orb, emitting a contented rumble from its throat, and affectionately nudged its head against Leno's palm. "It seems particularly fond of you." Hagrid marveled. "I've already decided to name it Norbert. What do you think? Quite imposing, isn't it?" Without raising his head, Leno continued to stroke the dragon's scales with his fingertips and replied succinctly, "No, its name is Little Green." "Little Green?" Hagrid paused, scratching his head in confusion. "Isn't that a bit too simplistic? It doesn't quite match its grandeur. Just look at how vibrant its green is." Leno pointed at the dragon's scales, jesting in earnest, and it even emits a green warning signal, referring to the small plume of black smoke with green sparks. As if to echo his words, Little Green suddenly leapt playfully, tilting its head back and letting out a bright, exuberant cry. Observing the interaction between the boy and the dragon, Hagrid ultimately relented. "All right then, Little Green it is. After all, it seems to enjoy being called that." He mumbled softly, "Norbert sounds better." In the days that followed, Leno became a frequent visitor at Hagrid's hut. "Leno, what brings you here again?" "I just repaired that table yesterday," Hagrid exclaimed, gazing at the wooden surface now marred by Little Green's bite marks, looking quite exasperated. Leno ignored him and walked straight to Little Green, conjuring another magical orb with his fingertips. The dragon immediately sprang forth, swallowing the orb and brightening its scales even further. With an endless supply of magic, Little Green grew rapidly, reaching the size of a young calf in just a few days. Sharp, bony spikes began to emerge from the folds of its back, and its tail thickened, capable of sweeping away Hagrid's toolbox with a single swish. Merlin's beard. It grows far too quickly. Hagrid marveled daily, noting that it was more robust than the Norwegian ridgeback described in the books by a factor of 3 or more. Leno was thoroughly pleased with this development. He attempted to train Little Green with some basic commands, but the results were both amusing and bewildering. "Stop," he shouted, pointing at the dragon that had charged into the wall. Little Green, undeterred, collided with the wall, shook its head, and excitedly lunged toward Leno's wand. "Sit," Leno commanded patiently. Little Green bounced in place, as if performing a tap dance. "Breathe fire." Little Green opened its mouth and spewed out a plume of black smoke, accurately dousing Hagrid, who had come over to watch. Cough, cough. Hagrid wiped the soot from his face, bemused. A breakthrough occurred one afternoon when Leno, humming an old rock song to pass the time, noticed that Little Green, previously gnawing on the table leg, had suddenly halted its antics. Its head bobbed in rhythm, while its tail kept time against the floor. Leno's eyes lit up as he attempted to issue commands in sync with the rock beat. "Stop." Thud. Remarkably, Little Green actually stopped. "Sit." Crash. Leno intensified the rhythm. Little Green hesitated for a moment, but then genuinely sat back, albeit in a rather comical manner. "Hey, this technique works," Leno exclaimed with delight, realizing he had a dragon with a rock and roll spirit. Through repeated practice with this rock and roll dragon training method, Little Green's coordination improved remarkably, even allowing it to circle and leap in rhythm, occasionally emitting a small burst of rhythmic sparks. Hagrid watched in astonishment. Can dragons really be trained this way? Listening to rock music? Little Green's penchant for mischief grew alongside its size. Seizing an opportunity when Hagrid was distracted, it nibbled away at the cage of the newly acquired flobberworm, prompting an enraged Hagrid to chase it around the room. It mistook Yaya for a moving toy, forcing Yaya to hide beneath the bed in fear. Most audaciously, it once snatched up Renault's elder wand while he was turning away, treating it as a chew toy. Little Green, drop that, Renault exclaimed, both exasperated and amused, hastily reclaiming his wand. The wand bore several distinct tooth marks, yet within moments. The imprints gradually vanished as if they had never existed. This wand can repair itself? Renault mused in surprise, stroking the smooth shaft. Old Black, you are quite remarkable. The elder wand vibrated gently, as if in acknowledgement. Days later, Little Green exhibited even more astonishing abilities. One day, while Little Green was distracted, Yaya snatched the magical light sphere Renault had tossed to it. Infuriated, Little Green raised its head sharply, emitting a piercing shriek, and in an instant, a small jet of pure green flame erupted from its mouth, landing precisely on a nearby wooden stool. Boom! The stool was instantly engulfed in flames, the fire exhibiting an eerie dark green hue, burning rapidly with a strong magical corrosiveness, quickly carbonizing the surface of the stool. My stool, Hagrid exclaimed, rushing over to stamp it out, only to jump back in pain from the scorching green flames. This fire is quite peculiar. Ordinary water won't extinguish it. Renault, however, watched with gleaming eyes. Green flames? The same color as a spell? He waved his hand, extinguishing the green fire with magic, and approached Little Green, patting its head. Well done, little one. Little Green swished its tail proudly, nuzzling against his palm and emitting a purring sound. A week later, Renault decided to take Little Green to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to try flying. In a hidden clearing, Little Green flapped its wings clumsily, its fleshy wings not yet fully developed, wobbling in the air like a drunken sailor. Don't be afraid, Little Green. Follow the light sphere, Renault encouraged. Levitating several magical light spheres, tracing an arc in the air while tapping out a rock beat with his foot, humming a rhythmically strong melody. Little Green seemed to be inspired by the rhythm, gradually stabilizing the frequency of its wing flaps, chasing the magical light spheres as it stumbled into the air. Though it occasionally tumbled down, it flew with increasing steadiness each time. Finally, it successfully unfurled its wings, gliding a short distance at low altitude, even circling around Renault, emitting a clear dragon's roar. Sunlight glimmered on its dark green and gold scales, exuding an air of majesty. It was no longer the little creature that scurried about chaotically. Fantastic, Little Green. Leino laughed heartily, casting forth a larger orb of magical energy as a reward. However, the sound of a dragon's roar seemed to disturb the inhabitants deep within the Forbidden Forest, and distant, sharp whistles echoed, reminiscent of centaur arrows. Retreat. Leino decisively recalled the magical orb and swiftly departed the clearing with Little Green. Meanwhile, in the towers of Hogwarts, Elro Anderson peered through his telescope, his brow furrowed. His notebook bore new entries. Target Lenox Thorne had been frequently visiting Hagrid's hut at least 3 times daily, exhibiting suspicious behavior. Today, an unidentified green light flying object had been detected at the forest's edge, accompanied by what appeared to be a dragon's roar, aligning perfectly with the target's area of activity. Anderson lowered the telescope, his gaze sharp. Sornis, what on earth are you up to? He grasped his quill and inscribed on paper. Request for nocturnal infiltration of the Forbidden Forest to investigate the connection between the unidentified flying creature and Lenox Thorne. Before Hagrid's hut, Leno observed Little Green, who was happily munching away. It had grown to the size of a small yak, and the hut's door could barely accommodate its passage. Leno, Hagrid sighed, worry etched upon his face. It's growing too quickly. At this rate, it will be impossible to conceal, and that green fire is far too dangerous. I know, Leno nodded, stroking Little Green's scales. I will find a more secluded spot, perhaps deep within the Forbidden Forest. Little Green seemed to comprehend their conversation, nuzzling against Leno's arm and bringing a twig to his feet as if to please him. Leno smiled, the orb of magical energy at his fingertips radiating a warm glow in the setting sun. Gazing at the green light reflected in Little Green's eyes, A thought suddenly sprang to mind. A dragon nurtured by boundless magic. What are its limits? To what extent could the power of that green flame reach? From afar, in the direction of the tower, a faint glimmer of reflection flickered and vanished. Leno's expression momentarily tightened, then returned to a smile. No matter who was watching, he would ensure little Green's safety. After all, this was his first rock dragon. Chapter 41. Secrets unveiled. Anderson's investigative report was like a stone cast into the still surface of a lake, stirring ripples of varying magnitude within the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Security. The response arrived swiftly, succinctly worded. Authorization granted for nocturnal infiltration investigation. Maintain secrecy and avoid direct conflict with Hogwarts staff and students. That very night, upon receiving the reply, Anderson donned a dark cloak conducive to movement, slipping out of the castle like a shadow towards the forbidden forest. The soles of his boots were silenced by a muffling charm, allowing him to tread silently upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves, while his detection wand emitted a faint glow to guide his path. Green light, flying object, dragon's roar. Sorna's frequent visits to Hagrid's hut, Anderson murmured to himself, connecting the dots in his mind. These three elements could not be unrelated. His objective was clear: the vicinity of Hagrid's hut. According to surveillance records, Leno visited there every afternoon for at least an hour, and today was no exception. Indeed, as Anderson approached the Hagrid's hut, still some meters away, he discerned a series of sounds emanating from within. These were not the voices of mere mortals, but rather the low growls of a creature, accompanied by the dull thuds of wood being struck. He held his breath and slowed his pace, concealing himself behind the sturdy trunk of an oak tree, retrieving his binoculars to peer through the window of the hut. The curtains were drawn loosely, revealing a narrow gap. Adjusting the focus, his heart seized as he glimpsed a small, dark green dragon circling around Leno, its stature nearly half that of a human. Its spiny back was formidable, and it occasionally exhaled small bursts of green sparks that ignited the ground, creating charred pits. Leno sat there, a piece of unidentifiable jerky in hand, tossing morsels to the dragon with a smile upon his face. A dragon. He truly had raised a dragon. Anderson's pupils dilated sharply, gripping his detection wand tightly. The tip of the wand glowed intensely, evidently sensing a powerful surge of magical energy. Just as he contemplated inching closer, the door of the hut swung open. Leno emerged, carrying a heavy burlap sack, seemingly bound for the depths of the forbidden forest. The little dragon followed closely behind, mirroring Leno's movements like a docile dog. Anderson quickly retreated behind the tree, his heart racing. He waited until Leno and the dragon vanished at the forest's edge before hastening to the hut's entrance, pushing the door, which yielded easily as it was unlocked. The interior of the hut confirmed his suspicions. Enormous scales littered the floor. The ashes in the fireplace bore an unusual green hue, and a makeshift nest of hay and cloth was tucked in the corner, surrounded by a few gnawed bones. The evidence was irrefutable. Anderson produced a small notebook, swiftly documenting his findings. Target Leno Soonce, unlawfully harboring a dangerous magical creature, a dragon of unidentified species, capable of emitting green flames, posing a significant threat. He stowed the notebook away, preparing to exit, when he suddenly halted. Upon the table lay a half-eaten magical orb, radiating a faint green light identical to the magical fluctuations he had detected earlier at the forest's edge. Was this concentrated magic? Anderson picked up the orb, his brow furrowing deeper. Was he feeding this dragon with magic? No wonder it had grown so rapidly. He carefully pocketed the orb as further evidence, then silently departed the hut, venturing deeper into the forbidden forest. He yearned to discover Leno's true intentions with the dragon. In the depths of the forbidden forest, within a secluded valley, Leno observed the little green dragon practicing its fire breathing. After several days of training, the dragon's green flames had become significantly more stable. No longer the intermittent sparks of before, but rather a brief, sustained jet of green fire, now capable of easily igniting the surrounding dry wood. Quite impressive. There was progress indeed. Leno nodded in satisfaction, tossing another magical orb to the dragon. The little green eagerly consumed it, emitting a purring sound and affectionately nuzzling Leno's arm. Just then, Leno suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. Who goes there? In the shadows at the entrance of the valley, Anderson's figure slowly emerged, wielding a wand. his expression somber. "Mr. Thorns, it appears I have uncovered the secret you have concealed." His gaze fell upon the small dragon, brimming with unabashed wariness and hostility. The illegal rearing of a dragon, accelerated in its growth by magic. "Do you comprehend the peril it poses?" The small dragon seemed to sense Anderson's animosity, abruptly raising its head and emitting a low growl, releasing a faint plume of green smoke. "Little Green, stay still." Leno pressed down on the dragon's head, his eyes calm as he regarded Anderson. "Professor Anderson, trespassing into the Forbidden Forest at night to stalk students does not seem to align with the Code of Conduct for Aurors, does it? Do not divert the topic." Anderson retorted sharply, his wand still aimed in Leno's direction. "The dragon you are harboring poses a threat to the safety of Hogwarts. I must report this to the Ministry of Magic immediately and have it dealt with." "Dealt with?" Leno raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of danger. "It is my companion, not something to be disposed of at will." "Companion?" Anderson scoffed, as if he had heard a ludicrous jest. "A dangerous dragon? Thorns, you are exceedingly naive. Do you understand the magnitude of a dragon's destructive power? Once it spirals out of control, the entirety of Hogwarts will be in jeopardy." "I can control it." Leno's voice grew colder. "There is no need for your concern. You cannot control it." Anderson stepped forward, his tone resolute. "Its magical energy is escalating, surpassing your ability to manage. Observe its flames. They're green. This is no ordinary dragon fire. It harbors intense, dark magical energy." Irritated by Anderson's imposing demeanor, Little Green stomped its feet in agitation, emitting a threatening hiss from its throat, green flames flickering ominously within its mouth, creating a palpable tension in the air. At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly resonated through the valley, accompanied by the soft glow of a lantern drawing near. "Good evening, Professor Anderson, and you as well, Mr. Leno." The figure of Dumbledore appeared at the entrance of the valley, adorned with his characteristic smile, the lantern in his hand radiating a warm light. "Headmaster?" Anderson was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Dumbledore's presence here. Leno, though surprised, quickly regained his composure. Dumbledore approached, positioning himself between the two, his gaze shifting between Leno, Anderson, and Little Green, before finally resting on Anderson, his smile unwavering. "Professor Anderson, I believe you are aware that entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited, save for the Guardians. This rule applies to students and professors alike, especially during the night. Even with permission from the Ministry of Magic, it remains unchanged. After all, I'm a headmaster. Would you not agree, Professor Anderson?" "But headmaster, he is raising a dragon." Anderson interjected hastily, his tone urgent. "A dragon that can breathe green fire. Extremely dangerous." Dumbledore looked toward Little Green, who seemed unafraid of him, instead tilting its head curiously and amiably releasing a puff of green smoke. "Oh, what a delightful little creature." Dumbledore smiled gently, then turned to Anderson. "I will handle this matter, Professor Anderson. Now, please return to the castle." Anderson parted his lips, seemingly poised to say something further, but under Dumbledore's gentle yet unassailable gaze. He ultimately sheathed his wand, casting a reluctant glance at Reno before turning to leave the valley. Only Reno, Dumbledore, and Little Green remained. Chapter 42. The limits of raising dragons. The wind in the valley carried the damp essence of the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore watched as Anderson's figure vanished completely down the woodland path before slowly turning back to Reno. Little Green seemed to sense the subtle shift in atmosphere, obediently lying at Reno's feet and gently nudging his pant leg with its head. "Reno, I believe you are aware that raising dragons is prohibited at Hogwarts, correct?" Dumbledore's voice was soft, akin to falling leaves, yet it bore an undeniable weight. Reno nodded, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the scales of Little Green. He was about to explain that Little Green was well-behaved and that he could manage it without causing any trouble. However, Dumbledore raised a hand gently, indicating that Reno need not elaborate. "I understand the profound bond you share with it." His gaze swept over Little Green, who affectionately nuzzled Reno. A hint of warmth flickered in his blue eyes. "This little dragon is quite special." Reno remained silent, waiting for Dumbledore to continue. "It can stay until the end of this academic year at most." Dumbledore paused, his tone calm, yet imbued with an inarguable certainty. "Before it reaches maturity, it must leave Hogwarts. Beyond that, even I, as headmaster, may not be able to protect it." This decision was far more lenient than Reno had anticipated. He blinked in surprise and then solemnly nodded. I understand. Thank you, headmaster. There were no further justifications, no pleas for more. He recognized that this was the greatest concession Dumbledore could offer. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, turning his gaze to Little Green. Watching as a small plume of green flame, it exhaled quietly, dissipated into the air. He mused softly, yet said no more. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the valley, and Hagrid rushed in, breathless, carrying a heavy sack that appeared to contain food for Little Green. Upon seeing Dumbledore, his steps faltered abruptly, the excitement on his face swiftly replaced by anxiety. Headmaster, what are you doing here? Dumbledore smiled kindly at Hagrid, a knowing expression in his eyes. Rubius, he said, not mentioning the dragon, merely patting Hagrid's arm, his tone as if discussing an ordinary matter. Some magical creatures cannot be kept at Hogwarts. Hagrid's face flushed crimson, as if struck by an unspoken truth, and he lowered his gaze to his boots, unable to utter a word for some time. Dumbledore did not linger, turning to walk out of the valley, the lantern's glow casting flickering shadows in the forest before swiftly vanishing into the morning mist. In the next day's defense against the dark arts class, Reno immediately noticed Anderson. Professor Anderson, appearing weary with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, resembled someone who had toiled through an entire night, his complexion as haggard as crumpled parchment. Standing at the lectern, he raspily elucidated the nuances of defensive spells. As his gaze swept across the classroom, it paused momentarily on Leno, his expression a complex tapestry of reluctance, confusion, and an ineffable fatigue. Devoid of the sharpness he had exhibited the prior day in the Forbidden Forest. Throughout the lesson, Anderson refrained from mentioning dragons, as if the confrontation in the woods had never transpired. Leno exhaled quietly, harboring a vague suspicion that Dumbledore had indeed spoken with him. Sorns, Anderson suddenly called out, his voice laced with a fatigued rasp. Please demonstrate the shield charm against the barriers I just discussed. Rising, Leno raised his wand and confidently uttered the incantation, Protego. A translucent barrier unfurled before him, absorbing the impact of Anderson's conjured obstacles, which merely stirred up gentle ripples before dissipating. Adequate, Anderson remarked expressionlessly, gesturing for him to sit as he moved on to the next student. Hermione leaned closer, lowering her voice to inquire, do you not find Professor Anderson a bit peculiar today? Leno raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. Is he? Perhaps he simply had a restless night, too engrossed in researching new spells. Hermione shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced, but she refrained from pressing further and turned her attention back to the lesson. Leno observed Anderson's listlessness at the lectern, recalling Dumbledore's words in the valley, his fingertips gently drumming against the desk. There were still 6 months until the academic year concluded. He glanced at his palm, where the warmth of small green scales seemed to linger. 6 months would suffice. Chapter 43. The Manor Invitation in the Slytherin Common Room. The green flames danced quietly in the hearth, casting flickering reflections upon the intricately carved stone walls. The atmosphere was particularly serene that night, with only a few lower-year students softly discussing their studies, while the majority had already retired to their dormitories. Leno reclined on the couch, perusing a tome borrowed from the restricted section on the Deathly Hallows when he suddenly heard someone call his name. Sorns. Leno looked up, somewhat taken aback to find Draco Malfoy before him, a letter sealed with wax in hand, his expression devoid of emotion, yet tinged with reluctance. What is it? Leno closed the book, raising an eyebrow in his direction. This was the first instance of Draco approaching him. Their interactions in the common room were typically minimal. Draco extended the letter towards him, his tone flat. My father asked me to deliver this to you. Your father? Leno accepted the letter, his fingertips brushing against the smooth parchment, feeling a twinge of surprise. What would Lucius Malfoy wish to convey to me? Could it be that Voldemort found the previous rubber nose and wig unsatisfactory and desired a new style? Or perhaps he disapproved of the scent of my shampoo. He weighed the envelope in his hand. It felt appropriately thick, adorned with the Malfoy family's emblematic serpent seal. Draco stood still, seemingly waiting for him to finish reading. Leno carefully opened the envelope and extracted the letter within, which bore Lucius's elegant yet haughty handwriting. Dear Mr. Leno Thorns, during our last encounter at Hogwarts, I was profoundly impressed by your talent and demeanor. Among the young elites at Hogwarts, you undoubtedly stand out, and I anticipate that our dialogue will spark intriguing insights. I sincerely invite you to visit Malfoy Manor this weekend for a modest gathering, hoping to exchange further thoughts on various observations within the magical realm. I await your reply. Lucius Malfoy. The letter revealed nothing of the true intent behind the invitation, filled instead with grandiloquent pleasantries. Ah, a heap of trivialities, merely an invitation to his estate. Truly, the pureblood aristocracy has a way with words, akin to Derek. Leno raised an eyebrow. An invitation to Malfoy Manor? As a student of Hogwarts, he was not permitted to leave the premises at will. Lucius could not possibly be unaware of this. Unless, Leno's gaze flickered. Lucius knew he could leave Hogwarts. The last time he returned to Thorne's Manor to deal with those uninvited guests, Voldemort would have certainly been aware. As a confidant of Voldemort, Lucius would naturally be informed. It appeared this invitation was most likely linked to the Dark Lord. What could that dark sorcerer possibly desire? Well, Draco could not help but inquire, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. His father had never disclosed the contents of the letter to him. He had only insisted that Draco deliver it personally to Leno. Leno folded the letter neatly and raised his gaze to Draco, saying, "Please convey my acceptance to your father." Acceptance? Draco paused, clearly taken aback by Leno's straightforwardness. "What will you discuss?" As the protagonist concluded reading the letter, Draco was about to reach for it himself, but Leno clearly had no intention of granting him that opportunity. "Secrets," Leno chuckled, and with a flick of his fingers, a small azure flame ignited, consuming the letter. The parchment quickly curled in the fire, turning to ashes, which he gently blew away into the air, leaving no trace behind. Having completed this act, he turned to the still-dazed Draco and feigned innocence, asking, "What's the matter? Is there something else?" Draco opened his mouth, initially intending to retrieve the letter for his own examination, only to find it reduced to cinders. Internally cursing Leno for his cunning, he forced a nonchalant demeanor. "No, nothing at all. I shall inform my father." With that, he swiftly turned and exited the common room, his back exuding an air of frustration. Leno watched his retreating figure, the smile on his lips gradually fading. Voldemort must be hiding at Malfoy Manor now, and, coincidentally, there were matters he wished to clarify. Just as Leno prepared to return to his dormitory, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Thorns, come with me." Leno turned to see Snape standing at the doorway of the common room, his dark robes like ink, his sharp gaze fixated on him as if scrutinizing a flawed potion ingredient. Task triggered: to extricate Snape from the suspicion of pilfering potion ingredients without resorting to legitimacy. Reward: absolute mental fortitude. Reno understood the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Snape had noticed the depletion of potion materials from his storeroom and was directing his suspicion towards him. Although Reno had indeed borrowed a small quantity recently, merely a couple of pounds at a time, every 2 days, it had only been a few weeks since. Snape's vigilance was exceedingly heightened. "Very well, Professor," Reno replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he followed Snape out of the common room. Snape's office remained saturated with the pungent aroma of potions, cold and oppressive. The various biological specimens adorning the walls appeared particularly ghastly under the dim light. Snape turned to shut the door behind them, facing away from Reno, his voice icy as he spoke. "Thorns, you seem to have developed a keen interest in my potion storeroom lately?" Leaning against the doorframe, Reno replied casually, "What do you mean, Professor? I did attend your potion class recently. Is that a crime?" "Cease your pretense," Snape snapped, pivoting sharply to fix his dark gaze upon Reno. "There has been a notable absence of several items from my storeroom. Wolfsbane, the ingredients for shrinking solution, and even some rare herbs essential for advanced healing potions. Who do you surmise is responsible?" "Who knows?" Reno shrugged, an expression of just the right degree of confusion gracing his features. "Hogwarts is vast. Surely there are many who would wish to pilfer from you, given that your potion supplies are always the most comprehensive. I am inquiring about you." Snape stepped forward, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. "There have been reports of your frequent appearances near the storeroom." "I merely passed by, Professor." Reno maintained his composure, even managing a smile. "Surely, you cannot assume I am a thief merely for passing through? That would be quite unreasonable." "Passing by?" Snape scoffed. "For several consecutive weeks?" "Thorns, I advise you to confess. What have you done with those materials? Concealment will avail you nothing, and will only result in harsher repercussions." Reno met his gaze, suddenly retorting, "Professor, if I had indeed taken those materials, where do you think I could possibly hide them?" Snape hesitated, seemingly caught off guard by the question. You mentioned a significant quantity of materials is missing. Reno spread his hands in a gesture of mock innocence. I could hardly conceal them in my dormitory, could I? The Slytherin quarters are hardly as lax as Gryffindor. Any slightest disturbance could lead to discovery. Hiding them elsewhere in the castle? That would only increase the likelihood of being caught by patrolling professors or Filch, wouldn't it? He gazed intently into Snape's eyes, continuing. If I had truly taken such a considerable amount, it would have been discovered by now, wouldn't it? Yet, no one has found anything. So on what grounds do you presume to be me? Snape fell silent, scrutinizing Reno for an extended moment, endeavoring to detect any hint of panic or guilt upon his countenance. However, Reno's expression remained composed, even tinged with innocence, devoid of any discernible flaw. Indeed, Reno's argument held merit. The task of concealing such a plethora of potion ingredients without arousing suspicion was no trivial matter. Perhaps he was truly innocent? Snape furrowed his brow, his skepticism wavering slightly, but only slightly. After all, this professor was not one to easily believe anyone. For the moment, he relented, his tone remaining icy. But remember, the rules of Hogwarts are not mere decorations. Should I discover your involvement in this matter, you shall bear the consequences. I understand, Professor, Leno nodded, stifling chuckle. Not everyone knew of his unnoticeable expandable briefcase. The old bat could take his time. You may leave. Snape turned away, refocusing on his cauldron, seemingly wishing not to see Leno any longer. As Leno exited the office, having taken only a few steps, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. Successfully convinced Snape that you did not steal potion materials. Reward. Absolute mental fortitude, capable of resisting mental attacks, such as legilimency and the soul-snatching curse. Leno's eyes brightened. His steps lightened considerably. Absolute mental fortitude? This was far superior to the brain lock technique. He would no longer need to fret about others peering into his thoughts or fear the soul-snatching curse. What gain? Leno chuckled softly to himself. His spirits lifted as he made his way back to the dormitory. As for the invitation to Malfoy Manor, he would consider it merely a casual visit. Chapter 44. The Auror Professor's office on Friday evening. The sunset streamed through the stained glass of Hogwarts corridors, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Leno had just emerged from potions class, the acrid scent of burnt concoctions still lingering on his fingertips, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Snape's gaze seemed to convey a desire to stew him like a potion ingredient. He grumbled, rubbing the back of his neck, feeling the unease from being scrutinized. Was it really necessary to add 2 spoonfuls of sugar to the potion? Did the old bat's taste buds consist of iron? Students meandered in small groups towards the great hall, the tantalizing aromas of roast beef and pumpkin pie wafting through the air. Leno quickened his pace, eager to replenish his energy at dinner while also avoiding Snape's piercing gaze, which today was more intimidating than the most venomous potion in magical potions and elixirs. As he passed the third-year classroom, a figure swathed in layers of shawls suddenly flitted out from behind the door, nearly colliding with Leno. Oh, Merlin's crystal ball! A sharp, tremulous voice exclaimed. Professor Sybil Trelawney clutched her chest, dramatically retreating 2 steps, her shawl's fringes sweeping across the floor. Behold, I have encountered a soul chosen by fate. Leno halted, looking at the divination professor with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Professor Trelawney always bore this whimsical demeanor, her shawls resembling a tattered quilt, her glasses thick as the bottom of beer bottles. When she spoke, she often stared vacantly into the air, as if perceiving things invisible to others. However, Leno harbored no ill feelings towards her. He recalled that the original text mentioned this seemingly timid and flamboyant professor, who, in the future's great battle, had once struck the werewolf Fenrir Greyback into unconsciousness with a crystal ball. This act of bravery alone surpassed many wizards who merely hid in the shadows. Professor Trelawney adjusted her glasses, which had slipped down to the tip of her nose, and suddenly fixed her intense gaze upon Leno, her eyes sparkling with an astonishing light, as if she had discovered the sole beacon in the darkness. She stepped closer, lowering her voice yet imbued with an extraordinary penetrating quality. The marvelous entity, Grim, has left a mark upon your blood. It is the seal of death, as well as a harbinger of rebirth. Might you share your name with me, sir? Speak it, so that the wheels of fate may turn clearly. Leno was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected fervor. Grim? What was that? Some sort of magical creature? Or perhaps an ancient spell's terminology? Scrambling through his knowledge of magic, he found no recollection. Lenox Thorne's, he replied politely, assisting the professor in adjusting her shawl that threatened to slip off. Is there something you need, Professor? Professor Trelawney appeared to awaken from a particular state, her gaze instantly regaining its customary bewilderment. She blinked, glanced at Leno, then at the desolate corridor, and waved her hand vaguely. Oh, nothing, sir. Let us be off. The mists of destiny always arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. As she spoke, she turned and staggered back to the classroom, muttering incantations as if she were reciting some obscure prophecy. Leno arched an eyebrow, paying little mind. Most of Professor Trelawney's prophecies were likely nonsense, and any occasional accuracy was merely coincidental. He mentally noted the term grim, intending to investigate it further in the library, and quickened his pace towards the hall, lest the roast beef be devoured by that ravenous pack of griffinders. Unbeknownst to him, after he turned to leave, Professor Trelawney peeked out from the classroom door, watching his retreating figure. Her lips moved, her voice barely a whisper. Heir of Thorns, guardian of the Deathly Hallows, the mist is beginning to clear. The hall was ablaze with light, filled with students seated at the 4 house tables. Just as Leno settled himself at the Slytherin table, he sensed a chilling gaze fixated upon him. Without needing to look up, he knew it belonged to Anderson. The Auror professor sat at the edge of the staff table, his plate barely touched, grasping a silver knife, his gaze sharp and piercing, akin to a poisoned dagger, firmly directed at Leno. That look resembled Snape's when he gazed at Harry, yet Snape's eyes at least harbored complex emotions, while Anderson's bore only pure scrutiny and suspicion, sending a shiver down Leno's spine, rendering even the roast potatoes tasteless. Has he ingested gunpowder today? Leno mused inwardly, nonchalantly slicing his steak. Could it be that Dumbledore's reprimand did not awaken him, but rather deepened his suspicion of me? Throughout the entire dinner, Anderson's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Leno. As Leno ladled the pumpkin soup, his gaze was fixated. When he exchanged a few words with the Slytherin student beside him, his attention remained unwavering, even when Leno yawned. It seemed he had uncovered a significant clue, immediately jotting down a couple of notes in his little notebook. Unable to endure the scrutiny any longer, Leno set down his fork and knife, raised his cup of pumpkin juice towards the teacher's table, and offered a smile. Anderson's brow furrowed instantly, his eyes turned icy, as if to convey, "Don't get too smug." Leno shrugged, finding the situation amusing. Being scrutinized so intently by an adult Auror was indeed a curious experience. After the banquet concluded, students began to leave the hall in succession. Just as Leno was preparing to return to the Slytherin common room, a chilling voice broke the silence of the evening. "Sorns, come to my office." Turning around, Leno spotted Anderson standing at the corner of the dimly lit corridor, his black robes resembling an indistinct shadow. His expression was inscrutable, and his tone betrayed no emotion, yet Leno knew that what was inevitable would eventually arrive. "Very well," Leno replied with a composed smile. "I also have a few inquiries for Professor Anderson." Anderson did not respond. Instead, he turned and made his way towards his temporary office. Leno followed leisurely, noticing that as Anderson passed by the suit of armor in the corridor, his fingers inadvertently tapped 3 times on the armor's shoulder, a common gesture for casting a silencing charm. Indeed, once they entered the office, Anderson locked the door behind him and waved his wand, casting an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire room. The magical fluctuations in the air were palpable, clearly an enhanced silencing charm. Leno feigned ignorance, casually leaning against the doorframe as he observed Anderson take a seat behind his desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface, producing a steady thud, reminiscent of a countdown to an interrogation. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Professor?" Leno initiated, his tone light, as if engaging in casual conversation. Anderson abruptly lifted his head, his gaze as frigid as ice freshly extracted from the depths of the forbidden forest, fixing a penetrating stare on Leno. "Mr. Sorns, is it necessary to play the fool?" He leaned slightly forward, his tone imbued with an undeniable certainty. "Not everyone is so easily swayed by your words. Don't think that just because Headmaster Dumbledore is shielding you, you can act with impunity." Leno raised an eyebrow, maintaining his air of calm indifference. "I'm afraid I do not quite grasp what you are implying. Is Professor Anderson still upset about the dragon incident the other day?" He deliberately elongated his syllables, a playful smile gracing his lips, his bravado almost palpable. I believe Headmaster Dumbledore has spoken with you about it, hasn't he? I merely raised a small dragon that happens to breathe fire. What is the harm in that? Hogwarts has no rule against keeping pets, and one could argue it's merely a large pet. Anderson's lips twitched slightly, as if Leno's shameless demeanor had caught him off guard. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to maintain his composure. Do you truly believe I am unaware of everything? Young man, no subtlety can escape the eyes of an elite Auror. The same goes for everyone. He spoke with a heightened intensity, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you truly believe that your curse, being of a verdant hue, could be excused by such nonsensical environmental rhetoric? I have encountered more dark wizards in the ministry than you have consumed meals. So do not attempt to dazzle me with your tricks. Reyno discerned the underlying motive. It was not merely the small green object that had caught this individual's attention, but also his emblematic green spell. And so, Reyno shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Professor Anderson, do you intend to apprehend me? Are you planning to send me to Azkaban? He feigned surprise, his eyes blinking exaggeratedly. I trust one have committed no grave misdeeds. Raising a dragon and possessing a uniquely colored spell hardly warrants a death sentence, let alone a vacation in a place like Azkaban. Does it? Anderson scoffed derisively. Of course not. After all, there are numerous matters concerning you that merit my investigation. He abruptly rose, his wand appearing in his hand, pointed directly at Reyno. Disarm. A crimson beam shot forth like lightning towards Reyno's wand. Reyno's reaction was instantaneous. His mental acuity surged like a refreshing stream, rendering his thoughts alarmingly lucid. Yet, he did not evade, nor did he raise a hand to shield himself. Just as the red light was about to strike his wand, he hurriedly inquired within his mind, if my elder wand is hit by the disarm spell, will it change allegiance like the old wand? Ding. Host query detected. This elder wand, under the system's enhancement, differs from a conventional wand. It is bound to the host's soul, possessing uniqueness and loyalty, and will not change allegiance due to a simple disarming curse. Reyno breathed a sigh of relief. With a sharp crack, the red light accurately struck his elder wand, sending it flying from his grasp, clattering to the ground, and rolling into a corner. A smirk of disdain crossed Anderson's face. I concede. You may possess slightly more strength than the average student. Yet, before a grown Auror, you remain woefully overconfident. Reyno internally rolled his eyes dramatically. You do realize you are an adult? Is it truly gratifying to bully a student? You're making a mockery of all seasoned Aurors. Come with me to the Ministry of Magic, Anderson commanded, retracting his wand with an icy tone. Once I ascertain your background, I shall naturally release you. He paused, adding with an unmistakable threat, if possible. Reyno was further exasperated internally. If possible? This implies that once I'm in, I might not emerge. The interrogation rooms of the ministry certainly do not sound like a pleasant place. Nevertheless, he maintained a faint smile, hands clasped behind his back, as if entirely unfazed by the predicament before him. Professor Anderson, do you know why Professor Quirrell ceased to teach defense against the dark arts, and it fell to you? Anderson paused, clearly taken aback by Reyno's unexpected inquiry. He furrowed his brow, watching Reyno warily. Why? In that moment, the smile vanished from Reyno's face, his expression turning cold as glacial ice, imbued with a chilling indifference that was profoundly unsettling. Because of me, he deliberately paused for a moment, as if the temperature in the air had dropped several degrees without interruption. I did not wish for him to succeed. Avada Kedavra! Almost instantaneously, a dense green light shot forth from Leno's fingertips, so swift that one could scarcely react. However, this emerald beam did not strike Anderson. Instead, it grazed his trouser leg and, with a resounding crash, impacted the wall behind him. In an instant, a small, charred hole appeared in the wall, the surrounding bricks visibly turning brittle and blackened, while a faint scent of blood wafted through the air, the unmistakable aura of the unforgivable curse. Anderson's complexion paled dramatically, his pupils constricting as he gazed at Leno in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. He had not even comprehended how Leno had cast the spell. There was no wand, nor any overt movement, and the green light signifying death had materialized out of thin air. Furthermore, it was indeed the killing curse, not some mere imitation of a green spell. This student could wield an unforgivable curse. Ignoring Anderson's shock, Leno leisurely approached. Retrieving the Elder Wand from the corner and meticulously dusting it off with the hem of his robe, treating it not as a wand, but as a precious work of art. He raised his gaze, the chill in his eyes yet to dissipate, but his tone was nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. And I, too, do not wish for you to succeed. Soul extraction. In Chapter 45, the authority of the headmaster. The moment the green light of the soul extraction curse struck Anderson, Leno distinctly observed the coldness and vigilance in his eyes extinguished as if doused with cold water, instantly freezing and dissipating, leaving only a vacant, dazed expression. TCH, what are you pretending for? Leno stepped forward and lightly kicked Anderson's heel with his toe. But the latter showed no reaction, standing rigidly like a puppet programmed to perfection. He was supposedly an elite Auror, as if he could single-handedly confront Voldemort. Yet a single soul extraction curse had rendered him incapacitated. Leno circled around Anderson twice, tapping his chin thoughtfully, pondering a more intricate dilemma. How to deal with this individual? Should he send him to meet Merlin, as he had with Chilo? That seemed rather inappropriate. Having two defense against the dark arts professors in a single semester would raise suspicions even among the most oblivious. Although he was indifferent to the curse that prevented Voldemort's defense against the dark arts professors from lasting more than a year, it was unnecessary to invite trouble upon himself. Should he bind him and hide him in the office? The risk was far too great. After all, Anderson was an Auror dispatched by the Ministry of Magic. His disappearance would undoubtedly cause an uproar, and scrutiny would inevitably lead back to him. Just as Leno was musing over this, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through the silent office, sharp and clear. Startled, Leno instinctively reacted, sidestepping to hide behind the massive bookshelf in the office, simultaneously waving his wand at Anderson and strengthening the control over the soul extraction curse with his mind. After a period of practice, he had become quite proficient in controlling the soul-draining curse. The vacuity in Anderson's gaze swiftly dissipated, replaced by a somewhat wooden tranquility, his breathing steady and posture more relaxed. At first glance, he appeared much like his usual self, though lacking a degree of sharpness. "Please, enter," Leno commanded through his thoughts, his voice steady and devoid of any discernible anomaly. The office door swung open to reveal none other than Dumbledore himself, still adorned with his iconic crescent-shaped spectacles, his snow-white beard cascading to his chest, and a small bag containing lemon drops in his hand. "Good evening, Professor Anderson," Dumbledore greeted with a cheerful smile, his eyes casually sweeping across the office before settling on Anderson. "Good evening, Headmaster," Anderson responded in accordance with Leno's instructions, giving a slight nod, his actions as natural as any typical greeting. Leno hid behind a bookcase, his heart racing. He was acutely aware of Dumbledore's keen perceptiveness. The man had an uncanny ability to detect issues from the most inconspicuous details. He could not afford to reveal any flaws. "It is rather late. May I inquire if there is something you need, Headmaster?" Anderson asked, his tone laced with just the right amount of perplexity. Dumbledore approached the desk, picked up a jar containing a beetle specimen, and leisurely remarked, "Naturally, it is regarding the matter you sought me out for previously." Leno's heart sank. The matter Anderson had discussed with Dumbledore? Anderson had previously interacted with Dumbledore? He was completely unaware of this. A hint of feigned confusion crossed Anderson's face, a deliberate act on Leno's part to gauge Dumbledore's intentions. Headmaster? What matter?" He scratched his head, his tone tinged with mild embarrassment. "I seem to have forgotten. There's been so much going on lately. You know, being a professor is no easy task." Dumbledore set down the specimen jar, turned to face Anderson, scrutinizing him intently. The smile remained on his lips, yet his gaze appeared to deepen with significance. "Is that so? An accomplished Auror can indeed be so engrossed in the trivialities of professorship that he forgets important matters?" Pausing, he then spoke the words that sent a chill through Leno. "It pertains to what you previously mentioned, Professor Anderson, regarding sending Mr. Leno to the Ministry of Magic for questioning." Leno's realization hit him like a ton of bricks. It appeared that Anderson not only intended to investigate him, but also sought to drag him to the ministry. This man was indeed relentless. Dumbledore continued, "I shall not consent to that." His tone remained calm, yet resolute, carrying an undeniable authority. "Firstly, he is still a child. Secondly, you are surely aware of his remarkable talent. With the end of the term approaching, his academic workload is considerable, and this would significantly hinder his studies. Moreover, Dumbledore pivoted the conversation to the crux of the matter, adding, as for now, aside from caring for a small dragon, he is not engaged in any activities that contravene the Ministry's regulations. Surely, the Ministry has certain protective provisions for underage wizards? Seemingly recalling something, he added, furthermore, I have already assured you that I shall have that dragon removed at the conclusion of the academic year. Throughout the entire exchange, Dumbledore's tone remained as flat as if he were merely commenting on the day's weather, yet each word exuded the authority and unassailable attitude of the headmaster. Leno, hidden in the background, could only marvel in silence. It appeared that Dumbledore had long been aware of Anderson's intentions. He had come specifically to draw the line for him. Dumbledore seemed to believe he had said all that was necessary, nodding at Anderson as if to signal, very well, I merely came to inform you. I shan't disturb your rest. He approached the door, resting his hand on the doorknob, before turning back with an offhand remark, his tone as light as a feather. Yet it felt as though the temperature in the entire office had dropped several degrees. Moreover, I have no intention of allowing Leno to go to the Ministry of Magic. With that, he gently closed the door behind him and departed. Leno did not exhale in relief until he heard Dumbledore's footsteps fade entirely at the corridor's end, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his back. In that fleeting moment, he had even conjured an absurd scene in his mind of Dumbledore schooling Anderson. Dumbledore, your Minister's Owl's letter. Anderson, I do not have my Minister's Owl's letter. Dumbledore, I insist you look. Shaking his head, Leno dismissed this ridiculous notion. He approached Anderson, observing the other's still dazed expression, and sighed. It seemed there was no alternative. After all, it was merely the final half of the term. He would employ the Imperieuse curse to ensure Anderson dutifully fulfilled his role as a professor for the remainder of the semester. Once the academic year concluded and everything settled, he could address the matter then. However, as Leno regarded Anderson, a sense of helplessness washed over him. It appeared that his own leisure time would be sacrificed. The thought of having to divide his focus daily to manipulate an auror felt burdensome. He waved his wand, lifting the restrictions on Anderson's movements while maintaining control over his core consciousness. Go and tidy up the office, then rest early. Anderson, like a mechanical automaton, began to gather the scattered documents with stiff yet somewhat practiced movements. Leno cast a glance back before leaping out of the window. The night breeze brushed against his face, carrying a hint of coolness that invigorated him. The invitation to Malfoy Manor awaited him that weekend, and with Anderson temporarily stabilized, it was time to pay a visit to Mr. Riddle. A cold smile crept upon Leno's lips as his figure swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 46. Malfoy Manor on a weekend morning. With the mist yet to fully dissipate, Leno stood upon meticulously manicured lawn, lightly brushing non-existent dust from his garments. The disorienting sensation of apparition had not entirely worn off, yet the scene before him had clearly materialized, the imposing black wrought iron gates of Malfoy Manor, resembling a gaping maw, emanated an aura that commanded distance from intruders. He had barely steadied himself when a tall guard clad in a black uniform emerged from the gatehouse. Scrutinizing him with a wary gaze, his brow furrowed as though twisted together like a rope. Child, what are you doing here? The guard voice was gruff, laced with palpable impatience, clearly dismissing the boy who appeared no older than 11 or 12. A barely perceptible twitch flickered at the corner of Leno's mouth. A child? While his physical age was indeed youthful, being referred to so plainly was somewhat disconcerting. He stifled a sarcastic retort and maintained a formulaic smile. I've come at the invitation of Mr. Malfoy to visit the estate. The guard erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Mr. Malfoy invited you? A mere child who has not yet matured. He scrutinized Leno from head to toe, his skepticism almost overflowing. Do you even know where you are? Malfoy Manor is not a place just anyone can enter. Leno remained silent, merely observing him quietly. The guard, feeling uneasy under Leno's gaze, cleared his throat and adopted a more formal demeanor. Since you claim to have an invitation, then produce it for me to see. Leno felt a jolt in his heart. An invitation? Lucius had mentioned nothing about such a document in his letter. What kind of trick was that old man playing? I do not possess an invitation, Leno replied candidly, his tone still calm. Do not possess one? The guard's expression darkened as he took a step back, blocking the entrance. I am afraid, sir, without an invitation, I cannot permit you to enter. Please leave and do not waste my time here. Leno's fingers curled gently within his sleeve. A fleeting thought of casting the killing curse on this guard crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. There was no need to jeopardize his greater objectives over a mere footman. He scoffed inwardly. The tides of fortune shift, young man. Remember this moment. For should our paths cross again, you shall regret your insolence. As he contemplated whether to employ a confundus charm to assure his passage, a familiar, haughty voice suddenly resonated from within the gate. Let him in. Mr. Thorne's is indeed my guest. Leno looked up to behold Lucius Malfoy, standing just inside the entrance. Impeccably clad in his signature dark green robe, his silver-gray hair glimmered coldly in the morning light, and he leaned upon his characteristic serpent-headed cane. Leno was well aware that his wand was concealed within that very cane, making it both convenient for public appearances and a subtle assertion of his pure-blood aristocracy, a truly advantageous duality. The guard, clearly taken aback, immediately concealed his disdain upon seeing Lucius. Bowing respectfully and stepping aside to clear the way, though his gaze towards Leno still bore a trace of confusion. Leno nodded to Lucius and strode confidently inside, not casting another glance at the guard. Following Lucius through the estate's courtyard, Leno discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Malfoy Manor indeed lives up to its reputation. The expansive lawns are meticulously trimmed, resembling lush green velvet, while marble statues gracefully adorn the gardens. A multitude of exquisite flowers flourishes along the carefully tended pathways, their vibrant colors discernible even through the morning mist. A few snow-white peacocks leisurely stroll across the lawn, barely lifting their eyelids at the sight of passers-by, as if imbued with the same haughty demeanor as their owners. Truly, the Malfoy lineage is evident, Renard mused internally, his gaze devoid of any astonishment, instead contemplating how he might renovate Thorne's manor. For what is so remarkable about white peacocks? A few phoenixes would be far more impressive. Lucius seemed to sense his scrutiny, but said nothing, maintaining a steady pace forward. The sound of his cane striking the ground resonated distinctly in the tranquil courtyard, a rhythmic accompaniment to their silent tour. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, they arrived at the main edifice at the heart of the estate. The grand stone doors were intricately carved with the Malfoy family crest, opulent and elaborate. Upon entering the hall, the marble floor gleamed, reflecting their silhouettes. The walls bore portraits of successive Malfoy family members, each gazing down with a similar haughty expression to Lucius, as if scrutinizing every individual who dared to enter. Lucius did not linger in the hall, but instead led Renard through a lengthy corridor, stopping before a heavy wooden door. He pushed it open and gestured for Renard to enter. Inside was a spacious room, yet strikingly devoid of warmth. Aside from a few exquisitely carved oak tables and accompanying chairs, there was little else to decorate the space, lending it a somewhat desolate air. Mr. Thorne's, please take a seat, Lucius said, shutting the door and settling into the chair opposite Renard, leaning his cane against the table. Renard took his seat with poise, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mr. Malfoy, I wonder what brings you to summon me. Surely, it cannot merely be for the sake of pleasantries. Do you genuinely wish to hear about my daily escapades at Hogwarts? Perhaps the recent arrival of a Gryffindor owl in the Slytherin common room? Lucius chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach his cold, scrutinizing gaze. Mr. Thorne's is an astute individual. I believe many things need not be articulated in detail. Oh, Renard raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly forward, his tone laced with curiosity. What, pray tell, could warrant the invitation of a distinguished pure-blood noble such as yourself to summon an obscure little wizard like me to Malfoy Manor? Lucius's fingers tapped lightly on the table, as if weighing his words. After a moment, he looked up at Renard and directly inquired, I have heard that your family has a butler? Understanding dawned upon Renard. So it was indeed about Derek. He maintained an impassive facade, responding in a neutral tone. Yes, we do. What of it? Nothing of consequence, Lucius replied, his gaze flickering momentarily. I wish to know if Mr. Thorne's is aware of his past, specifically where he served in his youth, or if he possesses any noteworthy experiences. Leno regarded him, countering with a question. Why the sudden inquiry? Was there something about a steward's past that piqued your curiosity? A perfunctory smile flickered across Lucius's face. Of course not. I have always held a deep admiration for the Thorne's family's heritage and merely wish to learn more about your esteemed lineage. After all, a greater understanding among pure-blood families can only be beneficial. Leno inwardly rolled his eyes, dismissing the insipid reasoning. Such a contrived excuse was hardly convincing. He observed Lucius, who appeared eager to continue with more pleasantries to mask the true intent, and felt a wave of impatience wash over him. Dealing with these pure-blood aristocrats was most irksome, as they tended to be so oblique in their discourse, rarely getting to the point. "What does that wretched creature want from me?" Leno interjected suddenly, his tone blunt enough to take Lucius aback. "What?" Lucius seemed momentarily bewildered, his brow furrowed. "Wretched creature? What do you mean?" Leno, disinclined to elaborate on the jest, opted for the most straightforward approach. "What does Voldemort want from me?" "Spare me the charade, Mr. Malfoy. Not everyone is deceived by the opulent facade of this manor." Lucius's body stiffened visibly, the artificial smile evaporating without a trace, replaced by a chilling gravity. He studied Leno for several moments, seemingly assessing whether he was jesting, and ultimately exhaled, as if shedding a fa of pretense. "Since Mr. Thorne is fully aware, I see no need for further self-deception." Lucius's voice lowered. "But my invitation to you is not related to the Dark Lord." Leno was genuinely taken aback. "Not related to Voldemort? For what purpose, then?" He raised an eyebrow, urging Lucius to elaborate. "I wish to propose a transaction." Lucius's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty that brooked no refusal. "The Malfoy family could mobilize all their resources to assist you in investigating the steward's entire background, including his history, relationships, and even some sealed records." He paused before adding, "Furthermore, should you require it, the Malfoy family can offer you extensive resources and connections, whether at Hogwarts or within the Ministry of Magic. We stand ready to assist." Leno's mind swirled with skepticism. Was Lucius experiencing a lapse in judgment, offering unsolicited assistance? He understood, well, that there was no such thing as a free lunch. "What is the price?" Leno asked directly. "What do you seek in return?" Lucius regarded him, his gaze intricate. "There is but one condition. If one day the Dark Lord falls again and the Malfoy family faces peril, I hope you will step forward to assist us in resolving certain minor difficulties." Leno suddenly grasped the situation. So that was it. He could not deny Lucius's foresight. Even before Voldemort fully regained his power, he was already laying groundwork for the aftermath of his potential downfall. No wonder this man had managed to navigate both wizarding wars without jeopardizing the Malfoy family. His intellect was indeed of a superior caliber. Agreed. Leno readily acquiesced, without a moment's hesitation. The deal was exceedingly advantageous for him, trading an uncertain future promise for the immediate intelligence and resources he desperately needed was simply a surefire profit. Lucius was evidently taken aback by his promptness, momentarily speechless, before a knowing smile graced his features. "Indeed, Mr. Thorne's is a wise man." Leno rose, preparing to depart. "Then, I shall rely on Mr. Malfoy for the information regarding Derek. Rest assured, I will provide you with news as swiftly as possible," Lucius responded, also standing and grasping his cane. However, a note of seriousness crept into his demeanor. "There is one matter I must bring to your attention. I can assist you and am willing to honor our agreement. Yet, at present, I cannot defy the commands of the mysterious one. Should he instruct me to act against you in the future, I fear I shall be unable to refuse. Therefore, Mr. Thorne's, I advise you to remain vigilant." Leno met his gaze, nodding in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of the situation. It was only natural. Lucius remained under Voldemort's control and could not entirely align himself with Leno's interests. "I understand," Leno replied, turning to exit, as he stepped beyond the gates of Malfoy Manor. The morning sun had already dissipated the lingering mist, casting a warm glow upon him. He glanced back at the imposing estate, a cold smile tugging at his lips. It appeared that matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 47. Return to school. The night at Hogwarts was enveloped in a thick darkness, with the torches in the corridors flickering their orange light, casting shadows that danced and elongated. Leno had just used apparition to return from Malfoy Manor to the edge of the castle, dusting off his robes, and was about to head towards the Slytherin dungeon when he was suddenly approached by hurried footsteps from behind. "Thorns, wait!" Leno turned to see Harry racing towards him, his dark hair tousled by the wind, his glasses sliding down his nose. "There is something I need to tell you. Can we go to the Gryffindor common room?" Leno raised an eyebrow. Was he being summoned to the Gryffindor common room at this hour? Observing Harry's eager expression, he nodded. "All right, but please wait a moment." He turned and quickly moved to a corner of the corridor, deftly removing his Slytherin green-patterned robe to reveal a white shirt beneath. The fat lady was notoriously unwelcoming towards Slytherin attire, and there was no need to invite unnecessary trouble. Harry, watching his actions, couldn't help but inquire, "Do you often do this?" "Occasionally," Leno replied with a smile, neatly folding his robe and stowing it in his satchel. "Now, what is the password?" "Dragon's head." Harry led him to the tapestry, addressing the fat lady with clarity, "Dragon's head." The fat lady yawned, and the door in her portrait slowly creaked open. "You again, Potter? And who is this?" She squinted, scrutinizing Leno, clearly unfamiliar with him. "He is my friend, Lenox Thorne's," Harry quickly clarified. The fat lady huffed, refraining from further questions, and the portrait swung fully open, revealing the warm passageway behind. The Gryffindor common room was quieter than anticipated, the crackling flames in the fireplace providing the only sound. Yet no other students were in sight. Ron and Hermione were seated on a sofa by the window, rising to their feet as they spotted Luna entering behind Harry. Hermione wore a red knitted sweater, her chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders, her expression tinged with seriousness. Luna, observing her closely, noted her bright gaze, which remained unchanged from its usual demeanor. "You've arrived," Ron said, rubbing his hands together, his tone slightly anxious. "We need to discuss something." Luna took a seat across from them, her curiosity piqued. "What is so urgent that it must be addressed at night?" Harry inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for a significant revelation. "We decided to investigate the contents of that room on the 3rd floor the night after tomorrow." "The room on the 3rd floor?" Luna feigned ignorance. "The one guarded by a 3-headed dog." Ron interjected, his voice barely above a whisper. "We're certain that Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He has been lurking around the 3rd floor lately, and his intentions are far from noble." Hermione nodded in agreement, adding, "Harry overheard Hagrid mention that the 3-headed dog falls asleep to music. We can take advantage of that to sneak in and prevent Snape from obtaining whatever he desires." Luna regarded their serious expressions, unable to suppress a thought. Are they still suspicious of Snape? From the start of the term until now, their doubts persist? However, she chose not to shatter their delusions. Some paths must be traversed independently to gain understanding. "Do you want me to assist you?" Luna raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Harry nodded vigorously. "We know you're quite adept. Having you with us would surely increase our chances of success." Luna smiled and rose to her feet. "All right then, when shall we meet?" "At the corner of the corridor on the 3rd floor," Harry replied, his eyes brightening with relief. "Sounds good." Luna waved her hand dismissively. "I'll head back now to avoid being caught by Filch for wandering about at night." Harry accompanied her to the portrait hole, where Luna donned her Slytherin robes and bid the fat lady goodnight before stepping into the corridor. As Luna departed from Gryffindor Tower, she descended the stairs toward the 8th floor, taking the shorter route to the Slytherin dungeon. The corridor was eerily quiet, only her footsteps echoing in the stillness. Upon reaching the midway point of the 8th floor, a familiar figure unexpectedly emerged from the corner ahead, silver beard gleaming in the torchlight. The crescent-shaped glasses framed kind blue eyes that regarded her gently. "Miss Lovegood," Dumbledore said casually, strolling past her, his tone as nonchalant as discussing the weather. "Wandering the castle at this hour is rather unwise." As his words faded, he vanished around the next corner. Luna stood frozen for a moment, her lips twitching. How is it possible to encounter him here? Does the old wizard reside in the castle's ventilation shafts? She shook her head and continued toward the staircase. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a door materializing on the adjacent wall. Luna paused, astonished. The room of requirement? He recalled that the book mentioned this peculiar object must be placed opposite the tapestry, where the giant creature had knocked Barnabas senseless. And one had to focus intently on the desired location, pacing back and forth thrice for it to manifest. Yet here he was, having accidentally wandered to the 8th floor, without even a glimpse of the tapestry, let alone contemplating any venue for this phenomenon to emerge. Curiosity eclipsed his confusion, and Leno stepped forward, attempting to push the door. It was unlocked and opened easily. Inside was not the place he had envisioned, but rather a cluttered room filled with debris. Dust-laden armor, legless chairs and tables, faded tapestries, and rusted cauldrons were haphazardly piled together, resembling a forgotten corner of Hogwarts. It appeared to be an abandoned storage room. Leno furrowed his brow, but ventured inside nonetheless. Perhaps he could unearth some intriguing artifacts. Old items from Hogwarts often concealed secrets. As he rummaged through the jumble, his fingers unexpectedly brushed against a cold metal object. He peeled away the tattered cloth, covering it to reveal a silver diadem. The diadem's design was exquisite, adorned with several dull gemstones, its edges slightly worn, clearly showing signs of age. Leno lifted it, and with the light filtering through the crack of the door, he noticed an inscription etched along the base. Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Ravenclaw's motto? A sudden realization struck him. Was this the diadem of Ravenclaw? He instantly connected the dots. Horcrux, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. No wonder the Room of Requirement had manifested so suddenly. Could it be that the magic of this diadem had summoned the room? Leno weighed the diadem in his hand, sensing a faint, chilling aura emanating from it, as if something lay dormant within. Frowning, he rummaged through his suitcase for a sealed silver box, carefully placing the diadem inside and securing the lid. Great, another complication. Leno sighed, internally grumbling that it was best to keep it stored away. What if the fragments within infected him and left him bald? That would be quite the misfortune. He glanced around the clutter, finding nothing else of particular interest, then turned to exit the room, gently closing the door behind him. The wall restored itself to its former state, as though the door had never existed. Holding the silver box, Leno quickened his pace towards the Slytherin common room. The three-headed dog, the Philosopher's Stone, the diadem Horcrux, and Harry's plans. It seemed the night after tomorrow would be quite eventful. Chapter 48. Conversations in the dormitory. In a manipulated class, the Slytherin dormitory always carried a damp chill, even with the flickering green flames in the fireplace failing to dispel the coldness of the stone walls. As Leno pushed open the dormitory door, he found Draco sitting at the edge of his bed, holding a copy of magical potions and elixirs, though he clearly had not been reading. As the pages remained at the title page, his gaze was fixed intently on the door, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. At last, "You're back," Draco exclaimed, abruptly closing the book with a hint of suppressed urgency in his tone. He leapt from the bed and strode over to Leno. "What did my father want to discuss with you?" Leno concealed the silver box containing the Ravenclaw diadem within his suitcase. For such an object ought not to be carelessly placed. Prolonged exposure could lead to corruption. He then dusted off his hands and raised his gaze to Draco. The boy's golden locks shimmered with a cold glint under the green flames, and his brow was furrowed with evident curiosity regarding the matter at hand. "An affair for adults," Leno remarked, tugging at his tie, his tone as indifferent as one discussing the weather, indicating that the child need not concern himself. "I'm not a child," Draco retorted, his face flushing crimson. "I am nearly 12, and that is my father. I will inquire about it." Leno arched an eyebrow, deliberately scrutinizing him. "Oh, a nearly 12-year-old adult? Yet you are still 11. Can you brew a potion without spilling it? Can you avoid losing points in class?" Draco was momentarily at a loss for words, his lips quivering as he managed to mutter a quiet retort. "You are still a child, no different from me." Although his voice was barely audible, it reached Leno's ears with clarity. Leno chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in a dispute with a spoiled pureblood boy. It seemed a fruitless endeavor. He removed his outer robe and tossed it onto the back of a chair, proceeding towards his bed. "Get some rest. We have classes tomorrow." Draco watched his retreating figure, huffing in annoyance, yet he refrained from further inquiries, begrudgingly returning to his own bed. The dormitory soon fell into silence, interrupted only by the crackling of the green flames and Draco's restless movements, clearly still pondering the conversation between Leno and his father. The next AS defense against the dark arts class became one of the most peculiar sessions at Hogwarts in recent memory. Professor Anderson stood at the podium, his black robes impeccably pressed, yet his gaze appeared more vacant than usual. Following the commands implanted by Leno through the Imperius curse the night before, he opened the textbook and recited in a tone that bordered on robotic. "Today, we shall learn the counter curse, used to defend against the malicious hexes of dark wizards." The students exchanged bewildered glances. "What's wrong with him today?" Ron whispered to Harry. "Yesterday he was like a ravenous beast, and today he's like a puppet on strings." Harry nodded, his eyes scanning Professor Anderson's fingers, which trembled slightly as he turned the pages, seemingly beyond his control. Moreover, his responses to questions were consistently delayed, as though awaiting some unspoken command. Hermione remained silent, furrowing her brow, her quill flying across her notebook, busily recording unknown details. Leno, seated among the Slytherins, appeared to casually twirl his wand while, in reality, he was manipulating Anderson's every motion with his mind. Pose a question to Gryffindor's Weasley. Instruct him to demonstrate the counter-curse. Anderson's gaze immediately shifted to Ron, his voice mechanical. Mr. Weasley, please demonstrate the gesture for the counter-curse. Ron hesitated momentarily before awkwardly rising, flailing his wand and nearly toppling a cauldron at the edge of the podium. Evaluation, barely satisfactory. Please take your seat. Anderson stated expressionlessly, barely satisfactory. Sit down. The entire process flowed seamlessly, akin to a meticulously programmed sequence. Only Leno understood the immense effort required to maintain such precise control, as he had to constantly monitor Anderson, ensuring that his tone, gestures, and even the subtle expressions in his eyes appeared normal, without allowing anyone to detect a flaw. When class ended, Anderson's voice remained steady as he assigned homework to transcribe the principles of the counter-curse 3 times, due tomorrow. Upon finishing, he turned and left, his pace hurried, as if escaping from something. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Hermione observed Anderson's retreating figure and asserted, "Did you notice? He didn't spare a glance for Thorns today. Previously, he would have pinned Thorns to the wall with his gaze." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both finding merit in her observation. Meanwhile, Leno leisurely gathered his textbooks, feeling a sense of relief within. The first day went relatively smoothly. In the following 2 days, Anderson resembled a robot programmed to follow a routine, attending classes punctually, posing questions, assigning homework, and even nodding at other professors in the corridors. Professor McGonagall quipped, "Professor Anderson has certainly mellowed recently. He is not as tense as when he first arrived." Anderson merely offered a stiff smile without uttering a word, as Leno had not provided him with a response command for the jest. Only Snape seemed to sense something amiss. Several times, he intercepted Anderson in the corridor, his sharp gaze scrutinizing him. "You appear rather fatigued of late." Response, "Just a bit tired. Thank you for your concern, Professor Snape." Anderson mechanically reiterated, his eyes betraying no emotion. Snape's brow furrowed deeper, yet he refrained from further inquiry, merely casting a penetrating glance at Leno, who happened to pass by, offering him an innocent smile. Snape let out a cold huff and turned away. Leno mused to himself, the old bat's intuition is indeed sharp. 2 days slipped by in this delicate equilibrium, until the evening of the 3rd day, when Leno encountered Harry and the others at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. He mentally confirmed his instructions to Anderson once more. "Stay in the office tonight to grade assignments. Do not venture outside." "Are you all set?" Harry whispered, clutching a set of lock-picking tools. "Ready at any moment," Leno nodded, his gaze drifting over Ron's lock-picking tools and Hermione's spellbook, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It seems you're well prepared. However, I suspect that knowing a few spells may render the lock-picking tools somewhat unnecessary." Hermione bit her lip. "It's better to have more than less. I sincerely hope it goes smoothly." Leno chose not to say more, following them up to the 3rd floor. The torches in the corridor flickered in the breeze, casting dancing shadows, as if countless eyes were watching from the dark. He felt the elderberry wand in his pocket and recalled the Ravenclaw diadem still slumbering in a suitcase. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 49. The path to confrontation at the end of the 3rd floor corridor, the door leading to the Forbidden Zone loomed like a silent beast, glimmering with a cold light under the torch's glow. Hermione inhaled deeply, raising her wand. Alohomora! The lock emitted a soft click, and the door slowly creaked open inward. The 4 of them shed Harry's invisibility cloak and entered in single file. The room beyond was darker than they had anticipated, and the air was thick with a damp, canine odor. At the center of the floor lay a massive shadow, coiled up, with 3 furry heads nestled together, emitting heavy breaths. It was the 3-headed dog, Fluffy. As if sensing their presence, Fluffy awakened promptly, turning its gaze towards the 4, ready to pounce. "Don't make a sound," Harry whispered, quickly retrieving a small harmonica from his pocket. He took a deep breath and began to play softly. The melodious tune flowed through the silent chamber, and Fluffy's 3 eyes gradually closed, its breathing becoming steadier as its enormous body relaxed. "Quick!" Harry halted his playing, urging softly. Ron was the first to rush to the trapdoor, lifting the heavy wooden board. Below was a pitch-black abyss, with the faint sound of wind echoing from the depths. "Hold tight!" Ron's voice rang out at the opening. Before Harry and the others could react, a gentle white light emanated from the tip of his wand, enveloping their bodies. Wingardium Leviosa. With Ron's incantation, their bodies floated gracefully, descending slowly into the darkness beneath the trapdoor. Wow! Ron couldn't help but gasp, staring at his suspended feet in awe. Your levitation charm can lift 4 people? Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. You wield the levitation charm with such proficiency? Ron smiled, not explaining that with his boundless magical power, he could levitate not just 4, but even more with ease. After descending for about 10 meters, their feet finally touched solid ground. It was still pitch dark around them, and Harry raised his wand. Lumos. The light at the wand's tip illuminated their surroundings. They appeared to be in a low stone chamber. The walls draped with dark green vines that seemed to writhe towards them as if possessed. It's the devil's snare. Hermione immediately recognized the plant, her tone tense. It ensnares people. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets. As she spoke, she raised her wand to cast a spell. Incendio, wait. Ron intercepted her, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Let me give it a try. He lifted his elder wand, softly murmuring conflagration. Without an earth-shattering incantation, a ball of azure flame leapt from the tip of his wand, swiftly expanding into a sea of fire that surged towards the devil's snare. The once menacing vines crackled and hissed in the flames, rapidly recoiling and wilting until they were reduced to a pile of charred ashes. The temperature in the stone chamber suddenly spiked, the firelight reflecting on the faces of the 3, revealing their astonished expressions. What spell was that? Ron stammered, his eyes wide as saucers. How could the flames be so immense? Harry, equally astonished, turned to Ron. I've never seen such a fire spell in the textbooks. Hermione furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with confusion. This was undoubtedly no ordinary flame. Its power was immense, and its form appeared highly unstable, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. After a brief pause, she could not help but inquire, Thorns, what incantation did you employ? Nothing significant, Leno replied nonchalantly, waving his wand to extinguish the remaining flames. Perhaps I merely overdid it with the fire. Hermione clearly harbored doubts, yet, observing Leno's calm demeanor, she ultimately swallowed her questions. She silently resolved to scour the library for information upon her return, determined to uncover the nature of this magic. As they traversed the ash-laden stone chamber, they approached an arched stone door. Upon pushing it open, they entered a spacious room. The ceiling soared beyond sight, and hundreds of keys adorned with silver wings flitted about, emitting a buzzing sound reminiscent of a swarm of colossal metallic bees. At the opposite end of the room stood a door, its lock glimmering enticingly, indicating that a corresponding key must be found to gain entry. Those keys are our answer, Ron declared, pointing at the chaotic flurry of keys. We need to locate the one that will unlock that door. Harry noticed several brooms resting on a nearby patch of ground, contemplating that perhaps they were intended for him, an opportunity to ride and seek out the true key. He turned to the others and said, I'll go after them. You all help me identify the right one. Just as he prepared to mount a broom, Leno placed a hand on his shoulder. No need for such trouble, Leno said, lifting his wand and softly uttering, Come forth, unlocking key. As his words echoed in the air, a key with a crooked tooth and slightly tattered wings suddenly broke free from the chaotic swarm, as if drawn by an invisible thread, and swiftly flew into Leno's hand, its wings still fluttering gently. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in astonishment. Is that truly possible? Harry exclaimed, his mouth agape. Does the summoning charm work on these keys? I thought they were under a counter-summoning spell. Leno weighed the key in his hand and smiled. An ordinary summoning charm might not suffice, but mine possesses a few tricks. He added internally, of course, with the Elder Wand's boundless magical power and supreme proficiency. What could possibly resist its call? Ron leaned in to scrutinize the key, marveling, had I known it was this simple, why did we spend so long searching for the ball on the Quidditch pitch? We could have just used the summoning charm. Don't be foolish, Ron, Hermione chided, casting him a sidelong glance. Not everyone can wield the summoning charm with such precision. Her gaze toward Leno now held a hint of curiosity. Using the key, they unlocked the door and entered the next chamber. This room was larger than the previous 2, its floor adorned with a colossal chessboard. The black and white pieces were life-sized, carved from stone or obsidian, each bearing serious expressions and wielding various weapons, appearing remarkably lifelike. Wizard chess. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was renowned at Hogwarts for his prowess in the game. We must act as the pieces. We must win this match to proceed. He began to excitedly examine the chessboard layout. Harry, you shall be the bishop, Hermione the rook, and thorns, before he could finish. Leno suddenly raised his wand and lightly tapped the chessboard. Attendre explosion érupted. With a dull roar, the black and white pieces on the board were instantaneously obliterated. Shards of stone flying in all directions. The once solemn chessboard was transformed into a desolate wasteland in an instant. Ron's words caught in his throat. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Harry and Hermione were equally stunned, their faces reflecting a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Leno dusted off non-existent debris from his hands and remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't this more efficient? More efficient?" Ron finally reclaimed his voice, pointing at the chaotic remnants of the chessboard. "That was a once-in-a-century giant wizard's chess. You just blew it up? What spell was that? How do you even know how to do that?" "It's merely a trivial incantation," Leno replied curtly, striding towards the door at the other end of the room. "Let us move on to the next challenge." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, each reading in the other's eyes a blend of exasperation and admiration. Silently, they followed Leno, their minds swirling with one persistent thought. How much more magic could Thorns possibly know that they were unaware of? Upon pushing open the door to the wizard's chess room, they were met with an empty chamber, save for a solitary torch flickering in the center. "It seems there is nothing here," Harry said, illuminating the surroundings with his wand, but found no traps or creatures lurking about. Leno appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly deduced that Quirrell must have preemptively cleared this challenge. He said little, gesturing towards the door opposite them. "Just go through." The four traversed the vacant room and entered the next stone chamber. This chamber was brighter than the previous ones, with 7 labeled bottles adorning the walls, each containing liquids of various hues. At either end of the room, doors were shrouded in purple and black flames, blazing fiercely yet emitting no warmth. Inscribed on the stone wall beside the bottles was a riddle. "Danger lies ahead. Safety is behind. 2 among us can assist you. Drink them down. 1 will lead you forward. The other will return you to your original place. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are deadly poison. The remaining 1 is slowly killing us. If you are clever enough, do not consume them unless you know their true nature." It was a potion riddle. Hermione immediately approached the bottles, scrutinizing the liquids and the inscription on the wall, her brow furrowed. "We need to identify the potion that can pass through the flames," she stated. She picked up a small vial, then set it down, murmuring, "The poison is always to the left of the nettle wine, and the largest and smallest bottles are not poison." Harry and Ron leaned in, utterly bewildered. At that moment, Leno interjected, pointing at the smallest bottle on the far left and the slender one on the far right. "The third small bottle on the left can pass through the black flames. The one on the far right can return through the purple flames." The 3 turned to him in astonishment. "How do you know?" Hermione blurted out, having just begun to piece together a few clues, when Leno directly revealed the answer. Leno shrugged casually, his tone nonchalant. "Just a feeling." Hermione clearly did not believe him, but as she gazed at Leno's unwavering expression, recalling his previous astonishing performances, she hesitated and ultimately chose to trust him. Upon thorough verification, she discovered that Leno's assertion perfectly aligned with the reasoning results. "Incredible!" Ron exclaimed. "Leno, are you also a genius in potions?" Leno smiled, offering no reply. Having resolved the potion riddle, Harry picked up the small vial, preparing to cross through the black flames. "I'll go first. You all wait here." Leno halted him, turning to Ron and Hermione. "Ron, Hermione, you stay here." "Why?" Ron immediately questioned. "Aren't we in this together?" Hermione, too, looked at Leno in confusion. "We can help." Leno shook his head, his voice calm, yet undeniably firm. "You are not suited for the challenges ahead. Wait here for our return." He offered no explanation, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione understood his intent in their shared glance. From the beginning, Leno had taken the lead, his abilities far exceeding their expectations. Perhaps he knew things they did not. "Very well." Though reluctant, Ron nodded. "Be careful." Hermione also nodded, looking at Leno and Harry. "If you encounter danger, use this to return." She handed Harry the vial that could pass through the purple flames. Harry accepted the vial, exchanged a glance with Leno, took a deep breath, twisted open the small cap, and downed the liquid in one gulp. "Let us go," Harry said, gazing at Leno. Leno nodded, and together they approached the door enveloped in black flames. Chapter 50. The enigmatic mirror of Ariste. As they passed through the black flames, Harry instinctively held his breath, anticipating a more perilous obstacle, perhaps Snape. However, the scene before him was surprisingly tranquil. It was a modest stone chamber, devoid of anything but a massive mirror, elegantly encased in a gilded frame, standing at the center. "Where's everyone?" Harry was taken aback, lowering his wand slightly, confusion etched across his face. He felt that the final barrier guarding the Philosopher's Stone should not be so desolate. Leno stood behind him, surveying the empty stone chamber, understanding dawning within him. "After all, Quirrell has been dealt with by me. There can be no guards left here." He said nothing, his gaze fixed on the mirror, where a line of unfamiliar text was inscribed on the frame, the surface smooth as silver, reflecting their two figures. "This is the mirror you mentioned before, isn't it?" Harry stared at the mirror, striving to recall the name Leno had mentioned, but momentarily faltered. "The mirror of Ariste," Leno gently corrected, his tone steady, "which reveals the deepest desires of the heart." Harry responded with an "oh," curiosity compelling him to approach slowly. He stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection. The Harry within smiled, one hand tucked into his pocket as if grasping something. Instinctively, Harry reached into his own pocket, finding it empty. Yet in the next moment, he felt a sudden chill, a hard object nestled within. Abruptly, he pulled it out. It was a fist-sized red stone, its surface smooth and gleaming with a warm luster under the light of his wand, as if something alive thrummed within. It was the Philosopher's Stone. "It truly resides in my pocket." Harry turned, holding the stone aloft, his voice trembling with disbelief. The reflection in the mirror had placed it there, and now it materialized in reality. "Indeed, you have succeeded. You have remained true to yourself, Harry." A gentle voice resonated from behind, not that of Ron. Both Harry and Ron turned to see Dumbledore, who had somehow appeared at the entrance of the stone chamber, his blue eyes twinkling with mirth behind half-moon spectacles, as if he had been waiting patiently. "Professor, how did you come to be here?" Harry queried, instinctively clutching the Philosopher's Stone tighter. Dumbledore stepped forward, his gaze lingering momentarily on the stone in Harry's hand before shifting to meet his eyes. "Because I knew you would pass the trials." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an unwavering certainty. "You have not lost yourself to power. In the trials you faced, you demonstrated bravery, wisdom, courage, thoughtfulness, keen observation, and unity, qualities far more significant than the stone itself." Harry felt a flush of embarrassment, scratching his head awkwardly as he interrupted Dumbledore. "Actually, most of those challenges were resolved by Ron and Hermione. I didn't contribute much." Dumbledore paused, clearly taken aback by Harry's humility. He turned to Ron, a deeper smile gracing his lips. "It seems, Ron, that you are far more remarkable than I had anticipated." Ron simply nodded slightly, choosing not to speak. He understood that Dumbledore's insight surpassed that of ordinary men. There was no need for false modesty or boasting. Dumbledore said no more, instead joining Harry to gaze into the mirror of Ariste. This time, Harry leaned in closer, and the vision shifted. He was no longer alone. Beside him stood a pair of unfamiliar figures, a man with hair as dark as his own, and a woman with soft red hair and green eyes, mirroring Harry's own. They looked at him with tenderness, their smiles radiating warmth like sunlight. "Are those my parents?" Harry's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Dumbledore stood quietly beside him, watching the reflection, his own thoughts a mystery to all. After a long silence, he sighed gently, his voice barely above a whisper. It is still him. Lost in the reverie of reuniting with his parents, Harry did not heed the murmured words. However, Ron caught them, glancing at Dumbledore's profile, in those blue eyes, which always sparkled with mirth. There lingered an inexplicable melancholy. Whom did he see? A thought flickered through Ron's mind, yet he chose not to delve deeper. Leno wondered if it might be him. Dumbledore quickly withdrew his gaze, gently patting Harry on the shoulder, his tone returning to its usual softness. "Come, Harry. This mirror cannot impart knowledge nor reveal the truth. People often squander their time before it, entranced by what they see within, sometimes driven to madness." He paused, his eyes deepening with contemplation. "One cannot dwell in dreams. Do not rely on aspirations to the detriment of living." Harry cast a lingering glance at the mirrored visage of his parents, nodded, and carefully tucked the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket, following Dumbledore toward the exit. At that moment, Dumbledore suddenly halted, turning to Leno with a gaze tinged with curiosity. Even if only for a fleeting moment of beauty, it is worth a glance. We must understand our desires to remain true to ourselves. Leno, will you not take a look? Leno hesitated. He had little curiosity for the mirror, as his ambitions had always been clear. Yet, Dumbledore's tone bore an almost encouraging quality, prompting him to step forward to the mirror. The reflection was starkly clear, revealing only himself. No wealth, no power, no resurrected loved ones. Just his current self, standing calmly before the glass, his expression serene. Indeed, Leno thought with a quiet chuckle, shaking his head as he turned to rejoin Dumbledore and Harry. Yet in that very instant, a thick black mist surged within the mirror. The mist seemed alive, instantly engulfing Leno's reflection and rapidly spilling forth from the surface, inundating the stone chamber like a tide. What is this? Harry, startled by the sudden phenomenon, stepped back, feeling a chilling presence wash over him. His head throbbed as if struck by a heavy hammer, forcing him to press his forehead in pain. Dumbledore's expression darkened instantly. Though his tone remained calm, his words quickened. "Come back, Leno." Raising his wand, he intoned hurricane charm. A powerful gust of wind swirled within the chamber, intended to disperse the black mist, yet the mist behaved as though it were incorporeal, showing no signs of dissipating. Leno stood frozen, not from a lack of will, but because the mist bore an oddly familiar essence, reminiscent of a dark, magical force he had encountered before. He could even sense the mental disruption emanating from a mist, attempting to invade his consciousness, but his absolute mental fortitude held it at bay. Just as the mist was about to make contact, an extraordinary event unfolded. The roiling black fog, as if encountering its nemesis, evaporated into wisps of azure smoke the moment it brushed against Leno's robes, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. The chamber fell silent once more, save for Harry's suppressed cries and the faint glow of the wand. Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply, a trace of gravity flickering in his blue eyes. He fixed his gaze upon Leno, his tone nonchalant yet unmistakably probing. "I believe, Leno, you owe me an explanation. What did you see in the mirror?" This marks the first instance in which the entities within the enchanted mirror have materialized. I beheld only my own reflection. Leno met his gaze with unwavering composure, his tone sincere, as unembellished as what you have witnessed, with nothing more to convey. Dumbledore scrutinized his eyes for an extended duration, and within those penetrating blue orbs, a flicker of confusion lingered. He was convinced that Leno was not being deceitful. Yet, within Leno's mind, a silent protest brewed. This is unjust. I have done nothing. Where did that dark mist originate? Surely, it cannot be the mirror throwing a tantrum. Dumbledore refrained from further inquiries, merely patting Harry gently on the back, whispering, "Let us depart. This place is unsuitable for lingering." Harry felt his headache gradually dissipate. He cast a glance at the desolate mirror surface, and then at Leno, his mind brimming with questions, yet he dared not inquire further. Silently trailing behind the two as they exited the stone chamber. In the corridor outside, the torchlight continued to flicker amidst the breeze, elongating and shortening the shadows of the trio. Leno walked at the rear, casting a glance back at the securely shut stone door, an unsettling feeling nagging at him. He sensed that the dark mist was far from ordinary. Chapter 51. Final examinations, and the house cup having departed from the chamber concealing the mirror of Ariste, the torches in the corridor continued to sway in the wind, casting the shadows of the three figures in a dance of varying lengths. Harry pressed his fingers against his still throbbing forehead, the dizziness brought on by the dark mist lingering in his senses. He opened his mouth, eager to inquire of Dumbledore regarding the true nature of that dark mist. Yet the words faltered on his lips. The headmaster's gaze was too serene, as if everything lay within his anticipation, and probing further seemed futile. Instead, the magical stone in his pocket pressed against his palm, radiating warmth, compelling him to speak first. "Headmaster, how shall we handle this magical stone?" Dumbledore paused momentarily, turning his head to regard him, moonlight filtering through the corridor windows, casting a gentle glow upon his silver beard. "It shall be destroyed." Destroyed? Harry was taken aback. Yet, it possesses the power of immortality. Precisely because of this ability, it must be obliterated. Dumbledore's tone was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Its power was formidable enough to lead, even the most rational individuals astray. For the Philosopher's Stone, perhaps obliteration is its most fitting destiny. Harry instinctively touched the stone in his pocket, a pang of reluctance stirring within him. What of Master Nicholas Flamel, the creator? Without the stone, will he not perish? He had encountered this name in an ancient tome on the history of magic, aware that this alchemist had lived for centuries. Dumbledore smiled, a trace of admiration in his eyes. It appears our Mr. Potter is quite learned, even familiar with Nicholas Flamel. He paused, his tone shifting to one of gentleness and gravity. Indeed, without the Philosopher's Stone, he shall, like any ordinary person, succumb to death as time progresses. But this is his own choice, one he has long since accepted. Death is not an end, Harry. Dumbledore's gaze drifted to the night sky beyond the window, as though he could penetrate the clouds and gaze further. It is a part of life, akin to the falling of leaves or the wilting of flowers. We must learn to confront it with serenity, rather than being ensnared by an obsession with eternal life. Harry nodded in a manner that suggested he grasped only partially the significance of the moment, gripping the Philosopher's Stone tightly within his pocket. He seemed to comprehend, albeit vaguely, why Dumbledore would prefer to destroy such a wondrous artifact. Some powers are inherently seductive, and perhaps resisting temptation is more crucial than possessing power itself. As they rounded the corner of the third-floor corridor, two familiar figures loomed in the distance, pacing back and forth. Upon hearing their footsteps, Ron and Hermione immediately turned, their faces etched with concern. "Harry, Sornus, are you all right?" Hermione rushed forward, scrutinizing them from head to toe. A sigh of relief escaped her as she confirmed they were unharmed. "What happened in there?" "We waited for ages." Ron chimed in, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Did you encounter some formidable foe?" "I told you, I should have gone with you." Dumbledore observed the trio huddled together, a gentle smile gracing his features. "It appears you have much to discuss. I shall not intrude." He placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder, nodded at Reno, and then gracefully retreated into the shadows of the corridor, his figure vanishing as if he had never existed. Reno gazed after Dumbledore's departing silhouette, then looked at Harry and the others, fully aware that some moments were meant solely for them. He said little, merely inclined his head slightly to Harry before stepping into a nearby shadow, murmuring the spell for apparition. In the blink of an eye, only a faint ripple of magical energy remained, and he was gone without a trace. Ron rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How on earth did he manage that? Is an apparition forbidden at Hogwarts? Hermione remained silent, her gaze fixed on the direction where Reno had vanished, lost in thought. Harry tugged at their sleeves, a complex expression on his face. "Let us return to the common room. The events inside warrant a lengthy discussion." In the ensuing weeks, Hogwarts gradually settled back into its tranquil routine. Professor Anderson continued his lessons with unwavering diligence, though a noticeable vacancy lingered in his eyes as he occasionally stared blankly at the empty blackboard. Reno's mastery over his control grew increasingly adept, alleviating any concerns. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Little Green thrived rapidly, its green flames now capable of emitting a stable half-meter length. And each visit from Reno required him to bring ample magical orbs to satiate its appetite. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione often gathered together. Harry would intermittently recount their experiences with the trapdoors, the Mirror of Erist, and the ultimate fate of the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione, particularly intrigued by the spell Reno had utilized against the Devil's Snare, scoured the library's tomes, yet found no record akin to what she sought. In truth, she had indeed discovered the fire-making spell, but she struggled to believe that it was something the protagonist would wield. Before long, the final examinations arrived as scheduled. In the examination hall, Reno wrote with remarkable ease the historical dates of magical history, the pronunciations of spell casting, the formulas for potions, and the principles of transfiguration flowed from his mind as if inscribed within, requiring no conscious thought. On the day results were announced, a throng of students gathered around the notice board. Leno squeezed in for a glance at the list of Slytherin House, and, at the very top, his name was followed by a neat string of outstanding in every subject, from charms to herbology, without exception. "My goodness," Ron exclaimed as he stood beside him, gazing at the glaring accolades. "Is this guy even human? I seriously suspect the professors gave him the answers in secret." Hermione also noticed Leno's remarkable results. Her own name was mostly accompanied by exceeds expectations, with only charms and divination earning a lower score. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, soon replaced by acceptance. Leno's talent was indeed beyond that of ordinary individuals. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder and chuckled. "Don't be bitter, Ron. It's impressive that you passed it all." Ron huffed, but couldn't resist taking another look at the scores, muttering, "I can't believe he doesn't need to sleep. Does he study every night? I haven't seen him work that hard during the day." Leno overheard their conversation, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He paid little heed to their astonishment. For him, these scores were merely a natural reflection of his abilities. What truly mattered was that the end-of-term exams had concluded, and the academic year was drawing to a close. In the Great Hall, floating candles cast a warm glow beneath the vaulted ceiling, and the long tables were filled with students, the air rich with the aromas of roast chicken, pudding, and excitement. The banners of each house swayed gently against the stone walls, seemingly anticipating something special. Tonight was the final feast of the academic year, a moment for the awarding of the House Cup. Dumbledore ascended to the central podium of the staff table, his snowy beard shimmering in the candlelight. Clearing his throat, he brought an immediate hush over the hall. "All right, children," his voice was gentle yet clear, resonating throughout the chamber. "It is time to unveil the recipient of the House Cup for this year. Let's first examine the final scores of each house." He unfurled the parchment in his hands, scanning the room. Hufflepuff House, 352 points. Ravenclaw House, 426 points. Dumbledore's gaze then fell upon the Gryffindor table, where Harry, Ron, and Hermione clenched their fists, holding their breath in suspense. Gryffindor House, Dumbledore paused, deliberately elongating his tone, has a base score of 312 points this year. A collective sigh swept through the Gryffindor students, and Ron couldn't help but grumble. "It's over. Once again, it's Slytherin." But Dumbledore quickly smiled and continued, "However, I have a few points to add. First, Ms. Hermione Granger, for her extraordinary wisdom displayed at a critical moment, Gryffindor receives an additional 50 points." Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, as the Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, her classmates patting her on the shoulder. Second, Mr. Ronald Weasley. Dumbledore looked at Ron with a twinkle in his eyes. "You demonstrated exceptional dedication by bravely facing challenges alongside your friends. 50 points. Ron's face turned a deep shade of crimson, nearly jumping out of his seat, while Harry enthusiastically patted him on the back. Thirdly, Mr. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's tone grew solemn as he commended your extraordinary bravery in the face of the unknown and your unwavering courage to protect your companions. Gryffindor earns an additional 60 points. The applause grew more fervent, and Harry's heart raced. He instinctively glanced towards the front of the Slytherin table, where Leno raised his goblet in a subtle salute, a faint smile gracing his lips. Finally, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Neville in the corner. "We all understand that confronting an adversary demands immense courage. Yet standing firm before friends sometimes requires even greater bravery. Mr. Neville Longbottom, you maintained clarity amidst chaos and adhered to your principles. Gryffindor receives an additional 10 points. Neville gasped in astonishment, and the surrounding Gryffindor students erupted in cheers. Even Draco, who usually bullied him, refrained from scoffing. Thus, the final score for Gryffindor is... Dumbledore announced loudly, 482 points. Indeed, just days prior, when Leno, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Dumbledore departed the third floor forbidden area for reasons unknown. The entire school soon learned of the Four's daring venture into the Forbidden Zone to guard the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps it was Dumbledore, or perhaps it was Leno who spread the word. After all, opportunities to gain fame akin to Harry Potter's are rare, and Leno was not inclined to forego such an occasion. Even though his remarkable talents had already garnered widespread recognition, who wouldn't he desire a bit more? However, no one truly understood their motivations for guarding it, as it seemed no one had sought to obstruct them. Yet, few were willing to delve deeper. The Gryffindor table erupted in jubilation. Students embraced one another, shrieking with delight, and even Professor McGonagall unveiled a rare smile. Ron exclaimed excitedly, "We surpassed Ravenclaw. Perhaps we can win." Harry clenched his fists, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. 482 points, the highest score Gryffindor had achieved since his enrollment. At that moment, Dumbledore cleared his throat, turning his gaze towards the Slytherin table. The cheers in the hall gradually subsided, and all eyes focused on the parchment in his hands. Slytherin House, Dumbledore paused. his gaze flickering to Leno as if weighing something. I had originally intended to award Leno Slytherin 80 points for his remarkable bravery and wisdom displayed this term. He chuckled. But I believe, in the grand scheme, whether or not I do seems rather inconsequential. The Slytherin students held their breath. Even Snape straightened slightly, his hands unconsciously clenching beneath his robes. Slytherin House. Dumbledore finally announced the score. 1,086 points. An exemplary performance. Congratulations to Slytherin for clinching the House Cup for the 7th consecutive year. The hall was instantly enveloped in a profound silence, everyone stunned, as though they had not comprehended the number. Moments later, gasps echoed throughout the room, like a gust of wind sweeping across the assembly. Dumbledore appeared quite pleased with the outcome and added, "It seems that this year, Slytherin has a particularly outstanding student who has contributed an exceptionally significant number of points to the house." He glanced at Leno, his voice resonating clearly. "Mr. Lenox Thorne has personally contributed 614 points to Slytherin." A thunderous uproar erupted throughout the hall. The cheers from Gryffindor froze on their faces, while the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff stood in stunned silence. Even the Slytherin students exchanged incredulous looks, only to erupt in deafening applause moments later. 614 points. Ron exclaimed in disbelief. "How is that possible? He alone eclipses our entire house." Hermione, equally astonished, swiftly calculated 614 points in her mind. Realizing it was nearly double Gryffindor's total score, Harry observed Leno, surrounded by Slytherin students, and felt a mixture of astonishment and an inexplicable sense of relief. Perhaps such a score was indeed not unexpected for Leno. Amidst the throng, Leno maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he mused. "It seems I've contributed significantly to Slytherin while controlling Anderson. But 614 points? That's even more than I anticipated. Snape, if you had more than 2 hands, I could grant you even more." After the initial shock wore off, students from other houses gradually transitioned to admiration. After all, Leno's performance throughout the year had been nothing short of remarkable. His precision in charms class, innovation in potions, composure in crises, and even the defense against the dark arts class had become extraordinary in his presence. Such talent, earning 614 points, seemed thoroughly deserved. Dumbledore surveyed the jubilant hall, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. He gently rapped the podium, and once silence fell, he announced with a resounding voice, "Now, let us cheer for this year's House Cup winner, Slytherin." The green banner of Slytherin fluttered jubilantly at the hall's apex, the students' cheers nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Leno raised his goblet in a distant salute towards the faculty table, his gaze locking with Dumbledore's. The old headmaster's blue eyes sparkled with a hint of profound understanding. Leno smiled back, tilting his head to drain the grape juice from his cup. The academic year had concluded, yet his story was just beginning. Chapter 52. The arrival of summer on the lawns outside Hogwarts Castle. Morning dew clung to the blades of grass, refracting a mosaic of light. When Leno found Hagrid, the giant was squatting beneath an oak tree, gazing with concern at the small green creature at his feet. Now, the little green had grown to resemble a robust calf, its dark green scales shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, playfully coiling its tail around a twig and occasionally releasing small bursts of green fire, charring the branch to blackened ash. "Hagrid," Leno approached, kicking at the grass beneath his feet. Hagrid abruptly looked up, his bushy beard concealing a palpable frown. "Leno, I've been pondering about Little Green for several days now." He scratched his head, his voice muffled, perhaps sending it to Romania. "There's a dragon reserved there. With specialists who study fire dragons, they would undoubtedly care for it well." He spoke, reaching out to stroke Little Green's head, but Little Green playfully turned away, gently brushing his hand with its tail and emitting a soft, purring sound from its throat. Hagrid observed this scene, his eyes slightly reddening as he let out a heavy sigh. "But I truly can't bear to be so far away. It's still so small. Can it take care of itself? What if other dragons bully it?" This nearly 3-meter-tall half-giant spoke with the concern of a guardian fretting over a child marrying far away, his voice tinged with an undeniable reluctance. Leno stood by, watching as Hagrid awkwardly used his rough fingers to groom Little Green, stifling a laugh. This fellow genuinely cared for magical creatures, even pouring his heart out for a dragon. "Why not let it stay at Thorne's Manor?" Leno suggested suddenly. Hagrid's eyes brightened momentarily, only to shake his head and furrow his brow tighter. "It's a good idea, but the Ministry of Magic doesn't allow private dragon ownership. Without special permission, getting caught could land you in prison. As a caretaker of magical creatures, he was well aware of the rules. Leno raised an eyebrow, already devising a plan in his mind. Rules? Aren't they meant to be broken? Besides, what about Lucius? With his connections at the Ministry, obtaining a dragon ownership permit would be a piece of cake. He patted Hagrid's arm, his tone resolute. Don't worry, I'll handle the permit. Thorne's Manor has ample space for it to frolic, and I can keep an eye on it at all times. Hagrid gazed at Leno's confident demeanor, momentarily taken aback, before finally nodding. Then I shall entrust it to you. If it misbehaves, just send me a letter, and I'll deal with it. Leno smiled, but did not respond. He looked down at Little Green, who seemed to understand their conversation, nuzzling his palm as if to express agreement. Leno's heart raced unexpectedly. The dream of becoming a dragon rider was finally drawing nearer. The platform of the Hogwarts Express was always bustling, but today it was filled with an unusual commotion. The cause was simple. Leno was holding a specially crafted magical leash, one end tethered to Little Green, clearly intrigued by the lively atmosphere of the station. Little Green occasionally flapped its wings, lifting half a meter off the ground, its green scales gleaming in the crowd, causing nearby students and parents to retreat in alarm, clearing a wide path for them. Leno couldn't help but think, if one didn't know better, they might assume it was a blind wizard and his guide dragon passing through. Leno, Harry's voice called from the crowd. He, along with Ron and Hermione, was making his way toward the train with their bags. Upon seeing Leno, their eyes lit up, but when they spotted Little Green, their expressions froze, mouths agape as if they could fit a pumpkin pie inside. Is this your pet? Harry asked, pointing at Little Green, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, Leno replied, giving the leash a gentle tug. Little Green responded by playfully spitting out a friendly green spark, thankfully not singeing Harry's hair. Isn't it adorable? Harry stiffly tugged at his lip, attempting a smile. It's quite unique. Ron stood by in astonishment. Is it typical for Slytherin to keep such formidable pets? We have owls. And he is a dragon? Hermione remained silent, her gaze fixated on the scales of the small green creature, seemingly lost in thought as she recalled a similar entry from a magical creature compendium. Just as they were preparing to board the carriage, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Hagrid approached, breathless, clutching a brown paper envelope tightly. Harry. He thrust the envelope into Harry's hand, a hint of embarrassment on his face. This is for you. Perplexed, Harry opened the envelope to find a small album. As he turned to the first page, he was met with a yellowed photograph depicting a woman with soft red hair cradling an infant, alongside a man with black hair and green eyes. Both wore tender, radiant smiles. It was Lily and James Potter, with the baby being none other than him, freshly born. Harry's fingers gently traced the photograph, his eyes welling with tears. This was the first time he had seen a genuine photograph of himself with his parents. Not a mere reflection in a mirror, not someone else's recounting, nor a digitally manipulated image like the one Reno had given him from the pocket watch, but a tangible, warm memory. Thank you, Hagrid. He looked up, his voice slightly choked yet remarkably clear. Hagrid scratched his head and chuckled. No thanks necessary, kiddo. Take care of yourself. He glanced at the small green creature, ruffling its head. And you too, no mischief. The creature let out a half-understanding howl. Inside the train compartment, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a checkered pattern of light upon the floor. Reno leaned against the window, watching the fleeting scenery outside, while the small green creature nestled at his feet, occasionally flicking its tail. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat opposite, Harry repeatedly gazing at the photograph, a smile he could hardly suppress gracing his lips. Honestly, Reno. Ron finally broke the silence. Are you really planning to keep it the manor? Aren't you worried it might burn the house down? If it does, we'll just repair it, Reno replied nonchalantly. After all, the manor is spacious. There's plenty of room for it to wreak havoc. Hermione frowned. But the ministry's regulations are inanimate. People are not. Reno raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. Harry gingerly placed the album into his backpack and looked up at Reno. Will you return to London during the summer? Perhaps we can meet. Maybe, Reno smiled. We'll see then. At King's Cross Station in London, at the entrance to platform 9 3/4, Muggles hurried by, oblivious to the group of youths with backpacks who suddenly appeared at a seemingly ordinary platform. Reno instantly spotted Derek standing in the corner. The old steward, attired in a neatly pressed tailcoat, stood tall and straight. Upon seeing Reno, A gentle smile broke through his otherwise stern demeanor. "Young master." Derek approached, his gaze sweeping over Reno before settling on the small green creature at his feet. His pupils constricted slightly, yet he asked nothing, merely stating respectfully, "It seems that after all this time, you remain unchanged, possessing the same remarkable presence." Leno smiled and said, "Enough with the flattery. How is the estate faring?" "Everything is well, young master," Derek replied, bowing slightly. "The matters you instructed before your departure have all been attended to." The two exchanged no further words. In a secluded corner, Derek raised his hand and cast a servant's manifestation spell. After a brief moment of dizziness, Leno found himself standing in the courtyard of Thorne's Manor. The estate had indeed transformed since his last visit. The roof, once riddled with holes, had been repaired and adorned with brand new tiles. The garden, previously withered, now burst forth with fresh shoots, and the rose vines climbed gracefully up the stone walls. The central fountain resumed its splendor, water spraying forth, glimmering under the sunlight. "Quite impressive," Leno nodded, his tone infused with approval. "It certainly looks much better than when I left." Derek inclined his head. "All credit goes to the gold galleons left by the young master. I merely fulfilled my duties." Leno retrieved a heavy cloth bag from his suitcase and tossed it to Derek. The bag landed in his arms with a clatter, evidently filled with substantial contents. "Inside are 20,000 galleons, Leno stated. "There are still many repairs needed for the estate. This should suffice for a while." Derek caught the bag, weighed it in his hands, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. 20,000 galleons was no trifling sum for any family. Yet his master offered it with the nonchalance of tossing a piece of bread. He opened his mouth to speak, but Leno had already turned ahead towards the main house. "Ah!" Leno suddenly halted, as if recalling something. "Take it to the backyard and set up a larger breeding area. Remember to reinforce the fence, fireproof, if possible." He opened his suitcase and gently lifted out a slumbering little dragon. The creature had likely rummaged through the snacks within the suitcase, for it emerged with remnants of gold galleon crumbs on its claws, even clutching a resplendent coin in its mouth, chewing contentedly. Leno had not anticipated that this suitcase could house magical creatures. While it could not rival Newt Scamander's portable menagerie, it was certainly sufficient for a small dragon. Derek's eyes widened at the sight of the dragon. Having accompanied Leno for many years, he had encountered countless marvels, yet a living dragon was a first. "Young master, this is a gift from a friend," Leno replied nonchalantly, placing the little dragon on the ground. "Now, hurry and attend to it, lest it singe the carpet." Derek silently picked up a leash from the ground and fastened it around the little dragon's neck. The creature remained engrossed in gnawing on the galleon, offering no resistance, leading it towards a backyard. Each surprise bestowed by this young master was more astonishing than the last. Leno returned to his room, casually tossing his backpack onto a chair. The room remained as he had left it, albeit with a thin layer of dust. Sunlight streamed through the skylight, casting a beam upon the floor. He approached the window, observing Derek's industrious figure in the backyard, then glanced down at the calendar perched on his nightstand. Summer vacation had just begun. "What shall I do during this holiday?" Leno mused aloud, his fingertips lightly tapping the window frame. "Should I seek Lucius for a dragon-keeping permit? Shall we delve into the study of the Ravenclaw diadem? Or perhaps pay a visit to Malfoy Manor to see what that socket-headed fellow has been up to lately?" The possibilities unfurl like sunlight streaming through the window, and a playful smile curves at the corners of Leno's mouth. This summer, it is destined to be anything but dull. Yet, Leno cannot shake the feeling that he has forgotten something, perhaps someone. Who could it be? Chapter 53. The Forgotten Tale. As the morning mist lingered over Thorne's Manor, Leno sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard, observing his little green pawed curiously at the newly erected fireproof fence constructed by Derek. The little creature seemed particularly intrigued by the wood, glimmering with its protective enchantment, occasionally emitting small bursts of green fire, and smacking its lips at the wisps of smoke rising from the surface. "Master, your owl," came Derek's voice from behind, as he approached with a silver bird perch, upon which perched a glossy feathered owl, clutching a black envelope in its talons. Leno took the envelope, knowing without needing to look that it was from Lucius. 3 days prior, he had sent an owl to Lucius, succinctly requesting a dragon-keeping permit, and he had not anticipated such swift efficiency from the man. Upon opening the envelope, he found a sheet of gilded parchment. the top adorned with the emblem of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and beneath it, in an official font, read, "This certifies that Mr. Lenox Thorne is hereby granted permission to keep a juvenile fire dragon, species to be determined, subject to compliance with Chapter 3 and supplementary clauses of the 1709 Magical Creatures Keeping Regulations, permit number 7392. The signature bore the red wax seal of the Ministry of Magic, and the initials of Lucius Malfoy were faintly discernible in the signatory section. More formal than I expected. Leno mused, raising an eyebrow as he folded the permit and tucked it into his pocket. With this document in hand, even should the ministry conduct a surprise inspection, they would find no fault. In the following days, Leno oversaw Derek as he expanded Little Green's enclosure. After all, the creature was growing rapidly. Just yesterday, it had effortlessly carried off a stone mill from the yard, while simultaneously perusing notes brought back from Hogwarts. Occasionally, he would study the Ravenclaw diadem, still sealed within its silver box, exuding a faint chill, and he had yet to discern a course of action regarding it. Life flowed with a calmness that bordered on excessive, until the fifth night, when Leno, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened as if stung by something. Bolting upright in bed with a sheen of cold sweat upon his forehead. "Oh no," he cursed under his breath, his mind struck by a bolt of realization. Anderson. He had completely forgotten about Anderson. Ever since he had employed the Imperius curse to control Anderson, allowing him to sleep in the office post-exams. Leno had been preoccupied with final assessments and the matters of Little Green's future. He had entirely cast aside the fact that the aura remained abandoned at Hogwarts. It had nearly been a week. Was Anderson still slumbering at his desk? Meanwhile, at Hogwarts Castle, in the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, the flickering candlelight illuminated a gathering of several professors surrounding a desk. Anderson lay sprawled atop a mountain of assignments, his head resting within the crook of his arm. Enveloped in a deep slumber, unresponsive even when Professor McGonagall rapped her wand against the desk. "Albus, is he truly all right?" Professor McGonagall inquired in a hushed tone, her brow furrowed with concern. He had been like this for 3 days, sleeping without so much as a sip of water. If anything were to happen, it would not bode well with the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing at the moonlight outside, his tone remaining serene. "Trust me, Minerva, he'll be fine." "Fine?" Professor McGonagall appeared unconvinced, gesturing towards Anderson's unresponsive form. "He looks as if Severus has placed him under some sleeping charm." "Apologies, Severus. I did not mean you." Snape, lurking in the corner, scoffed, his dark robes sweeping across the floor. His voice as frigid as ice. "I have no interest in administering potions to fools. However, he certainly appears drained by some magical force." At that moment, Anderson abruptly stirred. He shot up, his gaze somewhat vacant, akin to rusted gears suddenly set in motion. The gathered professors were startled by this unexpected movement, instinctively stepping back. "Professor Anderson, how do you feel?" McGonagall asked with genuine concern. Anderson rubbed his neck, rising stiffly, his expression devoid of emotion. His voice flat as though reciting a report. "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued." His eyes flicked to the calendar on the desk, and suddenly, as if a thought struck him, 3 days ago, I received notice from the ministry that I must return to handle an urgent matter. I must leave. Before anyone could react, he seized his coat draped over the chair and strode out of the office, the door slamming shut with an echoing finality in the silent corridor. The remaining professors exchanged bewildered glances. "Is he truly all right?" Professor Flitwick tiptoed, peering at the closed door, his face a mask of confusion. Dumbledore gently stroked his beard, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his blue eyes. "It seems the ministry's efficiency surpasses our expectations." Outside the gates of Thorne's Manor, the cool night breeze rustled the wild grasses by the roadside. Leno tightened his cloak, watching the approaching figure, Anderson striding purposefully towards him. His ability to find this place was solely due to Leno's final directive given via the soul-snatching curse. Leno had not been idle these past few days. He had been probing Lucius for any news from the ministry while piecing together clues. It was only when Lucius mentioned the ministry's recent decision to withdraw the station officer from Hogwarts that Leno had a stark realization. The officer was none other than Anderson. Should the ministry discover the officer's disappearance and trace it back to Hogwarts, the ensuing inquiries by a host of Aurors would spell significant trouble. "Come in," Leno said, stepping aside to allow entry, his voice barely above a whisper. Anderson entered the courtyard, his expression impassive, like a puppet on a predetermined path. Leno wasted no words. He swiftly closed the door and raised his wand towards Anderson's temple, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had not wasted his time with the Forbidden Tome, a comprehensive guide to advanced memory magic, as the incantations it contained, which were never taught in regular classes, were now of utmost utility. Memory extraction. The low murmur of the spell dispersed into the night air, as Leno's consciousness pierced through Anderson's chaotic memories like a searchlight, revealing fragmented glimpses. The green glow in the Forbidden Forest, a standoff in the valley, Dumbledore's lantern, the lethargy within the office, all entwined like a tangled thread. Obliviate. With a flick of his wand, a pale golden light surged from its tip, enveloping those disordered memories, erasing everything pertaining to dragons, confrontations, and the soul-stealing curse, as if they were mere chalk marks on a slate. Following this, he concentrated a thread of magic at his fingertips and softly intoned memory guidance. This was a more intricate form of magic than mere memory alteration. He sought to paint a new memory upon the blank canvas. Anderson's final weeks at Hogwarts, attending classes, grading assignments, never troubling Leno, and even receiving commendations from the ministry for his notable teaching achievements. Until the end of the term, when he received his transfer orders, he calmly packed his belongings and departed. The magic stitched the gaps in memory like fine needles. Beads of sweat formed on Leno's forehead. This task was far more exhausting than manipulating the soul-stealing curse, and a moment's inattention could leave a flaw. Time passed, though how much he could not tell, until he finally lowered his wand and exhaled. Anderson's gaze was no longer vacant. It bore a newfound sharpness typical of a competent orer, though a trace of fatigue lingered in his brow. All done. Leno rubbed his wrist and, with the last vestiges of his power from the soul-stealing curse, issued the command for apparition to the ministry. Anderson mechanically closed his eyes, and a blue halo of apparition enveloped him, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Leno remained still, exhaling in relief once he confirmed Anderson had completely departed, sinking onto the stone steps at the entrance. In the distance, within the ministry's grand building, Anderson materialized in the foyer, the halo of apparition gradually dissipating. He shook his head, as if awakening from a protracted dream, his expression still somewhat bewildered. Strange, he murmured, glancing down at his briefcase. It seemed this term had passed unusually swiftly. Shaking his head, he cast aside the inexplicable feeling of dissonance and strode toward the lift, eager to report his work, as he had heard the minister was awaiting his briefing. In the courtyard of Sorn's Manor, Leno gazed at the now empty entrance, finally feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Finally sorted, he stretched lazily and turned toward the main house. With the dragon-keeping license secured and Anderson's complications resolved, he contemplated the remaining summer. He looked up toward the backyard. Little Green was likely roused from sleep, emitting plaintive howls as if protesting the absence of companionship. A smile crept across Leno's lips. This summer indeed held much to accomplish. For instance, teaching Little Green not to scorch the boundaries of the breeding grounds. Chapter 54. Ministry report. The ministry at night was perpetually shrouded in a heavy, dim aura. The torches along the corridor flickered weakly, casting shadows that danced across the walls, illuminating the ministry's emblem in a sporadic glow. Anderson stood upon the carpet of Fudge's office, clutching a polished notebook, earnestly delivering a report. In summary, the instruction in defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts was progressing smoothly, with students' mastery of counter curses exceeding expectations. As for observations during his tenure, no anomalous fluctuations of dark magic had been detected. The order among the houses remained commendable. His voice flowed as steadily as if reciting from a textbook, entirely devoid of the sharpness he had exhibited at Hogwarts when he had meticulously erased all traces of doubt and investigation from his mind, along with memories of the green light and the dragon, leaving behind only a stark record of his duties. The notebook, once filled with evidence of Renault's transgressions, was now a pristine collection of class notes and student performances, as clean as if washed with pure water. Fudge sat behind his expansive oak desk, his fingers impatiently drumming on the surface, dark circles under his eyes reminiscent of smoke-stained shadows. He had barely closed his eyes the previous night before being awakened by Anderson's owl, heralding an urgent work report, and now, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, rendering him barely able to absorb a few words. I see, Fudge waved his hand dismissively, stifling a great yawn. The educational outcomes are commendable and worthy of praise. Submit the report in writing tomorrow. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave, Anderson. It is 3 in the morning, and even the ministry's fireplace is nearly asleep. Anderson hesitated, seemingly perplexed by his superior's indifference, but he nodded and closed the notebook. Yes, Minister. With that, he turned and strode out of the office, his footsteps fading down the corridor. Fudge gazed at the closed door, exhaling a long sigh, preparing to rest his head upon the desk, when yet another knock echoed through the room. Come in, he called out irritably, cursing the individual who dared to disturb his slumber. A young wizard clad in aura robes entered, his demeanor somewhat anxious. Minister, there is an urgent situation. We have discovered a gathering of suspected Death Eater remnants near Hogsmeade. Although the scale is modest, the atmosphere is quite suspicious. Fudge's weariness dissipated significantly in an instant as he straightened his posture. Death Eaters? How many? Not many, perhaps 5 or 6 individuals, and they appear to be minor players. The Auror promptly replied. Fudge furrowed his brow, his tone darkening. If there are so few, you ought to seek out Scrimgeour. The Auror office is the appropriate place to handle this matter. Do not bring every trivial issue to me. He paused, adding curtly as an Auror. You should be well aware of the procedure. Yes, you are right, Minister. The young Auror nodded vigorously, quickly bowing his head and retreating hastily, as if fearing the wrath of Fudge. In his hurried departure, a folded report slipped from his pocket, falling into the shadows behind the door, unnoticed. The paper bore a hasty scrawl, action result. 1 individual arrested for alleged participation in a gathering of dark wizards, identity confirmed as Divacars, transferred to Azkaban as per regulations. The following day at Thorne's Manor, Renaud sat at the dining table, utilizing silver cutlery to partake in his breakfast, while simultaneously feeding the lively little Green with magical crystal orbs. Green's appetite had notably improved of late. The enchanted crystal orb, once bitten, emitted a satisfying crunch. At that moment, Derek entered, presenting a letter. Sir, this is correspondence from the Malfoy family, delivered by Owl just now. He placed the letter on the dining table and withdrew. Sunlight glinted off the letter, revealing Lucius's elegant handwriting, which bore an almost imperceptible tension. It read, Recently, the Ministry of Magic has been quite active. Several small gatherings near Hogsmeade have been disrupted, much to the displeasure of the Dark Lord, who has ordered a thorough investigation into the informants. Additionally, I must mention a trivial note. Dvorkers, an inconspicuous follower, has been apprehended during a gathering and is now confined to Azkaban. The latter remark, evidently added later, bore darker ink, suggesting Lucius hesitated before deciding it warranted mention, perhaps for the sake of thoroughness. Reno's fingertips tightened around the letter, the name Dvorkers searing into his consciousness like a branding iron, causing his eyelids to flutter. Dvorkers? On his own? The Death Eater who feigned submission before Voldemort, while secretly relaying substantial information, captured and imprisoned in Azkaban. Reno leaned back in his chair, brow furrowed. He had intended for Dvorkers to remain undercover. After all, placing a spy within Voldemort's inner circle was no simple feat now. However, he was thrown into the most terrifying prison in the wizarding world, a place from which escape was nearly impossible, surrounded by Dementors, with despair permeating the very air. It seems I must pay a visit to Azkaban, Reno muttered softly. Yet he quickly composed himself. The Dementors of Azkaban posed the greatest threat. These creatures fed on joy, capable of consuming one's very soul. Most terrifying of all, the killing curse was powerless against them, as they existed in a liminal state between life and death, devoid of a soul to claim. The only defense against Dementors was the Patronus charm. Reno felt the familiar weight of his Elder Wand in his pocket. He was well-versed in numerous spells, from the basic Lumos to the forbidden Avada Kedavra, and even the intricate art of memory modification. However, he had never attempted the Patronus charm, which required the most joyous of memories to be summoned. He found himself curious about what form his Patronus might take. But now is not a time for curiosity. To rescue someone from Azkaban, he must first master this spell. Yet, how to learn it? Chapter 55, The Patronus Charm. For 3 consecutive days, the morning dew clung to the rose vines of Thorne's Manor without drying, leading Reno to finally concede that some magic could not be mastered solely through talent. He sequestered himself in his study, poring over every tome regarding the Patronus charm. advanced theory of magical defense stated that one must invoke the purest memories of joy, while comprehensive guide to counterdark magic emphasized the necessity of a focused mind to channel one's magical energy. Even a brief history of Hogwarts inexplicably noted that in 1972, Professor Flitwick had dispelled hundreds of Dementors with the Patronus charm. Pure, joyful memories. Leno rolled his eyes at the ceiling. His mind was inundated with an overwhelming array of recollections. The system notification chimes, the hum of the elderberry wand, Voldemort's noseless visage, and even Anderson's vacant gaze when ensnared by the soul-sucking curse. Which of these moments could be deemed pure joy? Was it when he first used fiend fire to breach the devil's snare? Or perhaps the foolish expression on Little Green's face as it devoured golden galleons? He attempted to lift his wand, concentrating to recall the image of Little Green swishing its tail and spewing green flames. But the tip of his wand merely emitted a few stray silver sparks, resembling damp fireworks, hardly enough to shoo away a fly. Damn it! Leno flung his wand onto the table, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. It had been 5 days since Cares was sent to Azkaban, and if he dallied any longer, even the Dementors would drain the fellow's soul completely. Outside, he could hear Derek trimming the holly bushes, the crisp sound of metal shears snipping branches in a rhythmic pattern akin to a metronome. Leno stared at his reflection in the window and suddenly slammed his hand on the table. How could he have forgotten that man? The old housekeeper, capable of single-handedly vanquishing a Death Eater squad, surely knew the Patronus charm, didn't he? In the morning dining room, sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the silver plates. Derek was bowing slightly as he placed the final breakfast dish, whole grain bread accompanied by warm milk, with a small dish of honey beside it. This was the only sustenance Leno could manage to swallow after being tormented by the Patronus charm for days. Derek, Leno said, prodding the bread with a silver fork, and suddenly spoke up. The old housekeeper paused in his arrangement of napkins, slightly bowing. How may I assist you, sir? Do you know the Patronus charm? Derek's movements momentarily faltered, his knuckles gently curling beneath the impeccably pressed cuff of his sleeve. He remained silent for 2 seconds before responding in his usual calm and steady tone. Perhaps. That's good enough, Leno exclaimed, springing to his feet, crumbs scattering over himself without a thought. Come, follow me to the backyard. Derek, still somewhat bewildered as Leno tugged at his sleeve through the corridor, asked, Sir, what is this about? Don't ask. You'll find out when we get there. Leno's footsteps were brisk, his mind already racing ahead. Forget about joyful memories. First, he needed to observe how Derek cast the spell, mimicking the technique would surely yield results. The learning abilities bestowed by the system were no mere embellishment. He could master ancient spells at a glance, so why would he struggle with this? The backyard lawn had just been trimmed, the scent of sun-warmed grass wafting through the air. Little Green was confined within a makeshift fireproof enclosure, scratching at the magically coated bars, and upon seeing Leno, it emitted excited purrs, its green scales glimmering dazzlingly in the sunlight. Right here, Leno indicated an empty patch beside the enclosure, turning to Derek with bright eyes. Show me your Patronus charm, right now. Derek tightened his grip on the shears, the silver handles leaving faint white marks on his palm. Why does her suddenly wish to see this? His brow furrowed slightly. The guardian spell was not a mere spectacle of magic. Was it wrong to be curious? Leno donned an air of nonchalance, yet inwardly mused, how can I learn if you do not demonstrate? He had only witnessed the professors utilize it at school and had never observed it closely. The old steward scrutinized him for a while, seemingly attempting to extract something more from those gray-green eyes. However, Leno had long mastered the art of cloaking his true emotions with absolute mental fortitude, leaving Derek to perceive nothing but a facade of innocent curiosity. Very well. Derek set down the scissors and withdrew a discreet black ebony wand from the inner pocket of his tailcoat. The wand bore an ancient quality, its tip adorned with a small, dull sapphire. He stepped into the center of the clearing, inhaling deeply as his previously relaxed shoulders tensed slightly. Leno noted the peculiar way he gripped the wand, with his index finger gently resting on its midsection, as if soothing something unseen. Guardian Spirit. The low incantation resonated, and at its conclusion, a soft blue light erupted from the tip of Derek's wand. Unlike the silvery hue Leno had previously observed, this light was imbued with a misty blue, reminiscent of seawater bathed in moonlight. The luminescence spiraled upward from his palm, gradually coalescing into the shape of a bird. As its wings unfurled, it scattered tiny motes of light, and on its round head, two playful tufts of feathers perched distinctly. It was an owl. The azure owl circled the lawn, emitting a clear, bright call. Even the irritable little green paused, tilting its head to watch it soar past the fence. Derek retracted his wand, the blue light gradually dissipating, leaving only a faint warmth in the air. A quintessential guardian spirit, Leno exclaimed in genuine admiration. The owl, a symbol of wisdom and a messenger, resonated strangely well with Derek's identity. Derek returned the wand to his pocket and resumed his task with the pruning shears. If the young master has no further matters, I shall proceed to trim the bushes on the east side. Go ahead, Leno waved him off. His gaze fixed intently on the spot where the owl had just circled, his mind racing to replay every detail. The pronunciation of the incantation, the angle of the wand, the rhythm of the magic's gathering. Ding! The system detects that the host has grasped the essentials of casting the guardian spell. The skill guardian spell has been unlocked. The system's prompt arrived at an opportune moment. A smile tugged at the corners of Leno's mouth as he tightened his grip on the elderberry wand concealed within his sleeve. Indeed, this direct method of learning suited him far better. He stepped into the clearing, ensuring Derek had walked far enough away and that little green was distracted by a new pile of straw. The surroundings fell silent, save for the whispering of the wind through the leaves, and the sun warmed the nape of his neck. Leno inhaled deeply and raised his wand. There was no need to consciously recall any joyful memories. The talent bestowed upon him by the system allowed him to summon magic as effortlessly as breathing. Guardian Spirit. The tip of the elderberry wand erupted with a brilliance tenfold that of Derek's blue light. This was not the gentle misty blue, but rather a hue akin to ice-quenched sapphire, sharp enough to nearly blind the beholder. The azure light erupted before him, forming a vast translucent barrier, its edges shimmering with flowing silver veins, akin to the sudden emergence of the aurora. Oh, it seems the effect is quite remarkable, Leno raised an eyebrow. This barrier was far more magnificent than he had envisioned, nearly enveloping half of the backyard, even casting a layer of blue radiance upon the distant fountain. However, in the next moment, his amusement was swiftly extinguished. The blue light barrier began to oscillate violently, reminiscent of a stone cast into a still pond. The once smooth wall of light concaved inward, then abruptly expanded outward, radiating with a force that threatened to engulf everything. The magical coating on the fence emitted a crackling sound, and Little Green was tossed into the air by this power, while even Derek, who was trimming the hedges in the distance, turned in astonishment. Had it spiraled out of control? Leno instinctively took a step back. He felt the wand in his palm grow hot, an uncontrollable surge of magic coursing through his arm, unrestrained. As the blue light barrier expanded to the very edges of the estate, it suddenly contracted, all illumination coalescing into a singular point, before bursting forth. A creature gradually materialized within the motes of light. It hovered in midair, approximately 3 meters above the ground, its form cloaked in a translucent azure mist. The edges blurred as if ready to disperse at any moment. A tattered black cloak billowed behind it, and beneath the hood lay an unfathomable shadow, rendering its face indiscernible. Most chilling of all was the sound that emanated from its throat, a low, mournful wail reminiscent of something from the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. Leno's pupils dilated in shock. That silhouette, that cloak, that voice, good heavens. A Dementor, he instinctively recoiled, fumbling to grasp the invigorating potion he had prepared specifically for encounters with Azkaban's horrors. Wasn't the Patronus charm meant to repel Dementors? How had it summoned one instead? But in the next instant, he found himself frozen in place. This Dementor was entirely a brilliant blue, as if sculpted from solidified moonlight. It did not exude the chilling aura that siphoned away joy. Rather, it emanated an unusual warmth, its magical aura akin to that of Derek's Patronus. Moreover, it hovered before Leno, neither attacking him nor disturbing the frightened Little Green, simply remaining still, as if the shadow beneath its cloak were observing him. Leno's heart raced, an absurd yet profoundly clear notion crashing into his mind. Could it be? Was this his Patronus? A Dementor? Chapter 56. The winds of the North Sea. As the blue light dissipated, Leno instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. A subtle tremor resonated through the elderberry wand, echoing the rhythm of his pounding heart. The translucent blue demeanor gradually faded as the spell was retracted, ultimately dissolving into a myriad of luminescent particles that merged with the lawn, leaving no trace behind, as if the stunning spectacle had merely been a figment of his imagination. Young master? The sound of Derek's footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by the clinking of pruning shears. Leno swiftly turned around, his face adorned with the usual calm smile, as if the person who had just been staring blankly at the Dementor was someone else entirely. What's the matter? He kicked at the grass clippings by his feet, striving to make his tone casual. Derek stood by the fence, his gaze sweeping over the lawn tinted with blue light, before glancing at the small green creature curled in the corner, still licking its paws. His brow furrowed slightly. I just saw a very bright light over here. Like a magical fluctuation? The old caretaker's eyes were sharp, evidently unconvinced by Leno's excuse of a minor spell. Oh, that. Leno raised a hand to scratch his head, pulling out a premeditated alibi. He had attempted a larger version of the Lumos spell to see if it could provide some illumination for the nighttime patrol in the backyard. It seemed the effect was less than satisfactory, having startled the little green creature. He whistled toward it, and the little one immediately understood, fluttering over and nuzzling the railing with its head, emitting an endearing purr, perfectly playing along. Derek scrutinized Leno for a while. A glimmer of doubt flickered in his eyes, which were often concealed within the creases of his face. Could a larger version of Lumos really cast a blue light over the entire estate? Could it leave an aura reminiscent of magic scorched by flames? Yet, he ultimately refrained from pressing further, merely bowing slightly. It's fine for you to play, young master, but do remember to prioritize safety. The ministry has regulations regarding the excessive use of illumination spells. Understood, understood. Leno waved him off, urging him to leave. You go about your business. I'll ponder this a bit more. Derek sighed, turning to walk towards the bushes with his shears, his back exuding a hint of resignation. This young master had become increasingly inscrutable since returning to the estate, casually tossing out 20,000 galleons, and now indulging in a spell that could illuminate half the manor. Once Derek's footsteps faded completely around the corner of the corridor, Leno's smile finally waned. He returned his gaze to the spot where the Patronus had appeared moments ago, his fingertips unconsciously caressing his wand. The Patronus in the form of a Dementor. He had originally thought that even if his Patronus were not a lion or a stag, symbols of courage, it should at least be a phoenix or a dragon, creatures of inherent majesty. After all, the talents bestowed by the system were evident. And the Elder Wand was one of the deathly hallows. It ought to command some respect. Who would have imagined it would skip the realm of animals entirely, becoming something that could scarcely be classified as a species? However, a playful smile suddenly curved Leno's lips. It did align rather well with my style. The idea that merely conjuring a Patronus could render all Dementors silent was amusing to contemplate. Once at Azkaban, it would be just the opportunity to show those joy-sucking fiends who truly held the title of Dementor King. In the following 3 days, Leno began to prepare for his journey. He retrieved the Ravenclaw diadem from the depths of his suitcase and carefully placed it into the concealed compartment within his study. This object, harboring a fragment of Voldemort's soul, could not accompany him to a place like Azkaban. The mere presence of Dementors could provoke unforeseen disturbances. As for the little green creature, it required a diet supplemented with sulfur or, as it seemed to be lacking calcium of late. Leno sat in the dining room, playfully tossing breadcrumbs to the owl while instructing Derek that the magical coating of the fence should be inspected daily. Should he notice any charred marks, he was to replenish it with the silver potion from Leno's study. Derek, with a quill in hand, diligently noted down the instructions. After a moment's hesitation, he could not restrain his curiosity. Young master, how long will you be gone? And to where, if I may inquire? Leno swallowed his milk, raising his gaze to meet Derek's. It's hard to say. Perhaps 3 to 5 days, or maybe a week, he replied with a smile, teasingly withholding the destination, which was a picturesque little island. Derek chose not to press further. Since the first time Leno had used apparition to flit about the estate, he had been known to engage in many perplexing activities. He simply closed his notebook, his tone earnest. Rest assured, young master, I shall take good care of the estate. Leno nodded, confident in Derek's capabilities. Even if he were to be away for a month, the estate would only become more orderly. On the eve of his departure, Leno stood before the mirror, suddenly recalling a crucial matter. He could not venture to Azkaban as he was. though his visage held little notoriety at the ministry. Should a certain auror, like Anderson, recognize him, even with altered memories, there could be lapses, or should he be noted by the guards at Azkaban, it would spell trouble. Azkaban was not Gringotts. A few Avada Kedavras would not suffice. The guard were Dementors, and the entire ministry was watching closely. He needed a new identity. Leno stroked his chin, then dashed into the storage room, rummaging through the bottom of his suitcase to retrieve several vials of dark purple potion. This polyjuice potion, while not as precise as the complex drafts he had previously concocted, offered convenience. Upon consumption, it would blur his facial features. Draped in a hooded black cloak, he would be unrecognizable. Furthermore, the magical fluctuations of this potion were reminiscent of those on Quirrell, ensuring that even if scrutinized, he would merely be associated with the long-missing defense against the dark arts professor, who would suspect an already vanished individual. Leno raised the potion to his lips before the mirror. The chilling liquid coursed down his throat, and a slight sting spread across his face as the contours began to blur. His gray-green eyes faded into shadow, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. He donned a long black robe unearthed from a storage room, the hood pulled low to reveal only a pale chin. With one last glance at the estate, where the night light still shone in the enclosure of the little green creature, he knew Derek would be finalizing the last defensive spells. "I am off," Leno whispered, then turned and vanished from sight. As the disorienting sensation of apparition faded, the briny sea breeze rushed towards Leno. He stood upon a desolate outcrop of rocks. Beneath him surged the tumultuous gray-blue waters, while the distant horizon merged with the inky night sky, punctuated only by a few scattered stars flickering amidst the clouds. This was the edge of the North Sea, still a considerable distance from the island that housed Azkaban. Much like Hogwarts, the prison was also protected by an anti-apparition charm, necessitating an approach on foot from the periphery. The chilling sea wind whipped at his cloak, and Leno gazed out towards the fog-shrouded expanse of water, where a dark silhouette loomed, reminiscent of a colossal beast lurking in the depths. Azkaban, I have arrived. Chapter 57. The winds of longing have also reached Azkaban. The afternoon sun over the North Sea was hardly generous. Fragments of light, akin to crushed gold, danced upon the gray-blue surface, scattering with the wind. Leno crouched upon the makeshift raft he had assembled, watching the seawater seep through the gaps between the planks and soak his boots, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. This raft, constructed hastily from driftwood and vines after he apparat to the shore, resembled a precarious pile of kindling more than a vessel. The magically animated vines creaked between the wooden slats, maneuvering the raft in an exceedingly awkward fashion towards the northeast, resembling a limping waterfowl floundering on the surface. Had he known the winds would be so fierce, he would have preferred to ride his broom. Leno tugged at his hood that had been blown against his face, berating himself internally. Before setting off, he had pondered that flying over the open sea for dozens of kilometers on a broom would subject him to the chill of the sea breeze, and he might even be mistaken for a dark wizard by the ministry's patrols. Yet, who could have anticipated that this rickety raft would be even more torturous? The boards beneath him were uncomfortably hard, and with every wave, he had to reinforce the structure with magic, fearing that at any moment it might sink to feed the fish. In the midst of his vexation, a fleeting movement caught his eye from the northwest. Narrowing his gaze, he illuminated the area with the faint glow from the tip of his wand, revealing a sizable wooden ship, its tattered sails fluttering wildly, the hull marred and weathered as though it had been dredged from the ocean's depths. Was there truly someone navigating a wooden vessel in the North Sea these days? Leno raised an eyebrow. A Muggle merchant ship? Unlikely. No merchant would fly a flag adorned with a skull. A ministry vessel? Even less probable. They would sooner opt for a flying carpet than subject themselves to a wooden ship. Before he could contemplate further, the vessel seemed to have spotted his moving pile of kindling and abruptly changed course, barreling straight towards his raft. The sound of the ship cleaving through the waves grew increasingly closer, the canvas flapping violently in the wind, revealing the patched-up holes in its sails. "Hey, you there on the water!" A gruff voice bellowed from the ship's deck. Leno looked up to see a burly man with a tricorn hat standing at the railing, a gold tooth gleaming amidst his beard, glaring down at him with hands on hips. "Hand over everything of value you possess. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning your rickety raft into shark bait." Leno cast his gaze downward at his faded black robe, deliberately donned for the sake of disguise. resembling a garment crafted from a rag. His boots appeared as though fashioned from mere scraps, and the raft they occupied bore only a few salvaged timber pieces, devoid of any metallic trinket that could be exchanged for coin. "Brother, do I seem like one who possesses anything of value?" Leno spread his hands, a tone of helplessness nearly spilling from his voice. "In this era, do pirates still roam the European seas? Or do they still sail in wooden vessels, flying the skull and crossbones? Is one truly trapped in the Middle Ages?" The toothy pirate stroked his beard, seemingly pondering the rationale. But with a quick flick of his eyes, he shouted into the ship's hold, "Third brother, take a few men down to investigate. Let us not miss any hidden treasures." Moments later, 5 burly men emerged from the hold, each wielding rusted long knives. They descended the rope ladder along the ship's side, splashing water that dampened Leno's black robe. Remaining crouched on the raft, Leno even managed to smile in their direction, his voice barely rising above the whispers of the sea breeze. "I advise you not to approach." The 5 pirates paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. Surely this lad has lost his wits. A single blow could cleave his rickety raft in twain. Amidst their jeers, they waded through the water towards the raft, their blades glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Yet Leno's smile remained unfazed, while his fingertips subtly grasped the elderberry wand concealed within his sleeve. Fiery wrath. He spoke not a word aloud, merely articulating with his lips. In an instant, azure flames erupted from the sea surrounding the raft. Not flickering embers, but a veritable inferno, the flames licking the water's surface as if animated, climbing the pirates' pant legs. With each gust of wind, the fire swelled, swiftly engulfing half the sea. The water hissed beneath the flames, yet the eerie blue fire remained unquenchable. A collective scream was abruptly silenced. The 5 pirates were consumed without a chance to struggle, dissipating into wisps of smoke, leaving no remnants behind. Only the undulating azure flames remained on the surface, casting a cold light upon Leno's hooded visage. On the ship's deck, the toothy pirate felt his legs weaken, nearly toppling overboard. He pointed at the sea, his lips trembling. "What in the world is that?" "Merely a trivial spell," Leno replied, gazing at him with a tone as casual as one discussing the weather. "A gaggle of muggles daring to seize a wizard's possessions?" It then dawned on the toothy pirate that the black robe, the bizarre flames, and the ability to conjure fire upon the sea, this was no mere legend of a wizard. His face drained of color. He fumbled in his sleeve, retrieving a dark object aimed at Leno. Leno raised an eyebrow. A pistol. It appeared not entirely primitive, finally stepping into modernity. Bang! The gunshot thundered across the surface of the sea. However, the bullet never approached Leno. It halted mid-air, as if tethered by an invisible string, before swiftly returning to Leno's grasp. He weighed the antique revolver in his hand, the metallic casing still bearing the pirate's perspiration. The golden-toothed pirate, with his empty sleeve raised, had eyes wide as saucers, fearing that he would be consumed by the blue flames in the next heartbeat. "Do not be alarmed. I shall spare your life for the moment." Leno tucked his pistol into his robe and, with a flick of his wand, gestured toward the wooden vessel. "Take me with you to a certain place, and I shall ensure you and your crew remain unharmed." His gaze swept across the deck, where the earlier commotion had startled others. A dozen pirates clung to the ship's railing, their faces pale with terror, their knives clattering to the ground. The golden-toothed pirate swallowed hard and nodded fervently. "Yes, yes, please come aboard. Lower the rope ladder." However, Leno did not require a ladder. With a wave of his wand, the vines on the raft suddenly surged forth, entwining into a thick rope that draped over the ship's side. He lightly stepped onto the vines and gracefully leapt onto the deck, his black robe sweeping over the fallen knives, producing a crisp, clinking sound. An immediate silence enveloped the deck. The pirates, huddled against the ship's railing, bowed their heads nearly to their chests, afraid to breathe audibly. The golden-toothed pirate trembled nervously behind him, resembling a wayward apprentice caught in wrongdoing. "What is your name?" Leno inquired, leaning against the ship's helm, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. "Oliver Bennett," the pirate captain stammered, his voice quivering like a leaf. "Oliver," Leno repeated, gesturing toward the ship's hull. "Why do you still employ a wooden vessel for piracy? Are you reluctant to invest in an iron ship?" Bennett's face turned a shade of liver, and he stuttered, "Because we cannot afford an iron ship. It is too costly, and we would need to hire engineers." The meager funds we seized barely suffice for repairing this wretched craft. Leno remarked, "So, you're impoverished." It was indeed quite shameful to be reduced to such a state as a pirate. He chose not to press further, but merely pointed northeast. "Sail in that direction. Upon arrival, I shall inform you of my intentions." "Yes," Bennett exclaimed, hastily seizing the helm, shouting at his crew, "Quickly, set course northeast. Full speed ahead." The wooden ship altered its course, the tattered sails billowing with the wind, swaying as they ventured into the deep sea. On the deck, apart from the sound of waves crashing against the hull, only the muffled breaths of the pirates could be heard. Leno leaned against the railing, observing the seabirds soaring overhead, contemplating how he might infiltrate Azkaban. Although the Dementors might react to his Patronus, the prison guards could not possibly be blind. Time passed, and Bennett timidly approached. "Excuse me, sir, it seems there is nothing ahead, just a desolate island." Leno raised his head. In the distance, a dark, forlorn island was gradually emerging from the thick fog. The island bore no vegetation, only a few grim, gray buildings that resembled tombstones jutting from the rocks, exuding an indescribable chill. The air surrounding the structures appeared heavier than elsewhere, as if the sunlight dared not venture near. "This is the place," Leno discerned, sensing the familiar, chilling aura of the Dementors enveloping the island, albeit shielded by an invisible barrier, preventing it from dispersing across the sea. "Stop here," Leno commanded. Bennett stood there, utterly bewildered. On that desolate island, aside from a few dilapidated structures resembling ruins, not a single soul could be seen. What business did this wizard have here? Yet, he dared not inquire, and hastily commanded the ship to anchor. Leno retrieved his broomstick from the folds of his robe. The very same ordinary one he had previously used at Hogwarts, carelessly tossed into his suitcase. He mounted the broom and waved his wand at the still-dazed Bennett, declaring, "You may depart now." No sooner had he spoken than the broom lifted him into the air, soaring towards the shadowy isle. The pirates on the deck watched as the broom ascended further into the distance until it became a mere speck, at which point they erupted into muffled gasps of astonishment. "P.S. Truly flying. A wizard. Indeed, a wizard." Bennett, reacting swiftly, seized the helm, shouting, "Turn around. Quickly, let us flee. The farther we are from this wretched island, the better." The wooden ship adjusted its course, straining to row back, its tattered sails nearly torn apart by the wind. Meanwhile, Leno's broom glided through the dense fog, drawing ever closer to the prison known as Azkaban. The frigid wind struck him, bringing with it the soul-chilling essence characteristic of Dementors, capable of freezing one's very spirit. He gripped his wand tightly, his eyes glimmering from beneath his hood. Soon, he would encounter his kind, the guardians of the Dementors. Chapter 58. The new warden of Azkaban. The sky over Azkaban was perpetually leaden, resembling a sodden, grimy cloth, heavily pressing upon the rocky isle. Leno alighted on the barren ground surrounding the prison, where the earth lay cracked and cold, exuding a lifeless, ashen hue, with even the weeds reluctant to take root. The briny sea breeze, laced with a biting chill, cut against his face like shards of glass, and the air was thick with a peculiar scent, a blend of despair and seawater, the very aroma favored by the Dementors. Yet, Leno merely brushed the dust off his broom, his expression unperturbed. This level of oppression felt little different from the dungeons of Hogwarts. It was even less suffocating than Snape's potions classroom. "Stop! What's your business here?" A gruff voice called from behind. Leno turned to find a burly man in Auror garb striding towards him, hand resting on his wand at his waist, his gaze scrutinizing Leno with palpable suspicion. Azkaban was not a place one could simply trespass. Did he possess an order from the Ministry of Magic? The Auror's uniform was speckled with salt, indicating he had been stationed there for quite some time, and the weathered lines on his face were deeper than Anderson's. Leno removed his hood, revealing a face obscured by a polyjuice potion, his lips curving into an appropriately charming smile. His tone as refined as if attending a soiree. "I'm the newly appointed warden of Azkaban, here to familiarize myself with the surroundings." The Auror paused, his brow furrowing even more tightly. "New warden? I have received no such notification. Where is the ministry's appointment letter?" It was evident he doubted the credibility of a new warden arriving alone, astride a mere broomstick. Leno felt a twinge of impatience. He had hoped to avoid complications, but it seemed that would not be the case. Yet a smile lingered on his face, his tone unperturbed. "The order will arrive shortly. Allow me to pass." "No way." The Auror stood firm, wand drawn and pointed at Leno. "Without an order, no one may enter. Move another step, and I shall detain you as a suspicious individual." The smile on Leno's face faded slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, yet his tone remained warm. "I shall repeat myself. Let me in." Utterly delusional. The Auror stiffened, clearly projecting the solitude and oppression of the surroundings onto Leno. Leno's patience had been wholly exhausted. His voice suddenly turned frigid, as if forged from ice. "Let me in." Just as the Auror prepared to retort, Leno's wand was already raised. Soul extract, with no unnecessary motion. A blinding red light shot forth, striking the Auror. He had no time to utter a defensive incantation. As if struck by an invisible whip, he collapsed to the ground. Emitting a heart-wrenching scream, he curled up on the ground, body convulsing violently, fingers clawing desperately at the gravel beneath him, knuckles turning white. Leno approached him slowly, looking down from a height, his tone laced with a hint of indifferent mockery. "Who are you negotiating with? I offered you a chance, lad. Is it the wind from Azkaban that deafens you? Or can you simply not hear my words?" The screams echoed across the desolate rocky expanse, as piercing as the cries of slaughtered swine. Soon, 7 or 8 more Aurors burst from the distant sentry post, wands raised. Upon seeing their comrade writhing on the ground and Leno brandishing his wand, they instantly understood the gravity of the situation. "A dark wizard is breaking out," one shouted. "Quick, subdue him." A flurry of spells, red and blue lights intertwining, hurtled towards Leno, forming an impenetrable net. Yet Leno merely smiled. This was precisely what he desired. At the moment the spells were about to strike him, he deftly sidestepped, directing his wand at the foremost Auror. Soul extract. The Auror's movements froze abruptly, his gaze becoming vacant. His wand arm turned toward the nearest comrade, who also uttered the incantation. A chain reaction of chaos erupted instantaneously. More and more Aurors fell under control, their spells originally aimed at Leno now redirected towards their own. The remaining Aurors, both alarmed and enraged, struggled to guard against Leno while evading attacks from their allies, their formation thrown into disarray. Leno stood at the heart of the turmoil, like an elegant conductor, wielding simple gestures and intent to manipulate the Aurors ensnared by the soul extract curse. His absolute mental acuity rendered his spell-casting precise and stable. Each flick of his wand struck true, transforming the controlled into new weapons. In under 3 minutes, the last Auror, eyes vacant, relinquished his wand. Leno retracted his wand, surveying the row of puppet-like Aurors before him, a satisfied nod gracing his features. The task proved to be easier than anticipated. It seems that the Aurors of Azkaban, apart from dealing with prisoners, possessed little practical combat experience. Just as he was about to step through the prison gates, a chilling hiss resonated from behind him. Leno turned around to behold a dozen Dementors emerging from the dense fog surrounding the prison, drawn by the recent screams and the surge of magic. They approached like a pack of sharks, sensing blood, their shadows beneath the tattered robes fixated on Leno, greedily inhaling the surrounding air. Perfect timing. Leno raised an eyebrow and lifted his wand. He was curious to see how his Patronus, taking the form of a Dementor, would fare against these brethren. Expecto Patronum. A brilliant blue light erupted once more, even more dazzling than before. The tattered, blue-robed Patronus leapt forth from the tip of his wand, hovering before him, its shadow deeper than before. The Dementors momentarily paused, seemingly perplexed by the familiar, yet alien aura of the blue light. However, instinct propelled them onward, drifting toward Leno. At that moment, Leno's Patronus sprang into action. Instead of dispersing the Dementors as a typical Patronus would, it lunged forward, its dark cloak unfurling like a vast net, ensnaring the foremost Dementor in an instant. A shocking scene unfolded. The blue Patronus began to absorb the true Dementor, just as a Dementor would feed on happiness. The black figure struggled silently in the blue glow, its form growing thinner until it finally dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, completely consumed by the blue Patronus. Leno distinctly felt his Patronus grow stronger. The blue light intensified, and the dark cloak became more solid. The other Dementors, clearly taken aback, began to retreat, but it was too late. The blue Patronus, like a hunter savoring its prey, lunged toward them, devouring them one by one. The sky above Azkaban, shrouded in gray, was illuminated by the dazzling blue light, resembling a bizarre yet grand feast. As the number of consumed Dementors increased, so did the potency of Leno's Patronus, which eventually emitted a low, resonant screech capable of shaking the very essence of the soul. The remaining Dementors, now gripped by terror, turned and fled into the fog. Daring not to return, Leno lowered his wand, watching as his Patronus gradually faded before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, soon replaced by a knowing smile. Such fortuitous occurrences. He flexed his wrist and raised his gaze towards the grim prison gates. The metal railings at the entrance were rusted, entwined with chains exuding a chilling aura, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Leno stepped forward, crossing the threshold. The interior of Azkaban was even darker than its exterior. Faint sobs echoed from the cells flanking the corridor, damp beads of water seeped from the walls, and the air was thick with an inescapable sense of despair. His objective was unequivocal: to locate the cell of Deval Cares. Leno's figure vanished into the depths of the corridor, leaving behind the still, statuesque horrors and the lingering warmth of the Patronus charm's azure glow in the air. Chapter 59. A glimpse of light. The corridors of Azkaban twisted like an interminable serpent, its damp stone walls oozing a viscous, dark green slime, while the air was laden with the chilling remnants left by the Dementors. Leno walked at the center, his black robe sweeping over the gravel-strewn floor, producing a faint rustling sound. The inmates, mostly huddled in the corners of their cells, bore hollow gazes as if their eyes had been plucked from their sockets. Only a few had the strength to lift their heads, their expressions a mix of numbness and terror as they regarded the audacious figure of the robed man moving boldly beneath the watchful eyes of the Dementors. With a hiss, several Dementors drifted down from the shadows of the ceiling, their tattered black robes brushing against the iron bars with a disconcerting rasp. They evidently had not heeded prior lessons. Or perhaps the Dementors deep within Azkaban were more insatiable and sluggish than those on the periphery. Leno did not falter. Instead, he raised his wand with a fluid motion and softly incanted the Patronus charm. A translucent blue Patronus reemerged, now more corporeal than before. It lunged precisely at the foremost Dementor, its black robes unfurling like a net, swiftly consuming it. The remaining Dementors emitted silent shrieks, retreating back into the shadows, no longer daring to approach. Faint gasps echoed from the cells, the inmates having likely never witnessed such mastery over Dementors. A flicker of emotion finally breaking through their vacant stares. Leno paid no heed to their looks. His focus remained on the cell distribution map provided by the Auror under the influence of the soul-sucking curse. The name Cares was marked in Zone 37, not too deep, presumably due to the relatively minor nature of his crimes. After all, he was merely an inconspicuous Death Eater. This is the place. Leno halted before a rusted iron door. The sign, crookedly etched with the number 37, revealed through the gaps in the bars a slight figure curled within. Cares. He inclined his chin toward the controlled Auror behind him, opened the door. The Auror mechanically retrieved a key and inserted it into the lock. With a click, the rusted core turned, and the iron door emitted a shrill creak as it slowly opened. Cares abruptly lifted his head beneath his disheveled hair. His eyes were filled with wariness and confusion. Clearly, he had not anticipated anyone would come to unlock his cell, let alone a stranger cloaked in black, their face obscured. Leno stepped inside the cell, shutting the iron door behind him with a decisive motion. The cell was cramped, containing only a moldy straw mat and a broken earthenware pot. Cobwebs festooning the corners, while the air was thick with a stench of urine and despair. "Who are you?" Cares rasped, his voice rough like sandpaper. As he leaned against the wall to rise, his hand discreetly clutching a shard of stone he had pried from the straw mat, his only weapon in Azkaban. Leno took 2 steps forward and whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "Lenox Thorne's here to rescue you." He paused, observing the sudden rigidity of Quirrell's expression, and added, "It seems you haven't fared well under Voldemort's reign. I used Polyjuice Potion so you wouldn't recognize me." Quirrell's pupils dilated, and the stones in his hand clattered to the ground. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Shock engulfed the young man who had only crossed paths with Voldemort a few times, yet dared to confront the Dark Lord. Could it be that someone truly came to Azkaban to save him? Voldemort would never risk such a venture for an ordinary Death Eater. Not even Lucius would. Yet this individual before him detected a significant increase in Dewa Quirrell's loyalty towards the host, current loyalty, 90 devout. Leno raised an eyebrow. From 25 to 90. That was quite a leap. It seemed that Azkaban's warm hospitality was more effective than a myriad of promises. Let's go. Leno turned and opened the cell door. His tone as nonchalant as if he were merely announcing mealtime. Quirrell, momentarily dazed, followed him as if awakening from a dream. As they passed other cells, the inmates pressed against the bars, their murky eyes fixed upon them. Some uttered unintelligible whimpers, others muttered curses, while a few attempted to grasp Quirrell's clothing, perhaps astonished that someone could walk out of Azkaban alive. Just as they were about to exit the area, a shrill fit of maniacal laughter echoed from the end of the corridor. Ha 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 ha. Another one attempting to escape? Leno halted, turning toward the sound. It emanated from a solitary cell, sturdier than the others, its iron door forged from special black iron, inscribed with anti-magic runes. Inside, a woman clad in tattered prison garb pressed against the bars, her disheveled brown hair obscuring half her face, while wild light danced in her exposed eyes. It was Bellatrix Lestrange. I recognize you. Bella's voice was akin to nails scraping glass. You are not among those worthless Aurors. You're a dark wizard? Ha ha ha. Quickly. Release me. I am the Dark Lord's most loyal servant. If you free me, I shall recommend you for the Death Eaters. That is unparalleled glory. Leno observed her frenzied demeanor, suppressing a laugh. Sister, can you not grasp the situation? You are imprisoned, yet still contemplating recruiting for Voldemort? I shall not. Leno leaned against the wall, his tone languid, as if teasing a rabid dog. What did you say? Bella's smile vanished instantaneously, her eyes widening like saucers. Do you dare refuse the Dark Lord's gift? Do you even know who I am? I am Lestrange. When the Dark Lord returns, he will tear you to shreds. You will experience the agony of being torn apart. The Dark Lord? Leno scoffed, taking 2 steps closer to the iron bars. I can barely save myself. How could I possibly concern myself with you? Besides, allowing him to live is already a mercy. You lie, Bella screamed, shaking the iron bars with fervor. The Dark Lord is invincible. What do you know, you scum? Reno raised an eyebrow, deliberately surveying her with a scornful gaze. In your current state, confined like a stray dog in a prison, you dare to negotiate terms with me? Do you think you're worthy? Bella, utterly incensed, transformed into a furious lioness, pacing wildly within her cell, hurling curses of dark magic with a shrillness that could pierce eardrums. Reno, unbothered, merely dug into his ears, finding it futile to engage with a madwoman. He cast a glance at Cares and turned to depart. Do you find me displeasing? Good, if I were agreeable. That would be a serious issue. Behind him, Bella's frenzied screams escalated, interspersed with venomous curses, yet Reno did not look back. Such a deranged woman. Even a fleeting glance felt like a waste of time. As he reached the corridor junction, a sudden thought struck him. He halted and turned to the Auror under the influence of the soul-sucking curse. Where's Sirius Blackcell? The Auror, in a stupor, pointed down the leftmost corridor. It's at the very end, in the solitary confinement area, number 1. Reno nodded. Since he was already there, he might as well do a good deed. The solitary confinement area was far more sinister, devoid of torches, with only the shadows of dementors gliding across the floor. The iron door of cell number 1 gleamed silver, intricately engraved with spells, evidently designed to prevent the occupant from escaping. Reno instructed the Auror to open the door. The cell was dimly lit, with a small window allowing a faint, grayish light to seep in. In that light, a tall figure leaned against the corner, his shoulder-length black hair disheveled, and his prison garb in tatters. Yet his strong frame was still discernible. Hearing the door creak, he slowly lifted his head. His face was sharply defined, weathered by time and exhaustion, yet his gray eyes glinted with the sharpness of a hawk, fixated intently on Reno, carrying the ferocity honed by 11 years of imprisonment. 11 years, he rasped, his voice low and hoarse, yet imbued with an uncanny resonance. It seems I am graced by a third visitor, aside from the Aurors and Dementors. Reno remained silent, merely stepping aside to gesture him through the doorway. Sirius paused, confusion flickering in his gray eyes before transforming into scrutiny. He rose slowly, his movements stiff, as if unaccustomed to standing properly for a prolonged period. He stepped out of the cell, and, as he passed by Reno, his gaze lingered on the obscured features of his face, seemingly attempting to discern something from the visage altered by Polyjuice potion. Still, Reno said nothing, merely turning towards the exit, leaving a succinct invitation. Let us go. Sirius hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed. His steps were unsteady, yet his posture remained erect, like a wildflower that had struggled through the crevices of stone for 11 years, finally embracing the light of day. It was only when standing outside the gates of Azkaban, feeling the briny sea breeze caress his face, that Sirius seemed to awaken from a long slumber. He was truly free, free from the cage that had imprisoned him for 11 years. He departed from his place that had caused him such profound anguish. At that moment, the dark skies of Azkaban appeared to black, remarkably radiant. He lifted his gaze to the overcast heavens, then lowered it to behold his liberated hands, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Leno did not turn back. He simply addressed the controlled Auror. "Hand me the badge that allows apparition within Azkaban." The Auror mechanically retrieved a triangular badge from his pocket, embossed with the outline of Azkaban. This was a special authorization from the Ministry of Magic, granted to stationed Aurors, allowing them to temporarily bypass the prison's anti-apparition enchantment. Leno accepted the badge, grasping it firmly, and cast a glance back at Cares and Sirius. "Hold tight." He activated the badge while simultaneously reciting the incantation for summoning the apparition. A flash of blue light enveloped them, and in an instant, the three figures vanished from the rocky Isle of Azkaban, leaving behind the still-standing Aurors and the relentless, frenzied screams of Bellatrix from within her cell. The northern sea breeze swept through the deserted entrance, stirring the debris on the ground, as if narrating the recent escape that would reverberate throughout the entire wizarding world. Chapter 60. The radiant Sirius on the desolate moors outside London. The wild grasses swayed in the wind, while the distant city skyline was bathed in a warm golden hue by the setting sun. The moment Leno dispelled the apparition, a familiar sting coursed through his face as the effects of the polyjuice potion took hold. He raised a hand to his face, watching in the mirror as the blurred outline faded, revealing his true visage: short black hair, a straight nose, and a pair of eyes that glimmered with a deep black sheen in the evening light. Sirius, standing beside him, stumbled back a step, his gray eyes wide with disbelief. The youth before him appeared no older than 13 or 14, clad in a fitted black robe, exuding an air of composure that belied his age, resembling nothing more than a pampered, pure-blood lad. Certainly not a dark wizard capable of orchestrating an escape from Azkaban. "Who on earth are you?" Sirius's voice trembled with restrained excitement. "Why did you save me?" Leno turned to face him, his dark eyes calm as the winds across the moors. "Just a student from Hogwarts." "A student?" Sirius clearly doubted this, scrutinizing Leno as if he were an extraordinary magical artifact. A student could infiltrate Azkaban, control Aurors, and... He paused, his gaze falling upon Leno's wand, still faintly radiating blue light, and possessed knowledge of spells that even some older students might not master. Without offering an explanation, Leno shifted the topic, a flicker of earnestness crossing his dark gaze. "As for saving you, it is because I believe in you. I believe you were wronged, that you did not betray James and Lily." The names James and Lily acted like a key, instantly unlocking 11 years' worth of buried emotions within Sirius. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale, and a blaze of fury ignited in his gray eyes. His voice trembled with agitation. "It was Peter, that damned rat. Peter Pettigrew. He betrayed them. He obliterated 12 muggles and laid the blame squarely on me." His chest heaved violently, as if he were about to roar out 11 years' worth of grievances and anger. The wind swept across the desolate plain, tousling his disheveled black hair and revealing a face etched with pain and hatred. Reno watched him silently, refraining from interruption. Some emotions must, indeed, be expressed. After a long while, Sirius gradually calmed, taking a deep breath and regarding Reno with a complex gaze, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "At least you are willing to believe me. After the explosion caused by that dead rat killed 12 muggles, the Ministry of Magic arrived to find only me. Those fools in the Ministry would rather have thrown me straight into Azkaban than bother to examine my wand. They simply assumed I was guilty and that I had betrayed James and Lily. And that dead rat, though reduced to a mere finger in that explosion, I believe he is still alive. One day I will find him. I will avenge James and Lily." At this, Sirius's eyes hardened. With a self-mocking chuckle, Sirius continued, "Perhaps entering Azkaban was my just deserts. I was foolish enough to trust the wrong people. Not everyone is as dim-witted as the Ministry. Reno replied coolly. So, what do you plan to do next? Return to the Black family home? I doubt Creature will welcome you back. At the mention of the house elf, a flicker of disgust crossed Sirius's face. I would never return to that place. After a moment's thought, his expression brightened slightly. Perhaps I could visit Hogsmeade? It might provide a temporary refuge. Reno nodded and turned to retrieve a worn oak wand from his suitcase, one he had obtained for the confiscated items of Azkaban inmates, still resonating with Sirius's magical aura. Your wand, he said, tossing it to Sirius. Sirius caught it with ease, his fingers gliding over the familiar surface, his eyes slightly reddening. This wand, which had accompanied him for so many years, he thought he would never see again. Thank you, he said, gripping the wand tightly, then looking at Reno with a hint of curiosity. What is your name? Reno Thorns. Sirius repeated the name in his mind, as if to engrave it upon his heart. He cast one last glance at Reno, managing a smile tinged with weariness. Until we meet again. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure vanished in a flash of blue light. Reno observed the direction in which he departed, his dark eyes betraying little emotion. Rescuing Sirius had been partly opportunistic, but also a tribute to James and Lily. After all, they were Harry's parents, and helping their friend escape was a way of repaying the kindness Harry had shown him on several occasions. Let's go, he said, turning to the silent figure of Quirrell, who promptly nodded and followed in step behind Reno. After their previous conversation, the gaze that he cast upon Leno was not only filled with reverence, but also tinged with an ineffable complexity. This young man dared to confront the Dark Lord and had rescued Sirius, who was deemed a traitor by the Ministry of Magic, leaving one utterly confounded. The grand gates of Soren's manor glimmered with a copper hue under the setting sun. Derek stood on the porch, peering out, and upon spotting Leno, hurried forward, his initial concern swiftly transforming into respect. Young master, you have returned. His gaze soon fell upon Kara's, who lingered behind Leno, and his brow furrowed slightly. Kara still wore the tattered prison garb from Azkaban, his hair disheveled, and his face bore the remnants of fatigue and terror, making him appear anything but a friend. Derek leaned closer to Leno, lowering his voice to a tone discernible only to the two of them. Young master, who is this? Forgive my candor, but he looks as though he has just escaped from Azkaban. Leno replied, You are quite perceptive. He cleared his throat and spoke with a composed demeanor. He is my friend, Kara's. He encountered some difficulties on the road and will be staying at the manor for a few days. Despite his myriad of questions, Derek, seeing Leno's resolute expression, refrained from probing further and simply bowed. I shall prepare the guest room at once. As they entered the manor, Kara's curiously surveyed the meticulously manicured lawns, the spraying fountain, and the distant echoes of dragons from the breeding grounds. The opulence of this place was unlike any Death Eater's hideout he had ever imagined, exuding an air of serene nobility. You cannot return to Voldemort for the time being. Leno's voice interrupted Kara's contemplation as they walked along the corridor leading to the main house. The setting sun filtered through the columns, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. I have used the Imperieuse curse to control the Aurors at Azkaban, so news of your escape will not spread for now, but it won't last long. Kara's body stiffened, and he looked up at Leno. What would Voldemort think if the news leaked? Leno turned to face him, his dark eyes calm. As a Death Eater rescued from Azkaban by a mysterious figure, do you think he would consider you to be a recruited asset or merely a traitor? Kara's complexion turned ashen. He was acutely aware of Voldemort's paranoia. After all, it was merely a prophecy that led to the slaughter of the Potter family. What chance did he have, being a fugitive? Returning would be tantamount to walking into a trap. What should I do then? His voice trembled slightly, and his gaze towards Leno bore a hint of dependency. After enduring the despair of Azkaban and Leno's subsequent rescue, he had come to regard this young man as his sole anchor. Leno did not answer directly, but gestured towards the manor. You have two choices. First, once the news spreads, you can claim that you escaped on your own and attempt to return to Voldemort. Whether he believes you is a matter of fortune. Second, you can remain here. Soren's manor can provide for you, and you may assist me with certain tasks. Karras fell into silence. He lowered his gaze to his hands, callous from the arduous labor in Azkaban, now trembling slightly. To return to Voldemort's side? He dare not take that risk. To remain here? Accompanying a boy bold enough to challenge the Dark Lord did not seem like a poor choice. He lifted his head to look at Leno, who stood bathed in the sunset, his dark eyes appearing even more profound in the light, as if able to see through to his innermost thoughts. Suddenly, Kara smiled, the first genuine smile he had shown since his capture, imbued with both relief and determination. "I choose the second option." Leno regarded him, a flicker of amusement crossing his dark eyes. A wise choice. The wind at the end of the corridor lifted the hem of Leno's robe, and a distant dragon's roar echoed again. Perhaps Little Green was hungry. As Karis gazed upon the scene before him, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Perhaps leaving that dark vortex was not such a bad thing after all. This summer seemed to stretch far longer than he had anticipated. His new life was just beginning. Chapter 61. The growth of Little Green. The summers at Thorne's Manor are always long and tranquil. As the morning mist dissipated, sunlight filtered through the sycamore leaves, casting dappled shadows on the lawn. Occasionally, from the direction of the breeding grounds, the low growl of Little Green could be heard, reminiscent of distant thunder. It was on such a serene morning that Karis embarked on his new life at the manor. "Mr. Karis, the holly bushes over here need to be pruned into a spherical shape. You should reduce the force of your spell by a third," came Derek's voice from the flower bed, the old steward measuring the spacing between the rose bushes, his tone as calm as that of a teacher instructing an apprentice. Karis raised his wand, eyeing the menacing holly bushes before him, his brow furrowed with concentration. The tip of his wand emitted a faint pulsation of dark magic, a remnant of his long-standing habit of using unforgivable curses. Even for a simple pruning charm, an excess of magical energy began to gather at his fingertips. "Cutting charm," he murmured softly. A sharp red light flashed, and the holly bush responded, not pruned into a ball, but rather severed in half, smoke curling from the freshly cut edge. "Karis," Derek approached, gazing at the valiant sacrifice of the holly bush with a resigned sigh. "The young master mentioned you frequently employed dark magic. But pruning the lawn does not require such force. You see, like this." The old steward lifted his wand, giving it a gentle flick. The remaining holly bush gradually retracted within a soft white light, its branches and leaves shaping themselves into a perfect sphere, even the severed edge smoothed over. Magic is merely a tool. It is not solely useful for inflicting harm. Derek observed Karis' tense profile and added, "Tasks in the manor demand a delicate touch." Karis silently stowed away his wand, his ears slightly flushed. Throughout his life, he had wielded magic either for combat or to torment his enemies. He had never imagined that one day he would feel utterly lost when tasked with pruning a holly bush. He cast a fleeting glance at Derek in the distance, who was engaged in changing the water of the fountain. The old steward's movements were fluid and graceful. The simple cleaning spell in his hands seemed to possess a life of its own, with the arc of the splashing water perfectly executed. "Understood," Karis muttered, turning towards another cluster of bushes. This time, he deliberately restrained his strength, whispering the incantation softly, although the shape he trimmed was crooked, resembling a gnawed pumpkin. At least he had not severed the tree in half. Derek observed from afar, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Leno stood outside the enclosure of the breeding ground, gazing at the increasingly massive green creature within. Little Green lay atop a freshly piled mound of sulfur ore, its tail lazily sweeping the ground, each sweep carving a deep groove into the hard rocky surface. Its scales shimmered even more brightly than last month, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its outspread wings could cover half of the enclosure, their membrane patterns resembling rivers on a map. "Has it grown another half-meter?" Leno pulled out a measuring tape, comparing it to Little Green's length, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Adult Norwegian ridgebacks typically measure only between 6 to 8 meters. Even the most exceptional specimens rarely exceed 9 meters, about half the size of a Ukrainian ironbelly. Yet, Little Green, still in its youth, had nearly reached 8 meters in length, its neck robust like an ancient oak, and its claws, when extended, were longer than his wand. It seems the magical energy orbs have not gone to waste. Leno retrieved a fist-sized orb of light from his suitcase, a manifestation of his own magical energy. Infused with a hint of sulfur powder, a flavor that Little Green had recently developed a fondness for. Hearing the commotion, Little Green lifted its massive head, turning towards Leno, and emitted a pleasing rumble from its throat, playfully exhaling a spark of green fire that nearly scorched the anti-magic coating on the fence. "Settle down," Leno instructed, tossing the orb. Little Green caught it in its mouth, voraciously swallowing it, its scales gleaming even more brightly. It leaned closer, gently nudging Leno's arm with its head. Its height was nearing the top of the fence, and this action nearly toppled the sturdy oak barrier. Leno stepped back, watching it contentedly recline on the mound of ore, unable to suppress a thought. At this growth rate, it might reach over 10 meters. In that case, even if it could not rival the Ukrainian ironbelly, it would undoubtedly be a giant among Norwegian ridgebacks. However, its appetite was becoming increasingly alarming. Leno mused, rubbing his chin, feeling a slight headache. Little Green now consumed 10 magical energy orbs daily, alongside an entire roasted lamb, which Derek had specially arranged from a Muggle butcher. If it continued at this pace, the estate's treasure trove of galleons might soon be depleted. He recalled a letter sent by Lucius, mentioning that the Ministry of Magic was currently investigating cases of illegal breeding of large magical creatures. Although a permit protected him, Little Green's size was indeed conspicuous. Should a meddlesome horror happen upon it, he would need to secure a much larger space. Leno gazed toward the back of the manor, where a desolate patch of land lay. Derek, could we perhaps clear that wasteland behind the manor and transform it into a temporary enclosure for Little Green? He pondered, envisioning a future where a dedicated dragon nursery would be established there, fortified with a sturdy fence and enhanced with expansion spells, topped with a roof that ensured both ventilation and fire protection. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly incur considerable expenses, yet for the sake of Little Green, it would be worth every penny. Derek approached, following Leno's gaze to the barren land, and nodded in agreement. Certainly, I will have the workers remove the rubble and reinforce the surrounding fence, allowing it to serve its purpose for now. As if comprehending their conversation, Little Green suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a robust plume of green flame towards the sky, the fiery column soaring up, startling several birds that scattered in panic. Look, Leno remarked with a hint of exasperation, pointing at the green blaze. If we do not widen the area, its next fiery display may singe the manor's roof. Karras joined them, his eyes filled with astonishment as he observed Little Green. He had encountered numerous magical creatures, and even at close encounters with Hungarian horntails. Yet he had never seen such a colossal Norwegian ridgeback, nor one so exuberantly spirited. Master, it won't harm anyone, will it? Karras instinctively took a step back, as practitioners of dark magic often harbored an innate wariness towards such powerful beings. As long as you do not provoke it, you shall remain unscathed. Leno replied with a smile. It possesses far more sense than certain Death Eaters. Little Green contentedly squinted its eyes, emitting a rumbling purr that caused the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. Observing the harmonious interaction between the young man and the dragon, Karras suddenly felt that remaining at the manor might indeed be a splendid decision. Here, at least, he was free from the daily dread of being suspected by the Dark Lord, unburdened by the ominous dark artifacts, and could focus on merely tending to the lawn, cleaning the courtyard, and occasionally admiring the fire-breathing creature, despite the lawn maintenance still causing him some distress. As the summer sun grew increasingly fierce, Derek began directing the gardeners to clear the overgrown backyard, while Karras was tasked with raking the fallen leaves from the fountain pool. This time, he thankfully managed to avoid using the blasting charm. Leno leaned against the fence, watching Little Green doze, idly toying with the portkey badge he had brought back from Azkaban. At that moment, a gaunt brown owl flapped its wings and landed on the railing before him, clutching a crumpled envelope in its beak, the corner stamped with the distinctive emblem of the Weasley family. Leno raised an eyebrow, took the envelope, and opened it. Ron's crooked handwriting leaped off the page. Leno, how is your summer going? My parents heard about you and asked me to see if you'd like to come visit us at the Burrow for a few days. It's near Ottery St. Catchpole, and it's quite lively. Oh, and Harry will be coming too. We're going to pick him up from Privet Drive soon. How we're doing that is a secret. A hasty, smiley face concluded the note. Leno looked at the letter, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It appears that, akin to the original narrative, Harry is to be fetched from Privet Drive by the magical flying Ford Anglia belonging to the Weasley family. He turned back to his room, found a piece of parchment, and wrote, "No problem, let me know the time." After folding it neatly, he tied it to the owl's leg. The owl pecked at the breadcrumb he offered and flapped its wings, taking flight. Leno looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly, while the distant growls of the little green creature and Derek's commanding voice echoed through the air. It seemed that this summer would indeed not be devoid of excitement. Chapter 62. The burrow the morning dew at Thorne's Manor had yet to evaporate when Leno, carrying a modest suitcase, strolled to the corridor, where Derek was patiently demonstrating to Karis how to prune the rose bushes with a pair of shears. Karis held his wand awkwardly, his movements still stiff, and the incantation he uttered retained a hint of the coldness associated with dark magic. However, at least he had not reduced the flowerbed to ashes, a marked improvement from the previous holly tree disaster. Derek, I'll be away for a few days visiting a classmate. Leno paused in his stride. Derek turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes behind his glasses. Master, did you not just return? Must you depart again? Yes, to the Weasley residence, Leno nodded, glancing at Karis' crooked roses, and added, please expedite the clearing of the wasteland behind the manor and ensure that the temporary feeding ground for the little green creature is ready promptly. Rest assured, Master. Derek replied with a bow, refraining from further comment, and turned back to continue guiding Karis. You see, the incantation must be as gentle as a caress upon a feather. Leno smiled and turned towards the courtyard. Thorne's Manor, though lacking the ornate grandeur of Malfoy Manor, exuded a refined opulence in its own right, characterized by the expansive grassy fields, the rose-adorned stone walls, and the distant echoes of dragon roars, all imbued with a vibrant sense of nature's essence, providing a sense of ease. He raised his hand and performed a disillusionment charm. Upon regaining his footing, he was greeted by the earthy scent of soil mingled with that of poultry. Before him stood a crooked house, its red brick walls leaning at odd angles, the chimney askew, and several old brooms protruding from the roof. There could be no doubt this was the Weasley family's humble abode. The yard was home to several plump pigs and a clucking flock of chickens, with the fence leaning askew, radiating a sense of rustic charm. Above the yard, an old blue Ford Anglia soared low, its doors wide open, as George and Fred leaned out, peering below. In the back seat, Harry was clambering at the window, evidently just having been picked up. Well, if at ISNT Thorne's. George was the first to spot Leno standing outside the fence, whistling. How did you arrive before us? Fred chuckled. Can you fly? Leno raised an eyebrow, observing as they stealthily parked the car in the bushes behind the house. When Harry jumped out and noticed him, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Leno, you've come too? Ron invited me. Leno waved the envelope in his hand. It seems I have arrived just in time. Ron scratched his head, a bit sheepish. We were just sneaking out to pick up Harry, my dad's car, I understand. Leno interrupted him with a smile. Returned illegally? What illegal return? Fred clapped him on the shoulder. This is the heroic rescue of the beautiful maiden. Oh no, rather, the boy who survived our great calamity. He pointed towards the crooked window on the second floor. Hurry, climb in through here, lest my mother discovers we took the car. Leno glanced at the misaligned window and then at the wooden front door, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I am, however, a formally invited guest, not an illegal entrant. He strode directly to the front door and knocked on the wooden panel. Knock, knock, knock. George, who had just crawled through the window, froze instantly, as did Fred and Ron, with Harry holding his breath in anxious anticipation. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from inside, followed by a loud, irate female voice. Where have you all been? Ron, George, Fred. Not only is the bed empty, but you've also dared to take your father's car. The voice grew nearer, and the bedroom door was flung open with force, revealing a woman in an apron, her wavy red hair framing a furious expression. Molly Weasley. Her gaze swept across her three sons, her anger peaking, but as her eyes landed on Harry, her fury deflated like a punctured balloon, vanishing without a trace. Oh, Harry. Molly's voice softened to a melodious tone as she hurried over to grasp Harry's hand. What a joy to see you, dear. Then, she whirled around to continue her tirade at George, Fred, and Ron. Not only do you leave the bed empty, but you also took the car. You could have been killed or caught. Then, turning back to Harry, she added, of course, I'm not blaming you, dear Harry. But Mom, they wanted to starve Harry. Ron interjected hastily. They even sealed his window. I don't care, Molly declared, hands on her hips. If you dare to run off without notice again, I shall seal your window. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, steady and unhurried, with a composed rhythm. Molly paused, glancing towards the door. Do we have guests? Ron recalled something, whispering a reminder. It's the classmate you asked me to invite, Leno Swans. Oh, right? Molly exclaimed, slapping her forehead, her irritation transforming into a warm smile. as she hurried downstairs to open the door. Upon seeing Leno standing at the threshold, her eyes brightened. "You must be Leno. Come in, come in. Ron has mentioned you. And indeed, you are quite the charming young gentleman." She grasped Leno's arm, ushering him inside with such enthusiasm that he found it slightly overwhelming. "You must be tired from your journey. Sit down, sit down. I'll fetch you something to eat. Freshly baked bread and pumpkin juice." Leno smiled in gratitude, his gaze sweeping across the cozy decor of the home. The living room was filled with an old sofa and several rickety chairs. The walls adorned with photographs of the Weasley children and Quidditch team posters. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, and the air was infused with the aroma of bread and herbs, embodying a delightful chaos that exuded the essence of home. The breakfast table was abuzz with excitement. A long wooden table was crowded with people. Percy was pretentiously perusing a newspaper, while George and Fred exchanged secret glances. Ron was engrossed in his meal, crumbs scattering across the table. Molly pushed a plate of freshly baked croissants towards Harry and Leno, urging, "Eat more. You are both still growing." She then turned to Ron with a stern look, admonishing, "Slow down. No one is competing with you. Just look at how you're eating. You resemble a pig." Ron muttered under his breath, but complied by reducing his pace. At that moment, light footsteps echoed from the staircase as a red-haired girl bounded down, clad in an oversized sweater, none other than Ginny. "Mom, have you seen my sweater? It's on the cat, dear," Molly replied, her tone softening. Harry politely greeted Ginny with a hello. Upon spotting Harry, Ginny's eyes widened in surprise, and her face flushed crimson. With a hasty "Thank you, Mom," she dashed back upstairs like a startled rabbit. Ron shrugged at Harry, saying, "Don't mind her. That's my sister Ginny. She has been talking about you incessantly this summer. It's been quite bothersome." Shortly thereafter, Arthur Weasley entered the room, a hint of engine oil clinging to him, clearly having just emerged from his collection of Muggle artifacts. He paused, bewildered by the unfamiliar faces of the table, and inquired, "Who are you?" Leno and Harry exchanged glances. Recognizing him as Mr. Weasley, Ron's father. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. I am Harry Potter," Harry introduced himself. Arthur's eyes widened in astonishment, and he rubbed his hands together excitedly, exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Potter, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Arthur Weasley. Very pleased to make your acquaintance." He then turned to Leno, his smile still warm. "You must be Leno. Ron has spoken highly of you. Welcome to the Burrow." Ron leaned closer to Leno and whispered, "My parents rarely show such warmth towards Slytherins. You're the first." Leno smiled, but remained silent. As they continued eating, a gray owl flapped onto the windowsill, clutching a stack of envelopes in its beak. Molly wiped her hands and said, "Percy, go check if that's a letter from school." Percy set down his newspaper, received the envelopes, and sorted through them. Ron, Ginny, George, Fred, and Harry and Leno's. "It's the new book list from Hogwarts. Looks like we'll need to go to Diagon Alley." Molly stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Let us go to the Flynn Network." Molly retrieved a box of Floo powder and explained, "To travel to Diagon Alley, you must stand in front of the Flynn Network fireplace, sprinkle the powder into the flames, and clearly state your destination. It's essential to be precise." "Harry, you go first," she said, glancing at him. Feeling a bit anxious about using it for the first time, Harry replied, "I'll come after you." "I'll go first," Ron exclaimed, grabbing a handful of Floo powder and rushing to the fireplace. "I'm off to check out the new broomsticks." He cast a handful of Floo powder into the fireplace, where green flames erupted dramatically. "Diagon Alley," Ron exclaimed, leaping into the emerald blaze. It was now Harry's turn. Mimicking Ron, he seized the Floo powder, inhaled deeply, and jumped into the green fire, declaring Diagon Alley. With a puff, the flames flickered, and Harry's figure vanished. The living room fell into an instant hush. Molly blinked, glancing at Arthur. What did he just say? Arthur looked equally bewildered. Diagon Alley? That's what I heard too. Molly furrowed her brow, pondering the unfamiliar location. Lenore set down the bread and rose from her seat. "I'll go check. He might have taken a wrong turn." "That would be splendid." Molly nodded eagerly, turning to retrieve the Floo powder. "Here, Lenore, use this." "No need," Lenore replied with a smile, and to the astonishment of everyone present. She raised her hand and cast a disapparation charm. A flash of blue light filled the room, leaving only the chair she had just vacated. The living room erupted in chaos. George gaped in disbelief. Did he just use disapparation? Fred stroked his chin thoughtfully. ISNT, that forbidden for underage wizards? Molly stood frozen for a moment before stammering at Arthur. Did he just use disapparation? Arthur, still in shock, nodded instinctively. I believe so. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I knew inviting such a Slytherin was a splendid decision. How marvelous. Molly gazed at the empty doorway and then at the dwindling green flames in the fireplace, a sudden realization striking her. Oh heavens, Harry is still at Diagon Alley. Lenore must find him. Chapter 63. The deal in Knockturn Alley. The air in Knockturn Alley was perpetually infused with a pungent blend of rust and decay. Lenore disapparated to a corner piled high with tattered burlap sacks, where the shadows of the alley were denser than the sunlight. The walls were adorned with eerie graffiti, and hooded figures hurried by, their expressions wary like startled wildcats. He lifted his gaze to a nearby, crooked stone house, where a weathered wooden sign bore the name Borgin and Burks. The letters were overrun with dark green moss, exuding an aura of sinister antiquity. Shadows flickered in the windows, and Lenore squinted to see Lucius, his back turned to the entrance, his silver-gray hair catching the dim light as he appeared to converse with the shopkeeper. Beside him, Draco cast furtive glances toward a massive cabinet draped in black cloth, shaped like a medieval Iron Maiden, its edges sharp and menacing, the very cabinet that had vanished. A glimmer of understanding crossed Lenore's dark eyes. He knew all too well that at this moment, Harry was huddled inside that cabinet, holding his breath. Just as Lucius adjusted his cuff, seemingly preparing to depart, Lenore pushed open the door, the wind chime emitting a sharp jingle. The sound drew the attention of everyone inside. Lucius's hand froze mid-air, his dark brows knitting together in an instant. Draco gaped in astonishment, as if taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Leno. Mr. Boking, the shopkeeper, a gaunt figure resembling a withered twig, or perhaps a middle-aged man, surveyed Leno with a gaze laden with palpable disdain, clad in a robe stained with dirt. Sir, Mr. Boking commenced, his voice rasping like sandpaper. I believe you have ventured into the wrong establishment. Knockturn Alley is no place for children. The wares here are beyond your means, both to purchase and to utilize. Leno disregarded his derision, merely offering a slight smile, his demeanor as graceful as if he were attending an evening soiree at Malfoy Manor. He raised his hand to open his portable case, tilting his fingers to release a cascade of gleaming gold galleons that clattered across the counter, spilling onto the floor and glinting in the dim light like a shower of stars. Is there a rule against welcoming customers? His voice remained even, his gaze sweeping past Draco. Moreover, is not the young master of the Malfoy family also present here? Mr. Boking's eyes instantly sparkled, his emaciated fingers instinctively reaching for the galleons as his Adam's apple bobbed. Ah, it seems I have misjudged. Please come in. What might the young sir wish to acquire? Our establishment is replete with treasures. Lucius opened his mouth as if to voice a retort, yet ultimately refrained. Gripping Draco's arm, he commanded, Draco, we are leaving. However, Draco, still eager to express his thoughts, was silenced by a fierce glare from Lucius and reluctantly followed his father out. As they passed Leno, he cast a swift glance at Leno and the vanishing cabinet, his eyes betraying a mix of reluctance and curiosity. The shop door closed once more, the wind chimes ringing softly before descending into silence. Inside the shop remained Leno, Mr. Boking, and the cabinet that concealed Harry. Mr. Boking rubbed his hands together. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face. What might the young sir be interested in? Dark magic scrolls? Cursed jewelry? Or perhaps a means to eliminate a troublesome issue? Our shop offers the most discreet item storage service. Even the Ministry of Magic cannot uncover it. Leno did not respond, instead meandering through the store, his fingertips occasionally brushing against the items on the shelves. A silver dagger etched with serpentine patterns, a crystal vial containing a viscous emerald liquid, and a desiccated human hand submerged in formaldehyde, each exuding an aura of chilling dark magic. Just browsing, Leno's voice echoed in the spacious shop. Or do you possess any hidden treasures? Feel free to present them. I shall purchase whatever satisfies me, regardless of the price. Regardless of the price? Mr. Boking's eyes shone like two oil lamps as he eagerly nodded. Please wait. I shall retrieve them at once. The finest goods are in the storeroom at the back. Mr. Boking hurriedly darted into the rear of the shop, his footsteps soon fading into the shadows. Leno immediately pivoted, striding a few steps to the vanishing cabinet. He could hear faint breaths emanating from within, accompanied by the rustling of fabric. With a click, he lifted the black cloth, unveiling the door of the vanishing cabinet. Harry was indeed curled up inside, his knees pressed against his chin, his face covered in dust. When he saw Leno, his eyes widened like saucers. And just as he opened his mouth to speak, Leno silenced him with a firm gesture. "Do not utter a word." Leno's voice was a low whisper, Mr. Boking is returning soon. Exit through the back door. There is an upward slope outside that leads directly to Diagon Alley. Hagrid will be there. Harry's expression was one of astonishment, his eyes reflecting a silent inquiry of how Leno knew of his hiding place. However, upon hearing the sound of approaching footsteps from the back room, he could only nod frantically, scrambling out of the cupboard with urgency and stealthily darting towards the small door at the rear of the shop, vanishing into the shadows. As Leno carefully replaced the black cloth, he turned just in time to see Mr. Boking emerge, straining under the weight of a heavy wooden crate, upon which several rolled-up parchments were precariously stacked. "What do you think of these, young sir?" the old man inquired, placing the crate on the counter and unfastening the latch. A potent, fishy odor immediately permeated the air. Inside the crate lay a bed of black velvet, displaying several items. A small tuft of silver gray, fur labeled as fresh hair from a werewolf's claw, a slender bottle containing a dark green liquid, basilisk venom, aged a century, and a few feathers shimmering with a violet hue, the tail feathers of a thestral. Mr. Boking picked up a dagger of peculiar design, its blade glowing with a dark green sheen, its hilt wrapped in black leather. This poison dagger is a rare treasure, steeped in basilisk venom and werewolf saliva. A mere scratch will render the wound eternally unhealable and induce the most horrifying hallucinations, ultimately driving the victim to madness. Leno's dark eyes scanned the array of items. While he indeed had a use for the werewolf fur and basilisk venom, potentially useful for potion making, the dagger held no particular allure compared to his more efficient fiendfire curse. "Is there anything else?" Leno inquired casually. Mr. Boking's eyes darted, and he retrieved a small copper box from the depths of the crate. Upon opening it, he revealed several transparent scales, the tears of a mermaid, allowing the drinker to breathe underwater and comprehend the merfolk's language. However, this item had its peculiarities. Excessive use could result in the growth of fish scales. Leno's fingers lingered momentarily on the scales before he retracted his hand. "I will take all of these." "All of them?" Mr. Boking exclaimed with delight, hastily wrapping each item in black silk. "You truly have an eye for quality. These are indeed rare treasures, unparalleled in the market." As he packaged the items, he leaned in closer to Leno, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Such promptness suggests that you possess an extraordinary background. Might you have an interest in exotic pets? Not the ordinary owls or mongooses, but rather a more rare breed." Leno raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, Mr. Boking promptly handed over several parchments adorned with dark red ink, depicting various creatures, an egg of a hippogriff, a unicorn foal, and a juvenile eight-eyed spider. Observing these illustrations, Leno felt a cold smile creep across his face. Goodness, from magical creatures to dark beings, the range is indeed extensive. Just one of these items could suffice to condemn him to Azkaban for life. This old man certainly possesses audacity. Were those pets? The tone of Leno's voice betrayed no emotion. Mr. Boking, however, was visibly more animated, hastily sketching a rough map on paper. The Misty Valley in Western Ireland, where a clandestine breeding ground was said to exist. Whenever young sir has the time, he is welcome to visit. The price is negotiable. Leno tucked away the parchment, a cryptic smile gracing his features. "I shall certainly pay a visit. Indeed, I will, for one day I shall rescue these wondrous creatures." Rescue? Meaning to take them away without spending a single coin. Mr. Boking secured the last package and, with a flourish, produced an abacus, clattering away as he calculated. "The total comes to 12,000 galleons, young sir." Leno inwardly scoffed. How audacious to set such a price. These items are worth at most half that. Yet, he refrained from bargaining, simply retrieving several bulging cloth sacks from his suitcase and tossing them onto the counter. "Count it yourself." With that, he hoisted the box containing dark magical artifacts and turned to leave. Mr. Boking, not daring to let him depart, hastily crouched down to count the coins, mumbling incessantly. "Take care, young sir. Do come again. This shop has even rarer treasures awaiting you." As Leno pushed open the door, The wind chimed once more. He did not look back. A glint of cunning danced in his dark eyes. You want me to pay you? Dream on. He could easily envision Mr. Boken's expression when he eagerly opened the bags, only to discover they were filled with chocolate coins coated in gold dust, indistinguishable from the real galleons at first glance. But upon closer inspection, revealing a flavor reminiscent of muddy chocolate, which was, in truth, simply mud, though describing it as chocolate seemed more fitting. The delight on that withered face would be truly spectacular. In the shadows at the alley's entrance, Leno raised his hand and performed a disillusionment charm. A flash of blue light erupted, and his figure vanished into the thick fog of the overturned alley, leaving behind the fading murmurs of Mr. Boken counting coins in a shop. Chapter 64. The Lichen Bookstore was teeming with people, the air thick with the scent of ink and aged paper, intermingled with the excited shrieks of fans. Lockhart stood atop a makeshift platform, his golden hair glinting under the magical lights, diligently signing autographs for the queue of readers. His smile radiant as if painted on. Just as Leno entered, he overheard a commotion. At the periphery of the crowd, Draco stood defiantly before Harry, chin raised high. You must be relishing this, Potter. He cast a glance at those around, who were furtively scrutinizing Harry, his tone dripping with envy. Being a prominent figure certainly attracted attention. Even during a visit to a bookstore. Stay away from him, came a weak yet resolute voice. Ginny stepped beside Harry, her red hair quivering slightly as she glared at Draco. Oh, Draco, he scoffed, deliberately elongating the syllables. Has Potter found himself a little girlfriend? A Weasley, no less. Quite an unusual choice. Draco, Lucius's voice echoed from the staircase as he descended from the second floor, his silver-gray robes sweeping across the floor, emanating an aura that commanded distance. He gently patted his son's shoulder, his tone unassuming yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Be cordial. With certain individuals, there is no need to squander words. Having spoken, he turned to Harry, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he extended his hand. Greetings, Mr. Potter. I am Lucius Malfoy. It seems rather fortuitous to encounter you this time, as we did not meet during my last visit to Hogwarts. Harry hesitated momentarily before reluctantly extending his hand. The moment their hands met, Lucius suddenly grasped him firmly and leaned in to whisper, Your scar is legendary. Indeed. The one who left it is even more so. Voldemort murdered my parents. Harry's voice turned icy as he wrenched his hand away. The smile on Lucius's face vanished in an instant, his gaze turning as frigid as ice. You dare to utter his name. Is it audacity or folly? Fearing his name only amplifies the fear of him. At that moment, Hermione spoke up, positioning herself beside Harry. Lucius's eyes fell upon Hermione, scrutinizing her as if assessing some merchandise. You must be Miss Granger. Lucius then cast a glance at Draco, who had mentioned her before, along with the fact that her parents were muggles, correct? His gaze then swept over Ron, emitting a derisive snort. Red hair, a face of destitution. And your textbooks appear to be secondhand. Lucius casually picked up the textbook that Ginny had set aside in her cauldron, flipping through a couple of pages. Ah, so you are indeed the Weasley family. We ought to leave. It is too chaotic here, came Arthur Weasley's voice from behind the crowd as he pushed through, standing protectively in front of his family while eyeing Lucius warily. Mr. Malfoy. Lucius raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Mr. Weasley, I trust your work at the Ministry of Magic is keeping you busy, conducting surprise raids on Muggle possessions. I hope you receive overtime pay, though I suspect not. Lucius waved the textbook in his hand. It seems the Ministry cannot even afford you a respectable salary. Truly, it brings shame upon the wizarding world. Our interpretations of shame may differ, Arthur replied, his expression darkening. Certainly better than relying on the exploitation of house elves and currying favor with dark wizards. How much further can your family descend by mingling with muggles? Lucius flung the textbook back into Ginny's cauldron with such swiftness that no one noticed he had returned 2 books. Among them was a slim, black-covered notebook, silently blending in. The very diary of Tom Marvolo Riddle, one of the Horcruxes. The tension between the two was palpable, the air around them nearly freezing. Just as Lucius was about to speak again, a calm voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. Lucius, be more amicable. All eyes shifted instantly to the entrance. There stood Renaud, the corner of his black cloak still dusted with the grime of Nocturne Alley. His expression was neutral, yet his gaze was unfathomably detached. as if commenting on the most ordinary of matters. "Renaud, you have returned." Harry's eyes brightened, as though a weight had been lifted. Leno nodded subtly towards him and the Weasley family, his gaze shifting to Lucius and Draco, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke. "Some individuals, who casually insult others, ought to feel ashamed of their own actions." Lucius's lips twitched as if he wished to retort, yet he merely snorted coldly, dragging Draco towards the exit. Draco, eager to voice his thoughts, was silenced by a fierce glare from his father and could only follow begrudgingly. As they passed by Leno, he leaned in, speaking in a tone barely audible to anyone else. "If you wish to engage in covert activities outside of Voldemort's tasks, do not forget the reason Voldemort is heading to Malfoy Manor." Lucius's body stiffened momentarily, his expression darkening further, yet he said nothing, hastening his departure from the bookstore. He could not afford to offend Leno, a boy capable of casting Avada Kedavra with ease and perhaps even overpowering the current Voldemort. "What's wrong?" Molly emerged from the crowd, clutching a signed book by Lockhart, her face aglow with excitement. "Did I just hear a quarrel?" "Nothing," Harry replied, shaking his head and smiling at Leno, who had just arrived. "Oh, Leno." Molly's eyes brightened as she eagerly pulled him over. "Are you here to buy textbooks too?" Lockhart's signing event was quite lively. His books are truly fascinating. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud voice interrupted. "Who is that?" Lockhart had seemingly noticed them, pointing at Leno while questioning his assistant, his blonde hair glinting under the lights. "It appears to be a student from Hogwarts, named Lenox Thorne. He is quite renowned at school," the assistant replied softly. "Renowned?" Lockhart's eyes sparkled instantly, as if he had heard the most delightful words, and he quickly inquired, "Lenox Thorne?" He pushed through the crowd, his signature radiant smile adorning his face. "Ah, the illustrious Mr. Lenox Thorne from Hogwarts. You have graced my signing event. Truly discerning." Just like Harry, the surrounding crowd began to take notice of Leno, although his fame primarily resided within Hogwarts. His exquisite features and elegant black robes made him stand out like a painting amidst the throng. Fans swiftly shifted their attention from Lockhart, whispering amongst themselves. "Quick, take a picture." Lockhart beckoned a nearby reporter from the Daily Prophet. "Let us capture a moment with Mr. Thorne. Oh, and Harry is here too." The flash of cameras erupted as Lockhart cheerfully embraced Leno and Harry's shoulders, his smile brighter than the sun. He even forcefully handed Leno a set of his signed books. Hefty as bricks, exclaiming here, "The complete set. The finest student at Hogwarts deserves it." Leno awkwardly accepted, inwardly sighing. This new defense against the dark arts professor seemed to possess little more than the ability to erase others' memories with obliviate and a knack for theatricality. Once the commotion subsided, Leno glanced outside at the deepening twilight and softly declared, "I must take my leave." "So soon?" Molly was taken aback. "Can you not stay a few more days? Perhaps until the weekend?" "Indeed, Leno," Harry echoed, somewhat surprised. "We could still go to Diagon Alley together." Reno smiled, his gaze sweeping over Ginny, who was gazing down at her cauldron, her cheeks slightly flushed. With a hint of meaning in his voice, he remarked, "There are certain matters in which I shall refrain from involving myself. You and your family should cherish your time with Harry." Ginny's face reddened further, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the hem of her garment. Seizing a moment amidst the conversation, Reno subtly curled his finger, causing the black notebook, hidden among the textbooks, to slip into his palm, which he discreetly tucked into the pocket of his robe. "I shall take my leave," he said, waving goodbye to the group before turning and vanishing in a puff of blue light, leaving only a faint ripple in the air behind him. "My goodness, he used apparition again," exclaimed Molly, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ron and Harry, however, were accustomed to such occurrences. They exchanged a glance that conveyed their mutual exasperation. Reno was always this way, arriving unexpectedly and departing just as suddenly, like a breeze that eludes capture. When Reno's figure materialized in the courtyard of Thorne's Manor, he still clutched the cold diary in his hand. He approached the fountain, gazing at the reflection of the notebook's cover upon the water's surface, a glint of cold light flickering in his dark eyes. The third Horcrux was now in his possession. Meanwhile, Derek and Cares, who were tending to the garden, noticed Reno's return. "Young master, did you not say you would be away for a few days? Why have you returned so soon?" Derek inquired, his expression one of surprise, clearly not anticipating Reno's swift return. "It's nothing. Certain matters have necessitated a change of plans," Reno replied casually, and Derek refrained from probing further, resuming his task of pruning the rose bushes alongside Cares. From a distance, a familiar screech echoed, likely indicating that little Green was hungry again. Reno tucked the diary away and headed towards the feeding grounds. It seemed there were many tasks yet to accomplish this summer. Chapter 65. The Hogwarts Express, the King's Cross station in London, was teeming with people in September, muggles hurriedly dragging their suitcases, oblivious to the two anxious figures at the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Harry pushed a heavily laden trolley, took a deep breath, and charged towards the brick wall. The anticipated passage did not occur. The trolley collided with the cold bricks with a resounding thud, scattering the luggage across the ground and attracting bewildered glances from nearby muggles. What is going on? Ron crouched to help Harry gather the fallen bags, his brow furrowed in confusion. We used to be able to get through. Harry rubbed his sore arm, a wave of panic washing over him. The Hogwarts Express was about to depart, and if they missed it, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Encountering a bit of trouble, are we? Harry looked up to see Reno standing behind him, the hem of his black robe fluttering lightly in the breeze. A familiar calm smile gracing his face. Reno, Harry exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding him, but his expression quickly soured. We can't get onto the platform. I don't know what's wrong. The train is leaving soon. If we don't hurry. Ron, stamping his foot in agitation, suddenly brightened. Wait, my dad's flying car. We could drive it to Hogwarts. Harry's eyes lit up in agreement. That is a brilliant idea. It's definitely better than missing the start of term. A flying car? Leno raised an eyebrow, deliberately prolonging his tone. Do you wish to conjure a magical flying car on Muggle railways? Or perhaps in broad daylight? Observing the sudden rigidity in the faces of the two, Leno added, if the Ministry of Magic catches us, or if Muggles photograph us and we end up in the newspapers, Hogwarts rules do not condone students flying to school. You might very well be expelled. Expelled? Ron's face drained of color. He certainly did not wish to be dismissed from school in his second year. What will we do then? We can't just stay here until someone realizes we haven't arrived at Hogwarts. By then, the feast will be over. The thought of missing even one meal was unbearable for Ron. Harry, equally anxious, turned to Leno. Do you have a solution? Leno smiled and extended his hand. Climb on. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Although they were uncertain of his intentions, they quickly placed their hands on his shoulders. Hold tight. As Leno's voice faded, a profound wave of dizziness enveloped them, more disorienting than apparition. Harry felt as though his insides were churning while the sound of rushing wind filled his ears. And the scene before him resembled a fragmented painting racing by. In the next moment, their feet finally touched the ground. They stood beneath a gnarled tree, its trunk adorned with knobby growths resembling an angry fist. The air was infused with the earthy scent of soil and pine needles, and in the distance, the spires of Hogwarts Castle could be faintly discerned. Harry leaned against the tree, retching as his stomach revolted. Ron was more direct, bending over and heaving onto the ground, his face ashen. Is this what the first apparition feels like? Leno patted their backs, his tone casual. You'll get used to it. He glanced at Ron's mess beneath the tree roots and teased. However, Ron, if you had aimed a bit more to the side, you might have provided fertilizer for the Whomping Willow. Ron waved his hand dismissively, lacking the strength to respond. After a moment, Harry caught his breath and asked, Is this Hogwarts? Have we arrived directly? Leno nodded, just a short distance from the castle. Ron regained his composure, astonished. Your magic is incredible. You can apparate with 2 people? Just a simple trick, Leno replied, offering no further explanation. He pointed in the direction of the castle. Come on. We might be the earliest students to arrive this year. As they turned to leave, a booming voice called out from a distance. Leno? Harry? Ron? What are you doing here? Hagrid approached, carrying an enormous sack, his eyes wide with surprise. Didn't the Hogwarts Express just depart? How did you arrive so early? It was Leno who brought us, Harry explained. Leno brought you? Hagrid looked even more perplexed, scratching his beard. How did he manage that? Did he fly you here? Quickly changing the subject, Leno asked with a smile, Hagrid, do you want to know how Little Green is doing? Little Green? Hagrid's eyes lit up instantly, like a child anticipating candy. Of course. How big has it grown? Is it well behaved? Has it been eating properly? Follow me, and you'll find out. Leno turned and walked towards the edge of the forbidden forest. Hagrid immediately followed, muttering, I told you it was a good idea to entrust it to you. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued and followed suit. The clearing at the forest's edge was more expansive than they had anticipated. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the grass. Leno halted, opening the portable suitcase he carried. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a green figure burst forth from the case, creating a gust of wind. It was a colossal Norwegian ridgeback, its wings spanning several meters, its dark green scales glinting like metal in the sunlight. With a robust neck and a low, rumbling growl, it was none other than Norbert. As it landed in the clearing, the ground trembled beneath it. "My goodness!" Hagrid exclaimed, covering his mouth, his eyes wide as saucers, his voice quivering with excitement. "It has grown so much. This is undoubtedly the largest Norwegian ridgeback I have ever seen, bigger than what the books describe." Harry and Ron stood in awe, their mouths agape, speechless. They had seen Norbert as a hatchling at Hogwarts, but in just one summer, he had grown into a moving green mountain. "How did you bring it back to Hogwarts?" Hagrid suddenly snapped back to reality, wringing his hands anxiously. "What if the professors find out?" "Fear not," Leno reassured, patting Norbert's leg. "He can only come this far. He remains in the suitcase, which has been enchanted with an extension charm. No one will notice. I merely brought him to say hello." Norbert seemed to recognize Hagrid, lowering his head to gently nuzzle his shoulder, emitting a soft, affectionate sound. Hagrid beamed with childlike joy, stroking his scales and repeatedly exclaiming, "So splendid, so splendid." After a considerable time, Leno signaled for Norbert to return to the suitcase. With a reluctant whine, Norbert climbed back inside, and Leno closed the lid, restoring tranquility to the clearing as if the gigantic creature had never been there. "Let's head to the castle," Leno said, lifting the suitcase. Hagrid was still lost in reverie, nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes, yes." Just as they turned to leave, a cold voice suddenly pierced the afternoon stillness from behind the trees, like an icicle shattering the quiet. "It seems this year's start of term is more lively than anticipated." The four turned simultaneously. From the shadows of the trees emerged a tall, thin figure, draped in a flowing black cloak, his pallid face stark against the fabric. Gripped tightly in his hand was a wand, and his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, bore down upon them. It was Snape. What was he doing here? Chapter 66. Dumbledore's request. Snape's cloak appeared as a solidified nightshade under the shadow of the Whomping Willow, his black eyes like obsidian, fixed intently on Leno, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Potter, Weasley, and Thorne, you had best provide a clear explanation for your presence here. As far as I am aware, the Hogwarts Express should have just departed King's Cross Station." His gaze swept over Harry's pale visage, then settled upon Ron's disheveled appearance, finally resting on Leno, as if scrutinizing a dubious artifact of dark magic. "Do not tell me you employed apparition. The anti-apparition charm at Hogwarts cannot possibly have failed to this extent." Leno met his stare with calm composure, his tone serene. "It is not apparition." Snape's brow furrowed deeper, his fingers beneath the dark robe twitching slightly, evidently awaiting further elaboration. "It is the summoning charm," Leno added, his voice subdued yet distinctly clear. A palpable silence enveloped the air. Snape appeared to have heard the most ludicrous jest of the century, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Thorns, do you truly believe I would accept such nonsense that even a 3-year-old wizard could not be deceived by?" He advanced a step closer, his black robes stirring a chill in the air. "A second-year student, capable of conjuring a Patronus, and accompanied by 2 others? Why not simply assert that a dragon resides in your suitcase?" As he spoke, his gaze deliberately flicked toward the suitcase that Leno was clutching, his expression rife with derision. Internally, Leno couldn't help but retort, "You've hit the nail on the head, old bat." "It is true," Ron interjected suddenly, albeit still somewhat weak. Yet his tone was resolute. "Leno brought us here using the summoning charm. We witnessed it with our own eyes." Harry quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Professor Snape. His magic is remarkable." "Enough," Snape coldly interrupted them, his dark eyes slicing through the two. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I believe I did not grant you permission to speak. 10 points from Gryffindor for each of you." In an instant, Ron and Harry fell silent, their expressions etched with resignation. Indeed, in Snape's presence, explanation equated to punishment. Gryffindor had already accrued a 4-point deficit at the start of the term. Snape's gaze returned to Leno, poised to utter more, when a gentle voice unexpectedly emerged from behind the trees, melting the chill in the air like spring's thawing snow. "Severus, do not be so severe." Dumbledore stepped forth, a glint of mirth sparkling in his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, his iconic bag of sweets in hand. They are still children, after all. Regardless of how they arrived, arriving early is far better than being tardy, is it not? As he spoke, he discreetly winked at Leno, his eyes gleaming with a knowing mischief. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Snape's taut expression softened slightly, yet his tone remained curt. With a huff, he flicked his robe. If the headmaster deems it acceptable, I shall take my leave. Having said this, Snape turned on his heel and strode away, the hem of his robe sweeping across the grass, stirring a gust of wind. Headmaster, what brings you here? Hagrid inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Shouldn't you be in the castle preparing for the welcome feast? Harry and Ron were equally astonished. Dumbledore's appearance seemed too coincidental, as if he had known they were there all along. Dumbledore chuckled softly, not providing a direct response, but instead addressed Hagrid, saying, Hagrid, would you kindly escort Harry and Ron to the Great Hall? Minerva is likely awaiting the list of new students. Oh, certainly. Hagrid immediately nodded, beckoning to Harry and Ron. Come on, I'll take you to see this year's first-year cauldrons. They're a whole size larger than last year's. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance with Leno before following Hagrid towards the castle. Just before departing, Ron made a gesture to Leno, as if to say, take care, likely fearing Dumbledore's inquiries. Soon, only Leno and Dumbledore remained in the open space. Dumbledore peeled a lemon drop, savoring it as he leisurely remarked, Leno, it appears you have arrived at school quite swiftly this year. It seems you have become quite adept at apparition, even to the point of accompanying others. Leno raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. It's merely a matter of practice. Practice indeed. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, a glint of deeper meaning flashing in his blue eyes. This phrase suits you particularly well. He paused, shifting the conversation. Speaking of which, there is a matter that may require your assistance. Please, go ahead, Leno replied, somewhat surprised. For Dumbledore rarely sought help from students. It was daytime, and the evening's welcome feast for the new students was still some time away. Dumbledore's tone softened, yet bore an undeniable seriousness. However, there is a new student who has yet to receive their acceptance letter. Leno was taken aback. Now, on September 1st? Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed, retrieving a folded parchment and a gold-embossed envelope from within his robes. Even without peering inside, it was evident that it contained Hogwarts' acceptance letter. I hope you can deliver this letter to him, and, while you're at it, inform him of how to procure his school supplies in Diagon Alley. Why me? Leno was perplexed. Can't Thanal deliver it? Or perhaps the professors could handle it. After all, the school year has commenced, and he hasn't even received his letter. Surely, someone must have addressed this? Dumbledore shook his head, the smile on his face fading slightly, a hint of complexity crossing his gaze. The owls are reluctant to approach that place, and the professors have tried, albeit with limited success. However, I believe you might be a suitable candidate. He refrained from elaborating on what limited success entailed, merely handing the parchment and letter to Leno. The address is on the top. It won't take you too long. Return in time for the feast. Leno accepted the items, bemused that it was already September 1st and the acceptance letters had yet to be dispatched. Hogwarts' efficiency was indeed concerning. Yet, seeing the anticipation in Dumbledore's eyes, he nodded. All right, I shall go. Dumbledore smiled, patting him on the shoulder. I knew you would agree. Off you go, and return swiftly. With that, he turned and strode towards the castle, his steps light, reminiscent of a child who had received a satisfactory answer. Leno unfolded the parchment, which bore elegant script detailing a few lines. London, South District Clapham Wolves Orphanage, Don Morris, Chapter 67. A new hope for the orphanage as the dizziness of apparition faded. Leno found himself standing before a high wall of grim, gray stone. The wall looms high, nearly obscuring its summit, with the crevices between the stones overrun by withered yellow weeds. Rusty iron mesh coils atop the wall, forming a frigid boundary that severs the world within from the outside. Behind the wall stand a square edifice of red bricks, its roof missing several tiles, exposing the wooden beams beneath. Most of the windows are cloaked in thick dust, allowing only a few faint rays of light to penetrate. Leno raises an eyebrow, surveying the orphanage before him, unable to suppress a sardonic remark. One could easily mistake it for a prison. Compared to Azkaban, it merely lacks the Dementors and boasts a hint of sunlight, albeit one that offers little warmth. He approaches the iron-barred gate at the end of the towering wall, where a weathered wooden sign is affixed to the gatepost, inscribed with Wood's Orphanage. Beside it, a black electric doorbell, its button polished from years of use, beckons. Leno presses it, and the doorbell emits a raspy creak reminiscent of an old skeleton groaning, its sound jarring in the stillness of the street. Before long, a stooped figure appears behind the gate. It is an elderly woman, her hair entirely white, fashioned into a top bun that reveals her smooth forehead and gaunt cheeks. She is clad in a dark, coarse fabric dress, the collar adorned with a starched white apron. Her gaze, as frigid as tempered glass, scrutinizes Leno without reservation. "Young man, do you require assistance?" Her voice, as hoarse as the doorbell, carries a sternness born of years of maintaining authority. "This is an orphanage, not a playground. You ought to return home." Leno disregards her demeanor, instead retrieving the gilded acceptance letter from his suitcase. Pinching the envelope's edge between his fingers, he speaks with calm clarity. "I am here to collect Don Morris. He's been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I have come to take him away." The old woman's eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of astonishment passing through her murky pupils, soon eclipsed by some distant recollection. After a moment's pause, she reaches to unlock the iron latch on the gate, which creaks open, revealing a narrow passageway. "Hogwarts," she murmurs, stepping aside to allow Leno entry. "Many years ago, an old gentleman visited here as well. He too claimed to be retrieving an orphan for Hogwarts." Leno follows her into the courtyard, where the ground is strewn with gravel, stark and barren, save for a few feeble rose bushes struggling to survive in the corner, their petals cloaked in dust. The air is thick with a blend of disinfectant and the musty scent of old fabric, creating an oppressive atmosphere that stifles the breath. "My name is Cole. You may call me Mrs. Cole," the elderly woman announces, leading the way with a slightly unsteady gait, yet maintaining her upright posture. "I am 91 this year and have been here for nearly 70 years. Leno nods, refraining from further conversation. "The child you mentioned, Don Morris," Mrs. Cole suddenly remarks, her voice lowering. "Have you heard of a student named Tom Riddle at Hogwarts? Many years ago, it was that very headmaster, Dumbledore, who came to retrieve him." Leno falters momentarily, a smirk forming within his mind. Would you believe he later became the Dark Lord, whose name is now unspeakable? He exhibited a perfectly measured bewilderment, raising his hands in a gesture of apology. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Colf, but I haven't been enrolled for long and have not come across that name." Mrs. Colf did not press further. She merely acknowledged with a hum and continued walking ahead. Leno noted the deformity of her knuckles, the result of years of labor, and the frayed edges of her apron. She was a person of strict standards, both to herself and to others. Much like the orphanage itself, dilapidated yet imbued with an uncompromising sense of order. Upon reaching a side building, Mrs. Colf pushed open a peeling wooden door. He is inside. The room beyond was small, perhaps only 5 or 6 square meters, featuring a metal-framed bed against the wall, its mattress so thin that the springs were palpable. In one corner lay an old wooden trunk, likely containing clothing. The sole window was modest, set high in the wall, with several cracks marring the glass. A small boy crouched beneath the windowsill, his back to the entrance, emaciated like a sprout, clad in oversized gray garments with sleeves rolled several times. Upon hearing the door creak open, he abruptly turned his head. His face was pale, with disheveled light brown hair clinging to his forehead. Yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, as if harboring 2 hidden stars, now watchfully and curiously fixed upon Leno and Mrs. Colf. "Dawn," Mrs. Colf's voice softened slightly, though it remained devoid of warmth. "A senior from Hogwarts has come to take you there for school. I hear it is quite a fine institution." She paused momentarily when mentioning the senior, casting a glance at Leno as if to affirm the appropriateness of the title. Leno reciprocated with a smile directed at Dawn. Mrs. Colf said no more, merely glancing at Leno. "You two converse. I shall wait outside." With that, she gently closed the door, leaving only Leno and Dawn in the room. "Hello, Dawn." Leno approached him, crouching down to extend the acceptance letter. "I am Leno Sorens, a student at Hogwarts. This is your acceptance letter. You have been admitted to Hogwarts." Dawn did not take it, merely staring at the envelope in Leno's hand before looking up into his eyes, quietly inquiring, "Hogwarts? What sort of place is that?" "A school of magic," Leno replied with a smile, raising his wand and lightly tapping the cracked old mirror on the windowsill. Like this. With a crack, the mirror shattered, shards scattering across the floor. Dawn recoiled in fright, his eyes widening in astonishment. Leno waved his wand again, softly uttering the incantation for restoration. The scattered shards seemed to come alive, swiftly gathering and reassembling, instantaneously returning to a flawless mirror, even the previous cracks vanishing. Wow! Don's eyes sparkled with delight, his earlier wariness dissipating entirely. He grasped Leno's sleeve, his voice trembling with excitement. Magic! It's really magic. Are you a wizard? Sort of. Leno nodded. Can I learn that too? Don pointed at the mirror and then at Leno's wand. Like you? Of course. Leno thrust the acceptance letter into his hands, proclaiming that at Hogwarts, one could learn an abundance of magic, far surpassing this. Don clutched the envelope tightly, his knuckles whitening, and suddenly looked up to inquire. When do we leave? Is it now? Leno hesitated for a moment, taken aback. He had anticipated needing to elaborate, considering that Muggle children often hesitate or feel fear upon their first encounter with magic. However, perhaps children of his age in an orphanage were not accustomed to receiving a proper education. Living in such a stifling environment, they likely yearned to escape it. This child, in his candidness, was rather endearing. Indeed, it is not the effects of a love potion that elicits such reactions. It is simply different. Leno mused internally, maintaining a gentle demeanor outwardly. First, we must visit a place on Diagon Alley to procure the items necessary for school. Our time is limited. Dawn nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. All right, do I not need to bring anything? No, everything can be purchased there. Leno rose, instructing him to bid farewell to the headmaster. As Dawn followed him out of the room, he noticeably paused upon seeing Mrs. Cole standing at the door, his small hands instinctively clutching the hem of his clothing, his gaze shrinking, reminiscent of a frightened creature. Mrs. Cole, we are leaving, Leno announced. Mrs. Cole glanced at Dawn but remained silent, merely nodding before turning to walk towards the main building, her silhouette appearing particularly solitary in the corridor shadows. Upon exiting the orphanage's gates, Leno cast a glance back at the imposing wall, then observed the tightly pursed lips of Dawn beside him. He reached out to grasp his wrist. Hold on tight. It might be a bit disorienting. Dawn looked up in confusion, about to ask why it would be dizzying, when a sudden wave of vertigo enveloped him. He felt as though the sights before him were being twisted into a blur, the roaring wind filling his ears, while Leno's grip remained steady, guiding him through a chaotic swirl of light and shadow. In the next moment, his feet finally touched solid ground. Dawn stumbled slightly, steadying himself by grasping Leno's arm. A wave of nausea washed over him, rendering his complexion even paler. Yet, he quickly suppressed it, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. Leno was equally astonished. It was rare for a child of this age to adapt so well after such a sudden translocation. When Dawn finally raised his head, he found himself standing in a bustling alley, flanked by shops adorned with peculiar signs. The streets were filled with individuals donning wizard hats and robes, and the air was fragrant with the scent of roasted sausages and butterbeer. This was Diagon Alley. Leno smiled, pointing towards a shop in the distance bearing the Ollivander sign. First, we shall acquire a wand. Dawn's eyes sparkled anew, eagerly following him forward. Akin to a young seedling that has finally found the sunlight, his steps light enough to almost leap. The oppressive gloom and drabness of the high walls seemed to have been entirely swept away by the recent gust of illusionary wind. Chapter 68. The new wand. The evening in Diagon Alley carried a sense of fatigue after the preceding clamor. Most shops had begun to shutter their doors, leaving only a few that sold snacks and daily necessities still open. A handful of wizards hurried past, shopping bags in hand, while the air lingered with the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin pastries. As Leno stood at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop with Dawn, the setting sun bathed the wooden sign in a warm golden hue. Upon pushing the door open, a delicate chime of wind bells sounded, revealing a shop quieter than anticipated. The wand boxes stood like silent sentinels in shadows. Mr. Sorns? Ollivander emerged from behind the counter, his bushy white eyebrows raised in surprise as his eyes, peering through his spectacles, swept over Leno before settling on the elder wand in his grasp. What brings you back? I recall you are already in your second year. Is there an issue with your wand? He paused, his tone turning serious. That elder wand was unique, and should it be damaged, repairs would be problematic. Leno smiled gently, stepping aside to allow Dawn to enter. It's not my wand that's the concern. I have brought a first-year student to purchase a wand, Mr. Ollivander. A first year? Ollivander adjusted his glasses, glancing at Dawn, his brow furrowing. But today is September 1st. The Hogwarts Express must have already arrived. Why come to purchase a wand now? For special reasons, Leno replied lightly. Ollivander seemed to accept this without further inquiry, perhaps accustomed to the peculiarities of the wizarding world. He turned his attention to Dawn, bending slightly to address him with a gentler tone. "What is your name, young one?" "Dawn Morris." The boy's voice quavered slightly, yet curiosity sparkled in his eyes, overpowering his nerves as he furtively surveyed the wand boxes, akin to gazing upon a trove of wondrous treasures. "Dawn Morris," Ollivander echoed, nodding. "Which hand do you favor?" "My right," Dawn declared, promptly raising his slender wrist, delicate as a reed. Ollivander moved with surprising swiftness for an elderly man approaching the shelves. He withdrew a slender wand box and opened it. "Let us begin with this one, Willow, unicorn hair core, 10.5 inches, suitable for sensitive, empathetic wizards." As Dawn grasped the wand, it seemed to react as if burned, clattering to the floor with a couple of bounces. "It seems this is not the one," Ollivander remarked nonchalantly, retrieving it and presenting another. "Ebony, dragon heartstring, 12 inches, suited for the resolute." Dawn attempted this wand. It remained in his grasp, but emitted a jarring hum, sending vibrations through his palm, prompting him to toss it back. For the next several minutes, Ollivander nearly emptied half of the shelf. Hawthorn, walnut, cherry, all varieties of wands reacted differently to Dawn. Some trembled upon contact, others sparked with energy, and one even emitted a faint red light, whizzing past Dawn's ear to strike the wall sign. Curious, Ollivander mused, stroking his chin as contemplative light flickered in his eyes behind the lenses. It appeared that ordinary wands were ill-suited for him. Suddenly, he turned to Leno, as if recalling something. "Perhaps, Mr. Morris, like Mr. Sorns, you require a wand of a more extraordinary nature?" Leno raised an eyebrow. His elder wand was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that Dawn shared this fortune? Ollivander turned and strode towards the innermost recess of the shop, approaching a cabinet taller than the rest, secured with a brass lock. He produced a key and unlocked it, retrieving from the topmost shelf a dust-covered black wand box, its ornate design now faded. With a click, the box opened, revealing a wand nestled within. The wand's shaft was a pure, unblemished white, adorned with natural patterns, and the base bore a spiral engraving that glimmered softly in the dim light, reminiscent not of wood, but of some exquisite jade. It measured 14 inches and was crafted from you. Ollivander lifted the wand with a tone of admiration, noting that its core was rather special, not the typical snake heartstring, but that of a basilisk. Dawn curiously extended his hand and gently grasped the wand. There was no repulsion, no buzzing, nor any excessive brilliance. Instead, a gentle warmth radiated from the wand, flowing through his fingertips like the spring waters thawing the frozen earth. Instinctively, he waved it slightly, causing an empty wand box on the counter to levitate gracefully and spin before landing at his feet. This was the one. Ollivander smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling. The yew wand was typically associated with strength and transformation, and the basilisk-esque nerve. He paused, glancing at Leno. "This was not a creation of my grandfather, but rather a piece crafted by my father in his youth, one that had yet to find a suitable owner." Leno observed the white wand, contemplating silently. Truly, the wands from the Ollivander family seemed to grow more formidable with age. "My grandfather found an elder wand from somewhere, while my father dared to use a basilisk nerve as a wand core." He then turned to see Dawn, the young boy, intently gazing at his wand, his fingertips gently caressing the spiral design, his eyes gleaming with wonder. Leno was almost certain. This lad was undoubtedly destined for Slytherin. "You paired with basilisk nerve? If he has not Slytherin, I'll eat my old wand." "How much?" Leno inquired. 7 galleons, Ollivander replied, placing the wand back into its box. Just as Leno prepared to make the payment, he wondered aloud. Then why was my wand 11 galleons? He recalled that first-year wands were typically priced at 7 galleons. Why had he paid 11 last year? Ollivander, caught off guard by the protagonist's question, could only muster a vague justification. "Well, you see, your previous wand was rather unique, so the first-year discount did not apply. However, I imagine your family wouldn't mind this slight difference in galleons." Leno remained silent. Proceeding to pay, indeed, our generous young master did not require Hogwarts student loans. He paid from his own pocket, and he departed the wand shop with Dawn in tow. The subsequent shopping went smoothly. They ordered school uniforms at Madame Alkiness, bought textbooks at Flourish and Blott's, and selected a suitably sized pewter cauldron at the apothecary. Throughout, Dawn was brimming with excitement, tightly clutching his wand box as if it contained the most precious treasure in the world. As the last item was purchased, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The lanterns in Diagon Alley flickered to life, resembling stars suspended in the night sky. Time was of the essence. The banquet was about to commence. Leno glanced at the dimming light, grasped Dawn's hand firmly, for the experience might induce a slight dizziness. Having just undergone the manifestation of his attendant, Dawn appeared remarkably composed this time, nodding vigorously. Yes, with a flash of blue light. Their figures vanished within the glow of the lanterns. Upon their arrival, they found themselves on the cobblestone path before Hogwarts Castle. The windows of the castle radiated a warm glow, while the forbidden forest loomed darkly in the distance. A chill breeze swept through, carrying the distinct coolness of the Scottish Highlands. "We've arrived," Leno said, releasing Dawn's hand and gesturing towards the grand entrance. "Go on in. Someone will guide you to the Great Hall." Dawn gazed up at the majestic castle, his eyes brimming with awe and anticipation, nodding earnestly. "Thank you, Senior Leno." "Off you go," Leno replied with a smile, watching as Dawn hurried inside, clutching his wand box, his small figure quickly disappearing behind the door. He then turned and made his way towards the side of the castle, nearer to the Slytherin common room. The evening breeze lifted his black robe, and he touched the notebook in his pocket, recalling Dawn's wand, a smile of enigmatic delight playing upon his lips. This second year promised to be even more intriguing than the first. The sound of the banquet's commencement echoed through the castle, a melodic and ancient chime resonating across the Hogwarts grounds. Chapter 69. The unknown origins of Slytherin. The walls of the Hogwarts Great Hall were adorned with floating candles, their flames dancing beneath the starlit ceiling, casting a warm glow upon the golden plates and silver goblets on the long tables. The first-year students, clad in ill-fitting robes, stood nervously in a crooked line at the center of the hall as the sorting ceremony began. Leno occupied a spot at the Slytherin table's second-year section, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the surface. His gaze swept across the newcomers, ultimately resting on two figures. One was Don Morris, the young boy standing at the end of the line, his back straight, soft brown hair shimmering gently in the candlelight. The other was a girl with pale blonde hair, her gaze dreamy as she curiously examined the starry ceiling, seemingly more captivated by it than the sorting ceremony itself. Leno recognized her, Luna Lovegood. Professor McGonagall held a list, her voice resonating clearly throughout the hall. Luna Lovegood. The girl with the pale blonde hair stepped forward and seated herself calmly upon the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the tattered sorting hat upon her head. The hat whispered a few words near her ear before announcing loudly, "Ravenclaw." Applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table as Luna smiled and trotted over to find an empty seat, turning back to wave at the sorting hat in a manner that was both peculiar and endearing. Leno's attention returned to Dawn. Don Morris. The young boy took a deep breath and briskly approached the stool. He appeared significantly more anxious than Luna had moments earlier, nearly slipping off his seat as he sat down, prompting a few quiet chuckles from the Gryffindor table. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head, its brim nearly obscuring his eyes. The hall fell silent, with everyone awaiting the hat's verdict. Leno gazed at the tattered hat, a vague understanding forming within him. Don's wand, crafted from yew and imbued with basilisk nerve, would typically mark him as an excellent candidate for Slytherin. Yet, the boy's resilience in the orphanage and his unadulterated excitement at the sight of magic exuded traits not typically associated with Slytherin. Indeed, the hat lingered on his head for an extended period, muffled murmurs emanating from beneath the brim, as if it were engaged in a debate with Dawn. Courageous, resilient. Perhaps Gryffindor suits you better. No, your eyes betray a yearning for power. Slytherin is your true home, but you're willing to take risks for those you trust, which is not the Slytherin way. Dawn's shoulders tensed, and suddenly, he whispered something to the brim of the hat. The distance was too great for Leno to discern the words, yet he noticed the hat pause abruptly. Moments later, it proclaimed loudly, "Slytherin." Sparse applause erupted from the Slytherin table, far less fervent than the welcome Luna received from Ravenclaw. Dawn visibly relaxed, leaping from his seat and quickly scanning the hall until his gaze settled on the second-year section of the Slytherin table where Leno sat. His eyes brightened as if anchoring himself, and he hastily crossed the hall to take his place among the first-year students. His spot was not far from Leno, and as he sat down, he stole a shy glance in Leno's direction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Leno offered him a slight nod. Morris? Draco's derisive laughter echoed nearby as he addressed his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, in a tone audible only to the Slytherin table. Never heard of that surname. Clearly a muggle-born. I truly wonder what the Sorting Hat was thinking accepting anyone into Slytherin. Goyle and Crabbe joined in his laughter, their whispers loud enough to be heard by those nearby. Don's ears flushed crimson. Instinctively, he clutched his wand box tighter to his chest and lowered his gaze to his knees, refraining from retorting. Leno chose to ignore Draco's scorn. Observing Don's demeanor, he found it rather intriguing. This child wielded a basilisk nerve wand, yet opted for restraint in the face of ridicule, adorned with the Slytherin emblem. His eyes lacked the haughty air of a pureblood, instead reflecting a blend of Gryffindor's determination and Hufflepuff's gentleness. The hat's lengthy deliberation surely stemmed from its recognition of the myriad qualities intertwined within him. Were it not for his voluntary whisper to the Sorting Hat, he might well have been sorted into Gryffindor. Leno lifted his glass of pumpkin juice and took a sip. He recalled the light in Don's eyes when he witnessed magic at the orphanage. He remembered the whiteness of his knuckles as he clutched his acceptance letter. He thought of the resolute stride with which he approached the Slytherin table just moments ago. Perhaps this child was more complex than he had initially perceived. The pureblood bias of Slytherin loomed like an invisible wall, and Don, an orphan wielding a unique wand, had boldly thrust himself into this circle. The days ahead would likely not be easy, as Reno observed Don in the distance, striving to diminish his presence. A thought arose in his mind. Perhaps it was his influence that led Don to Slytherin. Had he truly aided him, or merely pushed him onto a more challenging path? The sorting ceremony continued, with each new student assigned to different houses, the hall resonating with applause and cheers. Yet Reno paid no further attention. His gaze fell upon the white wand box that Don had placed on the table, his fingertips lightly tapping the rim of his cup. The chosen master of the U wand had willingly stepped into the solitude of Slytherin. Chapter 70. The peculiar dawn. The following day's defense against the dark arts lesson took place in a spacious classroom, sunlight streaming through the tall windows. Yet unable to dispel the overwhelming scent of perfume emanating from Gilderoy Lockhart, who stood at the podium. He donned a peacock blue robe, its cuffs embroidered with golden threads, and toyed with a gem-studded wand, his smile radiant, reminiscent of an illustration in a book. "Good morning, dear students." His voice was more piercing than the sunlight. "I know you all can hardly wait to commence this lesson. Fear not, for today we shall learn how to confront the most cunning of magical creatures." He clapped his hands, and a cage draped in black cloth was pulled from beneath the podium. Ding, ding, ding. He unveiled the cloth, revealing a dozen gray, diminutive house elves with bat-like wings, baring their teeth at Lockhart. Cornish pixies. They are lively and mischievous, making them excellent adversaries to test your reflexes. As Lockhart's gaze swept across the classroom, it halted momentarily on Reno, and his eyes sparkled. "Oh, I nearly forgot. Is that not Reno Thorne's? The teaching assistant for last year's defense against the dark arts? What a pleasure to meet you. It seems we share a mutual passion for defensive magic." Reno forced a smile, but offered no response. Recalling how this famed professor had all but thrust a signed set of books upon him the previous day at the Leaky Cauldron. "Now let the challenge begin," Lockhart declared, not allowing anyone a moment to react as he flung open the cage door, shouting, "Capture them. Remember, use the disarming charm or the binding spell. But be careful not to harm them, of course, and do not allow them to harm you." The Cornish pixies erupted into the air, resembling a flock of frenzied gray birds. They tugged at girls' hair, snatched boys' wands, and two flew atop Lockhart's head, plucking out 2 strands of his golden hair. "Oh, mischievous little rascals." Lockhart attempted to fend them off with his wand, only to have it seized by a pixie and hurled out of the window. The classroom descended into utter chaos. Shrieks, the incantations of spells, and the sounds of overturned desks and chairs melded into a cacophony. Lockhart surveyed the disarray, the smile on his face faltering. He flitted about in a panic, failing to capture a single sprite, and instead knocked over an inkpot, splattering his blue robe with a large blot of black. "Oh, Leno," he suddenly called out, his tone urgent. "You are experienced. Quickly help everyone catch these little creatures. I will step out to find my wand and return immediately." With that, he bolted out of the classroom as if fleeing, neglecting even the hem of his fallen robe. Leno stood rooted in place, observing the flurry of sprites and his flustered classmates, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. Was this truly Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts professor? He was even less competent than last year's Quirrell. With little desire for further dialogue, he raised his wand and murmured, "Incarcerus." A silvery net of light shot forth from the tip of his wand, instantly expanding like a gigantic insect net, ensnaring all the sprites in one swift motion. As the net constricted, the sprites struggled and shrieked within, yet could not escape. With a flick of his wrist, Leno directed the net, carrying the sprites back to their cage, the door clicking shut automatically. The classroom fell silent in an instant, save for the astonished gasps of his classmates. After a considerable pause, Lockhart cautiously re-entered, visibly relieved to see the sprites settled in their cage, his smile returning with vigor. "Splendid. I knew you could do it, Leno. I wasn't fleeing. I merely remembered an important meeting I needed to attend. You resolved the situation perfectly, truly a natural wizard." No one responded. Even the Gryffindor students wore expressions of disbelief. Leno retracted his wand, uninterested in exposing his lies. As the bell rang for the end of class, Leno was the first to exit the room. The corridor teemed with students transitioning between classes, the noise swelling like a tide. Just as he intended to head to the library, he felt a gentle tug on his arm. Turning around, he found it was Dawn Morris. The first-year wizard wore a slightly oversized robe, standing awkwardly at the edge of the crowd. He fidgeted with the hem of his robe, his tousled light brown hair framing a face that betrayed his nervousness, as if he had summoned considerable courage to approach. "Senior Sones," Dawn's voice was barely audible, nearly drowned out by the surrounding clamor. "Is there something you need?" Leno paused, taken aback that a first year, whose classroom was not in the same vicinity as the second years, would be here. Dawn opened his mouth, his throat bobbing as if he had something to say, but ultimately managed only a few stammered words. I have nothing important." His gaze darted away, avoiding Leno's, his cheeks flushed, clearly betraying his unease. Leno raised an eyebrow, refraining from pressing further, and turned to leave. "Wait," Dawn suddenly called after him, his voice elevated slightly, tinged with urgency. "Senior, have you heard about the Chamber of Secrets at the school?" Leno halted in his tracks. He turned to face Dawn, a ripple of intrigue stirring within him. The Chamber of Secrets? The Slytherin's chamber? How could this first-year muggle-born know of such a thing? Yet, there was not a trace of anomaly on his face. He merely replied subtly, "The chamber? I've never heard of it. What's the matter?" Dawn's eyes briefly sparked with interest before quickly dimming, and he shook his head. "It's nothing. I just overheard someone mention it and found it intriguing." Upon finishing his words, as if fearing further inquiry from Leno, he nodded hastily. "I'll take my leave now, Senior." He turned and swiftly disappeared into the crowd, his petite figure vanishing at the corridor's end. Leno remained rooted in place, gazing at the direction of the boy's departure, his fingertips unconsciously tracing his wand. Something felt amiss. Dawn's tension appeared to transcend mere curiosity when the chamber was mentioned. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Was it fear, or perhaps expectation? How could a first-year student, having just arrived at school, be aware of a legend from centuries past? Leno furrowed his brow and continued his path toward the library. The clamor in the corridor persisted, sunlight filtering through the stained glass windows, casting mottled patches of light upon the stone floor. Yet, an inexplicable unease began to stir within him. There was something off about that boy. There must be an issue. Chapter 71. The Diary of the Knights at Hogwarts always exude an ancient tranquility. Moonlight streamed through the high-stained glass windows of the corridor, casting vibrant patterns upon the flagstone floor, while the shadows of armor elongated against the walls. Occasionally, the figures within the portraits would murmur in a dreamlike state, further enhancing the surrounding silence. Leno walked aimlessly with his hands tucked into the pockets of his robe. The castle at night starkly contrasted with its daytime vibrancy. The absence of students' chatter lent an air of somberness and mystery befitting a medieval fortress. He felt no fatigue. He merely relished the habit of strolling before sleep, allowing his thoughts to settle with each step. As he rounded a corner, his pace halted abruptly. Dawn Morris stood in the center of the corridor, his back turned toward him. The boy remained still, resembling a rigid statue. Leno softened his footsteps, approaching cautiously. By the light of the moon, he discerned Dawn's face. Those eyes, often tinged with a hint of shyness or stubbornness, were now wide open, pupils dilated, staring vacantly at the ceiling, devoid of expression, as if his soul had been extracted from his body. What is this boy doing? Leno frowned. Dawn's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. It was neither meditation nor distraction. That hollow gaze suggested he was entranced by something unseen. Following Dawn's line of sight, Leno glanced upward. But apart from the mottled stone walls and a few hanging candle chains, there was nothing amiss. He is observing something we cannot see. Isn't. A light, airy voice suddenly chimed beside him, imbued with a childlike innocence. Leno turned his head to discover Luna Lovegood standing next to him, having appeared without his notice. She wore star-shaped, colorful glasses, which, even in the dim moonlight, stood out remarkably. Leno felt a slight shock at how completely unaware he had been of her arrival. However, upon reflection, it is Luna Lovegood, that eccentric young woman dwelling in her own peculiar world, possessing an acute perception and an elusive quality that others find incomprehensible. Her sudden appearance here seems hardly surprising. Leno offered no reply, instead redirecting his gaze towards Dawn. Luna, too, refrained from further inquiry, choosing instead to observe Dawn's silhouette with keen interest through her starry sunglasses, as if scrutinizing a rare magical creature. After approximately half a minute, Dawn's shoulder subtly shifted, as if awakening from a protracted dream. His unfocused gaze gradually sharpened, and he blinked in bewilderment, glancing down at his hands before scanning the corridor. It was only then that he noticed Leno and Luna nearby. Sorns? Lovegood? His voice carried a slight rasp, tinged with the confusion of one just roused from slumber. You're here as well? Clearly, he had no recollection of his earlier day's demeanor. Luna offered him a faint smile, remaining silent as she turned and departed as quietly as she had arrived. Dawn opened his mouth, seemingly poised to inquire further, but ultimately swallowed his words, awkwardly nodding to Leno before hastily turning to walk in another direction, his steps betraying a sense of urgency. Leno watched as he vanished at the corridor's end. Deep in thought, upon his return to the Slytherin dormitory, he found the room desolate. Draco had likely taken Goyle and Crabbe to some corner to boast about his lineage, a matter of no concern to Leno. He cared little for their whereabouts. He removed his robe and casually tossed it over the back of a chair, then seated himself at his desk. The only sound in the room was the occasional crackle of the firewood in the hearth, quiet enough to hear his own breath. Leno retrieved a black leather-bound journal from the depths of his drawer. The cover bore signs of wear, the gilded letters faded, yet still recognizable as the initials of Tom Marvolo Riddle. This was also one of his Horcruxes. Leno's fingertips brushed over the cover. This marked the third Horcrux he had collected. The first two were the Golden Cup and the Diadem, and now, this diary, containing fragments of young Tom's soul, had come into his possession from Ginny Weasley. He had yet to examine it thoroughly, but now seemed the perfect moment. Leno sought to engage with this 16-year-old Tom Riddle, a boy not yet fully transformed into Voldemort, yet already revealing the seeds of ambition and cunning intelligence. He extracted a silver quill from his inkwell, dipped it in ink, and opened the diary. The pages were blank, pristine as though untouched by any prior hand. Bowing his head, he inscribed the first line on the initial page. Hello, my name is Leno Sorns. Upon completing the sentence, he set down the quill and awaited in silence. Moments later, the ink where the quill had glided appeared to come alive, slowly fading and vanishing before his eyes. Soon after, a line of pristine handwriting emerged from the bottom of the page, the letters neat and sharp, imbued with a youthful arrogance. I am Tom Riddle. Lenore gazed at the inscription, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a soft chuckle echoing within. He had taken the bait. Chapter 72. The lavatory, the ink on the diary, still glistened, fresh and wet, as Lenore observed Tom Riddle's words, his fingertips gently tapping on the tabletop. In the next moment, new letters slowly appeared, the strokes incisive, radiating a youthful pride. I was a student at Hogwarts, distinguished in my studies, recipient of various accolades for exceptional contributions. One could say I was among the finest students of this institution. No, I was the finest student. There is no comparison. Raising an eyebrow, Lenore seized the quill and inscribed below. Sounds impressive. He couldn't help but revel in the irony. At 16, Voldemort has yet to learn how to intimidate with his infamous name. Instead, he resorts to flaunting his honor roll record. It seems he considers me akin to Ginny, an easily swayed girl, attempting to bond through the guise of an esteemed predecessor. Tom's writing quickly replied, No need to concern yourself with that. I merely wish to convey my familiarity with Hogwarts. If you have any academic or social troubles, you may confide in me. Many students are eager to share their woes with me, and I invariably assist them in finding solutions. Here it comes, the pitch for mind control. Lenore stifled a laugh, his quill gliding across the paper. Troubles? None that I can discern. He paused deliberately, adding, at least I am not confined to this diary every day, deprived of sunlight and the breeze. The writing in the diary faltered. A small ink blot spread across the page, as if Tom had tightened his grip on the quill. After a full half-minute, words emerged. The tone noticeably colder. You may proceed with your tasks. Lenore looked at those 4 words, nearly bursting into laughter. Oh, is that it? Has he already cracked? It seems the young Voldemort's psychological resilience is quite fragile, far more endearing than the later version who explodes at the slightest provocation. Just as he was about to close the diary, new writing suddenly appeared, as if attempting to redirect the conversation. By the way, I know of a rather special place at Hogwarts. Lenore raised an eyebrow and cooperatively wrote, Oh, a seldom known corner, tranquil and secluded. Tom's writing seemed to take on a lighter tone, laced with an enticing hint. Would you like to see it? I assure you, no one will discover your presence. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Lenore's dark eyes. Here it comes, the invitation to the Chamber of Secrets. He seems to believe that a subtle approach will suffice. Now he resorts to tempting me with a secret hideaway. He indeed needed Tom's parcel tongue, as he could not converse with snakes on his own. Thus, he swiftly turned the quill and wrote, Sure, where? Tom's handwriting instantly became urgent, as if fearing he might reconsider. The 2nd floor, girls' lavatory. Lenore stared at the line, silent for 3 seconds, before picking up the quill and forcefully writing. Are you certain? The girls' lavatory? Diary. Absolutely. Leno clicked his tongue, the nib of his quill gliding across the page. I mean, Tom, isn't it a bit peculiar to invite someone to explore the girls' restroom? This time, the diary remained silent for an extended period. The paper lay blank for nearly a minute, without a single ink blot appearing, as if Tom had thrown down his quill in frustration. Leno could almost envision the expression of that dark-haired boy, his face flushed with a mix of rage and restraint. After all, he still needed Tom to unlock the secret chamber. Just as Leno thought this endeavor might come to naught, a line of text finally struggled to emerge. The handwriting crooked and clearly marked by impatience. Cut the nonsense, just go. Well then, Senior, you certainly play your cards well. Leno chuckled, stowing away his quill and slipping the diary into the pocket of his robe. Although the choice of the girls' restroom as the location for the secret chamber was not dictated by Voldemort, it would still serve to vex him. He rose to his feet and pushed open the dormitory door. The Slytherin common room was deserted in the late hours, with only the flickering firelight casting dancing shadows upon the stone walls. He was familiar with the girls' restroom on the 2nd floor, reputed to be the haunt of the Weeping Myrtle, a place long abandoned and indeed quite secluded. The selection of this locale was certainly worthy of critique. Leno ascended the spiral staircase, the suits of armor in the corridor glinting coldly in the moonlight. Occasionally, a wizard from a portrait would peer out at him, only to be met with a fierce glare in return. Before long, he stood before the entrance to the restroom. The door was made of oak, intricately carved with entwined floral patterns, the handle rusted and worn. Inside, the faint sound of dripping water echoed, each drop resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. Leno touched the diary in his pocket, thinking, all right then, peculiar is peculiar, but for the sake of the chamber, I shall endure. He pushed the door open with a creak, the decaying hinges protesting noisily. The restroom was cleaner than he had anticipated, merely coated with a thin layer of dust. The marble sink gleamed, adorned with a row of brass faucets, one of which was particularly strange in shape, resembling a coiled serpent. Leno approached the serpentine faucet and halted. He retrieved his diary, opened it, and wrote, I have arrived. Now what? Surely, I am not expected to converse with this faucet? Moments latte. 2 words appeared on the page, succinct and commanding. Speak. Chapter 73. The Chamber. The phrase speak still glistened with fresh ink, and Leno raised an eyebrow. Pausing his quill on the page, what shall I say? Surely, I am not to greet the faucet? The paper lay blank for a moment. Then a faint hissing sound emerged from the diary. The sound was akin to a serpent's hiss, imbued with a chilling resonance, entwined with archaic syllables. Obscure, yet imbued with an irresistible force. Tom Riddle, repeat after this voice. Leno listened intently, the serpent-like syllables swirling in his mind. He attempted to mimic them. His tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, producing the first hissing sound, dry and harsh, like rusty iron scraping against one another. The hissing sound from the diary paused momentarily before repeating at a more languid pace. Leno took a deep breath, centering his focus. This time, his tongue seemed to possess a will of its own, rolling and flicking with fluidity as an obscure sequence of syllables spilled forth from his throat, resonating with the genuine, chilling timbre of parcel tongue. Hiss opened the passage. The instant his voice faded, the serpentine faucet in the center of the washroom began to tremble violently. The brass serpent's eyes ignited with an eerie green glow, and the faucet slowly twisted, revealing a pitch-black opening beneath. A damp breeze, rich with the scent of earth, surged forth from the abyss. "Tom Riddle, leave. This is not where you belong." The script in the diary hastened, as if the fate had suddenly shifted. Yet, Leno merely smiled. How could he leave? Had he exerted so much effort merely to turn away? Before the diary could inscribe another word, Leno leapt into the dark void. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only a few seconds before he landed on a narrow stone staircase. The steps were slick with moisture, covered in moss, while the cold stone walls oozed droplets of water. The air was thick with a musty odor, mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible fishy scent, reminiscent of a serpent's den. Leno drew his wand and uttered a spell of illumination. The blue light at the tip of his wand pierced the darkness, illuminating the winding staircase that descended before him. He proceeded down the steps, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the vast corridor like a drumbeat against bone. After an indeterminate time, the staircase culminated in a vast underground chamber, where torches embedded in the stone walls radiated a green glow, illuminating a solid stone door at the center. Countless entwined serpents were intricately carved upon the door, their eyes glimmering in the same eerie green, as if they might spring to life at any moment. Approaching the stone door, Leno regarded the serpentine engravings and spoke once more, his parcel tongue infused with undeniable authority. Hiss opened the door. The door emitted a deep, resonant crack as the serpentine carvings seemed to awaken, slithering away along the crevices, revealing the deeper darkness within. At that moment, the diary in Leno's pocket began to tremble violently, as if yearning to break free. Just as he attempted to restrain it, the diary shot forth, landing on the ground ahead with a thud. With a snap, the diary opened, and a plume of black smoke surged from its pages, coalescing into the form of a 16-year-old boy, dark-haired, pale-faced, clad in Hogwarts robes, standing with his back to Leno. He was tall, yet exuded an aura of malevolence that belied his youth. It was Tom Riddle. Slowly, he turned to face Leno, his green eyes glinting coldly in the firelight, a sardonic smirk playing at the corners of his lips, ready to speak. "Boy, it seems you've uncovered knowledge not meant for you. Avada Kedavra." Leno did not grant him the chance to finish. His wand was aimed directly at Tom, and a blinding green light shot forth. Tom's pupils dilated suddenly. His green eyes filled with disbelief. This boy would cast Avada Kedavra? No one had informed him. As the green light permeated his body, it passed through like a phantom, leaving no trace behind. Tom was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a low, rumbling laughter. Remarkable. To wield the unforgivable curse at such a tender age. Even earlier than I did. His gaze appraised Leno, as if evaluating a curious artifact. Yet regrettably, this body was merely a projection of my memories, not the true essence. "Your death curse cannot harm me," Leno scoffed, retracting his wand. "Do you understand what it means for a villain to perish from excessive verbosity, Mr. Voldemort?" The name Voldemort struck Tom like a thunderclap, freezing his smile in place, the derision in his green eyes transforming into profound shock. What? How could he know that name? It is the deepest secret he harbors, the title of his future. No student of his age could possibly be aware of it. Just as Tom was about to inquire further, Leno had already raised his wand, his voice buoyant. "Come forth, diary." The diary that hovered in the air immediately darted back into Leno's hand, as if drawn by an invisible thread. He closed the diary, lightly tapping its cover with his fingertips, gazing at Tom's suddenly pale face, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. "Isn't this your true essence? You said so yourself, Mr. Riddle." Chapter 74. The Deal, Don't Touch It. Tom Riddle's projection suddenly shrieked, panic replacing the malice in his green eyes, his once imposing figure trembling slightly. "What do you intend to do? Put it down. I will agree to anything. Wealth, secrets, the hidden passages of Hogwarts. Just return the diary to me. Leno weighed the diary in his hand, the leather cover cool against his fingertips. Observing Tom's frantic demeanor, a playful smile crept onto his face, as if a thought had occurred to him. Oh, you will agree to anything? He paused, his fingertips gently tapping the cover, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Then let us strike a bargain. Upon hearing Leno articulate his intentions, Tom's projection froze in place. His green eyes fixed on Leno as if weighing a significant decision. The green light from the stone wall cast shifting shadows on his pale face. After a prolonged silence, he swallowed hard, stiffly nodding, his voice dry as if sandpapered fine. Leno smiled with satisfaction, tucking the diary into the inner pocket of his robe, ensuring it would not easily fall. After completing this, he lifted his gaze to Tom, his tone returning to calmness. Where is the basilisk? Tom's projection clearly hesitated, seemingly unprepared for the abrupt query, and after a few seconds of uncertainty, he replied, It has left the Chamber of Secrets. Left? Leno frowned, scanning the empty stone chamber. When I entered, I saw no signs of any exit being disturbed. The restroom's mechanism is the master switch, Tom explained reluctantly. It serves not only as the entrance, but also triggers hidden exits throughout the castle. The serpent creature has likely departed through another exit. Leno, he nearly rolled his eyes. After all the trouble of breaking into the secret chamber, only to find that the main entity had already fled, it felt akin to striking a fist against cotton, full of strength yet devoid of purpose. Understood. Leno, weary of further conversation, turned to head towards the stone stairs. Wait, Tom suddenly called out to him, his projected gaze fixated on the pocket where Leno kept his belongings. His lips moved as if to utter something, but ultimately, it transformed into a suppressed grunt. Leno cast a glance back at him, his thoughts as clear as day. Hoping to retrieve the diary? Perhaps in another life. As for your essence, I shall safeguard it for now. He patted his pocket, his tone as casual as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. Following me is certainly preferable to languishing in this lightless chamber. Tom's projection clenched his fists, his green eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Yet, as he gazed at the diary within Leno's pocket and recalled the unhesitating Avada Kedavra from earlier, all his anger eventually morphed into resignation. He had no alternative. Lacking the diary as a vessel, his projection could not endure for long, let alone manipulate another to open the chamber. Flickering shadows danced momentarily before Tom's projection dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, merging into the diary nestled in Leno's pocket. Feeling a slight tremor emanating from the diary, Leno did not linger, turning to ascend the stone steps. The return journey was significantly swifter than the initial trek. As he traversed the passage beneath the serpentine faucet and pushed open the decrepit wooden door of the girls' lavatory, the moonlight in the corridor remained bright, casting the shadow of armor that stood silently against the wall, as if nothing had transpired. Just as he prepared to retreat to the Slytherin common room, his peripheral vision caught sight of a slender figure. Don Morris huddled in the shadows around the corridor's corner, his back against the cold stone wall, arms wrapped around his knees, head buried in the crook of his arm, shoulders trembling slightly, as though shivering. Why are you still here? Leno approached, looking down at him from above. Don abruptly lifted his head, his tousled light brown hair a mess, bloodshot eyes glistening with tears still fresh on his cheeks. Upon seeing Leno, he recoiled like a startled rabbit, his voice faltering. Senior Sorns, I feel rather strange. What seems strange? Leno raised an eyebrow. Don shook his head vigorously, fingers unconsciously digging into the crevices of the stone wall, his voice tinged with a whimper. I don't know. It's just very odd, odder than last time in the corridor. It's as if something is watching me cold and close by. Leno's brow furrowed. Strange? Being watched? The gaze of the serpent could indeed petrify, yet it relied on visual attack, and only Parseltongue could discern its movements. How could a muggle-born like Don, who did not even speak Parseltongue, perceive the serpent? Moreover, he had exhibited unusual behavior even before the serpent departed. Leno gazed at Don's fearful expression, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could this boy's peculiar behavior be unrelated to the basilisk? What could it possibly be? He crouched down, locking eyes with Don. What exactly do you feel? Cold or nauseous? Don bit his lip, contemplating for a long while, ultimately shaking his head. Tears spilling down his cheeks. I don't know, it just feels terrible. Leno fell silent. It seemed futile to inquire further at this moment. He rose to his feet and gently patted Dawn's shoulder. It's best to return to your dormitory and get some rest. We can discuss it tomorrow. Dawn nodded, sniffling as he stood up, his steps unsteady as he made his way toward the first-year dormitory. The moonlight illuminated his frail silhouette, the white yuan barely visible in the pocket of his robe, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Leno watched him disappear at the end of the corridor, his fingers brushing against the diary tucked inside his inner pocket. The basilisk had emerged from the chamber, yet the source of Dawn's distress remained elusive. This night seemed to be more chaotic than he had anticipated. He turned and headed toward the Slytherin common room, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the cover of the diary. The diary lay still in his pocket. Perhaps Tom Riddle was sulking over his lost freedom. Leno chuckled softly. Regardless of whether it was the basilisk Dawn or the youthful spirit trapped within the pages of the diary, the days ahead would likely be anything but tranquil. Chapter 75. The first petrification incident the morning at Hogwarts was shattered by a piercing roar. It was not the shrieks of students, but a furious and panicked growl, akin to a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, yet far more ferocious. As Leno stepped out of the Slytherin common room, he noticed students rushing towards the source of the sound at the end of the second-floor corridor. Filch was pacing like an enraged bull, his movements frantic. What had transpired? Draco, flanked by Goyle and Crabbe, craned his neck, eager with excitement, wondering which unfortunate soul Filch had caught roaming the halls at night. Leno paid him no heed and followed the throng forward. A thought stirred within him. According to the original story, Filch's cat would likely be the first to suffer. At the end of the corridor, Filch was beating his chest against the stone wall, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. My Mrs. Norris. Who did this? Who cast a spell on my cat? A circle of students gathered, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse. Before the stone wall, a ginger tabby cat was rigidly pressed against the stones, its limbs outstretched, tail erect, eyes wide open, its pupils frozen in sheer terror. Its fur had taken on a stony gray hue. Even its whiskers appeared to be encased in petrified plaster. There was no trace of blood. Leno's gaze swept across the wall, pristine and devoid of any crimson markings. It was clear that Ginny had not been controlled by the diary. Hence, there would be no indication that the chamber had been breached. Clear the way. Professor McGonagall strode purposefully through the throng, the hem of her black robe sweeping the ground, her expression grave, as if it were about to drip with water. Argus, calm down. Calm? Filch whirled around, his eyes ablaze, glaring at the surrounding students as if ready to unleash flames. My cat has been turned to stone. It must have been you little rascals. Which wizarding brat has employed dark magic? Mr. Filch, came Snape's voice from the back of the crowd, imbued with his customary chill. The petrification curse is not something an ordinary student can execute with ease. His dark eyes scanned the cat. This is not a typical petrification curse. The murmurs among the students surged like a tide. How did Mrs. Norris end up like this? Like a stone. Terrifying. Could it be a creature from a forbidden forest? The mention of a monster silenced the crowd for a brief moment, only to erupt into an even greater uproar. After all, for some second-year students and above, last year's troll incident had already instilled a sense of dread. Yet this time, there were no blood-written messages left by Ginny under the influence of a diary, which only deepened the confusion surrounding the bizarre petrification and its implications. Professor McGonagall's countenance darkened further as she turned to Snape. Severus, go immediately to inform Professor Dumbledore. I shall remain here to oversee the scene. Snape nodded, his black robe billowing as he turned to leave. As he passed by Lenon, his cold eyes flicked over him, as if assessing something. Yet he said nothing and swiftly vanished around the corridor's bend. Lenon stood at the periphery of the crowd, gazing at the petrified feline, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the inner pocket of his robe where Tom Riddle's diary lay, feeling the coolness of its leather cover through the fabric. Indeed, it is Mrs. Norris. He pondered. Without the diary controlling Ginny, there are certainly no blood-written messages. Lenon. Harry and Ron squeezed through the crowd, both bearing troubled expressions. Ron pointed at the stone cat on the wall, his voice trembling. Did you see? Filch's cat has been turned to stone. What on earth is going on? Is there really a monster? Hermione followed closely behind, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with contemplation. Professor McGonagall forbids us from approaching, but I saw it clearly. Mrs. Norris's eyes were wide open, as if she had suddenly encountered something extraordinarily terrifying. An ordinary petrification curse would not leave such an intense mark of fear. Lenon nodded. Indeed, it is far from ordinary. He said little more, turning to head towards the classroom. The basilisk had begun to stir. This was merely the beginning. Throughout the day, Hogwarts was shrouded in a palpable sense of dread. During breakfast, the conversations at the long table were hushed to half their usual volume, each person casting furtive glances around, fearful that they might be the next victim. Filch haunted the corridors like a specter, wielding his feather duster, his gaze fiercely scanning each student, muttering to himself, "Just wait. I will find the culprit." I knew it. Draco's voice resonated at the Slytherin long table, laced with unabashed schadenfreude. Muggle-born wizards had no place at Hogwarts now. They had summoned all manner of filth. Goyle and Crabbe followed suit with foolish laughter, while several students from pureblood families wore expressions of agreement. Don sat at the first-year table, head bowed, methodically scooping mashed potatoes from his plate. His fingers gripped the silver spoon tightly, knuckles paling. Leno cast a sidelong glance at him. The boy appeared particularly listless today, faint shadows beneath his eyes suggesting a restless night. Earlier in the corridor, Leno had seen him standing before the petrified wall of Mrs. Norris, staring vacantly at the cat's shadow, his complexion even more pallid than usual. "What is the matter?" Leno inquired as he settled beside him. Don jumped, nearly dropping his spoon. He lifted his gaze, eyes bloodshot, and voice barely above a whisper, "Senior, I felt it again last night." "Felt what?" That icy gaze. Don's voice trembled, clearer than before. It was like breath at my ear. I could even hear a strange sound, a hissing like a snake slithering. Leno's fingers stilled momentarily. A hissing sound? Basilisks produced such sounds, but only Parseltongue could comprehend them. How could a muggle-born like Don perceive it? Was his connection to the creature more profound than he had anticipated? "Don't frighten yourself," Leno reassured him with a calm pat on the shoulder. "Perhaps the recent rumors have made you overly anxious." Don nodded, but remained tense, returning to his mashed potatoes as if concealing something. Yet Leno sensed that the situation was far from simple. Later that evening, Leno returned to the dormitory and retrieved his diary from his pocket. Upon opening it, Tom Riddle's handwriting awaited him, tinged with unmistakable urgency. "Did you see that cat? Just a warning." Leno picked up his quill and wrote, "Your pet is rather precise. If memory serves, it usually prefers to attack the living. It is obedient." Tom's writing bore a hint of arrogance. Before shifting the subject, "When do you plan to commence our transaction?" Leno raised an eyebrow. It seemed Tom was eager to use him to regain his strength. After some thought, he penned, "When I require it. Until then, keep your pet in check. I cannot afford any disruptions." The diary remained silent for a brief moment before responding. "It obeys only my commands." "Then let heed mine." Leno inscribed this final remark and closed the diary. He understood that Tom would not easily acquiesce, but with the diary in his possession, the initiative would forever rest with him. This Horcrux was merely a plaything in the palm of his hand. Just as he set the diary down, the dormitory door swung open. Draco burst in, reeking of alcohol, his face devoid of any semblance of merriment, instead marred by a hint of irritation. "My father has sent word that the Ministry of Magic has commenced an investigation into the petrification incidents at Hogwarts. He also mentioned that it might be connected to the heir of Slytherin." Renaud did not respond. "Do you think there is truly an heir?" Draco approached him, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. "How would I know? Our family is the closest to Slytherin among purebloods." Renaud looked at him, suddenly finding the situation somewhat amusing. This lad might still be dreaming of being the heir of Slytherin. "Who knows?" Renaud replied nonchalantly. "Perhaps they are right beside us." Draco's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again. "Impossible. If there were, they would have revealed themselves by now." He rambled on, but Renaud ceased to listen. His gaze drifted through the dormitory window, resting on the forbidden forest beyond the castle. The night deepened, and the eerie howls of wolves echoed from the forest, seemingly responding to the unrest within the castle. "Mrs. Loris is merely the beginning. The basilisk still roams the castle. Dawn's anomalies are becoming increasingly evident, and Tom Riddle stirs within the diary, while my dealings with him are destined to stir deeper waters." Renaud touched the cover of the diary, feeling the coolness of the leather beneath his fingertips. Chapter 76. Quidditch coach. The grass of the Quidditch pitch shimmered in a freshly trimmed emerald hue. The Slytherin players donned their silver and green uniforms, congregating in small groups at the edge of the field, their brooms carelessly tossed at their feet. Draco was animatedly gesticulating, eliciting fits of laughter from Goyle and Crabbe, while even the captain leaned against the goalpost, idly tossing a quaffle. Renaud sat at the highest point of the stands, twirling a brass telescope in his hands, the lens revealing Draco's smug expression with startling clarity. He clicked his tongue, internally lamenting, is this the level of training? No wonder they're being outperformed by Gryffindor. Slytherin's reputation is at stake. Do you find it amusing to spy on the players' training? A cold voice suddenly pierced through the air behind him, like an icicle shattering the afternoon sun. Renaud turned to see Snape standing on the steps, his black robes cascading to the ground, his gaze colder than the wind beside the pitch. Or do you believe you could grace the field and add some levity to Slytherin? Renaud rolled his eyes inwardly. Does this old bat possess a duplication charm? How's he everywhere? He set down the telescope and stood leisurely. Professor, you misunderstand. I merely came to appreciate my teammates' training prowess. He gestured toward the field, yet it seems they're more engrossed in conversation. Snape followed his gaze, his brow furrowing into a knot. The Slytherin players were still frolicking, failing to establish any semblance of a formation. Nevertheless, he offered Renaud no semblance of approval. What? Do you wish to replace Madame Hooch's coach? Renaud pondered for a moment, realizing that it indeed seemed more entertaining than perusing Tom Riddle's diary day after day. He shrugged. Perhaps, at least I want to let them bask in the sun on the field. Brazenly, Snape's tone grew colder. Do not presume that a modicum of cleverness in defense against the dark arts class grants you the authority to meddle in Quidditch. He turned to leave, but Leno suddenly called out, will the professor truly stand by and watch Gryffindor claim victory in this year's cup? Snape halted his steps. Leno ascended 2 steps, his voice low yet clear. Give me a month, and I shall ensure Slytherin triumphs over Gryffindor. Snape slowly turned back, the hem of his dark cloak fluttering in the breeze. He regarded Leno for a prolonged moment, his black eyes betraying no emotion, before uttering, in a month, I expect to see results. With that, he turned and strode away without a backward glance. Leno watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, mention Gryffindor, and he was hooked. The old bat's competitive spirit surpassed that of anyone else. The following day, the Quidditch pitch erupted in chaos. When Snape, with an impassive demeanor, announced that Lenox Thorne would serve as Slytherin's temporary Quidditch coach, the players' expressions resembled those of specters. However, our dear Professor Snape paid no heed to their bewildered faces, sweeping away in his cloak. Once Snape departed, a resonant voice rang out from the crowd. What? Let him be the coach? A robust 5th-year Slytherin player scoffed, sizing Leno up as if he were a jest. Can your broom even lift off the ground? The other team members erupted into laughter. Even the captain frowned. Only Draco refrained from laughing, retreating into the crowd, his expression complex. He had witnessed Leno employ the revealing charm to teleport Harry and Ron. This fellow undoubtedly harbored hidden talents. The boy stepped closer, his shoulder nearly brushing against Leno's face. Dare to have a match? Lose, and you'll scurry back to your locker room. Don't embarrass yourself here. Leno raised an eyebrow, eager to assert his authority. Just as he was about to agree, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, the system never granted any Quidditch-related talents. I'm currently at a mere 2nd-year level. He frantically shouted in his mind, System, lend me your strength. I'm already the coach. It's unreasonable to lack any Quidditch talent. I'm waiting. This is urgent. Ding. Detection confirms host has successfully assumed the role of Slytherin Quidditch coach. Reward: World Cup mastery in Quidditch. Leno felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly bursting into laughter. This system truly understands me. It has an impressive name. But as long as it's effective, that's what matters. Let us compete then. Leno seized a nearby spare broomstick and mounted it. What are we competing in? Catching the golden snitch. The boy lifted his chin with pride. Whoever catches it first wins. The moment they ascended, the boy shot off like an arrow, the tail of his broom trailing a silver line behind him. Leno deliberately slowed his pace, trailing him by half a pitch, eliciting another round of laughter from the players below. See, I told you he has nothing special. The young man cast a fleeting glance back, a grin stretching nearly to his ears. Yet, in the next moment, Leno suddenly bent down, and with a swift motion, the broom shot forth as if bewitched, slicing through the air with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages. Before the boy could comprehend the situation, Leno had already circled around to his front. The golden snitch emerged from the clouds, only to be seized by Leno's hand. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The boy froze mid-air, his mouth agape, capable of swallowing a Quidditch ball. Laughter from the ground ceased abruptly, teammates exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Leno toyed with the golden snitch in his grasp, raising his chin at the boy, challenging him. Care for another round? The boy's face flushed crimson as he abruptly turned his broom, descending in defeat. In the following days, the atmosphere at Slytherin's Quidditch pitch underwent a transformation. Leno stood at the center, a silver whistle clenched between his teeth, wielding a megaphone borrowed from the Weasley twins. Men's team, sprint at 1,000 meters. Women's team, 800 meters. He blew the whistle, the sound reverberating painfully in the ears, commanding speed. Do not let the Gryffindors witness your current state. We cannot afford to lose. The players gritted their teeth and surged forward. Brooms lined up in the sky like a flock of startled ducks. The fifth-year boy lagged behind, still bearing a sour expression, yet he dared not slacken his pace. As Leno observed the formation in the sky, he nodded slightly. Not bad, at least they know to move. He pulled out his binoculars, adjusting them to focus on Gryffindor's practice field, where Harry was practicing dives on his Nimbus 2000, his movements exemplary, akin to a textbook illustration. Leno whistled again, calling through the megaphone. Did you all see that? Those are your opponents. If you wish to avoid defeat, add another 500 meters. The Slytherin players groaned in unison, yet they could only muster the resolve to accelerate. Leaning against the goalpost, with the sun casting a warm glow, Leno mused that being a coach had its merits. Chapter 77. A fresh start. The wind across the Quidditch pitch carried the coolness of late autumn, swirling grass clippings through the air. The Slytherin players formed an orderly line, their silver-green uniforms glinting coldly in the sunlight, the air currents trailing from their brooms, weaving into a network, a stark contrast to the disarray of a week prior. Leno stood at the center, twirling the silver whistle, surveying the aerial formation. Draco, serving as the seeker, practiced sharp stops and turns, his movements significantly more polished than before, though his face still bore a reluctant expression. The robust fifth-year player occupied the beater's position, demonstrating noticeable improvements in both strength and accuracy, albeit still casting awkward glances at Leno without uttering a single word of complaint. Well done. Leno blew the whistle, the voice from the megaphone resonating with approval. Now, let us engage in a scrimmage. Goalkeeper, defend the left goalpost. Beaters, protect the seeker. I want to see genuine teamwork, not just individuals flying about. The team members dispersed at his command. The quaffle was abruptly tossed into the air, and the cacophony of collisions, shouts, and the whistling of brooms slicing through the air melded together, finally resembling a semblance of a match. It seems your efforts have borne some fruit. At least it's not lacking. Leno turned to find Snape standing at the edge of the stands, his dark robes clinging to him in the wind, a copy of advanced potion-making in hand, yet his gaze remained fixated on the pitch. It's merely a preliminary adjustment, Professor, Leno shrugged, acknowledging that they were still far from triumphing over Gryffindor. Snape's eyes swept over the players, skillfully intercepting the quaffle in mid-air, ultimately resting on Draco, who deftly evaded a bludger. He subtly pursed his lips, better than sunbathing. He closed the book, adding, do not become complacent. Madame Hooch's standards are quite high. With that, he turned and departed, his robe trailing down the steps of the stands, leaving a faint scent of absinthe in his wake. Leno chuckled at his retreating figure. This was likely the closest to praise the old bat would ever offer. Why was it so arduous for him to commend one's achievements? Why did they suddenly appear to have transformed like a different team? In a corner of the Gryffindor stands, Ron clung to the railing, his chin nearly dropping. Harry frowned, gripping the handle of his Nimbus 2000 tightly enough to turn his knuckles white. The Slytherin players' coordination was markedly superior to that of last year's final match, particularly Draco, who had once been all bluster. That sudden stop and turn had even impressed him. It was undoubtedly Leno's influence. Hermione, clutching Quidditch through the ages, had a glimmer of contemplation in her eyes. Although the training methods were peculiar, they proved effective. Harry remained silent, his gaze fixed on a silver-green figure by the edge of the field. Leno was gazing upwards, a casual smile gracing his lips, as if directing a Quidditch practice was as effortless as flicking his wand to conjure a flower. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant individual had molded a ragtag group into a formidable team. He found himself unexpectedly eager for the upcoming match. By the time training concluded, the sunset had painted the sky in hues of orange and red. The players, weary yet satisfied, gathered their brooms without complaint. Even Draco merely muttered about being exhausted before following the group back to the castle. As Leno was putting away the megaphone, his peripheral vision caught sight of a slight figure behind the trees at the edge of the pitch. It was Dawn, the boy squatted behind the bushes, revealing only half of his face, his light brown hair tousled by the wind, his eyes fixed intently on the empty field, as if watching something that was not there. Leno had noticed him during the most intense moments of training. He had not moved an inch. As Leno approached, Dawn flinched as if scalded, rising to flee. But Leno called out, "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in evening class?" Dawn's face paled instantly, his fingers twisting the hem of his robe. His voice barely above a whisper, "I was passing by, heard it was noisy here, so I..." "Heard what?" Leno raised an eyebrow, sensing that there was more to the story. Dawn lowered his head even further, his shoulders trembling slightly. "No, I didn't see anything. Just felt there was a sound in the wind." "What sound?" "Hissing." Dawn's voice quivered with a hint of tears, drawing nearer than before, as if he were whispering in one's ear. "Senior, is there something lurking near the Quidditch pitch?" Leno gazed into his terrified eyes and suddenly recalled Tom Riddle mentioning that the basilisk could traverse the castle's pipes and vents. Was there a passage beneath the Quidditch pitch that connected to the Chamber of Secrets? He patted Dawn's shoulder, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Don't think too much. It could merely be the wind whistling through the pipes. Let us return to the castle. It's unsafe after dark." Dawn nodded, nearly fleeing as he ran, his slight figure swiftly vanishing along the path to the castle. Leno remained rooted in place, watching the direction of his disappearance, his brow furrowing gradually. This boy's peculiarities were becoming increasingly frequent, and his uncanny ability to appear precisely where the basilisk might leave traces. Was it mere coincidence, or was some invisible force guiding him? By the time Leno returned to the dormitory, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. He retrieved his diary from his pocket. As he opened it, Tom Riddle's handwriting eagerly emerged. "You seem particularly concerned about that Muggleborn. Is he truly insignificant enough to warrant your repeated attention?" Leno picked up a quill and casually inscribed, "None of your business. It's hard to explain anything to someone like you, who lingers in a diary all day." The paper remained blank for a moment, as if rendered speechless by this retort. Leno intended to close the book, but Tom's handwriting reappeared, laced with palpable disdain. "Quidditch? What value does that childish game hold? You should focus on more pressing matters, such as allowing me to help you deal with those mudbloods." Leno scoffed softly, the quill gliding across the page. "My affairs are none of your concern." He paused deliberately, adding, "What is wrong? Are you so disdainful of those born muggles? They do not deserve to be wizards." Tom's writing instantly turned fierce, the ink nearly tearing through the page. "They tarnish the bloodline of wizards." Leno chuckled at that line, lightly tapping the quill. "Are you yourself pureblood?" The paper abruptly stilled, the ink spreading into a small blot, as if Tom were momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he struggled to respond. "This has nothing to do with me. I seek a better future for the wizarding world." "Are you yourself pureblood?" Leno reiterated, the query unmistakably pressing. "Without those mudbloods, under the guidance of pureblood wizards, the magical world could become perfect." Tom seemed to roar, his writing twisted with rage as he deliberately evaded the question itself. Leno chose to disregard the incendiary remarks, simply writing down once more, "Are you yourself pureblood?" This time, the diary fell utterly silent. On the blank sheet of paper, no new words emerged, not even a single ink blot. It was as if the soul within was pinned down by that sentence, all anger and arrogance frozen in silence. Leno closed the diary and casually tossed it back into the drawer. A cold smile flickered within him as he thought, "I am merely a half-breed. Yet here I am pretending to be a pure-blood aristocrat. The more one lacks something, the more one tends to flaunt it." Outside the window, the wolves howled once more, carrying an unsettling tone. Leno approached the window, the castle lights flickering in the night, like eyes concealing countless secrets. The Quidditch match was merely 3 days away, and the shadows lurking beneath the light seemed to grow ever denser with the approach of the competition. Chapter 78. The Quidditch match. The cheers from the Quidditch pitch nearly overturned the sky. Silver-green banners waved in the stands. The Slytherin students screamed in triumph. Even Snape stood at the edge of the stands, his fingers unconsciously stroking the handle of his wand beneath his black robes. A barely perceptible curve graced his lips, but was quickly suppressed. On the field, Draco hovered on his broom, holding the golden snitch aloft. The silver-green team uniform billowed in the wind, and his face betrayed an unmistakable pride. Yet, he did not dare to flaunt his usual arrogance. Instead, he stole a glance toward Leno. Upon seeing Leno nod, he boldly gestured victory toward the Slytherin stands. No one noticed that Harry was plummeting from the sky, in a struggle for the snitch. He had been struck by the tail end of Draco's broom. Losing his balance, he fell from his Nimbus 2000. With a thud, he crashed onto the grass. Before he could rise, an uncontrolled bludger hurtled toward him like a cannonball, striking his left arm with a sickening crack. Harry let out a muffled groan as pain shot through him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione dashed down the stands in a frenzy. Gilderoy Lockhart also rushed over, his face plastered with a self-assured grin. Don't worry, I'll help you. He raised his wand and shouted, bone to be set. A beam of white light struck Harry's arm. But instead of relief, Harry screamed in agony, his face as pale as a sheet. It hurts. My arm. Leno hurried over, instantly sensing something was amiss. Harry's left arm hung limply, the sleeve sagging. Evidently, Lockhart's spell had rendered Harry's bones non-existent. Without waiting for Lockhart to rectify the situation, Leno retrieved a small glass vial from his robe pocket. The vial contained a milky liquid. He twisted off the cap and handed it to Harry. Drink this. It's bone regrowth potion. Trembling with pain, Harry accepted the vial and downed it in one gulp. The spicy liquid slid down his throat. Harry felt a sudden, tingling sensation in his left arm. His twisted bones gradually returned to their rightful positions, and the pain began to dissipate. How would you bring this? Hermione inquired, astonished. Just in case, said Reno, shrugging. He was already aware of Lockhart's incompetence. Even if the plot had altered, the man's propensity for botched spells remained unchanged. Madame Pomfrey swiftly arrived, lifting Harry onto a stretcher to transport him to the infirmary. Lockhart attempted to offer an explanation, but the incredulous gazes of the students rendered him speechless. He could only sulkily follow behind as they departed. Well done, Severus remarked, approaching. His gaze swept over the empty vial in Reno's hand. More dependable than certain professors who merely create chaos. As it should be, Professor, Reno replied with a smile. With Slytherin having won the match, the old bat's mood had evidently improved. The sun sank quickly by the time Reno finished reviewing the team's performance. Darkness had enveloped the landscape. The torches in the castle corridors emitted a warm orange glow, and the shadows of suits of armor danced upon the walls. The corridor was unusually quiet, so much so that even the portraits had ceased their usual merriment. An oppressive tension hung in the air. Turning a corner, Reno noticed a gathering of people ahead. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall stood at the forefront, their expressions grave. A few younger students huddled behind, trembling in fear. What has happened? Reno approached. Dumbledore slowly turned, the joviality absent from his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles. Another attack. He stepped aside, gesturing for Reno to look down. Lying on the ground was a slight figure, a first-year Gryffindor student named Colin Creevey. Dressed in a crimson robe, his body was curled rigidly, his skin a stone-like pallor. This was indeed the appearance of petrification. Clutched tightly in his hand was a silver camera, its lens cap lying beside him. Clearly, Colin had encountered an attack while photographing. On the wall behind him, two distorted lines were inscribed in dark red liquid, glimmering ominously in the torchlight. The chamber has been opened. Beware, enemies of the heir. Reno's heart sank. How could there be blood writing? He had taken the diary from Ginny. Tom Riddle no longer had a vessel to manipulate others. Logically, this iconic warning should not have appeared. Had something gone awry? Professor, do you need assistance? Reno suppressed his shock and inquired. Dumbledore shook his head, his voice somber. The ministry has been informed. Madame Pomfrey will attend to Colin. You should return to your dormitory. Try not to wander alone tonight. Reno nodded and greeted Professor McGonagall before swiftly turning and departing. The torches in the corridor flickered ominously. Those two lines of blood-red words were indelibly etched in his mind, a mark that refused to fade. He did not find Colin's petrification particularly strange, as it was an event that existed in the original narrative. What piqued his curiosity was that, despite the diary not being in control of Ginny, who could have inscribed those blood letters? Upon returning to his dormitory, Reno locked the door behind him. He retrieved the diary from the drawer and fervently flipped it open. "Did you write those blood words?" he inquired, his handwriting tinged with urgency as he grasped the quill. After a few moments, Tom Riddle's handwriting gradually emerged, exuding a hint of nonchalant arrogance. "And so what?" "It merely serves as a reminder to Hogwarts of who truly reigns here." "How did you accomplish that?" Reno pressed further. "Aren't you unable to control others?" "Who said anything about controlling others?" Tom's handwriting carried a note of mockery. "I manifested myself physically. Unfortunately, such opportunities are few." Reno furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "Each time I summon my physical form, it saps my life force. The writing slowed, the ink becoming fainter. The last confrontation in the Chamber of Secrets drained a considerable amount. This time, writing the blood words has left me depleted. For a while, it will be exceedingly difficult to solidify again." As Reno read those words, a sudden urge to laugh bubbled within him. "Ah, I see," he scoffed internally. 16-year-old Tom Riddle is quite the pragmatist. With no puppets to manipulate, he risks his life force to create chaos. Truly, those destined to become Dark Lords are anything but simple. He closed the diary and tossed it back into the drawer. The emergence of the blood words had disrupted his expectations. Tom Riddle was more difficult to control than he had anticipated. Even without a puppet, he could still stir up trouble. Reno approached the window, gazing out at the dark, forbidden forest that loomed beyond the castle. A chill wind blew in through the open window, ruffling the Quidditch training schedule on the table. Slytherin had triumphed in the match, a cause for celebration. Yet now, those two lines of blood-red words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a colossal stone. Chapter 79. The dueling club. The morning at Hogwarts was shrouded in a damp, cold mist. The corridors were devoid of their usual clamor. Groups of students huddled against the walls, their eyes warily scanning every corner, speaking in hushed tones. The news of Colin's petrification and the appearance of the blood words had spread throughout the school overnight. The Chamber of Secrets and the monster had become words that no one dared to utter aloud. "I heard Colin was attacked on his way to the bathroom. Are the blood words real? I can't bear to look. It's too frightening. Will we be next?" Reno moved through the crowd, listening to the murmurings of fear and apprehension. Involuntarily, a thought of the diary tucked away in the suitcase within the dormitory crossed my mind. Recently, Tom Riddle had been unusually quiet, perhaps still recuperating his vitality, lacking the energy to stir up trouble. "Leno, come quickly." Draco dashed over from the direction of the Great Hall, clutching a flyer in his hand, his face devoid of its usual mockery, replaced instead with a hint of excitement. "Lockhart is starting a dueling club, approved by Dumbledore. He claims it will teach us how to defend against dark magic." Leno accepted the flyer, which bore Lockhart's ostentatious signature, the text brimming with self-aggrandizing boasts about how dueling could save the world. He raised an eyebrow. As expected, what was meant to arrive had indeed come. The dueling club was to be held in the castle's grandest hall, now overflowing with students by evening. Lockhart, clad in a vibrant green robe, stood upon the elevated platform at the hall's center, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage, speaking into the microphone with fervor. "Dear students, the recent dark events at the school have caused much alarm, but fear not. With the permission of Headmaster Dumbledore, I have established this dueling club. One day, you too will wield your wands to protect yourselves, becoming valiant wizards." He paused dramatically, lifting his chin, and added, "Of course, the complete details of my dueling prowess can be found in my new book, Wandering with Werewolves, now available at the bookstore in Hogsmeade." A few half-hearted claps arose from the audience, while many exchanged knowing glances. Everyone was aware of the exaggerations within Lockhart's writings. Unperturbed, Lockhart suddenly tore away his silk cape and tossed it into the crowd of girls, exclaiming, "Who wants my sign cloak?" Several girls immediately shrieked and rushed forward, vying for the piece of green fabric. Lockhart beamed with satisfaction and continued, "Now, let us commence today's club with a demonstration. I invite my assistant, Professor Snape." From the back of the crowd, Snape emerged, his black robes trailing the ground, his expression colder than usual, as if reluctantly participating in a farcical spectacle. Lockhart patted him on the shoulder and smiled at the audience. "Rest assured, after the demonstration, I shall return your potions professor in one piece." Leno rolled his eyes inwardly. "In one piece? If Snape manages to let our defense against the dark arts professor descend unscathed, we should thank him for his mercy." The demonstration commenced. Lockhart and Snape took their positions facing one another, bowing according to the dueling etiquette. Then, on the count of 3, 2, 1, upon Lockhart's command, before he could even raise his wand, Snape's spell shot forth, Expelliarmus. A flash of red light soared, and Lockhart's wand was sent flying from his grasp. The force of the spell causing him to stumble backward, crashing onto the platform, his robe in disarray. The audience fell into a profound silence, soon erupting into suppressed laughter. Lockhart lay sprawled on the ground, his face shifting from red to pale, clearly wishing to bring this to an end. Suddenly, Leno raised his voice, calling out to the platform, "Professor Lockhart, we believe in you. Stand up and continue." His clear voice instantly overshadowed all others. The Gryffindor students paused momentarily, unsure of who initiated the chant, then joined in. "Yes. Continue. Go, Professor." The clamor grew louder. Even the Slytherin students joined in the raucous support. Lockhart, unable to maintain his composure, struggled to rise, brushing off the dust from his robes. With a forced smile, he declared, "Professor Snape's magic is indeed remarkable. But compared to mine, it still falls short." He abruptly raised the wand he had retrieved and shouted, "Stupefy!" A beam of purple light shot towards Snape, only to be effortlessly deflected by a wave of Snape's hand. Almost simultaneously, Snape cast his own spell, Stupefy. This time, Lockhart could not evade it, and he was struck by the red light, crashing back onto the platform, utterly devoid of the strength to rise again. Exemplary demonstration, Professor Snape. Lockhart lay on the ground, his voice weak. "However, your intentions are rather transparent. If I were to take this seriously, stopping you would be but a trivial task. I believe it would be more prudent to teach the students how to counter malicious spells, Professor Lockhart." Snape interrupted, his tone dripping with barely concealed derision. Lockhart coughed awkwardly a couple of times, quickly turning to the audience, feigning ignorance. "Professor Snape's suggestion is splendid. Now, we need 2 students for a practical demonstration." He scanned the Gryffindor section. "Potter, Weasley, how about you?" Harry appeared unfazed, but Ron looked incredulous, pointing to himself as if to say, "Me? Are you mad? Or am I?" "No," Snape interjected suddenly, his dark eyes shifting towards Slytherin. "I believe I have a better candidate to duel our illustrious Mr. Potter. Professor Lockhart, may I select someone from Slytherin?" Lockhart hesitated momentarily before eagerly nodding. "Of course. It's all yours, Professor Snape." Snape raised his hand, beckoning Draco through the crowd. "Malfoy, come up." Draco's eyes brightened, and he immediately made his way through the throng towards the platform. Harry, gripping his wand, prepared to ascend, having long desired a proper duel with Draco. "Wait!" A voice suddenly rang out. Leno emerged from the Slytherin crowd, sauntering towards the platform. "I would like to duel with Mr. Malfoy, if I may." Snape's dark eyes narrowed. It was as though he had not anticipated that he would take the initiative to step forward. With a frigid tone, he inquired, "What do you wish for our Mr. Potter to do? Shall he occupy the Slytherin seat in your stead, or be confined within a flask and delivered to the infirmary?" Leno halted his steps, gazing at the 2 figures upon the platform. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "I did not suggest that Mr. Potter should leave. The 2 of them may face me together." This statement detonated like a bomb, plunging the entire assembly into silence. Draco, who had just ascended the platform, paused mid-step. Harry was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to raise his wand. Would they confront each other, or would they take on Leno? Snape, too, was momentarily stunned, but soon a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "It seems our Mr. Thorne possesses considerable confidence. Since you are so assured, let us fulfill your desire." He gestured again. "Malfoy, step up." Leno ascended the platform. As he passed by Harry, the latter tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Are you certain? We will be facing you together." Harry did not perceive it as unfair for Leno to duel against him and Malfoy. Rather, he felt that it would be inequitable for Leno to contend with them. After all, Leno's formidable prowess during their defense of the Philosopher's Stone had left Harry both astonished and in awe. Harry did not believe that he and Malfoy could best Leno. However, Leno turned his head towards Harry, his voice lowered. "It's all right, I will hold back." He observed Harry's tense expression and added, "Learning to accept this now is far better than faltering when confronted with even more formidable adversaries in the future." Harry's eyes brightened, his taut shoulders relaxing. He nodded emphatically, pondering how, if he could not face an opponent in the dueling club now, he would fare against even greater foes later on. Leno was right. He could not perpetually hide behind others. Draco stood upon the platform, observing Harry's resolute demeanor, then glancing at Leno's calmness, feeling a twinge of apprehension. His father, Lucius, had specifically cautioned him to keep his distance from Lenox Thorne's, for he was no ordinary individual. Yet, retreating now would surely render him the subject of mockery among the Gryffindors. Draco glanced at Harry and, noting his unwavering stance, gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on his wand, and positioned himself beside Harry. The students below held their breath in anticipation. Lockhart remained in a state of bewilderment while Snape leaned against the edge of the platform, his dark eyes fixed intently on Leno, as if assessing something. Leno stood facing the two, raising his wand, a hint of a casual smile gracing his lips. "Are you ready?" Harry and Draco exchanged a glance and simultaneously assumed their dueling stances. The air in the auditorium grew tense in an instant. Chapter 80. The Dragon Emerges. The three individuals on the platform stood in a triangular formation. Draco's grip on his wand turned white with tension. Harry's shoulders tightened slightly. Only Leno stood in the center, relaxed as though strolling in a courtyard. Lockhart, positioned at the edge, cleared his throat and raised his hand. Dueling etiquette, bow. The three nodded in unison. Draco's movement was somewhat stiff, while Harry was meticulously proper. Leno merely bent slightly at the waist. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment Lockhart's voice fell, Draco's spell shot forth, disarm. A beam of white light surged towards Leno's wand hand, swift enough to elicit gasps from the students below. Yet Leno appeared to have anticipated this, gently raising his wrist and casually swishing his wand to deflect the red light. With a grin, Harry's spell promptly followed, an orange beam darting towards Leno's ankle, infused with a magic that could induce uncontrollable laughter. Leno remained unmoved, countering with a spell of his own, freeze. This collided with Harry's spell, the light appearing to be severed by invisible scissors, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke upon reaching the ground. Having effortlessly parried 2 consecutive attacks, Draco's face flushed crimson. He quickly glanced at Snape in the audience, as if receiving some unspoken signal. Taking a deep breath, he pointed his wand directly at Leno. Dragon emerges. With a hiss, a small black snake sprang forth from the tip of his wand, its scales glistening coldly as it landed in the space before Leno. The serpent coiled itself, flicking its tongue, its bean-like eyes fixed on Leno, poised to strike. "Students, do not move." Snape suddenly approached the edge of the platform, his dark robes sweeping over the steps, his tone urgent. "I will handle this." However, Leno did not heed Snape's warning. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Harry's lips moving, seemingly about to utter some obscure syllables. Was it Parseltongue? Harry had clearly seen the snake and instinctively desired to communicate. Leno quickly shot Harry a glance, his brow furrowed, eyes conveying a silent warning to remain quiet. Harry halted, the words of snake language that were on the tip of his tongue swallowed back. Though puzzled, he obediently closed his mouth, his gaze fixed on Leno. Only then did Leno turn to Draco, a smirk forming within as he thought. "Playing with snakes? The master of the basilisk has fallen to my hands. Your tricks are but trifles." Before Snape could approach, Leno raised his wand, his voice clear. Dragon emerges, in stark contrast to Draco's slender black snake. A massive python burst forth from the tip of Leno's wand, as thick as a barrel. Its dark scales shimmered with a metallic sheen under the auditorium lights, stretching over 10 meters in length. As the colossal serpent hit the ground, it carried with it a foul breeze, its head raised high, tongue forked and flickering. The golden serpent eyes swept across the ground, instantly fixing upon Draco's little snake. Hiss! The enormous python let out a deafening hiss and lunged down fiercely. Draco's small serpent trembled in fright, attempting to flee, only to be caught in the python's jaws. With a resounding crunch, the little snake fell silent. The black serpent was bitten in half and swallowed whole, as effortlessly as consuming a spicy snack. The entire hall fell into a profound silence, with even the sound of breathing distinctly audible. Students widened their eyes, jaws agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Even the Gryffindor students forgot to applaud, their attention riveted on the magnificent python in a daze. Snape's footsteps halted, his fingers unconsciously tightening beneath his dark robes. He had taught countless students the art of summoning, yet never had he witnessed anyone conjure such a colossal serpent. This surpassed ordinary spells, resembling a form of advanced creature summoning, though his face remained impassive. A tempest of astonishment surged within him. Just how much power does this boy possess? Leno, unfazed by the crowd's reaction, turned his wrist and softly uttered, "Serpent's shadow vanished." The python seemed to have its life force drained, its body rapidly fading until it transformed into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the air. For him, immersing himself in the library, poring over obscure spellbooks, and honing his proficiency in summoning was merely child's play. Victory, the triumphant Lenox Thorne. Lockhart finally regained his composure from the shock, darting forward to grasp Leno's hand and raise it high with an exaggerated grin upon his face. "Behold, this is my teaching assistant. He embodies my fearless spirit, excelling even in summoning spells. Remember to purchase my new book for detailed dueling techniques." The students below finally reacted, applause surging forth like a tidal wave, interspersed with gasps and murmurs. "My goodness, what a massive serpent. It's enormous. Soren's is incredible. He took on two with such ease." Poor Draco, his snake was devoured by that giant python. Draco's face shifted from pale to green as he clutched his wand and turned to leave. Not even glancing at Leno, Harry exhaled in relief and approached Leno, whispering, "Why didn't you let me speak earlier? I could have saved that little snake." "Using your ability to converse with serpents? The Chamber of Secrets is in an uproar, and I assume you wouldn't want to be perceived as the heir of Slytherin, would you? This isn't the moment to reveal your unique abilities." Leno patted his shoulder. "Come, this place is turning into Lockhart's book launch." With that, he navigated through the crowd toward the hall's entrance, leaving Harry in a daze, pondering how Leno knew he possessed some extraordinary abilities. Lockhart continued his incessant chatter on the elevated platform, while Snape chose not to linger any longer. He observed Leno's retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his dark eyes before he discreetly followed. Outside the hall, in the corridor, the torchlight flickered ominously. Leno walked ahead, acutely aware of the icy gaze that Severus Snape directed at him from behind. Summoning the giant serpent had indeed captured the attention of the old bat. Nonetheless, it was for the best. Certain matters needed to be resolved with Snape sooner or later. Leno slowed his pace and veered into a secluded corridor, an infrequently traversed path flanked by silent suits of armor and portraits. The footsteps trailing him ceased as well. Turning around, Leno beheld Snape standing at the end of the corridor, shrugging his shoulders. "Professor, are you following me to discuss the intricacies of the serpent summoning charm?" Chapter 81. Reputation. The torches in the corridor elongated the shadows of both figures. Snape remained motionless, the hem of his black robe brushing against the ground. His dark eyes filled with scrutiny. His tone was as frigid as ice. "Thorns, why is your serpent summoning so extraordinary? The snakes conjured by ordinary wizards are merely the size of a forearm. The one you summoned." He paused, seemingly in search of the appropriate words. "That is far beyond what a conventional spell could achieve." Leno leaned against the stone wall of the corridor, maintaining a relaxed posture, even adjusting the cuff of his robe. "Professor, it's merely a matter of having a higher degree of control over the spell." He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of careless teasing. "Is the potion's master now overseeing his student's proficiency in charms? If it's about understanding, surely Professor Lockhart of Defense Against the Dark Arts is more adept at that. Being a master duelist, after all." The mention of Lockhart's name struck Snape like a thorn, causing his brow to furrow intensely and his expression to darken. His lips moved as if to retort, but he ultimately settled for a cold snort. He had always held disdain for Lockhart and was reluctant to linger on such a topic. "The headmaster is waiting for you in his office," Snape declared, tossing the statement over his shoulder before turning to leave. The hem of his robe fluttered in the breeze, and he did not cast another glance at Leno. Leno watched Snape's retreating figure and stroked his chin, pondering, "Is Dumbledore looking for me? Surely it can't be because of a mere serpent summoning. Last year, even when I used apparition before Dumbledore, he didn't make such a fuss." Despite his confusion, he turned and made his way toward the headmaster's office. The night around the castle was tranquil, the only sounds being the occasional metallic clinks from the suits of armor. The spiral staircase stretched beneath his feet, and as he approached, the stone door at the end opened slowly and automatically, revealing the warm glow within. The headmaster's office was infused with the sweet scent of lemon and honey. Dumbledore sat in a massive stone chair, a silver candy wrapper resting on his lap. leisurely peeling a lemon sherbet. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting a colorful array of light upon his silvery beard. "Oh, Mr. Leno," Dumbledore looked up. The blue eyes sparkled with mirth. "It has been quite some time since you last graced my office. What brings you here today?" Leno's lips twitched. Internally, he rolled his eyes. "Did you not summon me? Why are you asking?" Seemingly reading his thoughts, Dumbledore suddenly tapped his forehead. His tone languid with a hint of realization. "Ah, my memory fails me. It was indeed I who called you here. Please have a seat, Leno." He gestured toward an oak chair before his desk, adorned with a soft velvet cushion. Leno settled into the chair, prepared to inquire about the matter at hand. But Dumbledore leisurely spoke first. "In light of your recent stellar performance in the dueling club, here it comes, undoubtedly regarding the incident with the basilisk." Leno braced himself, even concocting excuses for his self-study in the library. "I have decided to appoint you as the honorary head of Slytherin." Leno. He paused for 3 seconds, only then processing Dumbledore's words. He abruptly lifted his head. "What? Headmaster, you cannot be serious." His barrage of questions tumbled forth, disbelief saturating his tone. "The heads of Slytherin are perfectly fine. Why add an honorary head? Isn't the selection for heads reserved for 5th years? I am but a 2nd year. Moreover, how could I possibly manage head duties when I still have Quidditch practice and classes? I am merely a 2nd-year child." Leno did not disdain the notion of being a head. Rather, he was simply loath to undertake such a multitude of responsibilities. With barely enough time to sleep, how could he also serve as a head? Dumbledore leisurely finished the last piece of lemon sherbet, wiped his hands with deliberation, and spoke in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. "Being a head is not a bad thing, Leno. Your efforts in guarding the Philosopher's Stone last year, organizing the Quidditch team this year, and stabilizing morale in the dueling club have been quite remarkable. Slytherin has been somewhat restless due to the Chamber of Secrets incident. Your honorary position will aid in maintaining unity, which is beneficial." He paused, adding, "I understand you prefer to avoid mundane tasks such as dorm inspections and point deductions, which is why I have designated you as honorary head. You need only maintain composure in critical moments. Fear not. I shall inform Snape to relay any subsequent matters to you." Leno silently scoffed. "So, I am merely a mascot? A figure to stabilize the atmosphere? What sort of arrangement is this? Others seek the position of head for additional points and to bolster their resumes. Here he was, unwittingly becoming an honorary figure without any substantial duties. Headmaster, is there anything else?" Leno rose, eager to leave this absurd situation. "If there is nothing further, I shall return to the dormitory. I have an early Quidditch practice tomorrow." Dumbledore waved his hand, his smile remaining gentle. "Off you go, Leno." Leno turned and walked towards the door. Just as he set foot on the first step of the spiral staircase, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. Dumbledore, imbued with a subtle gravity, as if recalling something significant. "Leno, wait." Leno halted in his tracks and turned around. He noticed that Dumbledore had set aside the candy wrapper, the languor in his blue eyes fading away, replaced by a profound gaze that seemed capable of piercing through one's soul, fixated intently upon him. The air around them fell silent. The lemon scent in the headmaster's office noticeably diminished. A sudden pang gripped Leno's heart. Dumbledore's tone did not suggest a conversation about the headboy duties. What could he possibly wish to convey? Chapter 82. A visitor from afar. Leno glanced back at Dumbledore, whose blue eyes had transformed into an abyss of depth. An inexplicable tension arose within him. "Is there something else, Headmaster?" Dumbledore rose from his stone chair and approached the window, gazing out at the forbidden forest beyond the castle. His tone grew more solemn than before. "In a few days, the Ragler family will be visiting Hogwarts." He paused, turning to face Leno. "They specifically requested to meet you." Leno's lips twitched uncontrollably, his thoughts spiraling. Is Hogwarts becoming a level 5 tourist attraction? Last year, it was a visitor from the Malfoy family, and now the Ragler family is coming. Who will it be next year? Nevertheless, as he indulged in his musings, he quickly regained his composure. The Ragler family sounded like a pure-blood lineage, and their explicit desire to meet him surely indicated something beyond mere pleasantries. Furrowing his brow, he stepped forward. "Headmaster, do you know why they wish to see me? I've never heard of this family before." Dumbledore shook his head, his white beard gently swaying. "I am not entirely certain. However, this might pertain to your own lineage." A flicker of contemplation crossed his blue eyes. "You might inquire with Derek." He has been accompanying you for a while now, and should be more knowledgeable about these old family matters than I am. Understanding dawned upon Leno. Derek had previously assisted him with matters concerning the estate and had mentioned the intricacies of pure-blood families, making him a reliable source for inquiries. He nodded. I understand, headmaster. Turning once more towards the door, just as he reached the threshold of the headmaster's office, a thought struck him. He halted and called out to Dumbledore, who was seated within. Headmaster, where does the Ragler family hail from? The door was slowly closing, and through the narrowing gap, Dumbledore's voice resonated, clear yet distant. America. With a resounding thud, the stone door sealed shut. Leno stood on the spiral staircase, momentarily dazed. America? Such a vast distance. And they made a special trip to Hogwarts to meet a second-year student? The entire situation felt rather peculiar upon reflection. Let it be for now, he sighed, shaking his head. I'll ask Derek later. It might just be some distant relative with too much time on their hands. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he found Draco seated at his desk, clutching his wand, yet not practicing any spells. Instead, he stared blankly at the surface of his desk. At the sound of the door opening, he abruptly lifted his head. Upon seeing Leno, his eyes instantly brightened, only to quickly harden as he sprang to his feet. Leno, you shall duel me. His grip on the wand trembled, his tone brimming with indignation. Is it such a crime to summon a large snake? Why the arrogance? Why such a colossal serpent? Leno leaned against the doorframe, arching an eyebrow. Was it not you who first unleashed a serpent upon me with your serpensortia? I merely returned the favor. How did that make me the arrogant one? Draco's face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth, yet no retort emerged. Indeed, he had initiated the serpent's appearance, and Leno had merely retaliated, causing no real harm. After a prolonged silence, he mumbled, regardless, you did it on purpose, before turning back to his desk, abandoning the topic of the duel. Leno, unfazed by Draco's sulking, approached his own desk. He retrieved some parchment and a quill, for he needed to compose a letter to Derek regarding the Raggles family. Discussing it face-to-face might not yield clarity, and with Derek preoccupied with estate matters, his frequent trips to Hogwarts were impractical. Writing would be far more convenient. As the quill glided across the parchment, he inscribed Dumbledore's words and the information regarding the Raggles family's origins in America. Finally, he inquired whether Derek was aware of this family and their motives for seeking him. Once finished, he folded the parchment neatly, placed it into an envelope, and sealed it with wax. I'm off to the Ollery to send this, Leno remarked to the still pouting Draco as he turned to leave the common room. The torches in the corridor flickered dimly. Just as he ventured a short distance away, Draco's voice called out hesitantly from behind, a slight awkwardness lacing his tone. Leno. Leno turned back to see Draco at the entrance, one hand gripping the doorframe while the other clutched the hem of his robe, his head slightly bowed. His voice was softer than usual. Could you teach me how to summon such a large snake? Leno was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Draco was still brooding over his defeat in the duel, not anticipating this question. He observed the unmasked envy in Draco's eyes. This was not mere jealousy, but a genuine yearning to master that spell. Leno smiled, waved his hand dismissively, and continued toward the Ollery. I shall do my best if time permits. Draco remained at the door, watching him leave. Watching Leno's silhouette vanish around the corner of the corridor, he gradually released his grip on the doorframe. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, only to be replaced swiftly by a serious demeanor as he turned back towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, Leno strode along the path to the Ollery, clutching a letter intended for Derek. Yet his thoughts wandered. The Ragel family, America, and Derek. These threads woven together seemed to promise complications beyond mere simplicity. The door of the Ollery creaked ominously in the wind. A snow-white owl alighted upon his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Leno secured the envelope to the owl's leg, gently patting its head. Make haste and deliver this to Derek, he urged. The owl hooted in response, unfurling its wings and disappearing into the enveloping darkness. Standing at the entrance of shed, Leno gazed up at the stars twinkling in the night sky, a vague premonition stirring within him that the arrival of the Ragel family might prove to be even more troublesome than the mysteries of the hidden chamber. Chapter 83. Family Matters in the Slytherin Common Room. The fire crackled merrily, its sparks dancing into the stone hearth. Leno reclined in an armchair by the window, his fingers delicately pinching an envelope sealed with a silver wax insignia. This letter was a response from Derek, delivered by Owl not long ago. He carefully broke the seal and unfurled the parchment, revealing Derek's neat handwriting to the esteemed Master Thorns. The Regel family you mentioned does indeed have a slight connection to your esteemed Thorns lineage. This Regel family is related to your grandmother's cousin, which makes them your distant relatives, or more precisely, your distant uncle's lineage. They are also the only relatives bearing the Thorns bloodline within the magical community. Apart from the immediate Thorns family, the Regel family is a traditional pure-blood lineage in America. The current head, Mr. Jonathan Regel, assumed control over all Thorns family properties in America, under the pretext of safeguarding them during your youth, following the mysterious disappearance of your parents 12 years ago. The parchment was brief, yet Leno perused it thrice, his brows furrowing deeper with each reading. Firstly, was the Regel family truly the only distant relatives sharing the Thorns bloodline? He had only been aware of the estate and a few assets left by his parents, never contemplating the existence of such relatives, especially linked to his grandmother's side. The intricacies of this relationship could easily confound anyone. Secondly, the Thorns family had holdings in America. He had always believed their roots were solely in England, never suspecting they extended across the ocean. Did this imply that the truth behind his parents' disappearance and the family's decline held further secrets buried in America? Thirdly, upon seeing the phrase temporarily safeguarded, his fingers nearly crumpled the parchment in agitation. A surge of indignation welled within him. What do you mean, temporarily safeguarded? His grandmother's distant uncle? A man who bears no connection to the surname Sorns dares to seize my inheritance under the guise of my youth? And for a span of 12 years? I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. He crumpled the parchment into a ball, only to remember that this was Derek's reply, compelling him to reluctantly unfold it once more. He neatly refolded it and tucked it into an envelope, preserving it as evidence, refusing to let it be destroyed so easily. Hey, Leno! A voice tinged with impatience broke into his thoughts. Leno looked up to see Draco standing beside an armchair, hands on his hips, his brow furrowed in frustration. His tone brimmed with inquiry. Didn't you promise to teach me how to summon such a large snake? When will you do it? It's been several days. Only then did Leno recall his promise to Draco. A sudden pang of anxiety coursing through him. He had completely forgotten about it. If he had known better, he would not have casually agreed. Such a feat was beyond the grasp of a mere second-year student. Summoning a giant serpent required an ample foundation of spellcasting talent and precise control over magical energy output. Even an ordinary student might take a decade to master it. He gazed into Draco's bright, determined eyes, which seemed to convey a resolute message. There would be no backing out. The words of refusal lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. After all, it was a promise he had made. To renege would be beneath him. On Friday evening, at the Quidditch pitch, Leno sighed in resignation, conceding to Draco's request. However, he prefaced his agreement with a cautionary note. The spell was quite challenging. Should he fail to learn it, he ought not blame me. Draco's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, the earlier impatience dissipating in an instant. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, though he feigned indifference, asserting, who could possibly fail? Just wait and see. With that, he turned on his heel and dashed toward the dormitory, his steps noticeably lighter than usual. Leno watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in exasperation. This boy was rather persistent. Rising to his feet, he placed Derek's letter into the inner pocket of his robe and retrieved a fresh sheet of parchment to compose a new letter to Derek, seeking clarity on several details. What is the current strength of the Regel family? What specific enterprises does Sorns possess in America? What is the temperament of Jonathan Regel? Such information would be crucial for his impending meeting with the members of the Regel family. After finishing the letter and sealing it with wax, Leno made his way to the Ollery. The corridors were noticeably less populated than usual, likely due to the lingering unease surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. Students were reluctant to venture out late. Yet, as he reached the corner of the third floor, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, resembling a throng of individuals in a frenzied rush. Footfalls, screams, and calls for professors melded into a chaotic cacophony that echoed down the corridor. Leno halted, furrowing his brow. What trouble had arisen at this hour? He turned his gaze toward the source of the uproar. At the far end of the corridor, students fled like startled flocks of birds, their faces ashen. Some even stumbled and fell, only to rise again and continue their frantic escape. mumbling incoherently that someone else had been attacked. A sense of dread enveloped Reno. Another petrification incident, or something even more grave. Could it be that the specter from the original tale had been turned to stone? He clenched the envelope in his hand, choosing not to flee, but to advance towards the source of the commotion. Regardless of what transpired, he needed to ascertain the situation first. The torches in the corridor flickered precariously in the wind, casting shadows that danced upon the walls. The turmoil drew nearer, accompanied by a strange, faint hissing sound, almost imperceptible, as it slipped through the air into his ears. Reno halted momentarily. Was that the sound of the basilisk? Chapter 84. The poacher. The scene at the corridor's end mirrored Reno's expectations. Nearly headless Nick's translucent form was suspended in midair. His normally swaying head was eerily still, and even the ghostly mist surrounding him had solidified. Beside him lay a Hufflepuff student, none other than Justin, clad in a yellow robe, his body unnaturally rigid. His skin had taken on a stony pallor, reminiscent of Colin and Madame Loris, who had previously been petrified. There were few witnesses present. Several students were hurriedly retreating into the distance. Filch stood beside Justin, his expression more ghastly than anyone else's, muttering incantations about the whereabouts of the petrifying monster. Professor McGonagall stood next to Nick, observing the ghostly figure with a furrowed brow. Harry stood behind her, as pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with helplessness. Clearly, he had once again been ensnared in this predicament. Potter, accompany me to the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall's voice was tinged with fatigue. You are the first eyewitness. Professor Dumbledore must be informed of the situation. Harry nodded, following McGonagall as they turned to leave. As he passed Reno, he hesitated, his lips moving as if he wished to speak, but ultimately he merely shook his head and hurried to catch up with McGonagall. Reno's gaze swept across the blank wall, devoid of blood writing. He understood. Indeed, Tom Riddle had exerted himself so much that he lacked the strength to leave behind any blood marks. Just then, a faint sound penetrated his ears. Not the chaos of fleeing students, but a voice emanating from within the walls. The chilling tone echoed, vaguely repeating two words, murder and leave. It was the basilisk. Reno immediately held his breath and moved towards the source of the sound. The voice seeped through the cracks in the wall, fluctuating in intensity, as if the basilisk were traversing the passage behind the wall. He followed the sound, turning a corner. Ultimately, he found himself standing before a wall adorned with intricate vine patterns, from which the sounds emanated, growing increasingly distinct. He raised his hand and knocked upon the wall. It felt cold and unyielding, devoid of any crevice. Straining to listen more intently, he discerned that the sounds appeared to be coming from above. He tilted his head upwards and observed a vent, no larger than a palm, at the top of the wall. Dust had accumulated upon the metallic grill. The sounds indeed originated from within the vent. Reno furrowed his brow. Is the serpent lurking inside? He awaited the creature's emergence, but stood there for a full 5 minutes. Aside from the occasional hissing that slipped through the vent, silence reigned. Not even a shadow revealed itself. Where's the serpent? He pondered, perplexed. Had the creature sensed something and retreated deeper into the duct? After waiting a while longer, all sound from the vent ceased entirely, leaving only the crackling of the torches in the corridor. Reno decided not to linger. Further waiting was futile. If the serpent wished to hide, he had no means to forcibly extract it. He turned to leave, yet made a mental note of the vent's location, as it could well serve as a significant passage for the serpent's movements within the castle. Just as he had taken a few steps, a sudden hissing erupted from the vent behind him, louder than before, as if the serpent were watching his retreating figure, yet it remained concealed. Reno first proceeded to the Ollery. He secured a letter intended for Derek to the leg of a pristine white owl, gently stroking its head. Deliver this to Derek promptly. I need him to clarify the details. The owl hooted once, unfurled its wings, and vanished into the night, leaning against the wooden pillar of the Ollery. He silently contemplated. Tom lacks the energy to cause trouble, yet the serpent continues its assaults. I must devise a means to subdue it. It cannot be allowed to roam freely within the castle. This objective was no simple task, but if he could discern the serpent's patterns of activity and leverage Tom's journal to his advantage, it might be achievable. With these thoughts crystallized, Reno turned towards the Forbidden Forest. He retrieved a replica invisibility cloak from within the inner folds of his robe. Although its efficacy was somewhat diminished, It would suffice for concealment within the forest. As a paragon student of Hogwarts, visiting the Forbidden Forest a few times a year seems entirely reasonable, Reno mused wryly. It is an excellent opportunity to seek out new creatures for the estate's menagerie. Little Green is growing, and it would be wise to add a few more. He was well acquainted with the trees at the forest's edge, having visited on more than one occasion. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Occasionally, the cries of unicorns could be heard, mingling with the rustling of nocturnal creatures. Everything appeared as it always had. However, after walking a short distance, Reno suddenly halted. He discerned the sound of voices ahead. Though muted, they were unmistakably clear, interspersed with the clattering of metal. Could be other students? He wondered, for few would dare venture into the Forbidden Forest at such an hour. He donned an invisibility cloak, treading lightly as he gradually approached the source of the sound. As he navigated through a thicket, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. Two figures clad in black robes were crouched on the ground. They wielded silver daggers, glistening with a silvery liquid. Before them lay a unicorn, collapsed on the ground. Its snowy coat was stained crimson, and its breaths were shallow, clearly gravely injured. Good heavens! Poachers have dared to venture into the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts? How audacious! Leno scoffed inwardly. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his wand and murmured, Wingardium Leviosa. Two beams of red light shot from the tip of his wand, striking the black-robed figures with precision. Before they could comprehend the situation, their bodies were lifted off the ground. They hovered momentarily before being suspended from a nearby oak tree, their daggers clattering to the ground. What is happening? One of the black-robed figures exclaimed in shock. He struggled to free himself, only to discover he was ensnared by an invisible force. The other figure, equally alarmed, shouted, Who are you? Show yourself. What trickery is this? Leno withdrew his invisibility cloak, stepping forth from the foliage. With his wand aimed at the suspended figures, his voice was frigid. What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts? At the sight of Leno, the two figures initially froze. A flicker of panic crossed their faces, soon replaced by a menacing glare. One of them fixed his gaze on Leno's school uniform and spat through gritted teeth. A student from Hogwarts? Mind your own business. Release us at once, or you shall regret it. Leno raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. He simply lifted his hand and uttered another incantation, Incarcerus. Several silver chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring the two figures and binding them tightly together, leaving no room for struggle. Approaching the injured unicorn, he knelt beside it, gently caressing its neck. The unicorn emitted a faint whinny, its eyes filled with anguish. Leno retrieved a vial of healing potion from his pocket, one he had borrowed from Snape's potion storeroom, far more effective than ordinary remedies. He carefully administered the potion into the unicorn's mouth, watching as its breathing gradually steadied. Having completed this task, Leno rose and turned once more to the two suspended figures, his gaze icy. Now, it is time to discuss your origins. The two figures exchanged a glance, remaining silent. They tightly sealed their lips, yet a barely perceptible fear flickered in their eyes, a fear that seemed to surpass their dread of being discovered by the professors of Hogwarts. Chapter 85. Mind-reading. The two black-robed figures, hanging from the oak tree, exchanged glances, their throats emitting dry, swallowing sounds. One of them trembled as he spoke, his voice quavering like leaves in the wind. May I ask, what is your name? Leno raised an eyebrow, his mind awash with confusion. Why inquire about my name? Do they harbor intentions of vengeance? Yet, he stated his name with an air of indifference, Leno Sorens. Upon hearing Sorens, the two cloaked figures seemed to be struck by paralysis, their bodies freezing momentarily before they drew in a sharp breath, their voices quaking with despair. It's over. It's all over. Leno thought, have these two lost their minds? Is my reputation spreading even into the poaching circles? Or perhaps they're not mere poachers at all? There must be something amiss. Where do you hail from? Leno stepped forward, his wand unwaveringly directed at them, his tone growing colder. Unless you clarify, you shan't leave the Forbidden Forest today. Yet, the two figures remained mute, their mouths tightly sealed, even as their bodies swayed from being suspended upside down. Not a single word escaped their lips. Ah, quite resilient, Leno scoffed, twisting his wrist as a crackle of electricity flickered at the tip of his wand. Since they were refusing to cooperate, It was time for them to experience a different kind of persuasion. He uttered the incantation softly. Melekings, weather charm, a bolt of lightning, thick as a forearm, shot forth from the wand, striking the two cloaked individuals with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of electricity slicing through the air was deafening, and the cloaked figures emitted a piercing scream as their bodies convulsed violently, tendrils of black smoke escaping from their garments. Yet, as the lightning faded, they gasped for breath. Their mouths still shut tight, though their eyes sparkled with newfound resolve, as if they had made a firm decision to remain silent. Leno, undeterred, lifted his wand once more, unleashing another bolt of lightning. Once, twice, thrice, until the two figures were charred black, their hair standing on end, their cloaks tattered like rags, their screams turning hoarse. Yet they remained obstinately silent. Such fortitude, Leno mused inwardly. It appears that only a more formidable approach will compel you to relent. He slowly raised his wand, the tip glowing with a sinister green light, the hue stark against the night. He deliberately elongated his tone, intoning Avada, as he anticipated. Even the most obstinate of individuals should tremble at the sight of the unforgivable curse. However, to his astonishment, the two merely cast a fleeting glance at the green light, their eyes betraying a calm acceptance of their fate, their bodies no longer trembling. Leno's mind raced. Not afraid? Have they been brainwashed by Voldemort? Is death no longer a source of fear? He scrutinized their impassive faces, a sudden epiphany striking him, and a mischievous grin crept across his lips. The green light abruptly vanished, and Leno stowed away his wand, stepping closer to the suspended figures, lowering his voice to a whisper akin to a serpent's hiss, each word slithering into their ears. I almost forgot to mention, I am a master of legilimency. There was no exaggeration in his claim. He had spent countless hours in the Hogwarts library, poring over tomes such as legilimency and defensive arts and advanced mind magic analysis, having thoroughly mastered the art of legilimency, though he seldom put to use. The two figures clad in black robes, whose eyes had previously held a lifeless hue, widened into saucers upon hearing the words soul extraction, their gaze fixated on Leno, their faces etched with disbelief, as if to question the significance of their prior ordeal. What were we enduring just now? Was that our resistance? Before they could fully process this revelation, Leno raised his hand, his fingertip pressing against one man's temple, his expression sharpening. Soul extraction. A torrent of fragmented memories flooded his mind, a resplendent estate, a soul ensnared within a venomous serpent, a hoarse voice commanding them to venture into the forbidden forest of Hogwarts to procure unicorn blood to sustain my soul's vitality. In that instant, Leno comprehended the truth. So it was indeed Voldemort's bidding. He mused internally. No wonder they recoiled at the mention of my name. Having driven Voldemort from Quirrell's parasitic grasp last year, my reputation is indeed formidable in their eyes. The memories concealed another crucial detail. Voldemort's soul was now exceedingly frail, reliant on the unicorn's blood's potency for its tenuous survival. Their mission was urgent, necessitating a replenishment of his soul's strength. Leno withdrew his hand, observing the two still in shock, and with a flick of his wand, he dispelled their entrapment. Depart swiftly, he intoned flatly, and do not let me see you near Hogwarts again. The two black-robed figures tumbled to the ground, grimacing in pain, yet daring not to voice a single complaint. They had not anticipated Leno would grant them their freedom, and it took them a few moments to gather their wits. They hastily rose, grasping their fallen wands, forgetting even the blood-stained dagger. Swiftly, they retrieved their concealed broomsticks from the nearby underbrush, laboriously mounting them to soar into the distance, leaving behind two charred imprints on the earth. Leno watched their vanishing forms with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Letting you return serves to inform Voldemort that I am present at Hogwarts, rendering his machinations futile. It will also serve as a warning. At that moment, he noticed a small silver vial left behind on the ground, containing the unicorn blood that the two had neglected to take. The liquid shimmered with a faint silver glow, a clear indication of its exquisite quality, valuable for potion making. Even if he had no use for it, it would be beneficial to return it to Derek at the estate. After all, it could not be returned to the unicorn's body. Leno bent down to retrieve the vial, tucking it into the pocket of his robe. Nearby, the unicorn had regained much of its strength, its snow-white coat still marked with traces of blood, yet it stood firmly. It regarded Leno with a slight bend of its foreleg, as if bowing in gratitude, before turning and stepping lightly through the moonlight. Slowly retreated into the depths of the forbidden forest, soon disappearing among the trees. Leno did not pursue. Instead, he turned to venture deeper into the forest, determined to seek out new creatures suitable for the estate. However, after only a few steps, he halted abruptly. In the distance, a multitude of small spiders crawled across the ground. They were jet black, larger than ordinary spiders, scurrying swiftly along the roots of the trees, seemingly evading something, yet also gathering toward a certain direction. Leno frowned. Although the forbidden forest harbors spiders, the sight of so many tiny arachnids congregating and moving in unison was decidedly peculiar. He treaded lightly, gradually advancing towards the direction in which the spiders were heading, curious to uncover what they feared or where they were bound. As night deepened, the wind in the forbidden forest carried a hint of chill, and the distant howls of unknown beasts echoed through the trees. The silhouettes of the diminutive spiders grew increasingly dense under the moonlight, resembling a dark stream flowing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 86. Aragog. The trees within the heart of the forbidden forest became ever denser, nearly suffocating the moonlight. Only sporadic patches of light fell upon the thick layer of decaying leaves. Leno followed the swarm of black spiders, occasionally stepping on twigs that snapped underfoot. Yet the arachnid horde seemed oblivious, relentlessly climbing forward without a glance back. Suddenly, the ground beneath the layer of leaves trembled gently, and a spider the size of a wheel darted forth from behind the roots of a tree, only to halt abruptly upon seeing a figure ahead. It quickly retreated into the nearby thicket, followed by more spiders scurrying away from all directions, as if evading something. Soon, a circular clearing materialized ahead. Leno squinted, peering into the center of the clearing where a colossal shadow slowly emerged from the woods. This shadow was Aragog, its form even larger than Leno had envisioned, resembling a small hill. Its black carapace glimmered coldly in the faint light, and 8 crimson eyes fixed intently on Leno. Its furry legs thudded against the ground, each step sending vibrations through the earth. It had been a long time since a human dared to venture here. Aragog's voice was gravelly, akin to sandpaper grating together, laced with palpable wariness. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Leno did not retreat. Instead, he raised his hand in a gesture of goodwill, calmly asserting his lack of malice. "I am Lenox Thorne, a student from Hogwarts. I came to the Forbidden Forest in search of potion ingredients, and, upon witnessing this swarm of spiders, my curiosity compelled me to follow." This explanation was both reasonable and shrewd, as it clarified his intent without revealing his true purpose. Aragog blinked its 8 eyes, scrutinizing Leno for a prolonged moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After a while, it gradually relaxed its stance, retracting its furry legs slightly. "A student from Hogwarts, you say?" Its voice softened. "They are not merely scurrying. They're fleeing from a monster within the castle, which is our natural enemy." Leno understood the implication, though he feigned surprise on his face. He inquired, "The basilisk, then? You know of it?" Aragog's tone rose sharply, clearly taken aback. Even many wizards remain unaware of that secret. How could a mere student chance upon it in the dusty tomes of the library? Leno casually fabricated an excuse, asserting that the basilisk was the natural enemy of spiders, and as long as the basilisk was present, spiders would keep their distance. Aragog fell silent for a moment before responding, his tone laced with urgency. "Knowing does you no good. You must leave this place at once. Were it not for your status as a Hogwarts student, you would already be a meal for my children." Leno rolled his eyes inwardly. "Were it not for the fact that you are Hagrid's pet, I would have reduced your entire nest to ashes with a fiendfire curse. And it would be you who should be wary of me." He maintained a facade of composure. As if struck by a sudden thought, he inquired, "Since the little spiders can sense the basilisk and flee into the Forbidden Forest, you should be able to detect its frequent haunts around Hogwarts, right? After all, it is your natural foe, and you should be quite sensitive to its presence." Aragog evidently did not anticipate this line of questioning. A flicker of wariness flashed in his 8 eyes. "Why should I divulge that to you? The matter of that monster is of no concern to us spiders. We merely need to avoid it, because I can assist you in dealing with it," Leno replied, his tone unassuming yet imbued with undeniable confidence. "If you tell me its location, I can ensure it no longer poses a threat to your kin." A semblance of disbelief crossed Aragog's face, if one could indeed refer to it as a face. His furry form quivered slightly. "You? A student? Deal with the basilisk. Do notiest. That creature has lived for nearly 1,000 years. Even adult wizards cannot best it. Leno merely smiled, refraining from offering any defense, and instead regarded Aragog. So, how would you like me to prove myself? Aragog appeared to have awaited this very question. He abruptly retreated a step, revealing the space behind him. Soon, a spider emerged from the forest, half the size of Aragog, yet still as large as a grinding stone. Its crimson eyes fixated on Leno, exuding viscous silk and poised to pounce. It is one of my strongest offspring. Aragog's voice carried a hint of mockery, as if he were witnessing a farcical spectacle. If you can best it, I shall believe you possess some merit, at least beyond mere bravado. Leno remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He slowly raised his wand, directing the tip at the massive spider. His lips moved, uttering 3 syllables. Fiendfire. Dark green flames erupted instantaneously from the wand's tip. This was no ordinary fire. It spread rapidly across the ground, as if alive, ensnaring the spider's legs in mere moments. A hissing sound erupted as the flames met the spider's exoskeleton, the creature not even having the chance to scream before being engulfed in the inferno. In a mere few seconds, it was reduced to a heap of ashes, leaving not even a fragment of chitin behind. The forbidden forest fell into an instant silence, with only the lingering warmth of the flames permeating the air. Aragog's 8 eyes widened in disbelief, his body frozen in place, even his furry legs forgotten in motion. His voice trembled with incredulity. You actually employed the Fiendfire curse. It seems I underestimated you, student of Slytherin. Leno sheathed his wand, regarding it with a calm demeanor. Now, can you disclose the location of the basilisk? Aragog, this time without hesitation, promptly replied, in the dungeons to the west of the castle, near the pipes of the Slytherin dormitory. His voice lowered, revealing the ominous nature of the place. It is close to the Black Lake, dark and damp, the perfect abode for a basilisk. Moreover, the spiders have long fled. Even my offspring dare not approach. Leno mentally noted the location, the western dungeon, adjacent to the Slytherin dormitory pipes. It was conveniently close to his own quarters, making future encounters with the basilisk much more manageable. He nodded in satisfaction, suddenly struck by an idea, his eyes sparkling. He glanced at the small spiders at Aragog's feet and inquired with a smile, "By the way, could you lend me a few spiders? I have a use for them." He refrained from mentioning that they would serve as bait, knowing that such honesty might not elicit Aragog's consent. Aragog's 8 eyes scrutinized him, seemingly penetrating his thoughts. After a moment, he asked, "Will you return them?" Leno's expression faltered, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he coughed awkwardly. He had no intention of returning them. These spiders were perfectly suited for luring the basilisk, and once used, there would be no way to bring them back. Upon seeing Leno's expression, Aragog discerned the truth. He let out a derisive snicker, a sound akin to leaves rustling together. "Very well, you may borrow them. I have plenty of offspring. Losing a few is of little consequence. After all, every day, some of my children perish in the forbidden forest." Leno's eyes brightened at this concession. He quickly raised his wand and uttered, "Incarcerous." Silver chains materialized, not to bind a person, but woven intricately into a small cage that snugly contained the 3 little spiders at his feet. He carefully lifted the cage and placed it in his travel case, which was lined with soft fabric, perfectly suited for housing these creatures. "Thank you." Leno waved at Aragog as he turned to depart the forbidden forest. "Once the basilisk is dealt with, your children need not hide so far away." Aragog remained silent, merely watching as Leno's silhouette faded into the woods, a complex glimmer passing through his 8 eyes. He pondered whether the student would truly resolve the issue of the basilisk. However, that dark green flame truly instilled a sense of caution towards his human in him. Raynor walked along the path back to the castle, the faint sound of a small spider scuttling within his suitcase audible to him. A smile crept upon his lips. He had located the serpent monster's position, and the bait was prepared. Now, it was time to devise a meticulous plan on how to subdue the millennium-old creature. The castle's lights flickered to life in the distance, causing Raynor to quicken his pace. His mind began to calculate. Should he first explore the western dungeon's tunnels, or wait until tomorrow, accompanied by Tom's diary? Chapter 87. The letter and the prefect. A fine layer of dust settled upon the wooden beams of the Ollery. A tawny owl flapped its wings and landed upon Raynor's shoulder. The envelope, tied to its leg, still bore the chill of the morning. Rayner untied the envelope and gently patted the owl's head, watching it soar towards England before he opened the letter. It was Derek's second response, the handwriting more hurried than before, indicating a sense of urgency. The contents of the letter tightened Rayner's brow. To Master Thorns, the current head of the Raggle family. Jonathan Raggle, aged 42, has the following credentials. Formerly the director of the Magical Law Enforcement Division of the American Magical Congress. He now serves as the director of the International Magical Cooperation Division. 3 years ago, he ran for the presidency of the American Magical Congress, but revealed his ambition during the political integrity examination of the mind-reading charm. It was discovered that he harbored nefarious intentions to amass wealth and power within a magical community through the presidency, ultimately leading to his defeat and marking the greatest scandal for the Raggle family in nearly a decade. In terms of family enterprises, the Raggle family has become a dominant force in the American magical realm, encompassing most trades related to potions and magical artifacts, with 1/3 of their enterprises evidently acquired 12 years ago under the guise of guardianship from the Thornes family. The desire for wealth and power. Rayner's fingertips turned white as he gripped the letter. A cold smirk formed within him. So he is indeed an ambitious one. Previously, he had pondered Jonathan's reasons for coming to Hogwarts. The Thornes family now possessed but a single estate, hardly worth coveting. Surely he wouldn't seek to seize even the dilapidated remnants of the Thornes family? That would be truly desperate. Yet, judging by this record, it appeared he had not abandoned his avaricious aspirations. Perhaps he aimed to clutch the last vestiges of the Thornes bloodline under the pretext of distant kinship, thoroughly consuming the legacy of the guardianship. He folded the letter neatly and tucked it into his robes. Just as he intended to return to his dormitory, he was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Rayner. Draco rushed towards him, his platinum hair tousled by the wind. His chest heaved with exertion, clearly having run a considerable distance. Rayner raised an eyebrow. How did you know I was here? Draco leaned on his knee, panting heavily. As he raised his head, his tone bore an almost imperceptible urgency. I've noticed you frequently come here to send letters. You're neither in the dormitory nor in the common room. Where else could you possibly be? Quite astute. Leno chuckled lightly. Is there something you need? There are still 2 days until I teach you magic. No need to be in such a rush. It's not about magic. Draco straightened up, his eyes wide with surprise. When did you become the honorary head of Slytherin? Professor Snape just announced it in the common room. Their essay notice on the bulletin board, and now even students from other houses are talking about it. Leno paused for 3 seconds, his mind swirling with disbelief. It's been several days. Only now does Snape mention it? I assumed he had informed everyone earlier. I hadn't heard anything and thought the response was minimal, as if he hadn't had the chance to say anything. It's evident that our dear Professor Snape must have taken quite some time to come to terms with this before making the announcement. After all, while the headmaster has the authority to recommend, only the principal holds the power to decide. Nothing particularly special, Leno shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Perhaps my capabilities were deemed significant enough for the headmaster to think I could bolster Slytherin's reputation. Draco rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. Yet, he didn't press further. He had already been aware of Leno's hidden talents, so any surprise was hardly extraordinary. All right, I merely came to inform you, he said, turning to leave. Then recalling something, he turned back to remind him, don't forget about Friday evening. It's at the west side of the Quidditch pitch. Don't be late. Understood. Leno waved his hand, watching Draco's silhouette vanish around the corridor's corner, unable to suppress a smirk at how much the lad seemed to care about learning magic. Upon returning to his dormitory, Leno locked the door. He retrieved 3 small spiders he had borrowed from Aragog, which were now traversing a magically woven white web. The protagonist dispelled the enchantment, releasing the spiders, which scurried about the table with a hint of agitation. Next, he took out a glass vial from his suitcase. With a flick of his wand, Leno murmured a spell to shrink the 3 spiders to the size of a fingernail. He placed them into the vial and tucked it into the pocket of his robe. It was time to explore the west corridor. Aragog had mentioned that the basilisk often lingered in the pipes near the Slytherin dormitories, adjacent to the castle's west dungeons, typically devoid of visitors. The corridor was particularly tranquil, allowing the sound of his footsteps to resonate in the silence. The torches along the walls flickered dimly compared to other areas, and the walls exuded a dampness that felt frigid to the touch. Occasionally, the faint sound of dripping water echoed from the pipes, piercing the stillness with its clarity. As Leno reached the midpoint of the corridor, he paused. The walls here were even more saturated than elsewhere, with tiny water stains visible on the floor. Clearly not far from the Black Lake, it conformed to the damp and shadowy description given by Alagok. He retrieved a glass vial and twisted off the cap, releasing 3 small spiders onto the ground. As soon as they touched the earth, they seemed startled, instantly ceasing their frantic movements and curling into tight balls. Then, they scurried rapidly towards the wall, eventually halting before a brick etched with serpentine patterns, trembling and too frightened to move. Leno's gaze deepened. This was the spot. He crouched down, tapping the snake-patterned brick with his fingertips, which felt colder than the surrounding stones, and produced a hollow sound upon contact. It was evident that there was emptiness behind it, likely the entrance to a tunnel. Just as he intended to raise his hand to use magic for exploration, he suddenly heard a faint hissing sound emanating from within the tunnel. It was soft yet distinctly clear, seeping through the crevices of the bricks, carrying a chill in the air. Leno instinctively held his breath and tightened his grip on the wand in his pocket. Could there be a serpent creature inside? Chapter 88. The shape-shifting bat the ventilation duct in the west corridor was concealed in the corner of the wall. The metallic grate was rusted and adorned with remnants of cobwebs. Leno raised his wand, a pale blue glow emanating from his fingertips as he softly uttered, "Alohomora." The magical lock on the grate clicked open with a subtle sound, and the iron gate fell away effortlessly. He swiftly stowed it in the pocket of his robe to avoid any noise. A damp, metallic odor wafted from the tunnel entrance, mingling with the scent of earth, accompanied by a faint, cold aura reminiscent of reptiles. Leno refrained from peering inside recklessly. Instead, he waved his wand towards the tunnel, declaring, "Bat summon." 5 shadowy figures burst forth from the tip of his wand. 5 palm-sized vampire bats, their wings shimmering with magical energy. They circled the tunnel entrance, emitting faint squeaks as they awaited instructions. Leno gently tapped one of the bats on the head and whispered, "Share vision, scout ahead." The bats immediately dove into the tunnel, the sound of their wings flapping resonating clearly within the narrow passage. In the next moment, Leno's perception expanded to encompass 5 overlapping viewpoints, revealing the sights observed by the bats. The interior of the tunnel was more intricate than he had anticipated. Initially, it was a straight passage, with droplets of water seeping from the brick walls, and occasionally, molted snake skins were visible, evidence of the serpent creature as presence. As they ventured further, the tunnel began to branch out, giving rise to numerous secret pathways. Some led to the castle's dungeons, while others hinted at the glimmering waters of the Black Lake, likely due to their proximity to it. These secret passages were wide enough, spanning 2 meters, to accommodate a wizard comfortably, yet for the serpent creature's massive form, it could only barely navigate. Within the bat's field of vision, clear scratch marks adorned the walls of the passages, remnants of the serpent scales. Leno patiently guided the bats, directing them towards the source of the most potent scent. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the passage ahead suddenly widened. A shadowy figure of dark green emerged within the bat's line of sight, tall and covered in scales. Its tail sweeping across the ground produced a rustling sound as it brushed against the stones. A chilling tremor of a voice intruded upon his consciousness, not through his ears, but resonating directly within his mind. It was the serpentine creature. In that instant, Leno recognized it as the basilisk. He urged the bat to accelerate, closely trailing the creature. Soon, the basilisk slithered into a circular stone doorway, and the bat followed suit. Leno's vision expanded as he entered. He found himself in a square chamber, vast enough to rival half a Quidditch pitch, with a ceiling so high it vanished into darkness. Only a faint beam of moonlight filtered through a ventilation shaft at the top. At the center of this chamber lay a circular pool, its waters shimmering with a dark green luminescence, evidently infused with some magical elixir that sustained the basilisk's vitality. The creature's massive form glided into the pool, sending up a small splash, clearly at home in this environment. It coiled in the center of the water, its head resting upon the surface, golden eyes slowly closing as it seemed to drift into slumber. Leno retracted the bat's perspective, gazing at the narrow opening before him, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. The bat's transfiguration has finally proven its worth. This was a spell of his own invention, derived from his extensive study of advanced spatial magic in the library, combined with the summoning of bats. As long as he summoned and empowered the bat, no matter its location, even in areas shielded by anti-disapparition charms, he could instantly teleport to its side, achieving a level of stealth and precision surpassing ordinary apparition. Taking a deep breath, Leno focused intently on the bat perched at the corner of the chamber's stone door, whispering the incantation, Bat Transfiguration. In an instant, he was enveloped by a slight sensation of weightlessness. The next moment, he found himself positioned just behind the stone door of the chamber, safely hidden around the corner, undetected by the basilisk in the pool. The air was cold and damp, still tinged with the creature's metallic scent. The gentle ripples from the pool echoed in the eerie silence. Cautiously, he peeked around the corner, observing the basilisk with its eyes closed. Scales glistening with a dark green sheen under the moonlight, its breathing steady, evidently unaware of the intrusion. From his pocket, Leno retrieved a seamless retractable glass vial. Unscrewing the lid, he poured 3 small spiders into the palm of his hand. The moment they touched the air of the chamber, they began to tremble. Clearly terrified by the basilisk's presence, Leno summoned the bat once more, lightly tapping the spiders with his fingertip, and quietly commanded the bat, deliver them to the basilisk without alerting it. The bat grasped each spider in its beak, wings nearly brushing the ground. Silently winging towards the pool, Leno remained concealed around the corner, his gaze fixed intently on the bat's silhouette, his palms slightly damp with sweat. His plan was to use the spiders as bait, to provoke the basilisk, and seize the opportunity to restrain it while it was momentarily incapacitated. The serpent creature, having lived for millennia, possessed an exceptionally high level of vigilance. As the bats drew ever closer, mere meters away from its head, the creature in the pool stirred its tail. Though its golden eyes remained shut, it subtly lifted its head, seemingly sensing something amiss. In that moment, Leno's heart raced to his throat. Had it awakened? Chapter 89. The serpent's flight. The serpent's golden eyes abruptly snapped open, its pupils narrowing into fine slits. Fixating intently on the 3 diminutive spiders dropped by the bats, clearly famished after lying dormant in the pipe for so long without encountering any living prey. Even the unremarkable spiders ignited its hunger, prompting its tongue to flick out with an eager hiss. Just as it lowered its head in preparation to devour the spiders, Leno suddenly burst forth from around the corner, keeping his gaze fixed firmly on the ground, resolutely avoiding the creature's eyes. He had no desire to be petrified. Simultaneously, he raised his wand and declared clearly, Stupefy. A crimson light surged toward the serpent's head, infused with magical energy far surpassing that of an ordinary second-year wizard. Leno was acutely aware that the potency of a spell correlates directly with a wizard's own magical strength. His power was several times greater than that of his peers. And even if this enchantment did not incapacitate the serpent, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant impact. The serpent, taken aback by the unexpected attack, halted its upward motion. Yet, having survived nearly 1,000 years, its instincts were etched with caution. Nearly instantaneously, as the red light approached, it violently whipped its tail, the robust appendage sweeping across the ground with a resounding crash, effectively shielding its head. The spell struck the serpent's tail, the impact echoing through its scales as bone collided with bone. The creature emitted a sharp, piercing hiss, several scales on its tail shattering and oozing dark green blood. In Leno's ears, the hiss transformed distinctly into parcel tone. Ah, damn it, kill him. However, after the initial fury, the serpent did not retaliate. It fixated its gaze in Leno's direction, a flicker of trepidation flashing in its golden eyes at the recollection of the spell's formidable magic, reminiscent of the aura once radiated by its master, Tom Riddle, equally powerful and irresistible. It sensed that this human before it was not one to be easily trifled with. As Leno prepared to utter the incantation once more, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The serpent was retreating. In a swift motion, the creature turned and deftly slithered into a narrow passage nearby. Its tail crashed against the stone door, creating a thunderous sound before vanishing into the darkness. The sound of scales scraping against the stones echoed through the passage, soon fading into silence. Leno slowly raised his head, gazing at the empty entrance of the passage, his lips twitching, his mind brimmed with incredulity. Could it be? A serpent that has lived for nearly 1,000 years. So cowardly? It simply fled? Wasn't it fiercely battling Harry in the original story? How has it become a coward in my presence? He was momentarily stunned, only to realize that he had unleashed a powerful spell upon the serpent, inflicting pain and evoking a sense of dread akin to that felt by Tom, which compelled the creature to retreat. This realization was, at least, a confirmation of the serpent's fear. There would be future opportunities to confront it. Turning his gaze towards the edge of the pool, he observed that out of the 3 small spiders, only one remained trembling. While the other 2 had been crushed into a gruesome pulp by the serpent's tail during its defensive maneuver, their remains grotesquely adhered to the ground. He approached, crouched down, and regarded the curled-up spider with a resigned sigh. Gently, he picked it up and placed it back into the glass vial. "You are quite fortunate," he muttered to himself. Nurturing it might prove beneficial, perhaps even serving as bait in the future. With the glass vial secured, he did not linger. The serpent had fled, and there was little of merit to investigate in the chamber. Staying any longer might invite an encounter with the serpent returning. He raised his hand and cast the bat transfiguration spell, utilizing the bat he had previously left at the vent, and in an instant, he reappeared at the vent opening in the west corridor. After reattaching the iron grate and securing it with magic, he turned to head back to his dormitory. Upon returning, it was already deep into the night. As he pushed open the door, he heard a raucous commotion emanating from his suitcase, as if something within were thrashing about wildly. Frowning, he approached and opened the suitcase, only to have a black diary shoot out like a projectile. The pages fluttered violently, as though in a fit of rage. "What is this nonsense?" he exclaimed, grasping the diary and pressing it flat against his desk. Flipping open a blank page, he took up a quill and inscribed, "What is going on? Are you having a fit?" As soon as the ink dried, Tom Riddle's handwriting erupted onto the page, more frantic and illegible than before, the ink even tearing through the paper. "Did you attack the serpent?" Raising an eyebrow, he understood, as expected of the true master of the serpent. "He can sense this." He casually replied, "Yes, what of it? How did you know? Is that even a question?" Tom's handwriting grew even more chaotic, almost as if he were roaring, "It is my pet. I can feel its pain and fear. You are truly reckless, more so than I was at your age." Finding the outburst somewhat amusing, Leno retorted, "Is it really that serious? You're overreacting. I didn't kill it. I merely struck it, and it fled on its own." Yet, the diary seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to spew forth text with fervor. "The serpent is the legacy of Slytherin. It is a weapon I have bestowed upon myself. By what right do you touch it? If you kill it, I will not forgive you." "Enough," Leno said with impatience, slamming the diary shut. Regardless of its frantic attempts to escape, he simply tossed it back into the suitcase and locked it with a definitive click. The suitcase emitted muffled, thrashing sounds, which gradually subsided after a while. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples. The serpent creature has fled, leaving Tom in a state of agitation, while the Laguerre family is fast approaching, adding to the growing commotion. He gazes out the window. The castle lights have extinguished, with only the sporadic howls of wolves emanating from the forbidden forest. Leno retrieves the glass vial containing the small spider, observing the creature curled up in the corner, and suddenly chuckles. At the very least, he has discerned the serpent's vulnerability, its aversion to potent magic, though it is of little practical use when the time comes. Action must be taken. Now, he awaits the arrival of the Laguerre family to seize the opportunity to eradicate the troubles posed by both the serpent and Tom. Chapter 90. Friday practice. On this Friday, Leno feels as though his ears are on the verge of developing calluses from incessant reminders. Indeed, this day ought to be inscribed in Hogwarts' most vexatious calendar. From a moment he awakens at dawn until the evening's classes conclude, Draco's admonitions have been unrelenting. As the first light breaks, and he rubs the sleep from his eyes, Draco sidles up to his bedside, his tone laden with feigned urgency. "Don't forget about the Quidditch pitch tonight. Be punctual." During breakfast, Draco occupies the seat across from him, lifting a piece of bread while casting furtive glances in Leno's direction, reiterating the importance of the evening's plans. Even in potions class, as Snape demonstrates cauldron techniques at the front, Draco manages to shoot him a pointed look that seems to say, "Dare to forget, and you'll regret it." It is only under Snape's piercing gaze that Leno composes himself, massaging his temples while mentally berating Draco's relentless insistence. Has this fellow etched reminders into his very being? It's merely a spell we're discussing. Must he be so anxious? As the sun sinks below the horizon, a chill wind sweeps across the Quidditch pitch, causing the wooden bleachers to creak ominously. Leno wraps his robes tighter around himself as he walks towards the open space on the west side, a spot Draco insisted upon, claiming it would be less crowded and free from distractions. However, the distance from the castle, coupled with the biting wind, leaves his fingertips numb with cold. Finally, the evening arrives, and Leno again secures his robes against the autumn chill as he strides toward the designated area. The evening breeze carries the crispness of late fall, causing his robes to flutter. In the distance, howls emerge from the forbidden forest, and the desolate pitch is devoid of any figures. Only Draco could conceive of such a sparsely populated yet frigid locale. Leno, over here, from afar. He spots Draco standing at the center of the clearing, his platinum hair gleaming under the moonlight. Draco waves energetically, his wand oscillating in his hand, clearly impatient. Upon reaching him, Leno has barely steadied himself when Draco leans in, eagerly inquiring, "What shall we do first? Practice summoning the serpent? Or should you teach me how to conjure a great python directly?" Leno realizes he has not prepared a teaching plan. His prior agreement with Draco had been a momentary concession, and he had not contemplated how to instruct him. Summoning a serpent, especially a colossal python, relies on magical control and advanced spell comprehension. Given Draco's current level of magical prowess, even summoning a snake the thickness of his forearm would prove challenging, let alone a python. Gazing into Draco's sparkling eyes, Leno cleared his throat. Before he could swallow the words that had almost escaped his lips, he pointed casually at the edge of the empty ground, his mind racing to devise a perfunctory solution. First, practice the incantation for summoning the basilisk 100 times. Establish a solid foundation. Every pronunciation must be precise, without error. Draco's expression froze in disbelief, as if he had misheard. Practice the pronunciation 100 times? He had expected to learn how to summon the great serpent directly, not to engage in such rudimentary exercises. His tone was laced with skepticism. Was this truly effective? I already know how to pronounce it. What you know is merely recitation, not accurate pronunciation. Leno raised an eyebrow, deliberately adopting an authoritative demeanor. If one syllable of the incantation is incorrect, the magical output will falter. At that point, instead of summoning a snake, you might conjure a slug. Would you like to attempt that? This statement struck a nerve with Draco. He was reluctant to appear foolish before Leno, although he found the method somewhat dubious. The memory of Leno summoning the giant python compelled him to grit his teeth. Fine. 100 times it is. After all, Draco considered, Leno's prowess was undeniable. Perhaps there truly was merit in mastering the basics. Thus, Draco ultimately nodded, stepping back a few paces, raising his wand, and began to chant, "Basilisk, emerge." The first attempt was hasty, the final note trailing off. The second was overly forceful, akin to a shout. Leno leaned against the pillar of the viewing stand, arms crossed, observing him, occasionally interjecting corrections. The basilisk should be pronounced with weight, not airy. The emerge must conclude lightly, or else the magical energy will dissipate. Whether Leno's instructions were genuinely effective, he himself could not ascertain, but he spoke with an air of professionalism, aiming to reassure Draco. Moreover, Draco listened earnestly, restarting each time he was corrected. Gradually, the incantation's pronunciation grew steadier, and the tip of his wand began to emit a faint silver glow, signaling the gathering of magical energy. Observing Draco's progress, Leno breathed a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, this young man is persistent. Let him refine his pronunciation to temper his disposition, while I contemplate how to instruct him further. Seizing the moment, Leno mentally implored the system. System, is there a method for Draco to swiftly summon a larger serpent? I await your response urgently. The system's cold, unyielding reply echoed in his mind. This system does not support instructional guidance. Leno lamented. He had nearly forgotten that this system was of a hands-off nature, providing only items without any practical guidance. What use is a system so powerful that it cannot even teach a spell? He mused internally, yet found himself at a loss. Forced to ponder independently. Before long, Draco rushed over, panting, exclaiming, "I've practiced 100 times. Look." He raised his wand and uttered the incantation. A black serpent, about the thickness of a forearm, sprang forth from the tip of his wand and coiled lazily on the ground, appearing no different than before. It seems rather ineffective. Draco's tone carried a hint of disappointment. He prodded the snake on the ground. The serpent merely flicked its tongue, paying him no heed. Leno gazed intently at the small snake, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within him. To enlarge the snake summoned by the basilisk. It was not necessary to labor directly on the creature itself. A simple incantation to accelerate its growth would suffice. Clearing his throat, Leno adopted an air of profound mystery, though it appeared more like a fade of pretentiousness. He patted Draco's shoulder and declared, "To enlarge the snake summoned by the basilisk and achieve such an accomplishment is a feat that most wizards find arduous. What wizard does not toil for years? What wizard does not practice diligently over time? Of course, excluding Leno himself, who relied on an external advantage. Ordinary wizards typically require 3 to 5 years of persistent effort to enhance their magical prowess. For one to attempt such feats with minimal practice is indeed challenging." Draco's shoulders slumped, a tone of despondency creeping into his voice. "What should I do? When will I be able to summon a great python like you?" "Do not fret," Leno replied with a sudden smile, his tone laced with mischief. "I possess a shortcut that does not require years of waiting." "Really?" Draco's spirits lifted instantly as he clutched Leno's sleeve, eagerly inquiring, "What is this method? Speak quickly." Instead of providing an immediate answer, Leno raised his wand, directing it at a patch of weeds nearby, and clearly intoned, "Grow large." A pale green light enveloped the weeds, which rapidly surged in height, visibly growing from ankle-high to waist-high within moments. The leaves swayed slightly, as if flaunting their newfound stature. Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed at the weeds and exclaimed, "So, I first summoned the snake with the basilisk spell, then used the growth spell on it, and the snake will enlarge, right?" "Clever." Leno raised an eyebrow, offering rare praise. Draco, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly lifted his wand. He first recited the basilisk spell, and the black snake reappeared. Taking a deep breath, he emulated Leno's tone and commanded the snake, "Grow large." The pale green light enveloped the black serpent. Although the effect was slightly weaker than Leno's original incantation, likely due to it being Draco's first attempt, the results were nonetheless apparent. The black snake's body gradually thickened, swelling from the size of an arm to that of a calf, significantly larger than before. While it paled in comparison to the immense python summoned by Leno, Draco was elated, leaping in delight. It grew. It truly grew. He circled the black snake twice, his voice brimming with exhilaration. He attempted the growth spell once more, and the black snake swelled a bit more. Although it still lacked grandeur, it had exceeded his expectations. "Ah, the youth is teachable," Leno casually remarked in praise of Draco. Though Draco did not fully comprehend Leno's words, he discerned the commendation in his tone, and a smile crept across his face as he proudly declared, "Of course, I am a Malfoy." Leno timely reminded, "However, I must caution you that the spell to enlarge only increases the size of the serpent. Its venomous potency remains unchanged. In other words, while it may appear imposing, its lethality is no different from that of a smaller snake." "No witties." Draco waved his hand dismissively. Once again, he cast the enlargement spell on the black snake. As he watched the serpent swell in size, his eyes sparkled with delight. "As long as it looks formidable. Next time at the dueling club, I will surely give Potter a taste of this." Leno concluded that he had fully grasped Draco's intentions. All this effort to master spells was not aimed at gaining strength or proving himself. It was merely to show off before Harry. Such an obsession was rather juvenile. He refrained from further criticism, leaning against a nearby tree trunk and observing Draco practice the spell repeatedly. The black snake fluctuated in size under his incantation, occasionally reverting to its original form due to unstable magic, which elicited moments of frustration from Draco, yet he promptly attempted again. Moonlight bathed the clearing, and the evening breeze remained cool, but Draco's voice was filled with excitement, which eased Leno's irritation somewhat. He suddenly found himself thinking that perhaps this boy was not so detestable after all. At the very least, this dedication to show off was somewhat amusing. Chapter 91. A visitor from afar. As the morning at Hogwarts unfolded, news of the arrival of the Ruggell family spread like wildfire throughout the castle. During breakfast in the Great Hall, students whispered amongst themselves, some curious about what an American pure-blood family might be like. while others speculated on the reasons for their specific visit to Hogwarts. Some Gryffindor students even secretly wondered if it had something to do with the Chamber's secrets. Leno sat at the Slytherin table, listening to the chatter, his fork idly poking at the potatoes on his plate while his mind pondered. Jonathan certainly arrived swiftly. It seems he could hardly wait to see me. Sure enough, just after lunch, Dumbledore found him around the corner of the corridor. The headmaster, still clad in his patterned robes, held a lemon sherbet in his hand, his smile warm. "Leno, my boy, I have a favor to ask of you." Leno raised an eyebrow. "Headmaster, is it about the Ruggell family?" "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "Mr. Jonathan Ruggell wrote yesterday, expressing his wish for you to be the first in the welcoming party, joining me to greet him. He mentioned that you are his blood relative, which would foster a closer connection." Leno scoffed inwardly. "Closer connection? Surely he intends to use our kinship as a means to ingratiate himself, perhaps to discuss the acquisition of my assets?" However, he did not let his thoughts show on his face, merely nodding. "All right, I understand." Dumbledore regarded him, a flicker of understanding passing through his blue eyes, yet he said nothing further, simply patting Leno on the shoulder. "We shall gather outside the Great Hall at 5 this afternoon." The evening breeze was cooler than during the day, and the torches outside the Great Hall had been lit, casting a warm orange glow upon the stone walls. Professor McGonagall, donned in a deep green teaching robe, cast a furtive glance at her pocket watch, her brow furrowed with concern. "Dumbledore, are you certain they're arriving this afternoon? It is nearly 6 o'clock, and the students are eagerly awaiting their dinner." She paused for a moment before adding, "Moreover, having me, the deputy headmistress, to greet them is sufficient. There is no need for you to stand here in waiting." "Minerva, exercise patience," Dumbledore replied, leaning against the doorframe, leisurely unwrapping a lemon drop. "As hosts, it is only courteous to wait for our guests. Besides, the Raggles hold a significant position in the American magical community, and it is only polite for me to welcome them personally." Just as Professor McGonagall was about to voice her thoughts, a senior Ravenclaw student suddenly pointed towards the distant stone bridge, exclaiming, "Professor, someone is approaching." Everyone turned to see 4 figures walking across the bridge, their shapes gradually becoming clearer in the twilight. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, his silver hair meticulously styled, reminiscent of Lucius Malfoy as own coiffure. He bore no facial hair, his complexion pristine, indicating a man of considerable attention to appearance. He was clad in an exquisitely tailored black robe, accompanied by a serious-looking middle-aged woman adorned in a purple robe intricately embroidered with serpentine patterns. She held the hands of 2 children, a boy and a girl, both roughly the same age as Leno. The boy's silver hair mirrored that of the man, while the girl, with her twin braids, timidly hid behind her mother. "This must be the Raggles," Leno thought with a smirk. "That man is Jonathan, smiling like a fox, clearly up to no good." As Jonathan approached, he warmly extended his hand towards Dumbledore, his face adorned with an appropriately affable smile. "You must be Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Jonathan Raggle, the one who previously corresponded with you." He paused, a hint of apology in his tone. "I sincerely apologize for our tardiness. As you may know, the Ministry of Magic's International Travel Network is somewhat antiquated, and we had to wait for repairs before we could depart. The ministry is quite distant, causing some delays. I hope you do not mind." "Of course not," Dumbledore replied, shaking his hand with a warm demeanor. "After such a long journey, let us proceed to the castle." Jonathan nodded, yet his gaze swiftly bypassed Dumbledore, landing on Leno at the forefront of the welcoming party. His smile grew even more radiant as he hastened towards Leno, once again extending his hand. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Leno Thorne's, correct?" His eyes scrutinized Leno as if appraising something. "Our connection hardly requires a further introduction. It has been a long time. You have indeed grown into a remarkable young man." Leno regarded the outstretched hand, faintly scented with perfume, and felt a wave of unease wash over him. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and shook Jonathan's hand lightly, his tone neutral. "Mr. Raggle, have we met before?" "Indeed, we have." Jonathan beamed, his eyes narrowing with delight. 12 years ago, at Thorne's Manor. At that time, you were so small, still learning to walk. Cradled in the arms of the venerable butler, Derek, how adorable you were." Leno inwardly rolled his eyes. 12 years ago? Perhaps you merely encountered me while signing the agreement for the management of American industries, speaking as if we were intimately acquainted. Yet, he refrained from exposing the facade. simply uttering an "oh" and choosing not to elaborate further. Jonathan evidently wished to continue the conversation and was about to inquire about the butler Derek's recent health when Dumbledore timely stepped forward, smiling as he interrupted. "Mr. Jonathan, it is getting late. The dinner in the hall will soon grow cold. Let us converse while we dine. There will be ample time for reminiscing later." Jonathan's smile faltered slightly as he cast a glance at Dumbledore, perhaps sensing that Dumbledore was reluctant for him and Leno to converse privately. He nodded in agreement. "You are right. I was too hasty. Let us proceed to dinner." The group made their way towards the hall, with Dumbledore and Jonathan leading the way. Professor McGonagall walking alongside, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with Jonathan's wife. Leno deliberately slowed his pace, lagging at the back of the procession, as he truly did not wish to draw too close to Jonathan. Ahead of him were the two children of the Raggle family. The boy occasionally glanced back at him, his eyes reflecting curiosity mingled with a subtle hint of scrutiny. The girl, however, merely stole a quick glance before hastily averting her gaze. At last, the boy could no longer suppress his curiosity and halted, locking eyes with Leno in a moment of shared gaze. Leno's expression remained inscrutable, his eyes chilling slightly, exuding an imperceptible sense of pressure. The boy appeared startled, his body visibly jolting before he quickly turned and hurried to catch up with his mother. Not daring to glance back again, Leno observed the retreating figure, feeling little stir within, whatever Jonathan intended. He would not permit the Raggle family to extract anything further from the Thornes. The grand doors of the hall loomed ahead, the raucous chatter of students spilling forth, warm light seeping through the cracks. Yet, Leno felt no warmth in his heart, only a lingering wariness towards Jonathan's duplicitous smile, his overt friendliness. And the gazes of those two children, all suggesting that the Raggle family's visit would not be as innocuous as it appeared. Chapter 92. The banquet test. The long table in the hall was laden with an abundance of food, the aroma of roasted chicken mingling with the sweet scent of pumpkin soup, yet it did little to dispel Leno's vigilance. At the professor's table, Jonathan was turned towards Dumbledore, animatedly gesturing with his hands as he spoke incessantly, his face adorned with an enthusiastic smile. Dumbledore, holding a silver spoon, occasionally scooped a mouthful of pumpkin soup, listening languidly, a faint smile gracing his lips, though he refrained from engaging much in the conversation, his gaze harboring a barely perceptible scrutiny. Mrs. Raggle sat beside Jonathan, delicately maneuvering her knife and fork as she quietly sliced her steak, occasionally glancing at Jonathan without uttering a word, resembling a shadow with little presence. Leno's gaze returned to the Raggle siblings, Avis and Winfrey, seated across from him. Both individuals appeared visibly tense, their hands gripping their cutlery, yet showing little inclination to engage with the meal before them. It was evident they were restless. Leno discerned the underlying motive. It's clear that Jonathan orchestrated this. He must have sent his own children to establish rapport with me, fearing my reluctance to cooperate. Before Avis and Winfrey could utter a word, Leno set down his knife and fork, his tone unassuming as he introduced himself, Leno Sorens. The siblings seemed taken aback, caught off guard by his straightforwardness. After a brief exchange of glances, Avis, the elder brother, awkwardly introduced himself, Avis Lager. He paused, slightly shifting to indicate his sister beside him. "This is my sister." Winfrey's voice was barely a whisper, tinged with shyness. "Winfrey Lager." Without raising his gaze, Leno resumed cutting his steak, the sound of a knife slicing through the meat resonating sharply in the stillness of the corner. He inquired nonchalantly, "Did your father summon you here?" The question seemed to strike a chord with both siblings, causing Avis to falter momentarily. Winfrey also lowered her head. They exchanged another glance, ultimately responding with a vague murmur, opting for silence thereafter. Leno raised an eyebrow, inwardly amused. Indeed, they are merely pawns in this game. He refrained from pressing further and casually remarked, "The steak at Hogwarts is quite commendable. You might find it worth sampling." Only then did Avis and Winfrey pick up their cutlery, clumsily attempting to slice their steaks, their movements awkward as if it were their first experience with such utensils. The meat on their plates was a chaotic mess. At that moment, a familiar voice interjected, "Hey, Leno, what brings you here?" Leno looked up to see Draco approaching with a tray, his platinum hair shimmering under the light. Initially intending to sit beside Leno, his gaze fell upon Avis and Winfrey. Halting his steps, leaning closer to Leno, he whispered, "Who are they? I don't believe I've seen them before." The Lager siblings, Leno replied succinctly, continuing to slice his steak. Draco's eyes brightened with curiosity as he regarded Avis and Winfrey, lifting his chin with a hint of the distinctive Malfoy pride. Draco Malfoy. Avis paused, somewhat awkwardly repeating both his and his sister's names. Avis Lager, and this is Winfrey Lager. Winfrey merely echoed a soft affirmation, avoiding eye contact with Draco. The atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable. Draco, scratching his nose, attempted to fill the silence with a few inconsequential remarks about Quidditch practice. Noticing Leno's lack of enthusiasm, he discreetly collected his tray and departed, casting a parting glance at Avis. Left alone with the Lager siblings, the three sat in silence at the far end of the long table, the only sounds being the gentle clinking of cutlery against plates. Leno contemplated his next move. Inquiring among the adults seems unwise. Jonathan is unyielding, and Lady Lager remains reticent. Therefore, I must glean information from these two children. He set down his knife and fork, lifted his pumpkin juice, and took a sip, casually inquiring, I suppose this is your first visit to England? Avis and Winfrey simultaneously looked up and nodded. Leno continued, How many days do you plan to spend in England? Aside from Hogwarts, are there any other places you wish to visit? There are numerous enjoyable spots in England, including the delightful British cuisine. Fish and chips is quite splendid. As soon as he uttered those words, Leno internally scoffed. Goodness, delightful British cuisine? Fish and chips? What am I saying? Is this something one would genuinely state? It's merely a ruse for these two foreign children. Avis, evidently oblivious to his inner musings, furrowed his brow and replied with a hint of reluctance. We're not sure. We're just following what our father says. Winfrey nodded in agreement. Dad hasn't mentioned anything to us. Leno rolled his eyes internally. So, asking was as good as not asking at all. Yet, one thing was certain. Jonathan had not disclosed the purpose of their trip to the children. Either he was being obstinate or concealing some unknown secret. In any case, his intentions were far from benign. Just then, Professor Jonathan glanced over at them. He exchanged a few quiet words with Dumbledore, then rose, carrying his plate, and approached Leno with a smile. It appeared that Mr. Sorns was already acquainted with Avis and Winfrey. Jonathan reached the table, his tone affectionate, as if he genuinely cared about the younger generation's interactions. Leno raised his head, forcing a polite smile while internally sneering. Isn't this all part of your arrangement? Why pretend to be the good guy now? Jonathan seemed oblivious to his thoughts and continued to smile, saying, I would like to trouble Mr. Sorns with something. He paused, glancing at Avis and Winfrey. His tone tinged with a hint of resignation. You know, the other upperclassmen and professors, including the headmasters, are quite occupied. Would it be possible for you to lead us on a tour of Hogwarts tomorrow? Allow them to experience the ambience of a magical school. Leno scrutinized Jonathan's eyes. Filled with confusion, what is he scheming now? What does this fellow truly want? Can't he just state his intentions plainly? Why must he beat around the bush? However, he also understood that outright refusal would only heighten Jonathan's vigilance, so it would be wiser to find a reason to observe his subsequent actions. Leno set down his pumpkin juice and replied slowly, But I have classes tomorrow. It might be quite difficult to lead Mr. Rager's family on a tour. Yet Jonathan maintained a smile, responding, No worries. I've already spoken with Headmaster Dumbledore, and he has granted you the free time to guide us tomorrow. Jonathan smiled at Leno, as if certain he would oblige. Seeing this, Leno decided not to refuse any further. Since he wishes to indulge, I shall entertain him, he thought, though he still wore a smile on his face. Of course, that would be no problem at all. It would be delightful. Jonathan's smile instantly brightened, and he patted Leno on the shoulder. I truly appreciate your kindness, Mr. Thorns. I always knew you were a warm-hearted lad. Leno remained silent, merely watching as Jonathan turned to walk back towards the professor's table. A heightened sense of caution enveloped him regarding Jonathan's request. It was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. After all, what sort of virtuous individual could be disqualified from the presidential election of the American Magical Congress due to their ambition being unveiled through the art of legitimacy? Chapter 93. The suspicious little paper boat The Morning at Hogwarts was shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. The castle's spires loomed enigmatically within the haze, and even the glow of the torches seemed softened. Leno stood at the entrance of the great hall, awaiting the arrival of the Raggles. Before long, he spotted Jonathan approaching, accompanied by Avis and Waverly, but notably absent was Mrs. Raggle. Mr. Raggle, is your wife not joining us? Leno inquired casually, his gaze keenly observing Jonathan's expression. Jonathan's smile remained unchanged, yet his tone bore a hint of feigned concern. Her? She has not been feeling well lately. Professor Dumbledore specifically arranged a room for her to rest, so she won't be joining us. Leno inwardly scoffed, thinking, not feeling well? Surely, you must have deliberately left her behind. With her present, your schemes would be rather inconvenient. However, he did not reveal his thoughts and simply nodded. Then let us commence our exploration of the Great Hall. It is quite empty in the morning, allowing us to appreciate the carvings within. Jonathan readily agreed. Excellent idea. It is a perfect opportunity for the children to witness the grandeur of Hogwarts. Avis trailed behind, still tense, his eyes frequently darting to the corners of the corridor as if searching for something. Waverly grasped the edge of her clothing, closely following her brother, not daring to lift her head. The morning passed uneventfully as Leno guided them to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, which remained locked, and then to the potions classroom, where Severus Snape was absent, allowing only a distant gesture. They also visited the Quidditch pitch, where they fortuitously encountered Harry practicing. Draco, upon spotting Avis, made a point to approach and give a dismissive nod. Throughout, Jonathan incessantly sought conversation, occasionally inquiring about who currently managed the Thorne's estate or contrasting the spaciousness of American magical estates with those in Britain. Each query circled back to matters of family holdings. Leno either laughed it off or stated that he could not provide clarity, as Derek handled such affairs, ensuring that Jonathan extracted not a shred of useful information. By afternoon, they arrived at the entrance to the Slytherin common room. The serpentine patterns on the stone walls glimmered coldly under the torchlight. Just as Leno was about to utter the password to open the door, Avis suddenly halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the wall. "Father, do you hear something?" Jonathan's steps ceased, and his demeanor grew instantly alert. He listened intently before turning to Leno, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Classmate Thorns. Do Slytherin dormitories house serpents? I believe I hear a hissing sound." Leno's heart sank. It was the basilisk. It appeared that the basilisk was moving through the pipes of the western dungeon, the sound echoing along the walls. He maintained a calm demeanor, tapping the stone wall. Nothing. Perhaps it was merely the wind? The ancient castle of Hogwarts, with its myriad of passages, often allowed the wind to create peculiar noises. Jonathan fixed his gaze upon his eyes, as if attempting to discern something. However, Leono's expression revealed no cracks. He listened intently once more, and the hissing sound had already faded. The basilisk had receded. Reluctantly, he conceded perhaps the old castle is simply like that. Alvis intended to say more, but Jonathan silenced him with a glance. He had no choice but to swallow his words and followed Leno into the common room. Throughout the tour, Jonathan never ceased his fidgeting. Either he seized the moment when Leno was instructing Ren on the crystal chandelier to furtively inquire if Alvis had noticed anything unusual, or he deliberately prompted Ren to consult Leno about magical matters. While he observed Leno's reactions from the side, Leno was thoroughly vexed, having already mentally berated Jonathan's entire lineage. "Could you just say what you mean? This roundabout nonsense is more tiresome than Snape's potions class." Finally, as evening approached, the group made their way towards the Great Hall. Just before reaching the entrance, Jonathan abruptly halted, glancing at his pocket watch. "Oh dear, there's still some time before dinner. I shall check on the preparations in the kitchen. After all, as guests, we must ensure the flavors are to our liking." As he spoke, he produced a palm-sized paper boat from his pocket. He pressed it into Alvis's hand and leaned in close to whisper a few words, too softly for Leno to hear. Though he noticed Alvis's body stiffen momentarily before he nodded, Jonathan patted Alvis on the shoulder and cast a meaningful glance at Leno, smiling as he said, "You three young folks get along well. I shall return shortly." With that, he turned and walked towards the kitchen, leaving Leno, Alvis, and Ren behind. The air grew instantly still. Alvis clutched the paper boat, his fingers turning white with tension. His gaze flitted away, avoiding Leno's. Meanwhile, Ren shrank behind her brother and quietly asked, "Brother, what did father say to you?" Alvis did not respond, merely concealing the paper boat behind him. Leno's gaze fell upon the ordinary white paper boat, which subtly radiated a faint magical aura, evidently enchanted. He smirked inwardly. Is Jonathan treating the boy as a pawn? There must be something amiss with this paper boat. Does it intend for Alvis to steal something or to lead me somewhere? He refrained from exposing it immediately, casually leaning against a nearby stone pillar. Mr. Rager seems quite concerned for you, taking the time to encourage you to converse with me. Albus's body tensed further, mumbling an indistinct agreement. His grip tightened, crumpling the edges of the paper boat. Ren glanced between her brother and Leino, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, "Father told us not to upset you." Leino raised an eyebrow, about to inquire further, when Avis abruptly interrupted her, exclaiming, "Winfully, don't speak recklessly." After saying this, he quickly turned to Leino, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. "Let us wait for Father at the entrance of the hall. We shouldn't linger here." Leino remained still, her gaze fixed on the paper boat in his hand, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Why the haste? There is still time before dinner. Why not discuss the purpose of that paper boat? What does it contain?" Avis's face instantly drained of color. Chapter 94. The other side of Jonathan Leino observed Avis's knuckles turning white from the grip on the paper boat. With a sly smile and a leisurely tone, she teased, "Could it be that this paper boat conceals some undisclosed secret? Perhaps something your father instructed you to secretly place or retrieve?" Avis's face flushed crimson. His lips moved, as if to protest, when a familiar voice suddenly interjected, "Ah, what lively conversation are you having?" Jonathan strode over, a forced smile plastered on his face, holding a pumpkin cookie freshly procured from the kitchen. "It's getting late. The banquet is about to commence. If we delay any longer, the roasted chicken will be snatched away by the students." As he spoke, he discreetly positioned himself in front of Avis, concealing the hand clutching the paper boat behind him. Leino cast a sidelong glance at Jonathan, refraining from exposing his awareness of the situation, recognizing that confrontation was ill-timed as the bat still lurked in the shadows. She forced a smile and turned toward the hall. "Very well. I'm rather hungry as well." Jonathan exhaled in relief and quickly signaled Avis to follow. However, once Leino's figure disappeared from view, Jonathan's smile evaporated instantly. He turned, fixing Avis with a scornful glare, his voice lowered yet laced with malice. "You cannot even manage this simple task. The Laguerre family has no need for a worthless individual like you." Avis's head hung lower, his fingers crumpling the paper boat into a tight ball. "If you cannot accomplish this, then you and your mother should remain in your room. Do not embarrass yourselves," Jonathan concluded, not sparing a glance at either Avis or Winfully, and turned to leave, the hem of his dark robe sweeping the ground with a chilling aura. Winfully flinched, her shoulders hunching as she clutched Avis's clothing. Her voice trembled. "Brother, what shall we do? Should we still listen to Father?" Avis remained silent, biting his lip in frustration until, after a considerable pause, he muttered a reluctant agreement. He took Winfully's hand and walked toward the hall, his posture rigid, yet imbued with an unspoken sense of grievance. All of this transpired under the watchful gaze of an inconspicuous bat, which observed Jonathan's cruelty, Avis's restraint, and Winfully's fear, each detail vividly imprinted in Leino's mind. As she reached the entrance of the hall, the bat's voice echoed in her thoughts. His expression darkened in an instant, and he inwardly cursed. What on earth? Is Jonathan even human? He exploits his own children and threatens to confine them with their mother. Clearly, she is not merely unwell. She is being held captive. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of sympathy for Avis and Renfri. These two children were nothing more than tools for Jonathan's gain, truly pitiful souls. During the dinner, Leno had little appetite, merely prodding at the potatoes on his plate. Jonathan continued to engage in idle chatter with the professors, occasionally casting a probing glance in Leno's direction. Opposite him, Avis and Renfri scarcely touched their food. Renfri's eyes were red, evidently still shaken from earlier. At last, when the dinner concluded, Leno bypassed Jonathan without a word and made his way directly to the Slytherin dormitory. As he turned a corner, he spotted a small figure crouched in a corner, trembling shoulders revealing it to be Renfri. She buried her head in her knees, quietly weeping. Her sobs were soft, but resonated starkly in the stillness of the corridor. Leno approached, crouching down, and attempted to speak gently. "What is the matter? Why are you here, crying alone?" Renfri was so absorbed in her grief that she did not hear him. It was only when he repeated his question that she slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and upon seeing Leno, she jumped in surprise. In a flurry, she tried to wipe away her tears with her sleeve, only succeeding in making it worse. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor as Avis came running. Upon seeing Renfri and Leno, His expression shifted dramatically. He rushed over, kneeling beside Renfri, gently patting her back while speaking in a hushed, anxious tone. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to wander off? Mother's worried sick about you." He then leaned closer, lowering his voice further. "You didn't say anything, did you?" With tear-filled eyes, Renfri shook her head. "That's good," Avis replied. He then turned to Leno, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. My sister, she's just feeling a bit homesick and has disturbed you. We'll leave right away." Just as Leno was about to assure him it was no trouble, Avis had already pulled Renfri to her feet and hurriedly turned to leave, their footsteps frantic as though fearing further inquiries. Renfri glanced back at Leno, her eyes brimming with hurt and helplessness, before they swiftly disappeared around the corner. Leno remained rooted in place, watching the direction in which they vanished. He had overheard their exchange entirely, having cast an auditory amplification charm on himself the moment Avis appeared. It was hardly surprising that he could hear their hushed conversation. However, Leno chose not to delve deeper into the matter, recognizing that they were merely pawns in a troubling game. Thus, he silently contemplated. Jonathan's tight grip on his wife and children undoubtedly harbors deeper issues. Perhaps one could release a bat into their chamber to see if it might uncover anything of significance. He was aware that such an action bordered on unethical, akin to intruding upon the privacy of others. Yet, contemplating Jonathan's cruelty, the lady's disappearance, the grievances of the siblings, and the Swain's family's consumed estate, he resolved to proceed. Regardless, in pursuit of unraveling Jonathan's sinister plot and to ascertain the well-being of the siblings and the lady, he deemed this course of action justifiable. He raised his hand and summoned a bat, gently tapping its head with his fingertip, whispering commands. "Follow Avis and Winifred to their room. Remain undetected. And alert me at the slightest disturbance." The bat emitted a couple of chirps, unfurled its wings, and soared towards the direction in which Avis had vanished, quickly disappearing from sight. Leno watched the bat's flight with a sigh, hoping it would bring forth valuable information, and wishing that the siblings and the lady could endure less of Jonathan's torment. Chapter 95. The dilemma of Rager the Bat trailed behind Avis and Winifred as they ascended to the 8th floor. The flickering torchlight in the corridor was dim, with only a faint glow emanating from an intricately carved wooden door at the end, evidently the chamber prepared by Dumbledore for the Rager family. Just as Winifred raised her hand to knock, the door swung open from within. Mrs. Rager stood behind it, her purple robe's sleeves slightly wrinkled. Her gaze was laden with vigilance as she swiftly scanned both ends of the corridor. Once assured that no one was present, she hurriedly ushered the siblings inside. "Where have you been for so long? Your father hasn't noticed anything unusual, has he?" The bat attempted to follow them inside, but was thwarted by the gust of air as the door closed. It hovered outside the crack, its wings pressed against the wall, striving to remain inconspicuous while keenly capturing the sounds from within the room. "Mom, I'm fine." Winifred's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she rushed into Mrs. Rager's embrace. "I'm just a bit afraid of Dad." Mrs. Rager gently patted her back, her tone as soft as cotton. Do not fear, for Mother is here." Pausing for a moment, she turned her gaze to Avis, her eyes revealing an additional layer of concern. "Your father hasn't troubled you, has he?" Avis clenched his fists, remaining silent for a few seconds before suddenly looking up and asking, "Mom, must we truly assist Dad? He sent us with Leno, seemingly wanting us to find something." A momentary silence enveloped the room. Then, Mrs. Rager's soft sigh broke the stillness. "Your father has always been this way. Once he sets his mind to something, he will pursue it by any means necessary." Her voice carried a hint of resignation, tinged with an almost imperceptible bitterness. "We must heed his wishes. Although I am reluctant to have you both partake in such matters, do not follow my example. I refused his demands, and now I am confined to this room, unable to even stroll down the corridor." Once she finished speaking, silence reigned between the two children. The bat transmitted the sounds clearly back to Leno's mind. Leno leaned against the stone pillar downstairs, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing his wand. Indeed, Lady Raygel was confined by Jonathan due to her unwillingness to be exploited. That scoundrel Jonathan, even his own wife he coerces. He would go to any length for his ambitions. Just then, a sudden voice pierced the silence, startling the bat, who nearly lost its grip on the wall. "Hogwarts still at bats? How peculiar." Leno's heart raced. It was Jonathan's voice. Through the bat's perspective, he observed Jonathan striding down the corridor, the hem of his black robe sweeping the floor, his sharp gaze fixed on the bat's direction. The bat quickly folded its wings and pressed itself tighter against the shadows of the wall. Jonathan stared at the shadows for a few moments, his brow furrowing slightly. Convinced it was merely an ordinary bat, he dismissed it and proceeded straight to the ornately carved wooden door, rapping lightly upon it. Instantly, the sounds within the room ceased. The door swung open, revealing Lady Rhaegal's face at the threshold. Upon seeing Jonathan, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, quickly masked. "You've returned." "Yes," Jonathan replied, not meeting her gaze. As he strode into the room, at the moment the door closed, Leno, through the bat's vision, noted how Avis and Winfrey tensed up instantly. Winfrey even edged back behind Lady Rhaegal. With the door now firmly shut, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Only the flickering torchlight seeped through the crack beneath the door, casting a slender shadow on the floor. After approximately half a minute, Jonathan's voice broke the stillness, laced with evident interrogation. "Is the task I assigned you so difficult? You need only exchange a few words with Lenox Thorne, extract his thoughts. How is that so challenging?" "It is not difficult, but I cannot comply." Lady Rhaegal's voice was soft yet resolute. "I fail to understand why you are so fixated on the Thorne's family's affairs. I have not opposed you, but I shall never deceive a child myself, nor will I permit Avis and Winfrey to engage in such acts." "Ah, you possess a backbone." Jonathan's voice dripped with derision. "Have I not treated you well, bestowing upon you wealth and luxury, allowing you to assume the role of Lady Rhaegal? Am I being unreasonable in my requests? Since you insist, remain here. You may emerge only when you have come to your senses." With that, footsteps echoed in the room. The door was suddenly wrenched open. Jonathan emerging with a stormy expression, slamming the door shut behind him, not sparing a glance as he headed towards the staircase. In the brief moment the door swung open and closed, the bat seized the opportunity, darting in like a shadow. As the occupants of the room remained oblivious, Lady Rhaegal bending down to comfort the startled Winfrey, while Avis stood nearby, fists clenched in bewilderment, the bat swiftly flew beneath the bed, finding a dusty corner in which to conceal itself. Its wings pressed tightly against its sides, it remained utterly still. Through the lens of the bat's vision, Leno surveyed the temporarily tranquil scene within the room, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Thankfully, he had not been discovered. The perspective from beneath the bed was limited, revealing only the hem of Winfrey's dress and the shoes of Avis. Yet, at least he could hear the sounds resonating within the chamber. He distinctly caught the gentle murmurs of Lady Rhaegal offering solace, the muffled sobs of Winfrey, and the occasional sighs from Avis. Now, he awaited Jonathan to reveal further vulnerabilities. Clenching his wand, Leno turned toward the Slytherin dormitory, the bat having successfully infiltrated. What remained was the anticipation of discerning Jonathan's true intentions regarding the lady and her children, as well as his covetous aspirations for the Thorne's family estate. In a brief analysis of the narrative, Lady Rhaegal advised her child to heed their father's words, yet firmly declared to Jonathan her refusal to allow the children to partake in such endeavors. This is not a contradiction, but rather a reflection of Lady Rhaegal's dilemma. Although she hopes to shield her children from such actions, she feels compelled to ensure their well-being, even if it means guiding them towards undesirable paths. Furthermore, she must convey her resolute stance to Jonathan, a duty inherent in her role as a mother, ultimately wishing to spare her children from harm. This duality expresses her sentiments towards her children and her position against Jonathan. Chapter 96. Avis's openness. The autumn sunlight filtered through the gaps in the maple trees, casting mottled shadows upon the courtyard of Hogwarts, where a few orange and red leaves twirled gracefully to the ground. Leno sat upon a bench, clutching a copy of A History of Magic, yet his gaze lingered not on the pages. He awaited news from the bat. Since the bat had concealed itself within the Rhaegal residence the previous night, no significant developments had yet transpired. "Thorns, Leno?" A hesitant voice drifted from behind. Leno turned to see Avis standing a short distance away, his platinum hair gently swaying in the breeze, clutching a leather-bound notebook, his posture taut as though he had summoned considerable courage to approach. Leno closed his book and arched an eyebrow. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Avis took a couple of steps forward, then hesitated, his eyes darting about before he finally murmured, "I was wondering about the potions class at Hogwarts." What do you typically learn? At my magical school in America, I only studied the basics of antidotes, observing the tense shoulders and the whitened knuckles of Avis. Leno understood that the lad was deliberately seeking an excuse to converse, most likely prompted by Jonathan once again. However, he chose not to confront him directly and simply gestured to the vacant seat beside him, inviting him to sit. In potions class, the younger years focus on brewing healing potions and energizing elixirs, while the upper years delve into more complex concoctions, such as Wolfbane potion. However, Professor Snape is quite stringent. Even the slightest mistake can result in point deductions. Avis cautiously settled down, maintaining a slight distance from Leno, his notebook resting on his lap, fingers absent-mindedly tracing the cover. Professor Snape? I saw him outside the potions classroom yesterday. He indeed appears quite formidable. He paused for a moment and then shifted the conversation. What about Quidditch? I have heard that the Quidditch matches at Hogwarts are quite lively. Do you play? Occasionally, replied Leno in a neutral tone, though his gaze was keenly observing Alvis's reaction. He could discern that Alvis was not genuinely interested in discussing classes or Quidditch. His eyes were veiled with confusion and unease, as if he had something to express but was too timid to voice it. The two exchanged a few more words. The courtyard gradually enveloped in the rustling sound of leaves stirred by the wind, and the atmosphere began to grow awkward. Alvis bit his lip, seemingly resolved, and looked up at Leno, his voice softer than before. Leno, my father asked me to talk to you more, saying that we are relatives and should become closer. Leno remained silent, merely watching him, waiting for him to continue. Alvis's head drooped once again, his fingers crumpling the edges of his notebook. But I don't know what he wants me to discuss with you. He didn't specify any questions or actions, only that I should stay close to you. A hint of unnoticeable grievance tinged his voice. I asked him, and he only said to do as instructed, without elaborating further. Leno felt a stir of empathy. It appeared that Alvis was genuinely unaware of the situation. Jonathan seemed to regard him merely as bait or, perhaps, as a spy, without disclosing the specific intentions, fearing that he might inadvertently divulge something. Observing the confusion in Alvis's eyes, he recalled the harsh words Jonathan had directed at Alvis the previous night, and his tone softened slightly. Has your father not mentioned to you the purpose of this visit to Hogwarts? For instance, did he say anything regarding the Thornes family? Alvis abruptly looked up, his expression filled with astonishment. The Thornes family? I only know that my father mentioned our familial connection to you, but nothing beyond that. His trip to England was only communicated to my mother as a matter of great importance, the specifics of which neither Winifred nor I are privy to. He paused before adding, moreover, my mother advised us not to inquire too much, warning that it would anger my father. Leno nodded, his suspicions growing clearer. Jonathan was not only concealing matters from him, but had also withheld information from his own family, evidently fearing leaks. He refrained from probing further, simply gesturing towards the notebook in Alvis's hand. Do you enjoy taking notes as well? Alvis blinked in surprise, then realized Leno was redirecting the conversation. He sighed in relief and opened the notebook slightly, revealing a doodle inside that resembled Winifred, accompanied by a simplistic drawing of an owl. I like to draw a few things. Winifred says my drawings aren't very good, but I think they're acceptable. Mentioning his sister seemed to lighten his tone, releasing some of the tension he had previously carried. You draw quite well, better than I do, Leno smiled, pointing to the owl in the doodle. This owl closely resembles the messenger owls of Hogwarts. The wings are particularly well drawn. Alvis a bit shy. Close the notebook. Thank you. I aspire to become a magical artist, illustrating all magical creatures. However, I still yearn to be a magizoologist, should the opportunity arise. That is a commendable goal, Leno nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The two sat for a while longer, when Foulé's voice echoed from the courtyard entrance. Brother, father is looking for you. In an instant, Avis sprang to his feet, his expression shifting to one of anxiety. He hastily told Leno, I must leave, and dashed in the direction of Foulé. After a few steps, he glanced back at Leno, his eyes a complex tapestry of unspoken words. Yet he ultimately turned and ran away. Leno observed his retreating figure, silently contemplating that Avis was unaware when Foulé was timid, the lady was confined, and Jonathan had everyone in the dark. It seemed that unraveling Jonathan's intentions would rely on the bat hidden beneath the bed. Just as he intended to sense the happenings within the room through the bat, a signal was relayed before he could do so. There was commotion in the room. Chapter 97. The petrified Foulé As Avis pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of Jonathan seated in an armchair by the window. The hem of his black robe draping onto the carpet, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, his gaze as frigid as ice. Upon noticing Avis's entrance, he halted his movements, his tone laden with interrogation. "Did you inquire with Lenox Thorne as I instructed? Did you ask the necessary questions?" Avis's body stiffened in an instant, his fingers gripping the fabric of his clothing tightly, his voice faltering. I did not inquire. We merely discussed potions class and Quidditch." He did not mention anything else. Did not inquire? Jonathan's voice abruptly escalated as he rose from the chair, advancing step by step towards Avis. "Did I send you merely to engage in idle chatter? Did I not instruct you to question him regarding Thorne's manner? To ask what Derek has been preoccupied with lately? I dare not ask." Avis retreated a step, his head bowed lower, appearing as though he possessed knowledge of something. "I feared that if I asked, I would be discovered." "Enough." Lady Raygel suddenly emerged from the inner chamber, positioning herself protectively in front of Avis, her gaze resolute as she addressed Jonathan. "You must not pressure the child in such a manner. Avis has exerted his utmost effort. You clearly did not clarify what questions to ask him, and now you blame him for his shortcomings." Jonathan cast her a cold glance, his tone dripping with disdain. "This is not your concern. You need only remain in your chamber and refrain from meddling in my affairs." He ceased his confrontation with Lady Raygel and turned his attention back to Avis, his eyes carrying a warning. "It would be best if I were not to learn that you discussed matters that were not to be spoken of. Should my plans be compromised, you understand the consequences." With that, Jonathan pivoted and strode into the inner chamber, slamming the door behind him, leaving Avis and Lady Raygel standing in place. Avis's shoulders trembled slightly, and Lady Raygel gently patted his back, her voice filled with empathy. "Do not heed your father's words. You have done remarkably well." Through the perspective of the bat beneath the bed, Leno furrowed his brow, realizing that Avis had spoken the truth. He was genuinely unaware of Jonathan's precise intentions, merely being coerced into action. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind. "Leno, what are you doing here?" Leno turned to see Dawn, a younger student from Slytherin, rushing towards him, his face a mask of distress. There are strange noises in the common room. The sound was akin to a serpent slithering, a hissing that was truly terrifying. A snake? Leno's heart raced. Could it possibly be the basilisk? He sprang to his feet, following Dawn as they dashed toward the common room. "Are you certain you heard it? Where did you hear it?" "Right by the fireplace in the common room." Dawn gasped, panting heavily. "I went to fetch a book and heard the hissing from behind the fireplace, which scared me so much that I hurried out to find you." Upon entering the common room, they found several students whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with fear. Leno approached the fireplace, closed his eyes, and in a hushed tone spoke in Parseltongue. "Is anyone there? Come out." After a few moments of silence, there was no response from behind the fireplace, only the crackling of burning wood. Leno repeated his inquiry, yet still no sound emerged. He opened his eyes, frowning as he turned to Dawn. "Are you sure you heard it?" "I spoke in Parseltongue," and there was no reply. Dawn scratched his head, an expression of confusion on his face, yet he nodded resolutely. "I'm certain. I heard it distinctly. It was hissing, very clear. Perhaps it has already left?" Leno understood. The basilisk must have lingered there briefly before retreating into the pipes upon hearing them, just as he was about to reassure the students. A commotion erupted outside the common room. Someone shouted, "Another incident has occurred. Hurry to see." Leno's heart sank as he dashed outside. The basilisk was indeed on the move. Rounding the corner of the corridor, he found a throng of students gathered, with Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore among them, their expressions grave. Squeezing through the crowd, Leno's heart dropped as he beheld the figure lying on the ground. It was Wumfrey. She was clad in a purple dress, her body stiff and her skin a stone-like gray. Identical to Nick and Justin, who had been petrified before, Jonathan was seated beside Wumfrey, his face etched with anxiety. Upon spotting Dumbledore, he sprang to his feet, his voice trembling. "Headmaster Dumbledore, what has happened? Who cast a spell on my daughter?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, his tone calm, yet heavy with significance. "This is not the result of a spell. It is the basilisk." He paused, gazing intently at Jonathan. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened at Hogwarts, and the basilisk has emerged. Several students have already been petrified. I did not anticipate that it would be Miss Wumfrey this time." With a shift in his demeanor, Dumbledore fixed a sharp gaze on Jonathan. "Mr. Jonathan, May I inquire why Miss Wumfrey was found in the Slytherin corridor? It is quite distant from your quarters. What was she doing here alone? Jonathan's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his sorrowful composure. Sighing deeply, he spoke with a tone of guilt. It is all my fault. I was preoccupied with matters in our room and did not keep an eye on her. I had no idea she would sneak out and venture this far. Dumbledore refrained from pressing further, simply addressing the approaching nurse. Quickly, take Miss Wumfrey to the infirmary and place her alongside the other petrified students. He turned to Jonathan and said, Mr. Jonathan, perhaps you should also visit the infirmary. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity should there be any news. Jonathan nodded and followed the school nurse towards the infirmary. As he passed by Leno, he briefly halted, casting a glance at Leno, his eyes devoid of their previous warmth, replaced instead by a subtle chill, before hastening away. The other students and professors gradually dispersed, leaving Leno alone in the corridor. He fixated on the spot where Wumufai had lain moments ago, his mind rife with suspicion. Why had Wumufai suddenly appeared in the Slytherin corridor? Was it mere coincidence, or had Jonathan deliberately summoned her? He recalled the evasion evident in Jonathan's gaze earlier, along with the explanation of his lack of vigilance over her, feeling that something was amiss. At that moment, a signal from the bat in his pocket alerted him that Jonathan had not gone to the infirmary, but had returned to his room. Leno's expression darkened. It seemed Wumufai's petrification was far from simple. Chapter 98. The second transaction with the diary, as Leno returned to his dormitory. A cacophony erupted from his suitcase. The diary of Tom Riddle was once again in a state of agitation. He opened the case, and the diary leapt out, its pages fluttering wildly as if on the verge of combustion. Leno picked up the diary, laid it flat on the table, and took up a quill, inscribing on a blank page, "What frenzy is this? Wumufai has been petrified, and you wish to join the fray?" No sooner had the ink dried than Tom's handwriting hastily emerged, the strokes imbued with urgency. "I need you to assist me with a task." "What task?" Leno raised an eyebrow, already forming a hypothesis in his mind. "When the basilisk petrifies another victim next, bring that person to the Chamber of Secrets." Leno read the sentence and couldn't help but chuckle softly, jotting down, "Oh, it seems that without Ginny, you wish to find a new host?" The handwriting paused, as if struck by the truth of his words, before resuming after a few moments. "Do not concern yourself with that. Simply answer, will you help or not?" "On what ground should I assist you?" Leno's quill hesitated, deliberately challenging him. "You have not provided me with any benefits." The diary fell silent. The page blank for a good half-minute, clearly indicating that Tom had not anticipated Leno would impose conditions. He had always regarded himself as the heir of Slytherin, believing it was his right to command others. Without waiting for a response, Leno wrote, "I will assist you on one condition. You must ensure that the basilisk heeds my commands." The moment the words left his pen, the diary's writing turned frantic, the ink even tearing through the page. "Impossible. The basilisk will only obey the heir of Slytherin, and I am that heir. I never claimed it must fully comply with my wishes." Leno leisurely added, "Just at times, I require the basilisk to assist me with trivial matters, such as driving away certain bothersome individuals or keeping an eye on a troublesome family. You only need to ensure its cooperation in those instances." The diary fell silent once more. Leno could envision Tom's internal struggle. On one side, pride, and on the other, the fear of losing the basilisk as a weapon. Leno, seizing the moment, allowed his pen to glide across the page. "Unless you wish to completely forfeit this pet. After all, to me, a serpent that cannot serve its purpose is better off eliminated, sparing me the trouble of its petrifying others." This statement seemed to strike a chord with Tom. After a brief pause, the diary bore a hurried and reluctant inscription. "Fine, I agree. But you must not allow it to act against my will." Now that was more like it. Leno smiled, closed the diary, and tossed it back into his suitcase. "If you desire my assistance, there must be a price to pay. As for parasitizing others, dream on. Should you grow too formidable, I would merely be courting a soul-bound adversary." At that moment, the dormitory door swung open with a bang, and Draco poked his head in, his platinum hair shimmering. "Leno, what are you up to? Elvis is looking for you." "I brought him to the common room." Leno furrowed his brow. "Elvis? With Wimbley petrified, does Jonathan truly have the leisure to send him to gather intelligence?" He rose to adjust his robes. "Understood. I shall be there at once." Upon entering the Slytherin common room, Leno instantly spotted Elvis seated in a corner, clad in a black wizarding robe, his complexion pale, gripping the hem of his attire tightly. He sat upright, yet emanated an unmistakable unease, as if perched on a bed of needles. Leno approached and seated himself opposite. "Have you come for a reason? Or did your father send you to inquire about Thorne's manor?" "No." Elvis immediately looked up, his tone urgent, as if fearing Leno might misinterpret his intentions. "I came on my own accord. This has nothing to do with my father." "On your own?" Leno raised an eyebrow. "Are you not concerned he might reprimand you for this?" Elvis's shoulders slumped, his voice dropping. "I am, but I had to come. My father is currently in the infirmary with Professor Dumbledore, tending to Wimbley, and for the time being, he won't be monitoring me. So what do you seek from me?" Leno pressed, aware that those who sought him typically harbored ulterior motives. He hesitated, as if summoning all his courage, lifted his gaze, and with newfound determination, spoke clearly. "I wish for you to assist me in staging a performance." Chapter 99. Elvis caught Leno raised an eyebrow, unconsciously stroking the handle of his wand, his tone laced with curiosity. "What sort of performance?" Elvis tightened his grip on the hem of his robe, scanning the common room for any prying eyes, and lowered his voice. "My father intends to keep a close watch on you, seeking to extract information about the Thorne's family, even planning to use me and Wimbley to approach you." He paused, his speech accelerating. "I can be of assistance, whatever he instructs me to inquire or do. I will relay to you at the earliest opportunity. We will feign compliance under his control, allowing him to lower his guard." Leno regarded the determination in his eyes, inwardly amused by how astute this young man turned out to be, cleverly seeking to leverage his own power to escape Jonathan's grasp. He smirked, reclining into his chair. "Very well, I accept your proposal." Elvis visibly exhaled in relief, having just risen to leave when Leno's voice called out to him, "Wait. I have yet to inquire what I might gain from assisting you in this charade. Surely, you would not extend your help without reason?" Elvis paused, turning back, his previous awkwardness replaced by solemn gravity. "I am aware that once this is all concluded, my father will never forgive me. He may even harbor resentment towards both my mother and Juan Fulii." His voice softened as he continued thus. "I can only hope that once you unravel my father's schemes and resolve this matter entirely, you could assist in taking my mother and Juan Fulii away from the Lager family, ensuring we never return." As Leno was about to inquire about his own fate, Elvis hastily retreated a couple of steps, casting a plea before swiftly exiting the common room, his silver hair briefly visible at the doorway before disappearing from sight. Leno remained seated, tapping his fingers on the table, pondering Elvis's silence regarding his own intentions, whether he planned to stay within the Lager household or had other designs. However, the immediate priority was to leverage this collaboration to uncover Jonathan's true motives. Just as he stood up, a signal emanated from the bag in his pocket. Jonathan had returned from the infirmary and appeared to be searching for something in a state of urgency. A few days later, during the defense against the dark arts class, the castle corridors were bustling with students eager to hear of Professor Lockhart's latest exploits. As Leno approached the classroom door, he spotted Elvis lurking behind the doorframe, peering inside with a somewhat anxious expression. Before Elvis could retreat, Lockhart swung open the door and, upon spotting him, theatrically spread his arms wide. Is this not our little guest from America?" He seized Elvis, beaming with delight. "It seems my reputation has crossed the Atlantic, bringing even Mr. Lager to attend my lecture." Elvis stumbled slightly, his face flushed with embarrassment, managing only a feeble grin. Leno, standing nearby, understood without needing to think that Jonathan had likely sent Elvis to monitor him, ensuring he exhibited no peculiar behavior during the class. Lockhart guided Elvis to an empty seat beside the podium, cleared his throat, and, rather than launching into his own tale, took up chalk to inscribe the words Banshee on the blackboard. "Today, we shall discuss the ghostly dark creature known as the Banshee." With a flick of his wand, a spectral image of a banshee materialized in the air, clad in tattered white robes, with hair trailing to the ground, her face resembling a skull, her skin emitting an eerie green glow. "Do you see?" Lockhart pointed at the apparition. "They predominantly inhabit Ireland and Scotland, and their most perilous attribute is not their claws, but their wails, akin to the cries of mature mandrakes, capable of rupturing a wizard's eardrums, even proving fatal." Leno raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lockhart had indeed shared something of value. However, Before he could absorb much more, Lockhart shifted the conversation. Speaking of banshees, I once had a date with one in Ireland. He began to animatedly recount how he had been enamored by a female ghost, and how he had gently turned her down, leaving the students below in a stupor of drowsiness. Leno leaned back in his chair, rolling his eyes in resignation. Indeed, he could not escape the self-aggrandizing segment. However, it was a slight improvement over the last time he danced with a werewolf, as at least this time there were some educational points at the outset. As the class neared its conclusion, Lockhart finally ceased his storytelling, offering a morsel of practical advice. What should one do if confronted by a female ghost without ear protection? Quite simple. He tapped his own ears with his wand and intoned, "Silencio." Then, with a smug grin, he proclaimed that the silencing charm could temporarily muffle external sounds, urging them to remember it. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Draco raised his hand, eager to remind him, but Lockhart, having cast the silencing charm on himself, was oblivious, continuing to boast about how he had conquered the ghost. It was not until Avis gently prodded his arm that Lockhart snapped back to reality, lifting the charm and awkwardly chuckling, "Oh, class is over. Let us continue this discussion another time." The students erupted in a chorus of chatter as they dispersed. As Leno packed his bag, he brushed past Avis at the door. Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper audible only to the two of them, he remarked, "Your father is quite anxious. You've been caught by the professors 3 times this week." Avis shook his head in exasperation, a flicker of fatigue crossing his features. Yet he managed a slight smile. "What can I do? At least it wasn't in vain. I learned the silencing charm, which might come in handy in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Avis turned and headed towards the stairs leading to the 8th floor chambers, the hem of his silver robe sweeping across the stone corridor, his pace noticeably quicker, as if he were in a hurry. Leno stood rooted to the spot, watching his figure gradually vanish around the corner before shifting his gaze and making his way towards the Slytherin dormitory. The torches in the corridor cast his shadow as he pondered. Jonathan's eagerness to monitor him surely stemmed from a fear of his secrets being uncovered. This alliance with Avis, laden with leverage, might very well be the key to unraveling that mystery. He simply wondered if Avis would dare to confront his father so openly. Chapter 100. The 4th petrification incident the morning at Hogwarts ought to have been filled with the aroma of crisp bread and pumpkin juice, yet today, a piercing scream shattered the castle's tranquility. Someone had been petrified again. As Leno stepped into the corridor, he witnessed students surging towards the dungeons, their chatter swelling like a tide. "It's Dawn from Slytherin," found at the storeroom entrance. A heaviness settled in his heart as he hastened through the throng to the storeroom door. There lay Dawn, sprawled on the ground, his skin cold and ashen, eyes wide open in a frozen gesture reaching for the storage shelves, resembling the prior petrified victim, Wumfrey, exactly. Professor McGonagall crouched beside him, her brow furrowed in a manner that could crush walnuts, while Snape stood nearby, his expression ominously dark, clearly perturbed by the incident involving a student from his own house. Leno stared at Dawn's face, filled with astonishment. Dawn was merely an ordinary first-year student, typically reticent, who had previously alerted him to peculiar sounds in the common room. How could he have attracted the basilisk's attention? He lingered not a moment longer, swiftly turning back to his dormitory. With a decisive gesture, he flung open his suitcase, revealing a diary that seemed to flutter its pages restlessly, as if it had anticipated his arrival with trouble in mind. Leno seized the diary, spreading it across the table, and with a pen imbued with ire, inscribed, "Why Dawn?" Was it a deliberate choice? The script within the diary quickly manifested, tinged with a hint of panic. How was I to know it was him? The serpent merely sought a solitary target at random. I did not orchestrate anything. A random selection? Leno scoffed. It has been merely 3 days since Wumfrey was petrified, and you are eager to unleash it again? I, too, wish for a delay. Yet the serpent has been cooped up in the chamber, nearly driven mad. I merely allowed it some exercise, and lo, it encountered that fellow named Dawn. The handwriting grew increasingly erratic, as if in its defense. Moreover, did you not instruct me to send the next person petrified into the chamber? This time, I was unable to act in time. Leno's gaze lingered on that line, his ire somewhat abated. The petrification of Dawn had indeed been abrupt, leaving even the diary unprepared. He inhaled deeply before writing anew. Next time, regardless of whom the serpent petrifies, inform me of the identity beforehand. Only then will I consent to the act. Should another haphazard selection occur, I shall cast you into the forbidden forest to feed the spiders. Leno did not regard the petrification of others as inconsequential. Rather, he was concerned that the diary's reckless indulgence in allowing the serpent to petrify indiscriminately could disrupt his plans. Admittedly, there was a slight bias towards those he felt closer to, but it was minimal. The diary remained silent for several moments before reluctantly producing a line of text. Understood. Leno closed the diary and tossed it back into the suitcase. The matter of Dawn left him somewhat perturbed. He had initially intended to gauge Jonathan's reaction through the serpent's petrification, only to have it result in the petrification of someone he knew instead. He massaged his temples and resolved to head to the hall for a bite to eat, hoping to ascertain any news regarding Jonathan. As he approached the hall's entrance, he was halted by Harry, whose hair appeared more disheveled than usual, his eyes brimming with anxiety. Ron and Hermione followed closely behind, their expressions equally grave. "Leno, wait!" Harry exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. "We need your help. We wish to find the entrance to the chamber. Could you accompany us?" Leno raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "The entrance to the chamber? I have heard it harbors fearsome creatures. Are you not afraid of death?" "Terrified, yet we must go." Harry's gaze transformed with determination. His fist clenched. This marked the fourth incident of petrification. If this continued, someone might indeed perish. It was imperative to bring closure to this matter and prevent the monster from wreaking further havoc upon everyone. Ron nodded in agreement, his tone somewhat quavering but resolute. "Indeed, we have uncovered some clues, but we lack a skilled ally. With your prowess, you could surely assist." Hermione added, "Moreover, your knowledge surpasses ours. You would undoubtedly be of great aid." Observing the earnest expressions on their faces, Leno could not help but smile. Indeed, whether or not he joined them, Harry and the others would undoubtedly pursue the path to uncover the chamber. He nodded slightly. "All right, I can accompany you. However, I suggest you first find something capable of dealing with the monster." He paused, lowering his voice deliberately. "I happened to pass by the headmaster's office earlier and overheard Professor McGonagall conversing with Headmaster Dumbledore, mentioning that the creature in the chamber seems to be a basilisk." "Basilisk?" Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, while Hermione furrowed her brow, evidently unfamiliar with the term. "To be honest, I'm not well versed in the details," Leno shrugged, tossing the clue to Hermione. "You should let Hermione check the library. She excels at research." Having said that, he turned to leave but then recalled something, glancing back at Harry with a teasing smile. "By the way, this time, don't just grab an invisibility cloak and rush in like you did last year with the Philosopher's Stone. A basilisk is far more formidable than a three-headed dog." Harry's face flushed instantly. Scratching his head, he smiled sheepishly. "Ranchan bin ha, he has got you there. Last time you claimed the invisibility cloak was the safest option." Leno didn't linger, waving his hand as he walked into the Great Hall. He knew that with the hint of the basilisk, Hermione would likely uncover ways to confront it swiftly. All he needed to do was wait for Harry and the others to locate the entrance to the chamber. Seizing the opportunity to resolve the issues surrounding the basilisk and Jonathan once and for all. In the Great Hall, Jonathan sat beside the professors, engaged in hushed conversation with Dumbledore, his gaze occasionally darting towards the entrance. Upon seeing Leno enter, he immediately broke into a warm smile. Leno returned a polite smile, inwardly scoffing. "What is a weasel pretending to be a snow-white ferret to me?" After parting ways with Harry, Leno turned towards the Slytherin dormitory. The students in the corridor were still discussing the petrification of Dean. Some rushed anxiously to the infirmary to check on Dean's condition, while others huddled in corners, fearful of becoming the next target. As he rounded the corner leading to the dungeons, his footsteps abruptly halted. A familiar figure stood in the shadows, silver hair glinting coldly in the torchlight. It was Alvis. Alvis clearly hadn't expected to be caught. His body stiffened momentarily, instinctively retreating into the shadows. However, his gaze was no longer evasive. Instead, it bore a complex resolve as he looked directly at Leno. Leno raised an eyebrow, approaching him with a neutral tone. "Did you hear everything at the entrance to the Great Hall just now?" Alvis remained silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding, stepping out from the shadows. His eyes were bloodshot, with faint dark circles beneath them, clearly indicating sleepless nights due to Wumfleya's petrification. "I heard you tell those Gryffindor students that you were looking for the entrance to the chamber and mentioned the basilisk. So?" Leno leaned against the wall, awaiting his elaboration. Albus clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning white, his voice heavier than usual. I want to join you. Leno was somewhat taken aback, raising an eyebrow. Join us? To find the chamber? Aren't you afraid of the basilisk? Or perhaps of your father discovering it and confining you again? As Jonathan's name was mentioned, Albus's gaze darkened momentarily, but soon brightened again, imbued with a resolute determination. I am not afraid. He paused, his tone tinged with suppressed anger. Wamflei has been petrified by the basilisk. Jonathan is well aware of the dangers lurking within Hogwarts. Yet he still seeks to exploit me to keep an eye on you, disregarding Wamflei's safety. I must do something for her. Even if it is merely to discover a way to restore her, it would serve as a form of vengeance. Leno observed the seriousness in his eyes and understood that Wamflei's plight had ultimately shattered the last remnants of Albus's compliance toward Jonathan. Instead of immediately agreeing, he inquired, do you know what lies within the chamber? The basilisk's gaze can kill. Even a mere reflection can petrify. You have only just learned the silencing charm. You would only be a hindrance if you went. Albus's shoulders slumped slightly, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he lifted his chin, his gaze more resolute. I can learn. I can master additional spells. I can assist you in watching Jonathan. He has been inquiring about the chamber lately. Perhaps he intends to target the basilisk as well. I reside in the room next to his. I can inform you promptly of when he leaves and where he ventures, ensuring he does not reach the entrance before us. Leno felt a stir of realization. Indeed, Jonathan was scheming regarding the chamber, and Albus keeping watch over his movements would effectively prevent him from plotting in secrecy. He scrutinized Albus for a few seconds, confirming that there was no trace of deception in his eyes, before slowly nodding. Very well, but you must heed my instructions. Inform me immediately of any of his actions, and do not venture out on your own. Albus visibly exhaled in relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. I understand. He said no more, turning towards the 8th floor rooms, his steps lighter than before, as if a colossal burden had been lifted. Leno watched as his figure vanished around the corner, silently calculating. With Albus monitoring Jonathan, we can at least ascertain his movements. Coupled with Harry and the others researching the basilisk, and the diary securely in my possession, the trio stands a better chance of locating the chamber's entrance. I can maintain a firmer grasp on the unfolding situation. However, what lies ahead is not solely the millennium-old basilisk, but also the lurking Jonathan, along with the diary that may betray us at any moment. This turmoil must be brought to a conclusive end. Chapter 101. Discovery of the entrance in the depths of the night within the dormitory. The suitcase suddenly vibrated with urgency. The diary was agitated. Leno opened the case, and the diary autonomously flipped to a blank page, words rapidly materializing. The basilisk has set its sights on Ginny Weasley. This time, you will deliver her to the chamber. You must assist me in inscribing the blood words, akin to those I previously created. Leno raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback, yet not astonished. According to the original narrative, Ginny had always been Tom Riddle's target. However, this time, due to his intervention, her arrival was somewhat delayed. Leno proceeded to the corridor. He picked up a quill and retrieved a bottle of red ink, remarking, such a terrifying display. Tom Riddle certainly knows how to put on a show. The diary in Leno's pocket revealed its ink once more, stating, write with an air of intimidation, so that Hogwarts is acutely aware of this dreadful presence. Dipping the quill into the red ink, he inscribed upon the wall, her remains shall forever rest in the Chamber of Secrets. As the red ink spread, it resembled congealed blood, prompting a soft click of his tongue. Fortunately, it's merely ink. Were it actual blood, the task would be quite bothersome. Quite right, indeed. Were it me, I would compose it thus, the diary responded. Leno chuckled. Indeed, that is how you penned in the original text. Upon completion, he followed the diary's instructions, transporting Ginny's petrified body to the chamber, thus accomplishing his task. The following morning, the panic at Hogwarts reached its zenith. Cries of Ginny Weasley has been petrified. She has been taken into the chamber by a monster, echoed from the 2nd floor, as students crowded the corridors, gazing at the crimson inscription on the stone wall with pallid faces. Leno mingled within the throng, witnessing Harry and Ron rushing toward him. Upon seeing the blood words on the wall, their faces drained of color. Professors soon arrived. Professor McGonagall scrutinized the inscription, her brow furrowed in deep concern, while Snape stood nearby, casting a dark, piercing gaze over the students. Dumbledore arrived a bit later, holding a lemon sherbet, yet lacking the appetite to indulge. his attention fixated silently on the blood words. "We must locate the entrance to the chamber promptly." McGonagall's voice was laced with anxiety. "This is the 5th occurrence. Further delay is unacceptable." She turned to Lockhart, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Professor Lockhart, as the defense against the dark arts instructor, you possess considerable experience. Could you lead Harry and the others in the search for the entrance?" Lockhart immediately straightened, puffing out his chest and smiling. "Of course. Leave it to me. I once unraveled relics more perilous than the chamber itself." Yet Leno could distinctly observe his hands trembling slightly. Clearly, he was quite unsettled. But his desire for recognition prevented him from declining. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, saying nothing. They were aware of Lockhart's unreliability, yet no alternative existed at present. Seizing the chaos as an opportunity, Leno located Avis, who was hiding in a corner, and handed him a note. "Jonathan ventured towards the dungeons this morning. Inform Harry and the others to focus their search on the underground areas, particularly those with the sound of water. The basilisk traverses through the pipes, so the entrance must be associated with water." Avis accepted the note, nodding with determination. "Understood. I shall seek them out immediately." Before long, Leno observed Avis joining Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The 4 of them huddled together in hushed conversation. Avis conveyed Jonathan's movements to them and relayed Leno's suggestion. Hermione adjusted her glasses, deep in thought. "Where is the most secluded water chamber in the castle that contains the sound of water?" Ron suddenly snapped his fingers. "The girls' bathroom. The one where moaning Myrtle resides. I passed by last time and heard strange sound from the pipes inside." Harry's eyes lit up, right? Myrtle mentioned she was murdered, and it might be connected to the Chamber of Secrets. The 4 immediately dashed towards the girls' bathroom, while Leno stood at a distance, observing their retreating figures, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The clue had been given, and now it was up to them to discover the entrance. Not long after, Avis discreetly signaled. They found Myrtle in the girls' bathroom, and she claimed to hear hissing sounds from a particular faucet, especially when the bathroom was empty. The sounds were clearer. Hermione had already begun inspecting the faucets and discovered that one bore a small serpent engraving, the emblem of Slytherin. Upon receiving the signal, Leno understood that the entrance had been located. He drew his wand and summoned a bat, commanding, "Go watch near the girls' bathroom, and inform me immediately if Jonathan approaches." The bat took flight, while Leno leaned against a stone pillar in the corridor, contemplating. Jonathan was also searching for the chamber. Lockhart was unreliable, and Harry's group had Avis's assistance. Now it was merely a matter of waiting to enter the chamber and decisively resolve the troubles posed by the basilisk and Tom Riddle. Meanwhile, the diary hidden in Ginny's pocket was likely awaiting discovery by Harry and his friends to further its sinister plot. Regrettably, its current control lay firmly in its own hands. Chapter 102. Entering the chamber, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Avis hurried to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Upon opening the door, they were taken aback to find Lockhart frantically packing his belongings at his desk. A gaudy golden wig lay askew atop a pile of books. Beside it was an application for a research trip, the ink still wet. "Professor." Harry rushed over, urgency lacing his tone. "We've found clues to the chamber. It might be in the girls' bathroom. Come with us to check it out." Lockhart hesitated, quickly stuffing the application into his bag. He forced a radiant smile, despite the panic lurking in his eyes. "Oh, you found a clue? Splendid." But he scratched his head, his voice awkward. "I have some urgent matters to attend to here. Why don't you go ahead? I'll follow shortly." "No," Avis interjected firmly. "You are the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Having one more person is an added safeguard. We need your assistance." Lockhart sought to find an excuse, but Harry and Ron had already flanked him, grasping his arms. Hermione urged him from behind. "Professor, don't waste time. It might be too late if we delay any further." The 4 half-dragged, half-pulled Lockhart towards the girls' bathroom. As they arrived at the bathroom entrance, they spotted Leno standing there, suitcase at his feet, as if he had been waiting all along. He exchanged a glance with Harry and Avis, remaining silent, merely stepping aside to clear the path. Lockhart was forced into the restroom, and upon seeing the myrtle floating above the water, his complexion paled considerably. Harry took a deep breath and approached the faucet inscribed with serpentine patterns, softly uttering in Parseltongue, "Open." No sooner had he spoken than the stone wall beneath the faucet slowly shifted aside, revealing a dark, murky entrance to a secret passage, from which a damp breeze emerged. carrying a faint musty odor. "Let us proceed," Harry declared, leaping down first. Ron and Avis followed closely behind, ensuring they dragged Lockhart along, who screamed as he was pulled into the passage. Upon landing, he stumbled and fell, his black robe now dusted with dirt. The passage led to a spacious yet low-ceilinged rocky chamber. The ground was uneven, and beads of moisture clung to the walls. Just as they steadied themselves, they noticed Lockhart standing rooted in place, brushing off the dust from his garments, his expression fraught with agitation. "I truly cannot indulge in your madness. I have significant research to attend to. Farewell." He turned to ascend back to the entrance of the passage, but Harry swiftly stepped in his way. "Professor, you cannot leave now. There may be danger inside, and we need you." "Need me?" Lockhart suddenly ceased his panic, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, even coolness. "Harry Potter, you ought to heed a professor's command, especially one as experienced as I. Even you, the savior, are not exempt." Before he could finish, he abruptly snatched the wand from Ron's hand, aiming it at Harry and Avis. "Do not hold it against me. I merely wish to exit in peace." At that moment, Lockhart's wand tip glowed a pale blue, clearly intent on casting a memory charm. Just as the incantation was about to escape his lips, Leno swiftly raised his hand and waved his wand, declaring sleep. A red beam shot forth, striking Lockhart squarely in the chest. He let out a muffled grunt, staggering as he fell into a nearby pile of rocks, his eyes snapping shut as if he had lost consciousness. Leno frowned, pondering whether his sleep spell was truly that feeble. Yet, before he could contemplate further, Lockhart suddenly shook himself awake, only to slump down again, the back of his head striking the rocks with a thud. This impact triggered a chain reaction, causing the overhead rocks to shift ominously. With a rumble, a large boulder tumbled down, perfectly blocking the entrance to the passage and separating Hermione, Ron, and the unconscious Lockhart from the others. "Hermione! Ron!" Avis rushed to the boulder, pushing against it with all his might, but it would not budge. Panic surged within him as he turned back, exclaiming, "What do we do? They are trapped." Harry gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. "There is no time to move the stone. We must press onward. The secrets of the chamber await our resolution." He turned to the other side of the boulder, calling out, "Hermione! Ron! Wait for us outside. We will return once we've dealt with this." A voice from behind the boulder responded, "Be careful. If there is danger, come back and call for us. We will find the professors." Leno cast a glance at Harry, then at the ominous depths of the dark passage, lifting his suitcase. "Let us proceed. Time is of the essence." Avis inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. Following Harry and Leno, he ventured deeper into the passage. In the oppressive darkness, only the sound of their footsteps echoed. In the distance, a faint sound of flowing water could be discerned, as if something awaited them in the shadows. Chapter 103. Confrontation in the chamber. The air grew increasingly damp as they delved deeper into the passage. The icy moisture clung to their skin, akin to countless tiny insects crawling upon them. Leno, Harry, and Avis navigated the uneven rocks ahead, illuminated solely by the faint glow from the tip of Harry's wand. The stone walls were etched with twisted serpentine patterns, writhing in the light as if they might come to life at any moment. "There's light ahead." Harry suddenly halted, lowering his voice. Following his gaze, they beheld an expanse ahead where the space abruptly widened. A dim golden light seeped through the crevices of the stone, accompanied by the almost imperceptible sound of dripping water. Tick, tick, echoing eerily in the vast chamber. The trio quickened their pace, rounding the final stone wall. The sight before them caused them to freeze in place. A circular stone chamber. At its center stood a colossal stone statue, depicting the visage of Salazar Slytherin, towering nearly to the dome of the chamber. The statue's eyes were hollow and dark, as if silently observing the intruders. Lying on the cold, rocky ground at the statue's feet was Ginny Weasley, her skin pale and ashen like that of Dumbledore or Wumfrey. Her eyes tightly shut, hands curled at her sides, clearly petrified. Not far from Ginny, a black-covered diary lay open on the ground, its pages stained with faint traces of red ink. Indeed, the very diary that Leno had previously brought into the chamber amidst the chaos, placed there as part of the plan to summon the entity of Tom Riddle. "Ginny!" Harry exclaimed, ready to rush forward, only to be restrained by Avis. "Wait, let us assess for danger first." Avis's voice was laced with tension. He surveyed the surroundings. The chamber was eerily silent, save for the sound of dripping water and their own breaths. It was too quiet. Something felt amiss. Both men turned to Leno, their eyes silently questioning what to do next. Leno rolled his eyes internally, thinking, so I'm your guide and bodyguard now? Had I known, I would have stayed behind in the dormitory to await the outcome. Yet, he concealed his thoughts, merely gesturing towards Ginny. Let us approach her and assess her condition. She can likely be saved from petrification. Stay calm. The three cautiously approached Ginny's side. Harry knelt down, gently touching Ginny's arm, which felt cold and hard, indistinguishable from stone. He exhaled deeply and glanced at the open diary, his brow furrowing in confusion. Whose diary is this? How did it end up here? As he spoke, he reached out to seize the diary, eager to discern any clues within. Suddenly, a chilling and mocking voice echoed through the stone chamber, seemingly emanating from a statue's lips. Or perhaps lingering in the air, touching others' belongings is hardly a commendable habit, Mr. Potter. Startled, Harry and Albus sprang to their feet, their wands instinctively aimed in the direction of the voice, their bodies tense and eyes alert. Yet, Leno remained rooted in place, his expression unruffled. He had long anticipated Tom Riddle's emergence, even thinking to himself, at last he has arrived. I was beginning to feel drowsy. From the shadows of the chamber, a figure began to emerge, clad in an exquisite, vintage black wizarding robe. His hair was slicked back neatly, and his skin, pale to the point of translucence, accentuated his finely chiseled features, which exuded a chilling coldness. Particularly striking were his gray eyes, resembling unfeeling ice, as they swept over the trio with unabashed arrogance. The youthful visage of Tom Riddle, or rather, Lord Voldemort, appeared before them without warning. His gaze first lingered on Harry, then swept over Albus, finally resting for a fleeting second on Leno's face, a flicker of barely perceptible curiosity flashing in his eyes before he quickly averted them. He then raised his hand, his fingertip beckoning gently, causing Harry's wand, which he had placed on the ground for the sake of examining Ginny, to soar into his grasp. Tom toyed with Harry's wand as though it were a mere trinket, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems the adage that a wand never strays far from its wizard has eluded you, Mr. Savior. Harry's expression darkened instantly. Who are you? How did you get here? Do not rush, Tom drawled leisurely, raising the wand and lightly tapping the air, a red beam of light shooting from its tip to etch a sequence of floating letters in the air. Observing Harry and Albus's puzzled expressions, he spoke with a hint of pride. You may call me Tom Riddle. With another flick of his wand, the letters rearranged themselves, swiftly forming another phrase. I am Voldemort. Voldemort? Harry's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling involuntarily. Though he had never encountered Voldemort in person, he had grown up hearing terrifying tales of the dark wizard whose very name was shunned, particularly the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone the previous year, which had instilled profound fear within him. Albus's complexion also drained of color. Despite being an American wizard, he had heard of Voldemort's notorious reputation, the dark sorcerer who nearly dominated the wizarding world of Britain, rumored to be both cruel and powerful. He instinctively edged closer to Leno, gripping his wand more tightly. Only Leno remained steadfast, even retreating a half-step to position himself as a mere spectator. He understood that the moment for him to intervene had not yet arrived. It was prudent to allow Harry and Tom to engage first to assess the situation. It appears you are all familiar with my name, Tom declared, his tone laced with a satisfying arrogance. He toyed with Harry's wand, circling around the trio before finally stopping before Harry. So, Mr. Potter, you must have deduced by now that I am the heir of Salazar Slytherin. It was I who opened the Chamber of Secrets 60 years ago, unleashing the basilisk to cleanse the wizarding world of those impure of blood. Harry's expression instantly transformed into one of fury. It was you. You were behind the petrification of moaning Myrtle 60 years ago. And what of this incident? Did you orchestrate this petrification as well? Did you manipulate Ginny into opening the chamber? Tom cast a fleeting glance at Leno, their eyes locking in a moment of understanding. Tom's gaze conveyed a knowing acknowledgement, while Leno responded with a cautionary look. With a light chuckle, Tom returned his focus to Harry, considering that controlling Ginny to open the chamber was indeed a clever tactic. He nodded, conceding, indeed, it was I. Ginny Weasley, a foolish and weak girl, was easily manipulated. I compelled her to open the chamber, allowing the basilisk to petrify those filthy half-bloods, fulfilling Slytherin's legacy. Is this not the duty of an heir? His tone dripped with disdain for those of non-pure blood, and then he turned his attention to Albus, his eyes radiating menace. As for you, young wizard from the Raggle family in America, you ought not to be here. Your pure blood grants you the right to survive. Yet you foolishly accompany Potter and Thorns to meet your demise. You have only yourself to blame. Albus trembled slightly, but clenched his jaw, refusing to retreat. He thought of the petrified Wumflei and Jonathan's sinister machinations. Gradually, his fear was supplanted by resolve. You shall not harm us. The professors of Hogwarts will be here shortly. Professors? Tom laughed, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. His laughter reverberated through the stone chamber, grating on the nerves. They would not find this place. If they could, they would have done so 60 years ago. Even if they did, they would stand no chance against my basilisk. As he spoke, he leaned back slightly, his feet lifting from the ground as he retreated to stand before the statue of Slytherin. He raised Harry's wand, aiming it at the statue's mouth, and whispered something in Parseltongue. A deafening hiss erupted from the statue's mouth, followed by the heavy sound of slithering. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the serpentine patterns etched into the stone walls seemed to awaken, glowing with a faint green light. Harry and Albus's faces paled as they looked up at the statue's mouth, from which a massive serpent's head emerged, its scales a deep green, glistening with a cold sheen. Its yellow eyes glowed like lanterns, radiating lethal intensity, while its forked tongue hissed, exuding a foul stench. The basilisk. The ancient serpent creature gradually emerged from the mouth of the stone statue, its form elongating and thickening, swiftly occupying a substantial portion of the chamber. A colossal shadow enveloped the three individuals, and the chilling breath of death loomed ominously. Tom Riddle floated above the serpent's head, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips as he beheld the terror etched on Harry and Albus's faces. A fleeting glance was cast towards the unflappable Leno, and in a voice as frigid as ice, he proclaimed, "The time for games has come to an end. Mr. Potter, Mr. Albus, are you prepared to embrace your demise?"